My name is Akasha. Waking up in the cold, dusty ruins of a watchtower, I felt the heavy weight of my new life. I was once a duke's son, but now I am just an exile in the ashen wasteland. My family threw me away because I had no special talent for battle, and even the knights who followed me seemed to have lost all hope. For a moment, I wanted to give up and let death take me, but a sudden fire of defiance burned in my chest. I refused to die as a failure. In that moment of choice, a mysterious oracle system activated in my mind. 3 golden prophecies appeared. One warned me of a betrayer with poisoned wine at a feast. The second spoke of a powerful dragon egg in the eastern mountains, and the third mentioned a lost dwarven forge. These messages changed everything. I realized that my knight captain, Kano, was planning to kill me tonight. Instead of falling into his trap, I felt a thrill of control. Knowledge was my new weapon. At the dinner, Kano acted like a loyal servant and offered me a cup of wine. I could smell the faint scent of poison. Instead of drinking it, I confronted him in front of everyone. I offered him a cup of clean wine as a reward and watched him crumble in fear. When he dropped the poisoned cup, his guilt was clear to all. I ordered his execution, proving to my remaining knights that I was no longer a weak boy. With a powerful speech, I told them about the divine revelations and promised them a kingdom built from these ashes. They chose to believe in me. We traveled to the eastern mountains, guided by my system to avoid dangerous monsters. When we found a hidden cave and discovered the massive, glowing dragon egg on an ancient altar, my knights fell to their knees in true devotion. They now see me as a leader chosen by the gods. I have gone from a disgraced exile to a king with a loyal force, ready to hatch a dragon and claim my future. Standing before the campfire, I felt a strange calm. I watched Kano, my knight captain, with a quiet smile that made him tremble. He didn't realize that I already knew his secret. I stood up, took the clean cup of wine intended for me, and offered it to him instead. I told him it was a reward for his years of loyalty. The air grew thick with tension. Kano turned as pale as paper, caught between the safe wine I offered and the poisoned cup he was still holding. He tried to play the humble servant, begging me to drink first, but I didn't back down. I stepped closer and told him that maybe he was just afraid to drink it. When I finally whispered that I knew the wine was never meant to be drunk, he broke. The poisoned glass shattered on the floor, and he collapsed in terror. My knights finally understood the truth. Their captain had tried to murder me. Their shock turned to rage as they drew their swords. I had no mercy for a traitor. I offered him a choice: drink the spilled poison or die. When he couldn't do it, I ordered his execution. With one quick strike, the betrayal was ended. The tower was silent and heavy with gloom, so I took control. I drank the clean wine, threw the cup aside, and stood on the table to face my men. I spoke to their fears of dying forgotten in this wasteland. I admitted that our situation looked hopeless, but then I shared my secret. I told them about the divine message I received, the promise of a hidden treasure and a power in the East that could make us kings. I saw the spark of hope return to their eyes. I didn't ask for blind faith. I promised to show them the truth tomorrow. I gave them a choice: follow me into this new destiny or leave as wanderers. By the time I walked away, the numbness in their hearts was replaced by a burning desire to see what the morning would bring. Leaving the knights in the watchtower, I walked up to the second floor, feeling a new fire within me. I had given them a choice, and when dawn broke, I saw that they had made it. They were waiting for me in a neat formation, their eyes no longer empty, but filled with a tiny spark of hope. I was pleased. These were the sparks I needed to build my future kingdom. We set out toward the east, crossing the harsh and dangerous ashen wasteland. The terrain was treacherous, filled with sharp rocks and hidden monsters. However, I wasn't worried. In my mind, the oracle system showed me a shimmering golden path. It was a safe route that highlighted danger in red, allowing me to see threats before they appeared. As we traveled, we encountered many dangers. We saw scaly ashen hounds, giant scorpions, and felt the ground shake from monsters burrowing beneath us. Each time, I calmly ordered the group to change direction. To the knights, it looked like I was avoiding disaster by magic. I could feel their suspicion turning into awe. They began to realize that my divine message was real. They weren't just following an exiled noble anymore. They were following someone chosen by the gods. By noon, we reached the base of the massive, jagged eastern mountains. As the men rested, I could hear them whispering about my powers. Their devotion was growing stronger with every mile. I ordered some of the men to stay back and guard our horses while the rest of us prepared for the climb. My goal was close. Somewhere deep in those black rocks lay the Egg of Night, and I was ready to claim my destiny. I led my 8 knights up a steep, mossy mountain path. Even though the climb was exhausting, my men didn't complain. They were eager to see if my words were true. We pushed through thorns and moved around deep ravines until we reached a plain stone wall. To the knights, it looked like a dead end, but I could see the golden path leading right into the rock. I felt the surface, found the hidden markings, and pulled away the vines to reveal a dark, ancient tunnel. My knights were breathless with shock. The prophecy was real. We lit our torches and walked deep into the mountain until we entered a massive cavern. Blue crystals on the ceiling glowed like stars, lighting up an altar in the center. Resting there was a giant, smooth black egg. When I touched the shell, I felt a warm, joyful life inside, like a sleeping child waking up to see its family. My knights fell to their knees in worship. They were no longer just followers. They were now my most loyal believers, convinced that I was chosen by the gods. We carried the egg back to our camp like a victorious army. I knew then that I was no longer an exile, but a king starting a new empire. Back at the tower, we celebrated with hope in our hearts. While my men dreamed of our future city, I focused on the next steps. As the sun rose the next morning, the oracle gave me 3 new messages. They told me about an abandoned dwarven quarry that would make a perfect fortress, the need for a sun crystal to hatch the dragon, and a dying lily by the road. I realized this lily must be a healer with a miracle in her hands. In this dangerous land, a healer is more valuable than an army. I immediately called for Lance, ready to begin our next mission. Knight Lance quickly ran over and knelt, waiting for instructions. Gather everyone, bring your weapons, and come patrol the territory with me. Yes, my lord. Soon, a fully armed patrol team was ready. Shea placed the dragon egg in the safest part of the watchtower and left 2 knights to guard it. Then, leading the remaining 10 knights, he began a wide patrol centered around the tower. Of course, that was only the official reason. In truth, he was following the faint sense of direction given by the oracle, searching for the dying lily. The group traveled across the wasteland for about half an hour. The knights stayed alert, watching their surroundings carefully. My lord, I smell blood. The scout at the front suddenly pulled on his reins and lowered his voice. Shea's eyes lit up. It's here. He looked in the direction the scout pointed. In a low hilly area, several vultures circled in the sky. Everyone, prepare for battle. Shea drew his sword and spoke in a low, firm voice. Follow me. The team quickened their pace, heading toward the source of the smell. When they crossed a ridge, the sight before them made everyone frown. Amid a tangled patch of thorny bushes lay several bodies, their clothes torn and ragged. From the crude weapons and rough leather armor they carried, it was clear they were a band of raiders. Not far from the corpses, 7 or 8 surviving raiders were gathered around something, laughing in a filthy, mocking way. Boss, this girl looks really pretty. Even better than those noble ladies in Winter City. Too bad she's badly hurt and barely breathing, or we could have had some fun. Forget it. Search her bag. Maybe there's something valuable inside. Shea's eyes turned cold. He could tell clearly that the thing they surrounded was a woman, a dying woman. The dying lily. The prophecy had come true again. Charge. Without hesitation, Shea pressed his legs against his horse's sides and shot forward like an arrow. For the Lord. The knights behind him roared and followed, launching their charge. The raiders, still laughing, never expected a well-armed cavalry to appear behind them. When they finally heard the thunder of hooves and turned around in panic, they were met by the flash of cold steel. It was a one-sided battle. The untrained bandits were as fragile as paper before the disciplined knights. In less than a minute, it was over. All 7 or 8 raiders lay dead. Shea dismounted and quickly walked toward the thicket. Pushing aside the thorny vines, he saw a curled-up figure before him. It was a young girl, no more than 16 or 17, dressed in a maid's outfit torn in many places. Her face was covered in blood and dirt, yet her delicate features and pale skin still showed through. Her long, Soft flaxen hair hung loose and messy, like silk that had lost its shine. Her eyes were closed, her breathing faint. A deep wound on her abdomen kept bleeding, staining the ground dark red. In her arms, she clutched a simple leather pouch tightly. This was the dying Lily. A trace of pity rose in Shea's heart. Such a beautiful life had almost withered away in this desolate, filthy wilderness. He knelt down carefully and checked the girl's breathing. She was still alive, but her breath was very weak. Without help, she might not survive the day. He immediately gave an order to the knight behind him. "Lance, take everything back to the watchtower as fast as you can." "Yes, my lord." Shea gently lifted the girl from the thorn bushes. She was light and soft in his arms, like a wounded kitten, almost weightless. Her body was burning with fever, the wounds were infected. As he held her, he noticed that even in her unconscious state, she clutched a small bundle tightly to her chest. Shea grew curious. What could be so precious that she would hold on to it, even at death's door? He carefully tried to take the bundle from her arms. It was a bit heavy. When he opened it, there were no gold or jewels inside. Instead, it contained neatly sorted dried herbs and a few roughly made but well-sealed alchemy bottles. Inside the bottles were ointments and powders that gave off a faint, pleasant scent. Shea's eyes lit up instantly. As he thought, she was an apothecary. He gently placed the bundle back into her arms, then lifted her onto his horse and secured her in front of him. As the horse moved, the girl seemed to sense a bit of warmth and safety, unconsciously leaning closer to him. Her fragile posture stirred a protective feeling in his heart. Shea stiffened slightly, then sighed and shook his head. "This girl, just like a cat," he murmured. Turning to his knights, he gave a new order. "Clean up the battlefield. Hang the bandits' bodies on those dead trees nearby." "Yes, my lord." The knights immediately began their work. One young knight asked in confusion, "My lord, why hang them? Wouldn't it be easier to just bury them?" As Shea turned his horse to head back, he replied calmly, "It's a warning. I want every wolf and hyena on this wasteland to know. This is my territory. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will become food for the vultures." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of power and danger. The young knight shivered and quickly bowed his head in response. Shea said no more. He pressed his legs against the horse's sides and rode swiftly toward the watchtower, holding in his arms a dying girl as fragile as a wilted lily. He knew that what he had brought back was not just a beautiful girl, but a miracle, one that could help his land survive countless future crises. Under the sunlight, a row of hanging bodies swayed gently in the cold wind, silently declaring that a new lord had arrived on this ashen wasteland. The warhorse galloped, raising a trail of dark dust. Shea held the girl tightly, trying to lessen the jolts that might worsen her wounds. Her body was burning with fever, and her breathing grew weaker. She was clearly on the edge of life and death. Shea's heart tightened. The prophecy had called her a dying lily, but it hadn't said she was beyond saving. If he rushed all this way only to lose her, it would be a great loss. When they finally reached the watchtower, the knights on guard hurried to greet him. "My lord, you've returned." But when they saw the blood-covered, unconscious girl in his arms, their faces filled with shock. "Quick, bring clean cloth, strong spirits, and hot water." Shea had no time to explain. He carried the girl upstairs to his simple stone bed and laid her down carefully. The knights moved quickly, and soon everything he needed was ready. Shea disinfected his hands and a dagger with the spirits, took a deep breath, and began to treat the deep wound on the girl's abdomen. He gently removed the torn fabric of her servant's dress, revealing the full extent of the injury. The wound was deep, and the edges were already infected. That was the real reason for her high fever. Shea carefully used his dagger to scrape away the decayed flesh and dirt around the wound. His movements were steady and gentle. This came from his small amount of medical knowledge from a past life and the steady hands he had developed through years of sword training. After cleaning the wound, he opened the alchemy bottle he had found in the girl's pack. A cool herbal scent quickly filled the air. Inside the bottle was a dark green ointment. Shea dipped his finger into it and gently spread it over the girl's wound. A strange thing happened. As soon as the ointment touched the wound, it made a faint sizzling sound, and a thin white mist rose up. The girl's face, once tight with pain, relaxed a little. This ointment worked even better than the most expensive healing medicine in Winter City. Shea felt a wave of relief. He knew the girl's life was most likely saved. He carefully wrapped the wound with a clean cloth. Then he found some dried herbs that could reduce fever and told a knight to boil them into a soup for her to drink later. When everything was done, Shea finally let out a long breath. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. He looked at the girl lying on the bed, her face still pale, but her breathing much steadier, and felt a quiet sense of accomplishment. "All right, she's safe for now," he said to Lance, who stood nearby. "Find someone careful to watch over her. Tell me the moment she wakes up." "Yes, my lord." Shea left the room, leaving 2 knights to keep watch. When he reached the base of the watchtower, the rich smell of roasted meat greeted him. The knights in charge of supplies had already prepared lunch. "My lord, you've worked hard," one of them said, handing him a piece of golden-brown roasted lamb. Shea took it and bit into it fiercely. His empty stomach finally found some comfort. As he ate, he began to think about the next steps. He had people now, but a safe base was even more important. The divine message had mentioned an abandoned dwarven quarry by the Blackwater River. He knew that river well. It was the only one in the Ashen Wasteland that never froze, and the most vital source of water in the region. "Lance." Shea swallowed his food and spoke to the knight captain who had just come downstairs. "Are you familiar with the area near the Blackwater River?" Lance thought for a moment before replying. "My lord, I once joined the Duke's army in a campaign to clear out bandits along the Blackwater River. I still remember some of the terrain there." "Good," Shea nodded. "Do you know if there are any dwarf ruins near the riverbank? Perhaps an old quarry or something similar?" A look of surprise flashed in Lance's eyes. "My lord, how did you know?" he said excitedly. "Yes, there is. Beneath a cliff at a bend in the Blackwater River, there's an abandoned dwarf quarry that's been deserted for at least 100 years. I remember our general once said that the place was easy to defend, hard to attack, and had plenty of water from the nearby mountains. It would have been a perfect spot for a camp, if it hadn't been left to decay for so long." A faint smile appeared on Shea's lips. The divine message had once again shown him the way forward. "Gather everyone. We leave right after the meal," Shea ordered. "We found our new home." That afternoon, a team of 13 set out once more. This time, their goal was clear and their spirits were high. Led by Lance, they followed a hidden path toward the Blackwater River. Along the way, Shea quietly studied the surrounding terrain. He noticed that signs of monster activity were much fewer here than in other areas. Perhaps that was one reason the dwarves had chosen this place for their quarry long ago. After about 2 hours of travel, the sound of rushing water reached their ears. Passing through a forest of jagged rocks, they finally saw a wide, dark river before them. The water was deep black, flowing swiftly into the distance, with a faint mist rising from its surface. This was the Blackwater River, the river of life in the Ashen Wasteland. "My lord, look." Lance pointed excitedly toward a massive cliff at the river's bend. Shea followed his gaze and saw that the cliff looked as if a giant's axe had split it open, leaving a huge hollow in the rock face. Beneath the mountain wall, the land was flat and open. Faint outlines of broken stone buildings could be seen, along with an old plank road half hidden by weeds. That was the ruins of the dwarven quarry. A bright light flared in Shea's eyes. This place was even better than he had imagined. Mountains surrounded it on 3 sides, with water on the 4th. The only entrance was the open ground where they now stood. If a strong wall were built at the entrance, this place would become an unbreakable fortress. The mountains behind could provide plenty of stone and minerals, while the dark river ahead would solve the problems of drinking water and irrigation. It was truly a perfect place to build a city. "Let's go take a look," Shea said, leading the way toward the ruins. The others followed, soon reaching the remains of the quarry. Up close, it looked even larger. Huge blocks of stone, half-cut and scattered across the ground, showed traces of the dwarves' work. Several stone houses, half-collapsed but still standing, showed the strength of dwarven craftsmanship. The most striking sight was the mountain wall, filled with countless mine tunnels like a giant beehive. Shea stepped into the nearest tunnel. Inside, it was dry and cool. The walls still bore neat marks left by the dwarves' tools. "Perfect," Shea said with admiration. With some repairs, these tunnels could serve as natural warehouses and homes, even as shelters during war. He walked out and stood in the center of the ruins. His eyes swept over the land that had been silent for centuries. But in his mind, he saw a completely different scene, a new, solid wall standing at the entrance. Soldiers in armor stood guard above it, blades gleaming in the sun. Inside the walls were neat barracks, busy workshops, and homes with smoke rising from their chimneys. A wide stone road stretched from the city gate to the docks by the dark river. Golden fields of wheat waved in the wind. Herds of cattle and sheep grazed on the pastures. And atop the tallest tower of the castle, a black dragon banner fluttered proudly in the wind. A grand vision slowly unfolded in his mind. Here, Shea spread his arms wide, as if embracing his own future. His voice was filled with strength and passion. This will be the beginning of our kingdom. From today on, I will name it. He paused, and the image of the sleeping black egg of night appeared in his mind. Dragon's Breath Fortress. Dragon's Breath Fortress. Dragon's Breath Fortress. The knights behind him were moved by his passion, raising their arms and shouting loudly, their voices echoing across the land. Just then, a knight who had been guarding the watchtower came galloping toward them. My lord, my lord. The knight dismounted quickly, joy on his face. The girl. She's awake. A smile appeared on Shea's face. Truly, good news upon good news. Let's go home. By the time Shea and his men returned to the watchtower, the sky was already growing dark. He hurried up to the second floor. There, the girl with light brown hair was already sitting up, wrapped in a clean blanket. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained their clarity. When she saw Shea enter, a trace of fear and caution flashed in her eyes. She instinctively leaned back, like a startled fawn. You're awake. Shea's tone was gentle, trying to make himself seem as unthreatening as possible. He pulled a chair closer and sat down a short distance from the bed. How do you feel? The girl didn't answer right away. Her large eyes blinked as if she were studying the man before her. He was young and handsome. Though he carried the air of a leader, his gaze was clear and calm, without the greed or cruelty she had seen in Bandit's eyes. Her tense body relaxed a little. Was it you who saved me? Her voice was soft and a little hoarse, but pleasant, like a songbird in the forest. Yes, Shea nodded. I found you in the thorn bushes. You were badly hurt, but you're safe now. Thank you. The girl lowered her head and whispered her gratitude. Seeing how timid she was, Shea knew he needed to help her feel completely at ease. He took out a piece of roasted meat wrapped in oiled paper from his pocket. It was the most tender piece he had saved on purpose. He handed it to her. Eat something first, he said with a smile. No matter how big the problem is, it can wait. The girl stared blankly at the steaming meat, then looked at the gentle smile on Shea's face. After a moment of hesitation, she finally accepted it. She took small bites, but ate quickly. She was clearly starving. Shea didn't rush her. He just watched quietly. When she finished, he asked, by the way, the ointments in your bag. Did you make them yourself? They work really well. Hearing that, the girl's eyes lit up, and a bit of color returned to her face. She answered softly, a little shy that's a family recipe. Impressive, Shea said sincerely. Even better than what I've seen from army medics. The girl's cheeks turned red. Being praised by a stranger, and her rescuer, made her feel flustered. The relaxed atmosphere quickly brought them closer. My name is Shea Akasha, he said, introducing himself. I'm the lord of this land. And you? What's your name? I'm Lena, she replied. Lena, Shea repeated. That's a lovely name. Lena, would you be willing to stay and become the healer of my territory? He asked formally. I need your help. My soldiers and my people will need you too. I can offer you safety and plenty of food. Lena looked up into Shea's sincere eyes. She had no family, no companions, and had been wandering alone across this harsh land. The man before her had not only saved her life, but also given her respect and a sense of safety she had never known. How could she refuse? I would like that, Lena said, nodding firmly, her eyes glistening with tears. Shea smiled. His Dragon's Breath Fortress finally welcomed its first true professional, a gifted healer who could work miracles of life. The next day, the initial construction of the fortress officially began. Although the so-called fortress was still nothing more than a pile of ruins, and the so-called people, including the newly joined Lena, numbered only 14, their spirits remained high. Shea showed remarkable leadership and planning skills. He didn't let everyone work aimlessly. Instead, he created a detailed and organized plan. First came the cleanup. The knights took off their heavy armor, picked up simple tools, and began clearing weeds and rubble from the ruins. Shea, together with Lance and 2 other knights, surveyed the land to plan the layout for future buildings. Here, Shea pointed to an area near the mountain wall, is the highest and safest ground. This will be our main living area and command post. The flatland near the river has rich soil. We can turn it into farmland. As for the abandoned mines, numbers 1 to 3 can be used for storage for now. Numbers 4 and 5 can be repaired and used as temporary housing. His thoughts were clear and well-organized, like those of a skilled architect. Lance and the others nodded repeatedly, full of admiration. Their lord seemed capable of anything. Lena was still weak and couldn't do heavy work, so Shea gave her lighter tasks, organizing her herbs, preparing medicine, and taking care of the mysterious black dragon egg that everyone treated as sacred. When Lena first saw the huge egg, she was completely stunned. Her mouth formed a perfect O, and her bright blue eyes were filled with disbelief. This is our future, Shea said with a smile. He carefully placed the dragon egg in a warm, dry cave, lining it with thick hay. From now on, I'll need you to look after it. Okay. Lena nodded firmly, her face glowing with a sense of purpose. She reached out her slender fingers and gently touched the smooth, cool surface of the dragon egg. From within the egg, she could feel a faint yet pure breath of life. As a healer with a sharp sense for living energy, this feeling filled her with warmth and fascination. Everything was moving forward in an orderly way. During the day, the knights worked hard among the ruins, clearing the ground and digging the foundation. Shea traveled back and forth between the quarry and the watchtower, directing the construction and moving supplies in batches. At night, everyone sat around the campfire, eating roasted meat, drinking water, and talking about the day's progress and future plans. Though the work was hard, every face shone with a sense of fulfillment and hope. They were no longer exiles, no longer prisoners of despair. They were pioneers, builders of their own home. However, this peace and hope were broken on the morning of the 3rd day by a frightened cry. Lord Shea, something's wrong. Lena stumbled out of the cave where the dragon egg was kept, her face full of worry and fear. Shea's heart sank, and he hurried to meet her. What happened, Lena? Don't panic. Tell me slowly. It's the egg. Lena's voice trembled. It's life energy. It's fading. What? Shea's expression changed, and he rushed into the cave with her. There, the black egg of the night dragon lay quietly on the hay, its surface dimmer than before. Shea placed his hand on the shell. Indeed, the pulse of life inside was much weaker now, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. How could this happen? Shea's chest tightened. This egg was his greatest hope to change fate. Nothing could go wrong. I don't know, Lena said, almost in tears. Since this morning, it's felt so cold, and I can sense it's weak and in pain. As she spoke, she gently placed her hand on the shell again, trying to warm it with the heat of her palm. It's so cold here, Lena murmured. The nights in the Ashen Wasteland are freezing. It needs a warmer place. Warmer? Shea understood at once. Dragons were legendary creatures of fire. Their eggs, of course, needed high temperatures to hatch. But the Ashen Wasteland was cold all year round, and at night, the temperature dropped even lower. A dragon egg here was like being left in an ice cellar. How could it possibly stay alive? Shea paced anxiously inside the cave. What should he do? Make a fire for warmth? No. A normal fire wasn't hot enough, and it was hard to keep the temperature steady. What if he accidentally cooked the egg? Should he move it to a volcano? Even if there was one nearby, he didn't have enough people to deal with the powerful fire creatures that lived there. For a moment, Shea was trapped in a dilemma. He looked at the dragon egg on the bed, its life force growing weaker, then at Lena beside him, her eyes filled with tears. For the first time, he felt truly helpless. Need help? Urgently. He muttered to himself. Just as he was at a loss, buzz. That familiar, golden light appeared again in his mind, warm and comforting. Detected, the host is facing a crucial decision. Divine Oracle, activating. 3 new golden prophecies appeared clearly before him. Oracle 1. A young dragon's growth requires a crystal filled with the power of fire. Oracle 2. In the western mine dwells a strong guardian. Deep in its lair burns an eternal flame. Oracle 3. Even the strongest fortress hides its weakness beneath a soft surface. An oracle. A new oracle. Shea's spirit lifted instantly. He eagerly read the 3 life-saving messages, his mind racing. A crystal with the power of fire. An eternal flame. He had found it. The key to hatching the dragon egg. A treasure known as the Sunfire Stone. And that treasure was hidden in a mine to the west. A surge of hope instantly swept away his anxiety and helplessness. He turned around and saw Lena holding the dragon egg close, trying to warm it with her own body heat. The sight made him feel both tender and amused. Shea stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Lena looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. Lord Shea, don't be afraid. I'm here. His voice carried calm strength and quiet confidence. The divine message has given me the answer. He smiled and softly wiped away a tear from her cheek. I promise, our little one will be safe. Looking into Shea's deep, steady eyes, Lena felt her panic fade away as if by magic. She didn't know why, but whenever this man said, "It's all right," she believed everything would be fine. She nodded firmly. Without wasting another moment, Shea left the cave and called for all the knights who were working nearby. Everyone, stop what you're doing and gather here immediately. Though they didn't know what had happened, the knights quickly put down their tools and lined up. Shea's gaze swept across their puzzled faces. His voice was calm and powerful. Just now, our companion, the future guardian spirit, the Egg of Night, has fallen into danger. It is growing weak because of the cold in this land. But fate has given us guidance once again. He pointed toward the west. The divine message tells me that in the mine over there lies a treasure that can save it. A flame crystal known as the Sunfire Stone. At his words, the knights' faces grew serious. None of them doubted Shea's words. But the divine message also revealed another truth. Treasures are often guarded by powerful beings. I have decided. We set out at once for the mine, to defeat the beast and claim the Sunfire Stone. Shea declared his decision. This mission will be extremely dangerous, he said, his tone grave. The divine message warns that the guardian beast is incredibly strong. We may have to pay with our lives at any moment. So, I need the bravest warriors. Who among you is willing to fight with me, to win a chance for the guardian of our future? As soon as he finished speaking, I am willing. Lance was the first to step forward, striking his chest armor with his fist, making a deep sound. For Dragon's Breath Fortress. I am willing. I am willing. The remaining 10 knights stood up together without a moment's hesitation. Their eyes were firm and burning with passion. To fight for their lord. To fight for the sacred relic. It was the highest honor. Even if it cost their lives, they would not back down. Looking at the warriors who now stood united before him, Shea felt a surge of pride. This was his team, the beginning of a fearless dragon legion. Excellent, Shea said loudly. Lance, stay here with 2 others to protect Miss Lena and the camp. The rest of you, put on your armor, check your weapons, and get ready to move. Yes, my lord. The order was carried out quickly. Soon, a squad of 9 elite knights was ready to depart. Shea put on his own chainmail, old but still strong, and fastened his sword at his waist. He walked up to Lena. I'll leave everything here to you. All right. Lena nodded firmly, her blue eyes filled with worry and trust. Lord Shea, please. Be careful. Don't worry. Shea gave her a reassuring smile. Then he mounted his horse and raised his hand. Move out. The team set off again, galloping toward the western mines. This time, their goal was no longer to seek hope, but to fight. To protect the hope they already had. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground, like an epic army marching to war. And behind them, on the ruins that had slept for 100 years, a miracle named Dragon's Breath Fortress was quietly being born. The road westward was much more desolate than when heading east through the mountains. Almost no plants could be seen on the ground, only black gravel and jagged rocks. A faint smell of sulfur and rust filled the air. This was the mining area of the Ashen Wasteland, a paradise for various burrowing monsters and rocky creatures. Shea and his team remained alert, always in battle formation, watching their surroundings carefully. Thanks to the Destiny Oracle navigation, they narrowly avoided several wandering monsters without incident. After about an hour, a lonely black hill appeared at the end of their view. Unlike other mountains, this hill was extremely smooth on the surface, with no grass or plants, looking like a giant black metal ingot. At the base of the hill was a huge, dark mine entrance, resembling the mouth of a giant beast. "Sir, it should be here," a scout knight pointed quietly at the distant mine entrance. Shea pulled on his horse's reins and squinted. The golden path in his mind ended right inside that mine. A faint red mist, a sign of danger, was spreading out from the entrance, almost covering the entire hill. The color was richer than any they had seen before. This indicated that the guardian inside the mine was definitely a tough opponent. "Everyone, dismount and walk on foot," Shea calmly ordered. "Conceal your aura and avoid making unnecessary noise." Everyone immediately dismounted, tied their horses to distant stone pillars, drew their weapons, and carefully moved toward the mine in a fan shape. The closer they got to the entrance, the stronger the smell of sulfur and metal became. They could also hear faint, clicking sounds, as if something hard was rubbing against itself. Shea made a hand signal, indicating everyone to stop. He moved alone, silently sneaking near the entrance and peering inside. What he saw made him gasp in surprise. The interior of the mine was very spacious, like a huge underground plaza. On the ground, countless white bones were scattered. Some belonged to humans, others to various monsters. In the center of the square, a huge monster, as large as a heavily armored war vehicle, was resting there. It looked like a giant crab. Its body was covered with a dark red shell, as if forged from steel. Hot steam occasionally seeped out from the cracks in the shell. Its two massive claws were thicker than an adult's waist, shining with a cold metallic gleam, capable of easily cutting through steel. Beneath it, there was a piece of mineral emitting a gentle red glow. These minerals looked like burning coals, lighting up the entire cave with flickering light. "It's called Sunfire Stone." Shea recognized it at a glance. And this giant steel crab was undoubtedly the sturdy guardian mentioned in the prophecy. A steel shell claw crab. The name immediately came to Shea's mind. This was a very tricky second-level monster on the Ashen Wasteland. Its attack power might not be the highest, but its thick shell made its defense incredibly strong. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't even leave a white mark on it. Even military-grade armor-piercing crossbows had a hard time causing real damage. What's more troublesome was that it was highly resistant to most magic attacks. It was basically a moving steel fortress. Shea quietly retreated and briefly described the situation inside the cave to the knights. "Steel shell claw crab." An older knight's face changed slightly. "Sir, this thing is not easy to deal with. I heard that last time the patrol team at Winter City encountered one, and all 10 of them were wiped out." The other knights also looked serious. If they fought it head-on, their 9 people probably wouldn't even make a dent. Shea didn't argue. He knew the knights were telling the truth. "So, we can't fight it directly." Shea's gaze swept over the tense faces of everyone. His voice remained calm and confident. "Even the strongest fortress has its weak spot." He remembered the last line of the prophecy. A strong fortress often has its weakness hidden in its soft belly. That means the belly. In Asia's eyes, a glint of cleverness flashed. A bold and careful plan quickly took shape in his mind. He gathered the knights together, lowered his voice, and began to give instructions. "Listen, our plan has 3 steps. First, lure. We need to draw it out of the mine. Outside, the terrain is open, which will help us. Second, trap." Asia pointed to a patch of loose, sandy ground in front of the mine. "We'll dig a big enough hole here. It doesn't need to be very deep, but wide enough to make it lose balance. Third, and most important, flip. Once it falls into the hole and loses its footing, we'll use ropes to pull it down, making it fall flat on its back. As soon as its belly is exposed, its proud iron shell will become its biggest weakness. That will be the moment we claim victory." The knights listened to Asia's plan, their eyes shining brighter. The plan was tight and precise, targeting the crab's clumsy and unsteady movements. It seemed like a plan made just for it. Their initial fear and nervousness were replaced by strong confidence. "Does everyone understand?" Asia asked. Yes, they all answered together, their voices quiet but full of strength. Good. Let's start now. The plan was put into action immediately. The knights divided their tasks. Some dug the trap, others prepared sturdy ropes, and some, under Asia's guidance, set the bait route. Tom was passing quickly. Soon, a large, cleverly disguised trap appeared in front of the mine. Everything was ready. Asia spoke to the two most agile knights. You two, go to the entrance and provoke it. Remember, don't fight it, just lure it out. Stay safe. Yes, sir. The two knights took a deep breath, crouched low, and quietly moved toward the entrance. The others hid on both sides of the trap, holding ropes tightly, their hearts pounding like drums. Hey, Big Crab, are you awake? A loud, forceful shout broke the silence of the mine tunnel. Immediately after, a large stone, about the size of a human head, was slammed to the shell of the giant armored crab, producing a sharp, clang sound. The sleeping giant crab suddenly opened its small, crimson eyes. Disturbed from its nap, it instantly became furious. It let out a piercing screech, its 8 thick limbs suddenly supporting its body, swinging its huge iron claws, and rushing toward the two small humans at the tunnel entrance. Run! Seeing this, the two knights turned around and fled quickly, like two rabbits chased by hunters. The giant crab's speed was not fast, but its huge size made every step shake the ground, creating a sense of pressure. It chased out of the tunnel, saw the two provokers running along a fixed path, and immediately locked onto them, continuing the pursuit without stopping. 1 step, 2 steps. Getting closer. The hidden knight's palms were already sweaty. Now was the moment. Just as the giant crab's massive body stepped into the trap area, boom, the ground suddenly collapsed. The giant crab was caught off guard. Half of its body sank in, losing balance instantly and tilting to one side. Now, Xiaya gave the command. The 7 knights hiding on both sides exerted their strength at the same time, throwing their lassos forcefully. 7 tough lassos, like 7 agile snakes, precisely wrapped around the crab's joint on the tilted side. Pull! Xiaya roared again, grabbing a rope himself, pouring all his fighting spirit into his arms. Yeah! Everyone exerted their strength together, muscles bulging, veins popping. The unbalanced giant crab, already struggling to keep its body upright, was pulled with great force. Finally, its heavy, tank-like body was flipped over. Boom! A loud explosion. The armored crab lay on its back, awkwardly stuck in the trap. Its soft, white belly, unprotected by any shell, was exposed completely and defenseless before everyone. Success! One knight shouted excitedly. Don't get distracted. Azad's voice was like cold water, instantly waking everyone up. Attack its belly. Quickly, the giant crab wildly waved its massive claws, and its 8 legs kicked futilely in the air. But its heavy shell made it impossible to turn over. The knights immediately reacted, drawing their swords. Like sharks smelling blood, they fiercely stabbed at the unprotected white belly. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Crimson blood sprayed out like a fountain. The giant crab let out a painful screech, but it was too late to do anything. Under Azad's command, the knights avoided its claws and repeatedly struck its vital spots with their weapons. Finally, after several minutes of continuous attack, this unbreakable steel fortress struggled less and less until it finally stopped moving altogether. The battle was over. The entire battlefield was a mess. But none of the knights were hurt. They looked at the huge corpse of the monster and then at Azad, who was calmly giving orders nearby, feeling overwhelmed with awe and respect. A seemingly impossible hunt had been successful, and it was so easy, so relaxed. Rejoice, brave warriors. Azad's voice broke the silence after the fight. This victory belongs to us. Yes, the knights burst into cheers, raising their weapons high. Azad looked at them and showed a genuine smile. He walked over to the giant shell, tapping it with the hilt of his sword, making a clear ringing sound. Then he spoke to the youngest knight nearby. Remember, even the strongest fortress has its weak spot. His gaze swept over all the cheering knights. Brains are always sharper than your swords. After saying this, he ignored the cheers and turned around, walking quickly into the cave of victory. Deep inside the cave, in the warm red glow, 3 fist-sized, shining crystals like burning suns lay quietly. Sunfire stones. He finally had them in his hands. Shea carefully cupped them in his palms. Pure, warm fire energy radiated from them, dispelling the cold darkness of the mine. Little one. Shea's eyes were full of hope. I've come to save you. He didn't forget to reward his team. He ordered the knights to cut the freshest crab meat and bring it back to the camp. The large crab shells and iron claws were also valuable for forging and naturally wouldn't be wasted. When they returned with their loot, Shea specifically handed the sizzling, oil-dripping crab leg to Lena, who had been anxiously waiting at the camp. This small act showed everyone how much the Lord cared for his people. Lena took the roasted meat, looked at Shea's tired but confident face, and felt a warm wave in her heart. This man always seemed to create miracles. Night fell again over the ashen wasteland. But at the Dragon's Breath Fortress camp, the atmosphere was very different from the usual cold gloom. A huge bonfire blazed brightly, lighting up everyone's excited faces. In the air, a strange, fresh aroma spread, the smell of roasted iron-shelled giant claws, which made everyone's mouths water. But at this moment, no one paid attention to the delicious food. All eyes were tense and expectant, focused on the cave that had been set apart. Inside the cave, Shea carefully placed the 3 sunfire stones in a triangular pattern around the giant black egg. The moment the sunfire stones were set down, a wondrous change occurred. The 3 crystals seemed to be touched by some mysterious force, glowing with a gentle, warm red light. Visible lava-like energy flowed slowly from the crystals, forming 3 gentle fire snakes that softly wrapped around the giant dragon egg. The temperature inside the cave instantly rose, driving away all cold and dampness, making it warm as spring. The originally dull and shiny black egg of the night suddenly became lively after being wrapped in a pure flame. The ancient dragon-shaped symbols on its shell seemed to come alive, slowly flowing and emitting a faint golden glow. A soft, heartbeat-like rhythm came from inside the egg. Then came the second, third. The heartbeat grew stronger and more powerful. It was full of vibrant life energy. Lena and the knights at the cave entrance could clearly feel this change. It's alive, Lena couldn't help but whisper in surprise, covering her mouth tightly to avoid disturbing this sacred moment. The knights' eyes were filled with indescribable excitement. A divine object. This is truly a divine object. Led by their lord, they had personally saved this divine item. Shea stood beside the dragon egg, feeling the increasing strong rhythm of life and the clear joy and attachment coming from inside. A relieved smile appeared on his face. It worked. The effect of the sunfire stone was immediate. Now, it was just a matter of waiting patiently. Shea didn't leave. He sat cross-legged beside the egg, quietly guarding it. Lena also brought a clean stone and sat nearby, resting her chin on her hands, her bright blue eyes fixed on the strange, changing giant egg. Time passed slowly as everyone waited. The energy from the sunfire stone was being absorbed by the egg at a visible speed. The golden symbols on the shell moved faster and shone brighter. The heartbeat-like rhythm sounded like a war drum, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. After a while, suddenly, a crisp sound, like porcelain breaking, suddenly rang out. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Shea suddenly stood up, staring intently. On the smooth surface of the egg, a tiny appeared. Then a second, third. Cracks spread quickly like a spider web, covering the entire eggshell. Golden light burst from the cracks, illuminating the whole cave into a shining sea of gold. An ancient pressure, impossible to describe with words, suddenly descended from the depths of the bloodline. The knights guarding the entrance felt their breath catch and their bodies tremble involuntarily, almost kneeling on the spot. Even Shea felt a huge pressure. But what he felt more was a deep, soulful sense of closeness and resonance. It was as if he and this soon-to-be-born life were one. Finally, with a loud bang, the large eggshell shattered completely. Countless obsidian-like fragments scattered and flew, then turned into pure energy points and vanished into nothingness. The golden light faded. A small figure appeared in the center of the altar. Everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed. It was not the mighty, fierce dragon they imagined. It was a somewhat cute-looking black baby dragon. Its size was just a little bigger than a normal hunting dog. Its body was covered with fine, smooth black scales like obsidian, shining with a metallic luster under the gemstone light. Its head was round, with a pair of golden vertical pupils, showing a hint of confusion and curiosity as it looked at this strange world. Behind it, a long tail with a diamond-shaped fin at the end dragged on. On its back, there were a pair of black dragon wings, not fully spread yet, tightly folded. Howl! The baby dragon tilted its round head and made a sound like a small puppy, full of confusion. It seemed unsteady, wobbling on its four paws, then staggered and almost fell. Its adorable, clumsy look instantly broke everyone's awe of the legendary creature, the dragon. It was too cute. Lena's eyes sparkled with tiny stars. The knights looked at each other, their expressions changing from excitement to a mix of helplessness and affectionate amusement. Is this their future guardian? Why does it look like it has no sense of danger at all? Instead, it actually makes you want to reach out and touch it? Just then, the little black dragon seemed to catch a scent in the air. It twitched its tiny nose, then fixed its gaze on Shea. Its golden eyes suddenly lit up. It recognized that familiar scent, the one that had been with it since it was still inside the egg, bringing it warmth and a sense of safety. Roar! Roar! The young dragon let out cheerful cries, no longer confused. It stumbled forward on its short legs, wobbling as it ran toward Shea. Its clumsy movements made it look like a rolling black fur ball, funny and adorable. When it reached Shea's feet, it stopped. Then it lifted its round little head and affectionately rubbed against Shea's pants. It even stuck out its soft pink tongue and gently licked his fingers. The touch was ticklish and a little damp. A bond like that between a hatchling and its parent. Shea's heart filled with joy and satisfaction. This powerful creature from legend had, from the moment it was born, accepted him as its only family. That unique connection thrilled him more than any treasure could. Smiling, he crouched down and gently stroked the young dragon's smooth head. The dragon squinted its eyes in comfort, purring softly like a kitten. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something. It opened its tiny mouth and let out a small, cute yawn. Then whoosh! A small puff of black flame, carrying a faint smell of sulfur, came out of its mouth. The flame wasn't very hot, but it precisely singed the carefully groomed beard of the nearest knight. With a sharp sizzle, a burnt smell filled the cave, followed by the knight's horrified cry. "Ah, my beard!" The young dragon seemed startled by its own work and quickly closed its mouth, looking at Shea with innocent big eyes as if to say, "It wasn't me." This dramatic scene instantly broke the once sacred and solemn atmosphere. "Ha ha!" A kind-hearted laugh rang out. Shea couldn't help but smile too. He gently picked up this mischievous little creature. The feeling of holding her was warm and heavy, full of life. He cradled the young dragon in his arms, letting her rest on his shoulder, like holding a small kitten. Looking at her pure golden vertical pupils, he spoke seriously, word by word. "From today, your name will be Noxia. Welcome to this world, my little dragon girl." Roar! Noxia seemed to understand and cheerfully called out, then nuzzled her small head against Shea's cheek. This moment was warm and peaceful. Outside the cave, the knights watched their lord with a legendary young dragon resting on his shoulder. Their last doubts completely disappeared. So what if she's cute? So what if she's adorable? She is a dragon that could burn a beard with a single flame. When she grows up, she will be a force capable of destroying everything. And yet, at this moment, such a powerful creature was as gentle as a pet, peacefully snuggling in their lord's arms. This is a miracle. This is the power their lord possesses, power beyond what ordinary people can imagine. The celebration feast officially began. Shea carried Noxia out of the cave. When all the knights saw this legendary creature, they gasped in awe and cheered sincerely. Shea announced that, to celebrate Noxia's birth, everyone would stay up all night drinking. Of course, the drinks were just plain water, but that didn't dampen their high spirits. They happily ate delicious crab meat, loudly praising Shea's wisdom and Noxia's cuteness. Noxia also seemed curious about the smell of the roasted meat. She climbed down from Shea's shoulder, waddled to the campfire, and sniffed a large piece of roasted meat. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked it. It seemed to taste good, So he opened his small mouth and began to bite with his tiny, not fully grown teeth. His way of eating was focused and serious, making everyone laugh quietly. Shea watched this lively and warm scene, feeling more satisfied than ever. He now had a group of loyal followers. He had a partner with great potential. He had a hopeful future. Everything was moving in the best direction. The legend of Dragon Breath Fortress would officially begin tonight. He raised his cup to the broken moon in the sky and made a distant toast. To this cursed exile, and to this new beginning. The birth of Noxia was like a strong medicine, giving new hope to the fragile but hopeful group at Dragon Breath Fortress. From the next day, the speed of building the camp suddenly improved a lot. The knights worked at least 3 times harder than before. Everyone seemed energized, waving tools and clearing the ruins with big smiles. They talked about fun stories of Noxia instead of worrying about the future. Hey, did you see? This morning, Lord Noxia sneezed and burned Captain Lance's eyebrows. I saw that. Captain Lance didn't dare to get angry. He just grimaced and went to wash his face by the river. Huh? Do you think Lord Noxia will be very impressive when she grows up? Of course. Just one breath of dragon fire could burn down Winter City. These jokes and serious talks made the hard work much more fun. Shea was happy to see this. A team needs a symbol of spirit, and Noxia was definitely the best symbol right now. She was both a sign of miracles and a cute group pet, uniting everyone's faith perfectly. Shea also kept busy. He put more effort into planning the whole Dragon Breath Fortress. He was no longer satisfied with just cleaning and fixing. He took out a rough piece of sheepskin, used charcoal, and started drawing a detailed building plan far beyond the standards of this time. This is our outer city wall. Shea drew a strong, curved line on parchment, sealing off the entrance to the quarry ruins. The wall should be built with the hardest obsidian from the quarry, at least 15 meters high and 5 meters thick. Every 50 meters, there will be an arrow tower. Lance watched nearby and couldn't help but gasp. These specifications are almost like the defenses of some county towns. This is our inner fortress. Shea drew a complex castle outline near the mountain wall. The inner fortress will have 3 levels. The bottom is for storage and workshops, the middle for the council hall and barracks, and the top for our homes. We will also dig a water channel from the Blackwater River directly into the castle. Even if we are besieged, we won't have to worry about water, and the residential area should be separate from the workshop zone, with a good sewage system to prevent future plagues. Shea kept talking excitedly. The terms he used, like sewage system, functional zones, and living water cycle, were concepts unheard of in this era. But Lance and the surrounding knights listened with great enthusiasm. Although many parts they didn't understand, they could clearly feel that under their lord's planning, a magnificent, scientific, and indestructible city was about to be born in their hands. Noxie became the most popular supervisor on the construction site. She was still very young, mostly sleeping. But whenever she woke up, she would toddle around the site on her short legs. She was full of curiosity about everything, sometimes chasing butterflies startled by the knights, sometimes using her little head to nudge the piled stones. Sometimes she clumsily tried to dig the dirt with her paws like the knights, ending up covered in dust and making everyone laugh kindly. Lena almost became her personal nanny. The girl was full of maternal warmth for this legendary creature. She carefully wipes dirt off Noxia's body, feeds her the freshest meat, and at night, she holds her and sings a lullaby from her hometown. The bond between her and the dragon grows quickly, and they become inseparable. Shea notices that Noxia seems to have a special talent. Although she can't breathe fire yet, her breath seems to contain a strange kind of life energy. Once, Lena was organizing herbs when a rare, slightly wilted plant was accidentally blown on by Noxia's breath. Surprisingly, the plant quickly turned bright green and looked lively again. This discovery made Lena very happy. From then on, growing herbs became one of Noxia's daily tasks. Days passed peacefully and productively. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. The cleanup of the Dragon Breath Fortress was mostly finished. New buildings were rising on the strong foundation left by the dwarves. Shea's team faced new problems. They were running out of supplies. Most of the food brought from the watchtower was gone. Tools were worn out from heavy use. Most importantly, they lacked salt. Without salt, people can't maintain their strength which is a serious problem. The fortress was like a newborn baby, full of life, but very fragile. It desperately needed to connect with the outside world to get the nutrients it needed to survive. But in this deserted land, where could they find outside help? Shea once again placed his hope in the Destiny Oracle. That morning, when the familiar golden light appeared in his mind, his heart raced. 3 new prophecies slowly emerged. Oracle 1, winter is coming. The mountains to the west are a natural barrier against the cold wind. Oracle 2, the golden rose will lose its way in the snowstorm. Its trade routes can open the door to the outside world for you. Oracle 3, a dormant venomous snake is watching. Be careful of those from the north, your compatriots. Shea carefully interpreted these messages, and his brow gradually relaxed. The first prophecy reminds him to watch out for the upcoming winter and hints at the strategic advantage of Dragon's Breath Fortress. This gives him a clearer direction for his plans. The third prophecy is a warning about compatriots from the north. Is it the corrupt nobles of Winter City? Or perhaps new noble explorers are coming to this land? Shea doesn't know yet, but he keeps this warning firmly in mind. The most important is the second prophecy, the Golden Rose. Her trade routes could open the door to the wider world for you. A trade caravan. If there's a caravan nearby, it's a perfect opportunity, like a pillow for a sleepy head. Shea's heart instantly heats up. Connecting with this caravan could solve the material shortages. He might also gather outside information and sell special products from Dragon's Breath Fortress, creating a good economic cycle. The Golden Rose might be a title or the name of a trade guild. Lost in snow and wind suggests they will face trouble. This is his chance. A perfect opportunity to build a business partnership. Shea immediately decides he must act. He needs to find this caravan himself. He leaves his temporary shelter, a repaired cave. At dawn, the camp is bustling. Knights are repairing worn tools at the dwarf's forge. Lena, with Noxia, carefully tends to rare herbs in a small, newly cultivated garden. Seeing this, Shea's eyes become very firm. To protect this hard-won hope, he must become stronger and faster. Lance, yes, sir. Choose the 2 most alert scouts, pack 3 days of food, and come with me. Yes, Shea doesn't explain much. After this time together, his authority is well established. Every command he gives is carried out without hesitation. He briefly explained the camp's work arrangements and temporarily handed command to another knight named Ska, who was calm and steady. Then, taking Lance and 2 other scouts, each with 2 horses, he set out on the journey to find the Golden Rose. The oracle had only given a vague direction and 1 key phrase, lost in the wind and snow. Shea reasoned that the group might have gotten lost in a complex area or been caught in a severe storm. They headed north, carefully searching for any place that might once have been a trade route. There were no fixed roads across the Ashen Wasteland. What people called trade routes were simply paths worn smooth by travelers over time, just wide enough for wagons to pass. They searched the entire day, but found nothing. That night, the 4 of them camped in the open, taking turns keeping watch against monsters that might appear at any moment. The next day, they widened their search area. At last, in a place known as the Rocky Pass, they found a clue. The ground was covered with deep wagon tracks. Judging by how fresh they were, a large caravan had passed through not long ago. "My lord, we found it!" A scout shouted excitedly. Shea dismounted and examined the tracks carefully. The deep wheel marks showed that the wagons had been heavily loaded. Besides the wheel ruts, there were many hoofprints and human footprints, scattered and messy, some even stained with blood. "It seems they ran into trouble here," Shea concluded. "Keep following." The 4 mounted up again and continued tracking the trail. Soon, they noticed the tracks veering off the main path toward a wind-eroded forest where the terrain grew more tangled. Lost. Shea recalled the oracle's words. It seemed this was where they had lost their way. "Everyone, stay alert," Shea warned. They may have been attacked. The enemy could still be nearby. No sooner had he spoken than the faint sounds of clashing weapons and shouting drifted toward them on the wind from deep within the forest. The 4 of them exchanged glances, each seeing the seriousness and excitement in the other's eyes. They had found it. Without hesitation, they urged their war horses to race toward the sound. They rode through a dense stone forest. In a relatively open valley, A convoy of more than 10 fancy carriages was surrounded by over 100 fierce desert bandits. Around the convoy, dozens of guards formed a circle, fighting desperately. But they were outnumbered and already injured, their formation shaky and about to break. In the center of the battlefield, the most luxurious carriage, seemingly made of gold, was being heavily guarded. Several of the bravest bandits were attacking that carriage fiercely. Golden Rose, Xiaoya's eyes fixed on the emblem on the carriage. It was a blooming rose embroidered with golden thread. No mistake. Prepare for battle. Xiaoya drew his long sword, his eyes cold with killing intent and fiery determination. Lance, take one person and flank from the left to cut off their retreat. Another, follow me to the high ground on the right and break through their formation directly. Remember, our goal isn't to kill everyone. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But to make a grand entrance, to appear in the most magnificent and shocking way, deep inside the rocky pass, the valley had become a bloody battlefield. Shouts of battle, clashing weapons, and desperate screams intertwined into a song of despair. The guards of the Golden Rose caravan were making their final stand. They stood back to back, forming a shrinking circle, fighting hard with their weapons against the tide of desert bandits. Everyone was covered in blood and exhausted. Their eyes were filled with fatigue and hopelessness. The bandits were too many, and these reckless fighters, who had long been fighting on the ash wasteland, fought fiercely and without fear of death. Brothers, hold on. The captain of the guards, a middle-aged man with one eye, swung his heavy sword, splitting a sand thief trying to break through the defenses into two. He shouted loudly, full of anger, "For Miss Ileana, for the glory of the Golden Rose." But everyone knew this was just a hopeless struggle. Their defenses had already been torn open in several places and could collapse at any moment. The leader of the sand thieves, a burly man with a fierce scarred face and a bald head, stood on a large rock, arms crossed, and sneered as he watched the scene of mice being chased by cats. Stubborn bugs, he spat, and his eyes gleamed with greed and desire. Later, kill all the men. Capture that woman named Ileana alive. I want to see if the most beautiful golden rose of Winter City can still be as proud as the legends say. Under my control. The sand thieves around him burst into dirty laughter. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking the air, like the scream of death, came from the high on the right side of the valley. Then, thud, the most arrogant sand thief, standing next to the leader, suddenly stopped laughing. A black feathered arrow shot precisely into his eye socket, piercing through the back of his head. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the scarred face. Enemy attack. Scarface reacted quickly, rolling down from the large rock and roaring in anger and surprise. All the sand thieves instinctively looked toward the direction of the arrow. A few dozen meters away on the high, two figures appeared unexpectedly. Two knights. They wore slightly old but still sturdy black chainmail, sitting quietly on their horses like two silent statues. The leader was young and handsome, holding a trembling longbow. His cold eyes looked down from above, surveying the battlefield. It was as if he was watching a group of dead people. "Who are you?" Scarface wiped the blood from his face and shouted fiercely, though his voice trembled. "With just the two of you, you dare to interfere in my affairs." Xiaoya did not answer him. He simply slowly sheathed his longbow and drew his sword from his waist. Then, in a calm voice that was almost frightening, he spoke to the scout beside him. "It's time to clear out the trash." Before he finished speaking, "Kill." On the other side, at the entrance of the valley, Lance and another scout he led charged forward like two fierce tigers, attacking the sand pirates from behind. Their horses neighed loudly, hooves pounding like thunder. Two sharp swords cut through the sunset, creating two deadly arcs, instantly opening bloodied paths through the scattered ranks of the sand pirates. Ah, enemies behind. There are enemies behind us too. The sand pirates quickly fell into chaos. They never expected that their little bird was actually being followed by a hunting falcon. "Stay calm. Hold your ground. Kill them." Scar-faced man roared angrily, trying to reorganize the defense. But it was already too late. While all the sand pirates were distracted by the charge from behind, Xiaoya moved. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, causing the horse beneath him to neigh loudly. like a streak of black lightning, swooping down from the high, overlooking from above. Unstoppable. This was true textbook cavalry charge. The immense momentum gave him unmatched power to strike. Xiaoya's sword turned into a silver whirlwind of death. He didn't even need to swing deliberately. Just using the momentum of the horse, holding his sword level, he easily cut through the sand pirates along the way, like harvesting wheat, slicing through them in large groups. Heads, limbs, internal organs, flying everywhere. Blood dyed the black soil beneath him red. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. The trapped caravan guards were all stunned. They stared blankly at the black figure, like a divine being descending from the sky, instantly breaking through over 100 enemies' formations, their minds blank. Is this reinforcements? Are we saved? A huge wave of joy erupted in their hearts like a volcano. The one-eyed guard captain was so excited he was almost crying. He used all his strength and shouted loudly, "Brothers, fight back. Follow this lord. Kill those bandits." The morale of the caravan guards instantly reached its peak. They went crazy, following Shea's charge, and launched a desperate counterattack against the already broken bandits. In just a few seconds, the battlefield changed completely. Scarface looked at this hellish scene and was stunned. His proud 100-man bandit group was no match for just 4 knights' charge. Where did these monsters come from? Their fighting skills, their formation, their killing speed. They were not ordinary knights. They were elite soldiers only the Duke's top knights could have. Fear spread through him like cold poison, reaching every part of his body. He lost all courage to fight. Retreat. Run away. Scarface screamed in terror, turned his horse, and tried to escape. But how could Shea let him do that? "Wanna run?" A cold voice, like a death spell, sounded behind him. Scarface turned around in horror. He saw Shea's figure had appeared behind him without him noticing. His eyes were calm and still, but colder than winter's wind. "Next time, don't target my guests." With a flash of silver light, a huge, terrified-looking head flew into the air. The headless body crashed to the ground from the horse. At that moment, when the bandit leader was killed, all the remaining bandits' mental defenses broke down completely. They dropped their weapons, cried out for their mothers, and ran in all directions. But Lance had already sealed the only exit of the valley with his men. All that awaited them was merciless slaughter. Soon, the shouting and fighting stopped. The entire valley was filled only with heavy breathing of the guards and the sound of wind. The sunset's glow dyed the land a shocking shade of blood red. Sheathed his sword, wiping away the blood beads on the blade, and slowly put it back into its sheath. He sat on his horse, calmly glancing over the surprised and exhausted guards of the caravan. Then, his gaze fell on the most luxurious golden carriage. The curtain was gently lifted by a slender, fair hand. A tall, graceful figure stepped down from the carriage. At that moment, it seemed as if even the sunset's glow dimmed a little. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She wore a well-fitted dark red noble dress that highlighted her mature and fiery figure. Her long, wavy hair, shining like gold, was casually draped over her shoulders, radiating a charming shine. Her features were as delicate as a perfect piece of art, with charming peach blossom eyes that slightly lifted at the corners, exuding natural allure. But her gaze was unusually calm and sharp, without any panic from her recent life and death experience. This was a look of someone who had long been in power, controlling everything. Beautiful, noble, clever, dangerous. This was the most dazzling and also the most prickly golden rose of Winter City. Elena. Elena's eyes immediately locked onto the young man in the center of the battlefield, riding a horse like a war god. He was covered in enemy blood, with a cold and sharp look in his eyes. But his face was so handsome it made hearts race. It was this person who saved her. Elena's heart surged with waves of emotion. She believed she had seen all the talented young men of Winter City, but none could compare to the man before her. The fierce aura of battle and the noble air that had been tempered in countless bloodbaths combined perfectly, creating a deadly attraction. Elena took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. She lifted her skirt gracefully and slowly approached S. horse. Respected knight. Her voice was as rich as fine wine, with a magnetic charm unique to mature women. "I am Elena from the Golden Rose Trading Guild. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your honorable name? Where are you from? Your kindness, the Golden Rose Guild, will surely be repaid with overflowing gratitude. Her words were flawless, without a single flaw. She expressed her thanks and subtly began to test Xiaoya's background. Xiaoya looked at the stunning woman before him and couldn't help but admire her. Indeed, she was a beauty, and a clever one at that. He dismounted his horse smoothly and confidently. Xiaoya Akasha, he introduced himself. A lord trying to make a living in this wasteland. He didn't mention his family or boast about his status. He knew that for such a clever woman, keeping a sense of mystery was more attractive than revealing everything. Adena's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Akasha? Is he from the ancient Duke family in the Northern Lands? But she had never heard of any member of the Akasha family ending up as a lord in the Ashen Wasteland. And he had such skilled subordinates. The mystery surrounding this man seemed to grow deeper. Just as Adena was about to ask more questions, Xiaoya changed the subject. Miss Adena, I think we shouldn't be talking about repaying kindness right now. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. But about business. He pointed to the shells of the giant and the scraps of sunfire stone on the ground. These were samples he had specially brought with his knights before coming. I have some local specialties from the Ashen Wasteland. I believe, as a sharp businesswoman, you'll be very interested. Adena's gaze fell on the samples. When she saw the size of the millstone, the unbreakable crab shells, and the scraps of sunfire stone still emitting faint heat in the cold air, her sharp, clever eyes sparkled with unmatched brilliance. As the biggest merchant in Winter City, she knew better than anyone what these two items represented. They were top-quality materials capable of driving all forging masters and alchemists crazy. Their value was priceless. This man, he not only has strong fighting skills, but also controls such valuable resource channels. Elena's heart started pounding hard. She realized that what she encountered today might not be just a simple hero saving a damsel in distress. It could be a rare opportunity that might change the entire business landscape of the northern region. Her gaze towards Shea changed completely. From initial gratitude and admiration, it shifted to a deep respect for a partner of the same level. Lord Shea, Elena's voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. Her professional fake smile had disappeared. In its place was a genuine, eager smile. How many of these special products do you have here? Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Even she didn't realize. Her charming eyes were fixed tightly on the two special products Shea showed, as if magnetized. Shea observed her reaction quietly, smiling inwardly. He knew she was hooked. For a top-level businessman, the temptation of profit is much more practical and deadly than heroics or chivalry. He didn't answer Elena immediately. Instead, he calmly wrapped the leftover piece of the sunfire stone in cloth and handed it back to his scout. Then he looked up, meeting Elena's intense gaze. Miss Elena, his tone was calm and composed, as if what he just showed wasn't a rare treasure, but just 2 stones picked up from the roadside. The amount of these special products depends on our sincerity and cooperation, and what you can offer me. This sentence instantly shifted their relationship from benefactor and beneficiary to an equal footing in a business negotiation. Who is Elena? She is a business queen who can skillfully navigate among the ruthless nobles and merchant guilds in Winter City. Elena quickly regained her composure from her earlier awkwardness. She carefully examined the young man before her again. He was full of contradictions. It combines the elegance and calmness of nobility with the fierce strength of a soldier. It can produce top resources enough to shake the northern border, yet it also humbles itself in the barren Ashland. The most frightening thing is his character. When facing a woman whose appearance and status could drive any man crazy, his gaze remains pure and full of admiration, like a chess player observing a piece. There is no or flattery in his eyes. His calmness and control are more impressive than the powerful force he just showed, making Ilena feel even more amazed. He is truly a strong leader. Ilena takes a deep breath and puts on her usual charming and wise smile. Lord Shea is indeed quick to speak. She gracefully brushes her long blonde hair and speaks calmly again. Then, shall we find a better place to sit and talk about this business? One that could change the northern border. Of course, Shea nods. But first, shouldn't we clean up this mess? His eyes scan the battlefield, looking at the bodies of sand pirates and the survivors trembling in fear. Aelina immediately understands. She turns around and orders her one-eyed guard captain, Cal, clear the battlefield. Her voice turns cold and firm, very different from the charming tone just now. Burial for all the sand pirates' bodies. Prisoners, she pauses, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes. Interrogate them about their hideout and accomplices, then execute them all. I don't want to see any more living trash on this land. Yes, miss. The one-eyed guard captain, Cal, respectfully obeys. Soon, distant screams of despair can be heard. Aelina ignores them as if she had just stepped on a few ants. She turns back to Shea and makes a, please, gesture. Lord Shea, my carriage has some red wine just brought from the elven forest. I think it would be perfect to start our first partnership with it. Shea does not refuse. He followed Aelina toward the most beautiful golden carriage. Lance and 2 other scouts dutifully stayed behind him, their hands always on their swords, watching carefully around them. As they entered the carriage, a light, floral scent like orchids filled the air. The inside of the carriage was much larger and more luxurious than it looked from outside. There was a soft carpet, comfortable cushions, and a built-in icebox and wine rack. It was like a moving luxury room. Aelina personally took out bottles of elegant, dark green wine from the icebox and poured 2 glasses. Try this, she said, handing a glass to Shea. This is a special wine from Wintergreen Town, said to contain the essence of moonlight in every drop. Shea took the glass and gently swirled it. The deep red wine clung to the sides of the crystal glass, giving off a tempting fruity aroma. He took a small sip. The taste was rich and smooth, with a sweet aftertaste. It was truly a rare and fine wine. Good wine, he said sincerely. Good wine deserves a hero to match. Aelina's eyes, like peach blossoms, seemed to glow faintly in the dim carriage. Lord Shea, now we can talk about business, she said. Of course, Shea put down his glass and stopped beating around the bush. Shea set down his glass and spoke plainly. My needs are simple. Food, salt, iron tools, general tools, cloth, herbs. I need everything that can help my people survive and live better. I can offer you. Shea paused, offering his own terms, a stable, exclusive supply of top-quality materials, including, but not limited to, the 2 types you saw earlier. Aelina's heart raced again, unexpectedly. Exclusive supply. These 4 words mean wealth for a merchant. Deal. She almost blurted out. But then she quickly added, however, I have one condition. Please, go ahead, Shea said. I want to visit your territory myself, she said. Aelina's eyes sparkled with cleverness. I need to assess your potential and strength to determine the depth and scale of our future cooperation. This is a very reasonable, but also very bold request. Entering the territory of an unfamiliar lord is inherently risky. Zaya looked at her and smiled. No problem, he answered quickly and clearly. My territory always welcomes beautiful guests like you. But, he changed the subject, the journey is long and not very safe. Miss Elena's convoy, given the current situation, I'm afraid. Elena understood what he meant. After the recent fierce battle, her guards had suffered heavy losses, and those remaining were all injured and no longer able to fight. There's no need for Lord Zaya to worry about that. Elena smiled confidently. Before setting out, my caravan always informs the Adventurers Guild in Winter City about a backup. By now, they should be arriving soon. As she finished speaking, a burst of urgent hoofbeats came from outside the carriage. Then, Captain Carl of the One-Eyed Guard Squad respectfully reported, Miss, the Anvil Adventurer team from Winter City has been sent to support us. A proud smile appeared on Elena's face. It seemed she was showing Zaya that she was not a fragile woman who depended on others. She had her own contacts and resources. Zaya simply nodded and took another sip of his wine. The curtain was pulled aside. A dwarf wearing heavy armor and carrying a huge battle axe, and a nimble elf ranger with 2 daggers at her waist, appeared at the carriage door. Miss Elena, we are late. Are you all right? The dwarf asked in a deep voice, full of concern. But when they saw the stranger inside the carriage, leisurely drinking wine, their expressions instantly changed. A powerful aura of fighting spirit burst from them. Who are you? The elf ranger's hand was already on her sword hilt, eyes sharp as an eagle. Put down your weapons. The adventurers outside the carriage also drew their weapons, and surrounded the vehicle. The atmosphere instantly became tense and dangerous. Lance and the others did not back down either. They immediately drew their swords and stood in front of Shea, forming a standoff with the adventurers. Only Shea and Elena remained seated calmly. "Step back." Elena's cold voice rang out with undeniable authority. "This is Lord Shea, my savior, and my most important partner." Hearing this, the dwarves and elves lowered their hostility but still looked at Shea with caution and suspicion. "Sorry, Lord Shea," Elena said with a polite smile. "My companions were a bit too nervous." "That's understandable." Shea waved his hand, signaling Lance and the others to put away their weapons. After all, a professional team should have proper vigilance. This statement was both praise and a subtle reminder. He stood up, ready to leave the carriage. "Since Miss Elena's reinforcements have arrived, I should take my leave," he said. "There are many things in my territory that need my attention. As for our cooperation, when you're ready, you can send someone to Longshi Fortress to find me." After saying this, he prepared to depart. "Wait," Elena quickly called out to him. "Lord Shea, are you leaving so soon?" She was a bit anxious. She still wanted to gather more information from this man. She also wanted to personally visit the mysterious Longshi Fortress. If she let him go now, wouldn't she miss a great opportunity? Or what? Shea turned his head, giving her a half-smile. "Does Miss Elena want to invite me to dinner?" Elena's cheeks flushed slightly. But she was a seasoned businesswoman who had seen many storms. She quickly adjusted her attitude and spoke in a tone that was half joking, half serious. "If the Lord is willing to honor us with his presence, Elena will be happy to welcome you." However, she then shifted the topic and said seriously, "My previous proposal still stands. I want to visit Longshi Fortress myself, and I want to do it now." She looked at Shea with firm eyes. "Coincidentally, my cargo was meant to be delivered deep into the northern regions. Now, due to the accident, it can't arrive on time. Why not? Consider this our first gift of cooperation, sent early to your territory. Among these goods, there is food you urgently need, tools, and high-quality salt. Think of it as my advance payment." Xiaya looked at her. This woman truly is a natural business person. Decisive, bold, and knows how to invest. She is using the cost of this batch of goods to gamble on a future where she can monopolize the top materials market in the northern region. "All right," Xiaya finally nodded. "Since Miss Elena is so sincere, Longxia Fortress will naturally welcome you." He knew he couldn't refuse, because he really needed this batch of supplies now. Also, letting Elena see the potential of Longxia Fortress and the blueprints he described would help strengthen their partnership. A loyal ally is much more valuable than a temporary supplier. Thus, a strange team was formed. Xiaya and his 3 attendants led the way. Elena's golden carriage and the remaining intact wagons followed in the middle. The capable, Iron Anvil, adventurer team was responsible for the rear and side guards. They followed the same path back, toward Longxia Fortress. Along the way, Elena repeatedly tried to get Xiaya to reveal more about Longxia Fortress and himself. But Xiaya always responded with vague, ambiguous words, skillfully avoiding the questions. This made Elena feel frustrated, but also increased her curiosity about this man. She lifted the curtain and looked at his tall, straight figure leading ahead. The sunset cast his shadow very long. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this man's silhouette was more reassuring than any mountain she had seen. Perhaps this impulsive decision would turn out to be the best investment she ever made in her life. Elena's lips curved into a captivating smile she hadn't even noticed herself. Night fell like a vast black velvet covering the entire ashen wasteland. The team lit torches and slowly moved along the rough road. Besides the creaking of the wheels and the clattering of hooves, only the wind's whistling could be heard. Elena sat in the rocking carriage, filled with many complicated thoughts. She peeked through a corner of the curtain, secretly watching Shea leading the way ahead. The firelight outlined his strong side profile, and his deep eyes shone brightly in the darkness, almost brighter than the stars above. It's hard to imagine that this man, who looks about her age, had just a few hours ago, with great force, saved her from despair. It was also him who casually produced top-level resources that could shake the entire northern region. He was full of mysteries, powerful, mysterious, calm, yet with a touch of just right dominance. For Elena, who was used to the fake and weak young nobles of Winter City. These traits were undeniably very attractive. Miss called her personal maid, pulling Eilena out of her thoughts. Are you really going to that place? Dragon Breath Fortress? The maid looked worried. That place sounds very dangerous. And Lord Shea, although he saved us, how is he? Eilena asked calmly. He's too frightening. The maid's voice trembled. When I saw him kill, he didn't blink once. Those desert thieves were like wheat in the field. Eilena finished for her, her tone free of fear, even with a hint of admiration. In such places, only someone like that can survive. She lowered the curtain, leaned on the soft cushion, and closed her eyes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She knew this was a risky gamble. Win, and the Golden Rose Guild would soar to new heights. Lose. Well, it's just some supplies after all. Besides, she never thought she would lose. Because she trusted her judgment. By dawn, the team finally arrived at Dragon Breath Fortress. When Ileana stepped out of the carriage supported by her maid, even though she was mentally prepared, she was still deeply moved by the scene before her. The first rays of dawn shone on the huge ruins surrounded by 3 mountain walls. Dozens of strong, shirtless knights were working eagerly. Their shouts and the crisp sound of tools hitting stones blended into a lively and hopeful symphony. Here, there was no silence or despair of exile, only vibrant, almost overflowing life. Everyone, whether they were clearing the ruins or fetching water by the river, had faces full of genuine hope for the future. Ileana had never seen such hopeful expressions on the faces of people in any northern territory. They weren't suffering in forced labor. They were building their home. Welcome to Dragon's Breath Fortress, Miss Ileana, said Shea with a proud smile. Although, it's still very simple right now. No, Ileana shook her head. Her gaze swept over the busy, orderly construction site, and she sincerely said, what I see is not simple. It's a budding kingdom about to rise. Her words surprised Shea a little. This woman's vision was truly sharp. Please, this way. Shea gestured invitingly and personally led her to tour his territory. Along with them were a dwarf armored warrior and an elf ranger. They remained highly alert, closely following Ileana and observing everything carefully. Shea didn't mind. He was confident that everything at Dragon's Breath Fortress would dispel all their doubts. This is the residential area I planned. Shea pointed to a cleared area with a foundation already laid. All the houses will be made of stone, uniformly designed, and equipped with complete heating and sewage systems. Heating? Sewage? Ileana's beautiful eyes showed confusion. These 2 words were very unfamiliar to her. Zaya smiled, but did not explain much. In fact, actions are always more convincing than words. He then led them to visit the caves that had been temporarily turned into warehouses and homes. When Elena saw that inside one of the caves, a large number of tough iron shells and giant crab shells were neatly stacked, her pupils suddenly shrank again. So many. These top-quality forging materials, which are hard to find outside, were piled up here like trash. Her heart was once again filled with excitement. The dwarf warriors saw those shells and were even more amazed. They couldn't help but step forward and knock on them, making a clang sound, muttering to themselves. Great materials. Truly great materials. If only I could use these to make a full suit of armor. Zaya watched their reactions with a smile, but said nothing. Then he led everyone to the cave where the dragon eggs were kept. When Lena appeared holding a sleeping black hatchling named Noxia, everyone's face suddenly went still. The whole world seemed to fall silent. Whether it was the experienced Elena, the proud elf ranger, or the calm dwarf warrior, everyone's mouth opened wide without thinking. Their faces showed incredible shock and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Dragon. The elf ranger's voice was dry and trembling, completely losing her usual calm. A living, pureblood black dragon? The dwarf warrior's axe clattered to the ground, but he didn't notice. Elena covered her mouth tightly with her hand, trying not to scream out loud. Her body trembled slightly from the shock. Finally, she understood. She finally understood where this man's unmatched confidence came from. He had a dragon. He actually had a legendary dragon as a partner. What did this mean? It meant that, given enough time to grow, he and his dragon fortress behind him would become an unstoppable force capable of changing the entire continent's balance. All my previous evaluations and guesses now seem so silly and shallow. I was not betting on the future of a business empire, but on the start of a legend. Shea was very pleased with their reactions. That was exactly the effect he wanted. He took the still-sleeping Noxia from Lena's arms, holding her like a pet, and gently scratched her warm chin. Noxia hummed comfortably, turned over, and kept sleeping. Shea looked at Ailina, who was overwhelmed with shock, and smiled softly as he spoke. "Let me introduce you to Miss Ailina. This is my daughter, Noxia. She's a bit shy, but with your beauty, I think she'll like you." This half-joking, half-serious remark was like a thunderclap, waking Ailina from her deep shock. She looked at Shea and at the tiny dragon sleeping on his shoulder. Suddenly, she felt that her previous tests and business games were so childish in front of this man. He didn't need her investments at all. All he needed was to show his true strength to the world. The wealth and power of the entire world would rush toward him like sharks smelling blood. And she was lucky to be the first to see his true cards. "Lord Shea," Ailina's voice carried genuine respect. I apologize for my ignorance and rashness earlier." She bowed deeply, like a noble lady. Behind her, the dwarves and elves also came to their senses and immediately knelt, lowering their proud heads. In front of a living dragon, all pride was worthless. "There's no need for that, Miss Ailina." Shea gently helped her up. "I told you, we are partners. Now, do you still think it's necessary to keep evaluating my potential?" "No, I don't." Ailina quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing with excitement. "From today on, the Golden Rose Guild will be your most loyal ally. Everything you need, we will provide at any cost. I only ask for the exclusive rights to your special products." "Deal," Xiaya answered quickly and decisively. He knew his goal had been achieved. A business agreement that could change the balance of the northern region was made in this simple cave, in a dramatic way. Next, Elena and her team temporarily stayed at Dragon Breath Fortress. Xiaoyu arranged a renovated mine as their temporary home. Elena also showed her professionalism as a business queen. She quickly recovered from her shock and began to carefully assess the needs of Dragon Breath Fortress from a partner's point of view. She made a long list, detailing the most urgent supplies needed, including food, salt, iron ingots, tools, cloth, and leather. "These are the goods I brought. They can help you with your urgent needs." Elena handed a list to Xiaya. "The remaining shortages, I will immediately send a message back to Winter City, asking the Merchant Guild to organize the second convoy as quickly as possible. As part of the deal, I want to take some samples of the Iron Shell giant shells and Sunfire stones. I want Winter City's greedy folks to see clearly what treasures they missed." Her eyes sparkled with the sharp excitement typical of a merchant. Xiaya naturally agreed. He not only agreed but also gave Elena a small piece of black dragon scale, about the size of a fingernail, which Noxia had just shed. When that pure dragon aura scale appeared before Elena, the business queen lost her composure again. She held that tiny scale as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She knew that with this item, she could easily persuade all the stubborn elders in the Merchant Guild to grant her the highest authority to fully support the man in front of her. In the office, which was Xiaya's simple cave, they discussed the details of their cooperation at length. Elena's professionalism and sharpness made Xiaya secretly admire her. Shea's far-sighted vision and grand strategic thinking constantly amazed Ailina. She realized that the more she learned about him, the more mysterious he seemed. He was like an iceberg. What she saw was only a small part above the surface. During their conversation, Ailina looked at Shea's focused and handsome side profile under the lamp. Unknowingly, she felt a strange emotion stirring inside her. Perhaps working with him was not just for profit. Being able to witness and participate in the rise of a legend was enough to excite anyone who refused to be ordinary. That evening, Shea held a welcome banquet for Ailina and her team. The main dish was still roast meat, but this time, it included delicious iron shell giant besides the lamb. The unmatched taste made Ailina, used to fine delicacies, praise endlessly. At the banquet, Shea officially introduced his new partner to his knights. The knights warmly welcomed the beautiful and wealthy lady who could provide them with much-needed supplies. The atmosphere was lively and friendly. Ailina watched this scene. She saw the knights, simple in dress but bright-eyed and energetic. She saw the man, a lord, yet able to get along well with his subordinates without any airs. She raised her glass and walked to Shea's side. "Lord Shea," she said, her beautiful eyes shining. "I toast to you, to our great future." Shea smiled and clinked glasses with her. Happy cooperation. The deep red wine, under the firelight, looked like flowing gems. It also reflected the shining ambition in their eyes. In the following days, the atmosphere at Dragon Breath Fortress grew even more lively, with Eilena's trading team joining. Eilena showed her other side as a business queen. She was no longer the delicate rose needing protection, but a swift, smart, and capable manager. The few carts of goods she brought were carefully sorted and recorded into storage under her direct command, showing high efficiency. Those construction projects, which had slowed down due to material shortages, have now regained new energy. More importantly, she also brought a skilled blacksmith and several experienced craftsmen. Although their skills cannot compare to the true masters that Shea plans to recruit in the future, at this moment in Dragon Breath Fortress, they are the most valuable technical talents. Under their guidance, the knights greatly improved their tool-making efficiency and even began experimenting with using the rich iron ore from the quarry to make simple weapons and farming tools. This small group at Dragon Breath Fortress has, for the first time, a real, industrial prototype. Elena inspects the progress of the construction site every day with great interest. She watches the rough knights, guided by Shea's blueprints and craftsmen, carefully shaping large obsidian stones into neat bricks and building strong walls. She observes Lena tending to rare herbs in the herb garden, nourishing them with Noxia's life energy, making them grow happily. She sees Shea personally teaching the knights a simple yet efficient combat formation technique she has never seen before. Every scene she witnesses makes her more confident about the future of this territory. Shea also gains a deeper understanding of this business queen's sharpness and wisdom. The two often discuss the future development of the territory around the campfire at night. From trade and agriculture planning to military defense, Elena always offers sharp, insightful suggestions from a merchant's perspective. Meanwhile, Shea's ideas and knowledge from another world, which are ahead of their time, repeatedly surprise Elena. "You mean we can build canals to divert water from the Blackwater River to cultivate more land?" Elena's beautiful eyes are filled with disbelief. "And we can also build something called a water wheel on the canal to automate irrigation and even turn a stone mill? It's theoretically possible." Shea draws a simple diagram of a water wheel on the ground with a stick. The key lies in the gear structure and the strength of the materials. Eilena looked at the simple yet brilliant blueprint on the ground, silent for a long time. She realized that her proud business mind seemed to be a bit insufficient in front of this man. How many more incredible ideas does he still have in his mind? Their relationship was quickly growing closer through these late-night talks. It started as pure business cooperation. Gradually, there was a sense of mutual admiration as friends, and even a faint, subtle hint of flirtation that neither of them fully noticed. Shea admired Eilena's intelligence, courage, and her mature, charming appearance, along with her resilient heart hidden beneath. Eilena was completely drawn to Shea's mysterious strength and his deep, seemingly all-seeing eyes. She tried many times to uncover his secrets from his words and actions. "Lord Shea," she asked casually one evening after another discussion, holding a glass of wine, "I'm curious, why would someone like you come to a place like the Ashen Wasteland? Does the Akasha family not see your value?" This was a very deep, even somewhat bold question. Shea looked at her. Under the firelight, her beautiful face was slightly flushed from the alcohol, and her charming eyes looked like deep lakes, as if they could swallow a person's soul. Shea knew she was testing him. She was trying to uncover the most mysterious side of him. He didn't avoid the question. He just smiled lightly, speaking calmly as if it was a trivial matter unrelated to him. "Because, in their eyes, I am a useless person who cannot ignite the fire of combat energy." "What?" Eilena gasped, almost dropping her glass. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she heard. Unable to ignite the combat energy? How could that be? The man who fought on the battlefield like a war god, easily breaking through enemy lines. Could he really be a useless person who couldn't cultivate combat energy? It was the most absurd joke she had ever heard. On Saya's face, There was no sign of shame or resentment, only a calm and relaxed expression. "That's just how it is," he said. "So, I was exiled, stripped of my inheritance, and thrown here to fend for myself." Eileen stared at him blankly. She saw no hint of lies in his eyes. In other words, what he said was true. A useless person who can't cultivate fighting energy, yet possesses terrifying strength far beyond an ordinary knight. And he also has a living dragon. This completely exceeded her understanding. The mystery surrounding this man not only remained unsolved, but became even deeper and more dangerously attractive. Seeing Eileen's shocked expression, her worldview shattered, Saya felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. To make her guess, to make her think, to keep her forever unable to see through him. A deep and unpredictable ally is far more valuable than one whose secrets are fully exposed. "Then you," Eileen's voice was a little dry, "how did you do it?" "That's a secret." Saya smiled mysteriously, raised his wine glass, and took a sip. "Miss Eileen, everyone has their secrets, don't they? Just like your beautiful golden rose. I believe your roots are deeply embedded in dark, unknown soil." This sentence made Eileen's heart tremble suddenly. Her pupils involuntarily contracted. This man, he seems to know everything. Saya didn't continue this topic. He stood up, stretched lazily. "It's late. Rest early. Tomorrow, I will you and your caravan out of Dragon's Breath Fortress." After saying that, he turned and left gracefully. Only Eileen was left sitting by the campfire, watching his distant figure, silent for a long time. Her heart was stirred by a huge wave. This man not only saw through her probing, but even turned the tables and gave her a gentle push. Dark, unknown soil. Eileen softly repeated this phrase, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Yes, who would have thought that this glamorous business queen was once just an orphan struggling to survive in a slum? She had never told anyone this secret. But this man seemed to see right through her disguise, noticing the scars deep inside her soul. Eilina picked up her glass and drank the remaining red wine in one gulp. Her cheeks grew even warmer, perhaps because of the alcohol, or maybe for some other reason. The next day, Eilina's caravan finished resting at the Dragon Breath Fortress and prepared to leave. Shea personally led Lance and 9 other top knights to them. "Lord Shea, there's no need to make such a big show," Eilina said shyly, looking at him. "With the Anvil team here, there shouldn't be any danger on the way. Better safe than sorry," Shea replied simply. "I don't want my most important partner to have any accidents." His words had 2 meanings. They showed he cared about her safety and subtly indicated her role as a partner, keeping a respectful distance between them. Eilina felt a small, inexplicable sense of disappointment, but she quickly adjusted her mood. The team slowly set out. Shea and Eilina rode side by side at the front, chatting casually, the atmosphere light and happy. However, just as they were about to leave the rocky pass, something strange happened again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of black, poison crossbow bolts suddenly shot down from the mountain walls on both sides, without warning. The arrow rain precisely targeted the core of the team, where Shea and Eilina were. "Ambush. Protect the young lady. Raise shields." The guards and adventurers reacted instantly, raising their shields to block the deadly rain of arrows. But Shea was faster than all of them. The moment the first arrow sliced through the air, he almost instinctively made a move that surprised everyone. He suddenly pulled on the reins and reached out with his long arm, grabbing Eilina from her horse and holding her tightly around the waist. Eilina let out a startled cry, feeling dizzy and disoriented. In the next moment, she was caught in a strong, warm embrace. A deep, reassuring male scent wrapped around her, making her feel safe. Then, Shea squeezed his legs tightly around the horse's belly and gave a low command. "Charge!" His horse, like a streak of black lightning, suddenly sped up, carrying both of them forward through the narrow gaps in the arrow rain. Thud! Thud! Countless arrows struck the ground where they had just been, making a loud, unsettling noise. A few slow-reacting guards were hit and fell from their horses, crying out in pain. After rushing forward for about 50 meters, Shea pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. The whole action happened in an instant. Eilina was lying on Shea's chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat, her mind blank. She could even feel the muscles of his iron arm, tense from effort. That split second of life and death, and the man's quick instinct to protect her, made her long-frozen heart beat wildly for the first time in years, out of control and pounding hard. "Are you all right?" Shea's deep, caring voice sounded above her head. Elena suddenly snapped back to reality. She quickly looked up, her beautiful face flushing bright red like a ripe apple. She realized how intimate and embarrassing her current position was. She was almost curled up entirely in this man's arms. I'm fine." Her voice was soft, like a tiny insect. Shea nodded, seemingly unbothered by the intimacy. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept quickly toward the mountain wall where the ambushers were hiding. "It seems someone really doesn't want us to leave this wilderness alive." His voice was cold and piercing. Elena's heart was still pounding wildly. The sudden life and death moment and the close presence of the man made her, a seasoned businesswoman, feel dizzy for a moment. But Shea clearly didn't give her much time to think. His attention was fully on the enemy in front of him. "It's the Sand Scorpion mercenary group," Elena's bodyguard captain, Carl, holding his arm wound, shouted seriously. "They are the most notorious killers in the north. They do anything for money. It seems someone paid a lot to want to hurt us." Shea's tone remained calm, but his deep eyes already burned with cold anger. He gently helped the still dazed Elena sit upright, then turned himself off his horse. This small move was polite, but also showed strong strength. "Stay here and don't move." He left Elena with these words, then drew his sword. Elena watched his back as he headed to the battlefield. His figure was not very tall, but looked strong and reliable. For the first time, she felt a sense of safety. It seemed that as long as this man was here, she wouldn't need to fear anything, even if the sky fell. The situation on the battlefield was not good. The Sand Scorpion group had more than 50 people, almost twice the number of the caravan guards and adventurers. They were well-equipped, coordinated, and clearly experienced professional killers. In the first wave of poison-tipped crossbow attacks, nearly 10 people from the caravan had fallen, and morale was badly shaken. Now, the mercenaries were sliding down the mountain walls from both sides like monkeys, quickly forming a semicircle to surround and press forward. "Form a shield. Protect the young lady," a dwarf warrior shouted loudly, planting his huge axe into the ground, kicking up dust. Along with the elf ranger, he protected the golden carriage in front. The remaining guards and adventurers, despite their fear, quickly reorganized into a defensive formation. But everyone's face was serious. They knew this would be a fierce and brutal fight. Lord Shea, Lance led the remaining 9 Dragon's Breath Fortress Knights quickly to stand beside Shea, with determined looks, waiting for orders. "Please give the command." Shea did not immediately order the charge. He calmly observed the enemy's formation. The enemy's positioning was very strategic: shield soldiers in front, archers behind, and flankers with double knives on the sides. Clearly, an experienced commander was directing them. Charging blindly would only lead to a tough fight and unnecessary casualties. Shea's gaze, like that of a hawk, quickly swept over the enemy formation. Soon, he found the enemy commander. It was a man wearing light black armor, with half a mask covering his face, holding a strange curved dagger. He was standing at the back of the line, giving cold gestures to command the mercenaries. Capture the leader first. In Shea's mind, a plan was quickly formed. Shea's mind was set on the tactic. "Lance, here, you take 5 men and pretend to attack from the front, drawing their attention. Remember, don't fight to the death. Focus on harassment and protect yourselves. Yes, the rest of you, follow me." After speaking, Shea turned and headed toward a steep rocky cliff on the side. His actions surprised everyone, including Elena. There was no path there. What was he trying to do? In the next second, Shea answered everyone's doubts with his actions. He began climbing with his bare hands. His long, slender hands gripped the cracks in the rock like iron tongs. His body moved lightly, like a leopard, quickly climbing up the nearly vertical cliff at an incredible speed. The 4 knights following him did the same. Their seemingly heavy armor did not hinder their agility at all. Everyone watching was stunned. "Oh my, are they mountain lizards?" One adventurer couldn't help but exclaim. Elena covered her mouth tightly with her hand. She suddenly realized she knew so little about this man. He is not only a strong warrior and a clever commander, but also a top-level rock climber. How many hidden skills does he still have? He himself doesn't know. The commander of the Sand Scorpion mercenary group also saw Yasher's plan. His pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. Stop them. He immediately ordered the archers behind to shoot at Yasher and the others on the cliff wall. But it was already too late. The path Yasher chose was very tricky, filled with natural rocks that served as cover. The sparse arrows couldn't pose a real threat to him. In just a few seconds, Yasher and his 4 team members had already reached the top of the mountain wall, dozens of meters high. They appeared suddenly, like divine soldiers, behind the Sand Scorpion mercenary group. Now, it's my turn. Yasher stood on the high ground, looking down at the panicked mercenaries below, a cold smile on his face. He didn't stop. Attack, he shouted softly. He was the first to leap down from the cliff. Behind him, 4 knights followed closely, like 4 black meteors. Ah! The mercenaries below screamed in fear. They never expected the enemy to fall from the sky. Boom! Yasher landed, his feet leaving 2 shallow pits on the ground. The powerful impact made the surrounding earth tremble slightly. He didn't pause. His sword turned into a silver lightning bolt, instantly slashing at the 2 closest archers. Thud! 2 heads flew into the air. Warm blood splattered all over him, but it made his cold eyes look even sharper. At this moment, the battle truly reached its peak. Yasher charged like a fierce tiger into a flock of sheep, launching the most direct and bloody slaughter. His swordsmanship had no fancy moves. Each strike was simple and precise. Cut, slash, stab, flick. But every strike was executed with utmost speed and ferocity. Angles, force, timing, all mastered perfectly. Often, before the enemy could see his movements clearly, his cold sword had already sliced through their throats. The 4 knights following him were the same. These 5 people formed a simple cone-shaped attack formation, with Shea as the sharpest spear tip. They were like a blazing hot iron, fiercely burning into a block of cold butter. Unstoppable, irresistible. The rear of the Sand Scorpion mercenary group was torn open in an instant. Their tightly packed formation was completely disrupted. Lance, on the front line, saw this scene and felt a surge of hope. Brothers, the boss has already succeeded. Counterattack. Charge with me. Lance roared loudly, leading the front team and the caravan guards to launch a full counterattack. They were caught from behind. The formation was in chaos. The mercenaries of the Sand Scorpion mercenary group fell into panic and confusion. Their proud teamwork was gone in this moment. They could only fight alone, be separated, surrounded, and be slaughtered. Shea's goal from the beginning to the end was only one. The masked commander. Like a ghost on the battlefield, he ignored all the soldiers trying to stop him, and with an almost reckless attitude, he charged straight toward that direction. The heart of the masked commander sank to the bottom. He knew he was in serious trouble this time. The young man in front of him was far stronger than he had imagined. He even suspected that the opponent might already be a top-tier knight who had touched the threshold of the extraordinary. Run. He must run. The masked commander no longer had the courage to fight. He turned around, intending to escape into the nearby forest. But how could Shea let him succeed? Your life, I take it. A cold voice seemed to echo directly in his soul. The masked commander looked back in terror. He saw Shea's figure appear behind him without him noticing, his sword like a venomous snake's fang silently stabbing toward his heart. Ding! A sharp sound rang out. The masked commander, in a life-and-death moment, unleashed incredible strength. With his curved sword, he narrowly blocked a deadly strike. But he was also shaken by this immense power, retreating repeatedly and feeling numb in his hand. Not bad, Shea said with a surprised raise of his eyebrow. It seemed he was impressed. Looks like you're not just a coward hiding in the back. Who are you? The masked commander asked hoarsely and fearfully. I've never heard of anyone like you in the north. You'll hear about me soon enough, Shea replied. He didn't give him a chance to breathe. He moved forward quickly, his long sword transforming into a flurry of sword shadows that completely covered him. The masked commander could only grit his teeth and desperately swing his curved sword to block. Every block felt like being hit by a charging rhinoceros, his arms numb, his stomach churning. He was completely on the defensive, taking hit after hit. Meanwhile, The Sand Scorpion mercenary group, without their commander, was already defeated. Under the combined attack of Lance and the caravan guards, they were cut down in large groups, with little resistance left. Ileana stood beside the carriage, quietly watching everything. Her beautiful eyes never left Shea's figure. She watched him like a queen on the battlefield, playing with her opponent with absolute dominance, even as he faced a formidable mercenary leader. She looked at him, and even amid the chaos of battle, she kept her gaze on the entire scene, making sure everything was under control. Calm, strong, wise, with a subtle, unshakable dominance. This man was like a bottle of the strongest, richest poison. Unknowingly, she found herself deeply drawn in. Suddenly, she realized that her previous business alliances and exchanges seemed a bit silly. For a man like this, being just his business partner was not enough. She had to become the most essential woman by his side. A single thought, like a wild vine growing wildly, quickly took over her mind. She wasn't investing in Longxi Fortress. She was investing in Shea himself. The Golden Rose Guild, she herself, and all her wealth and life, were all pledged to him. This thought surprised her herself, but what followed was an unprecedented feeling of excitement and thrill. At that moment, the battle on the battlefield was nearing its end. Xayah seized a tiny opening of the opponent, and his sword, like a butterfly weaving through flowers, avoided the curved blade's block and precisely pierced the masked commander's throat. The masked commander's eyes widened in shock, and he made a choking sound. Finally, he fell down unwillingly. Xayah casually knocked off his mask. Under the mask was an ordinary face, full of fear and confusion. The fight was over. Except for the casualties caused by the initial surprise attack, after Xayah took command, no one on their side was lost. It was a nearly perfect counter-ambush victory. Xayah walked up to Elena, his body still carrying a strong smell of blood. But Elena showed no fear at all. She looked at him, her charming eyes shining with an unprecedented, passionate light. Lord Xayah, her voice became incredibly gentle, yet also firm. I have made my decision. The goods I brought are not a deposit. They are a personal gift to you and the Dragon's Breath Fortress. I have only one request. She stepped forward, almost pressing against Xayah. She lifted her stunning face and exhaled softly. Please allow the Golden Rose Guild to become the sharpest. The key to your grand future. Elena's words, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred ripples in Xayah's heart. This woman was smarter than he thought, and also bolder. She no longer mentioned exclusive agency rights, but directly tied herself and the entire Golden Rose Guild to the Dragon's Breath Fortress, a ship that looked old but was destined to sail toward the stars and the sea. What she wanted was no longer simple business profit. It was to be a part of the dragon's servant, witnessing and participating in the rise of a legend, with the status of a dragon's servant. Shea looked at her close-up, determined eyes filled with ambition and resolve. For the first time, he truly saw her as someone who could stand beside him as an equal. Golden Key, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Shea's mouth. I'm looking forward to it, he said no more. But a single look and a simple phrase created a new, stronger understanding between them, more solid than any contract. Elena smiled. That smile was like blooming flowers, making the bloody battlefield seem a little brighter. The next steps became much easier. After cleaning up the battlefield and caring for the wounded, they set out again toward Dragon's Breath Fortress. This time, the atmosphere was very friendly. The guards and adventurers Elena brought looked at Shea and his knights with respect and admiration, no longer wary. Especially the strong dwarf warrior and proud elf ranger. They had seen Shea's incredible fighting skills and clever leadership firsthand, and were completely convinced. When the mixed team finally reached Dragon's Breath Fortress, Elena's new followers were deeply amazed by the lively construction scene before them. Although Elena had described it before, seeing it with their own eyes was a totally different experience. The energy and unity of everyone working toward the same goal were beyond words. Wow, is this really the Ashen Wasteland? First-time visitors looked at the knights building the walls and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. I feel like this place is more lively than Winter City. Another person sincerely agreed. Elena watched their reactions and smiled proudly. She knew she had made the right choice. The supplies Elena brought this time were like a timely rain for Dragon's Breath Fortress. Food, tools, salt, medicine. Every item was urgently needed. Shea immediately ordered that these supplies be given priority to the most critical positions. The construction efficiency of Dragon Breath Fortress has improved significantly once again. Elena is currently staying at the fortress. She has taken on the role of an advisor, helping Shea with specific matters related to the development of the territory. Her professional business mind and rich management experience have helped Shea solve many problems. For example, she suggested establishing a detailed contribution system. All the villagers, whether knights or craftsmen, can have their work and contributions measured in points. These contribution points can be exchanged for better food, more comfortable housing, or even future citizenship as free citizens. This idea made Shea very excited. Isn't this just like the performance review and point system from his past life? This woman's mind is truly useful. Thanks to their teamwork, Dragon Breath Fortress is developing rapidly and thriving. However, Shea did not get lost in this peaceful farming life. He always remembered one thing in his heart. It was the hint about the fading fire of the dwarves in the Destiny Oracle. For a territory to become truly strong, having food and population is not enough. It must have its own powerful military industry, the ability to forge high-quality weapons and sturdy armor, blacksmithing skills. And dwarves are undoubtedly the top blacksmiths in this world. If he could find that, fading fire, or even a living dwarf blacksmith, the military strength of Dragon Breath Fortress would make a huge leap. One day, after organizing the territory's daily affairs, Shea once again gathered a small, elite exploration team. This time, their target was the eastern part of Dragon Breath Fortress, the endless and deeper Black Mountain Range. The Oracle's guidance pointed there. When Elena learned of his plan, she volunteered to go with him. Are you sure? Shea looked at her. It's much more dangerous inside. Exactly because it's dangerous, I want to go with you, Elena explained confidently. I am your golden key. You can't even find your treasure house without me, right? Azariah thought for a moment and finally agreed. He also wanted this clever woman to understand his potential more deeply. So, a luxurious expedition team led by Azariah, including Lance, Elena, the dwarf warrior, and the elf ranger, set out on their journey. This time, their goal was very clear. To find iron ore. That was Azariah's explanation to others. Only he knew that what he was really after was much more than just iron ore. The team went deep into the eastern mountains. The terrain here was much more dangerous than outside, and signs of monster activity became more frequent. But with Azariah's divine guidance, like a map that showed everything, they managed to avoid the strongest monster nests safely. This made the dwarf and elf companions respect Azariah even more. They increasingly felt that this young lord was surrounded by a mysterious fog, making him hard to understand. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, they found a huge, hidden mine in a remote valley, covered with vines and rocks. At the entrance stood a large, weathered dwarf statue. Found it. The dwarf warrior in the team cheered excitedly. This is our ancestors' mine. It's the mark of the Battle Axe clan. He rushed forward, touching the cold statue with his rough hand, tears almost in his eyes. Azariah felt just as excited. The divine guidance was right here. Everyone lit torches and carefully entered the mine. Inside, it was much grander than they expected. Huge stone pillars supported tall ceilings, and winding tunnels stretched into the darkness like a maze. The walls were covered with high-quality, exposed iron ore. Rich ore. This is a mine full of wealth. The dwarf warrior shouted excitedly. Elena was just as excited, her eyes already shining with the light of gold coins. With such a large amount of iron ore, its value was priceless. But Azariah's gaze was not on the iron ore. Following the guidance of the divine message, he led everyone deep into the mine. The further they went, the drier and hotter the air became. It was as if, beneath this mountain range, there was a never-ending flame burning underground. Finally, they reached a huge cavern that looked like an underground furnace. In the center of the cavern was a large, round platform made of fire-resistant stone. On the platform stood a massive furnace. Although long extinguished, it still emitted a strong heat wave. The furnace had a rugged, bold design typical of dwarves, with carvings of flames and battle axes. The ancestors' furnace. The dwarf warrior looked at the large furnace, trembling, and knelt down to perform an ancient dwarf greeting. But Shea's gaze was drawn to a strange object in the corner of the platform. It was a rectangular metal box, made of an unknown metal, resembling a coffin. The surface of the box was covered with dense, complex runes. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of life was emanating from inside the box. Shea's heart suddenly raced. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to touch the cold metal box. "Master, be careful," Lance hurriedly warned. But Shea seemed not to hear. The last message from the divine oracle flashed clearly in his mind. The extinguished fire of the dwarves still burns beneath the northern ground. The fire. Could it be referring not to the furnace, but to? Shea's eyes shone with disbelief. He tried to channel his newly cultivated magic power into the runes. Suddenly, the metal box emitted a faint hum. The runes, silent for centuries, lit up one by one. A powerful energy wave radiated from it. "Back away quickly." Shea immediately stepped back, shielding Eilina behind him. The others also raised their weapons and shields, alert and watching the strange metal box as it began to change. Click. Snap. Amidst the unpleasant sound of metal grinding, the lid of a metal box slowly opened upward. A thick white mist, with a faint smell of beer, burst out from inside. Then, a small, stout figure with a white beard and a rough appearance wobbled out of the box. He looked sleepy, rubbed his eyes, let out a long yawn, and muttered curses. Which idiot disturbed my sleep? I told you. Wait until I sleep for 300 years before waking me up." He said this as he climbed out of the box. He wore a worn leather craftsman's outfit and carried an old-fashioned forging hammer at his waist. His head was still a bit foggy, not fully awake. He looked up and saw the group of people staring at him in shock. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone was stunned, including Shea. He had imagined many possibilities, discovering a magical artifact, finding a lost forging blueprint, or even awakening a powerful lava elemental. But he never expected that what he dug out of this metal coffin would be a living being. A living, little old dwarf? The dwarf warrior looked as if he had seen a ghost, trembling so much that he couldn't hold his battle axe. He stared at the sleepy, bearded, and heavily berodorized ancestor in front of him, speechless for a long time. You. What? The dwarf seemed to finally wake up a bit. He glared at everyone irritably, then looked at Shea's sword and Lance's armor. He sniffed the air with his finger, then curled his lips in disdain and contempt. Trash. Basically a pile of scrap metal that even orcs would shake their heads at. The most fiery-tempered dwarf warrior was the first to lose his patience. He felt his beliefs had been insulted. "What did you say?" "This is a suit of refined steel armor made by the best craftsmen in Winter City." "Refined steel?" The old dwarf scratched his ear and looked at him with a stupid look. "That soft stuff, which is even considered too weak for a goblin's chamber pot, is called steel?" As he spoke, he staggered over to Lance. Lance instinctively gripped his sword tightly, looking alert. The old dwarf didn't even look at him. Instead, he stretched out two thick fingers and gently tapped the sturdy shield. Clang. A clear, bell-like sound echoed through the huge cavern. Then, in everyone's disbelief, the steel shield, strong enough to withstand heavy axes, suddenly cracked around the point where his finger had tapped, forming many fine cracks like a spider web. Lance's mouth opened wide, as if he could fit an egg inside. The dwarf warrior beside him froze as if turned to stone. And he cracked a refined steel shield? What kind of terrifying strength and skill is this? "Did you see that, kid?" The old dwarf clapped his hands as if he had just done something insignificant. Too many impurities, loose structure, and the heat treatment was done so poorly it's a mess. This isn't a shield. It's a burnt cookie. His tone was full of the disdain and arrogance of a top master. Suddenly, the whole scene fell silent. Everyone was completely stunned by this display. Only Shea's eyes shone brighter than ever. He had found a treasure. He was sure he had discovered a national treasure. This scruffy, hot-tempered old dwarf was definitely a legendary forging master. Shea suppressed his excitement, stepped forward, and showed his most kind and sincere smile. "Hello, master." His voice was full of respect. "I am Shea Akasha, the current lord of this land." "May I ask, Master, what is your name? Why are you sleeping here?" The little dwarf tilted his head and looked at Zaya from top to bottom. "Lord," he sneered. "You're just a weak kid who can't even sense aura." Zaya's smile stiffened slightly. Wow, right from the start, he's hitting a nerve. But he wasn't angry. People with strong skills often have a fiery temper, which is understandable. "Yes," Zaya nodded calmly. The dwarf seemed a bit interested in Zaya's honest attitude. "My name is Balin Battleaxe," he introduced himself. "As for why I'm sleeping here, humph, it's because those brainless fools went to join some stupid dragon-slaying battle. And what happened? They didn't kill the dragon, but I got sprayed by a black dragon's breath and turned to ash. Only I, from the Battleaxe clan, am left. I lost hope and started the Sleep of the Earth fire, so I wouldn't have to see or think about it anymore." He pounded his chest as he spoke, full of anger and sadness. But Zaya's heart was stirred up with shock. The dragon-slaying battle. He knew. It was a legendary event that shook the entire continent 300 years ago. A joint attack by the human empire and the dwarf kingdom to kill the last adult dragon. That battle was fierce, with the sky and earth trembling, and the sun and moon losing their light. In the end, humans and dwarves won, and the dragon fell. It marked the end of the Age of Dragons. Since then, no one on the continent has seen a living dragon. He never expected that the dwarf in front of him was a survivor of that era, living for over 300 years. An old relic. Elena's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She knew very well what it meant for a dwarf master to come from the dragon-slaying era. It meant lost divine-level skills. It meant priceless treasures capable of forging legendary weapons. Her gaze at Zaya was now full of obvious envy. This man's luck was simply unbelievable. Just digging a mine could turn up a living legend. "Ah, so it is Master Bering. My apologies for the rudeness." Xiaya quickly composed himself, showing even more respect on his face. He knew that dealing with this proud and stubborn old man, who also carried the pain of his homeland, could not be done with just politeness and money. He had to find the right approach. "Master Bering, since you have awakened, what are your plans?" Xiaya asked cautiously. "If you don't mind, my territory, Longsabo, is always open to you. Join you?" Bering seemed to hear a great joke. "Join your group of little kids playing in the mud? And then use that broken metal to make some trash I can't even stand to look at? No thanks." He waved dismissively, showing disgust. "I'd rather go back to sleep." Xiaya had expected him to say this. He was not angry. Calmly, he took out a small silk-wrapped object from his pocket. He unwrapped it. Inside was a tiny black scale, about the size of a fingernail, radiating pure dragon power. "Broken metal? I disagree." Xiaya's voice carried a hint of a mysterious smile. "However, I do have some. Perhaps things that might catch your eye." The moment that dragon scale appeared, Bering's face, which was full of disdain and arrogance, froze instantly. His eyes widened like copper bells. The cloudy eyes, dulled from years of drinking, suddenly burst with unbelievable, volcano-like brilliance. His breathing became rapid and intense. This is, his voice trembled violently from excitement. "Dragon? Dragon scale? A juvenile black dragon scale? No way. That's impossible. The great dragon. Isn't it already extinct?" He snatched the tiny scale from Xiaya's hand, holding it carefully as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. With his rough, calloused fingers, he repeatedly stroked the perfect curve and natural pattern of the scale. "It's real. It's real. This pure dragon power. Such perfect structure. Oh my God, this is the most perfect masterpiece created by the creator." Balin muttered to himself, completely lost in a wild, crazy state. For a master who has dedicated his life to forging, nothing could make him more crazy than the most top-tier, legendary materials. Xiaya quietly watched him without interrupting. He knew he had already grasped the life essence of this forging master. After a long while, Balin slowly snapped out of his wild state. He looked up, and his eyes changed completely. No longer was there any contempt or disdain. Instead, there was an unprecedented passion and desire. "Kid, where did you get this thing? If I told you that the owner of these scales is now in my castle, cuddling my leg and acting cute every day, would you believe it?" Xiaya said jokingly. Balin was stunned. He looked at Xiaya's sincere expression and then at the still warm scale in his hand. A ridiculous but compelling thought suddenly appeared in his mind. In this world, are there really living dragons? And right in front of him, in the hands of a leader he once thought was just a weak kid, Balin felt that he had been sleeping for over 300 years. Has the outside world become so crazy? He took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. Carefully and respectfully, he returned the dragon scale to Xiaya. Then, with a serious tone he had never used before, he asked, "Kid, you just said you want to invite me to join your territory?" "Yes, master," Xiaya nodded. "Good," Balin answered decisively. "I agree, but I have conditions too." "Speak," Xiaya said. "First," Balin stretched out a thick finger, "I want the best ale. Enough to drink." "No problem," Xiaya smiled. "Miss Elena's guild can provide the finest elven wine across the continent." Standing nearby, Elena immediately offered a professional smile in response. "Second," Bering raised another finger, "I want the best workshop. The biggest furnace. All tools must be rebuilt according to my specifications." "No problem," Shea nodded. "This mine and everything inside it belong to you. You can modify it as you wish." Third, Bering's expression became very excited. "And it's the most important. I need more of this material." He pointed to the dragon scale in Shea's hand. "As long as you can provide enough top-quality materials, I can forge for you weapons powerful enough to defeat gods." "It's a deal." Shea extended his hand. Bering hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out his rough, scarred hand and clasped it with Shea's. Two very different-sized hands firmly shook in the empty cave. A living legend, the dwarf forging master Bering battle axe, officially joined. In the following days, Dragon Breath Fortress entered its first truly rapid development phase. Bering's arrival acted like a strong catalyst, bringing about a major change in the entire territory's construction. His first action was to transform the underground cave into a huge, integrated workshop for mining, smelting, and forging. Under his guidance, the efficiency of the knights mining iron increased several times. His long-lost dwarf smelting techniques could refine seemingly ordinary iron or into pure steel ingots far superior to ordinary steel. Elena's trading team also played a key role. A steady flow of supplies was transported to Dragon Breath Fortress. Food, cloth, tools. These greatly improved the lives of the residents. In exchange, the fortress produced its first batch of high-quality weapons and armor, crafted personally by Bering, as well as shells from the ironclad, which were sent to Winter City. It is expected that these hard currencies, which would drive nobles and the military crazy, would bring Shea enormous wealth. The entire Dragon Breath Fortress formed a perfect, healthy cycle. Azar focused more on internal management and nurturing Noxia. Noxia grew very quickly. In just over a month, she had already grown to the size of a small calf. Her flying ability also improved, and she could carry Azar for short flights above the Dragon's Breath Fortress. Her control of fire became more skilled. Although she couldn't breathe real dragon fire yet, she could spit out powerful fireballs, making her the strongest, moving cannon at the fortress. Azar did not relax his training because of the prosperity of his territory. He trained hard every day in physical fitness and swordsmanship. With Lena's help, he also began learning about this world's culture and read many books about history, geography, and human society brought by Elena. He absorbed knowledge eagerly, like a dry sponge soaking up water, to make up for his lack of learning. Besides farming and training, Azar's life was not completely dull. He developed a close, somewhat flirtatious relationship with Lena and Elena, two beautiful women with very different styles. Lena's gentle care was like a soft stream, always giving him warmth when he was tired. Elena's intelligence and charm were like fine wine, sparking clever ideas when they discussed problems. Sometimes, while inspecting the herb garden, Azar would sneak up behind Lena and cover her eyes. She would be startled, then blush and playfully hit his chest with her small fists, giggling at his teasing. At other times, late at night in his office, after discussing work with Elena, he would deliberately keep her from leaving. They would talk about life, drinking elven red wine, sharing romantic stories. Elena would give him a playful look, full of charm, but she never truly refused him. Farming, raising dragons, and occasionally, sharing tender moments with the queen. These days were peaceful, fulfilling, and full of hope. Almost all of Shea was immersed in the calm before the storm. until the first snow of winter fell. A cold wind from the northern ice plains announced that the harshest season of the Ashen Wasteland had arrived. Along with winter, there was also a blood-red storm about to sweep across the northern lands. The first snow fell suddenly. In one night, the entire Ashen Wasteland was covered with a thin layer of silver white. The once silent black land gained a touch of purity, but also felt more biting and cold. Winter had arrived. For most territories in the northern lands, winter meant the start of hibernation. All production stopped. People huddled in simple houses, relying on their autumn supplies, praying to survive this long, harsh season. Hunger, cold, sickness, and increasingly wild monsters in the snow and wind would take many fragile lives each year. But at Dragon's Breath Fortress, the scene was very different. Long live the Lord. We have new winter clothes. Look, this is the beer brought by Lady Elena's Merchant Guild. The Lord said everyone can have a small cup each day to keep warm. Master Balin's iron stove is amazing. The house is as warm as spring. In the new residential area, everyone was cheerful and talking happily. The villagers wore thick, new cotton clothes provided by Elena's Merchant Guild, their faces glowing with happiness. In their stone houses, they burned efficient, energy-saving iron stoves made by Dwarf Balin, keeping the warmth like spring. Their warehouses were filled with enough food and salted meat to last until spring next year. All of this was beyond their dreams just a few months ago, and it was all thanks to the young and great lord, Shea Akasa. Right now, Shea was standing on the highest tower of the inner fortress, looking over his land. Elena, dressed in a bright red gown and wearing a white fox fur cloak, stood quietly beside him, adding a splash of color to this black and white world. Isn't it beautiful? Looked at the children playing in the snow below and sincerely marveled. I never thought the snow in the Ashen Wasteland could be so beautiful. Beauty isn't in the snow. In Elena's gentle eyes, her reflection showed S-side profile as she spoke softly. It's in the people in the snow scene. It's their smiles on their faces that give warmth to this cold land. Smiled quietly, without saying anything. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the stairs. A knight responsible for communication quickly ascended the tower and knelt on one knee. Sir, Miss Elena. An urgent message from Winter City. The knight took out a sealed scroll from his chest and held it high. Elena's face slightly changed. This was her highest-level urgent message from her trade guild. Unless something major happened, it wouldn't be used lightly. She quickly stepped forward, took the scroll, and skillfully broke the seal to reveal the letter inside. After a quick glance, her beautiful face instantly became serious. What is it? Asked. Something has happened. Elena's voice became a bit low. The Frost Giant tribe in the northern lands has revolted on a large scale. An army of over 300 Frost Giants suddenly left their ancestral icy plains and headed south, unstoppable. 3 days ago, they broke through the second line of defense in the northern lands, the Glacier City, which is now under siege. Glacier City. S. brow furrowed slightly. He remembered that name. It was at the northernmost tip of the northern lands and one of the most important military strongholds. Like a nail hammered into the front line of human territory, it was responsible for defending against invaders from the howling icy plain. Only extraordinary people could guard such a place. The Lord of Glacier City is Lady Ira Winter. Elena seemed to see his doubt and explained. She is the niece most loved by Duke Winter and the youngest, strongest Valkyrie in the entire northern lands. Her Ice Glacier Knights are one of the top armies in the north, with many battle achievements. Even she can't stop them, was a bit surprised. It's not that we can't stop it, Elena shook her head, a hint of worry on her face. It's that we are completely isolated and without help. According to the Northern Alliance, once Glacier City is in danger, nearby noble lords are obliged to send support. But now, winter has come, and heavy snow blocks the roads. Those selfish nobles are hiding in their castles, unwilling to send their precious armies to help a city so far away. What about Winter City? Shea asked. Does Duke Winter not care? The Duke is old and no longer involved in politics. The noble families in the city hope to weaken Lady Ella's power so they can take control of Glacier City. They don't truly want to send troops. Elena's tone was full of disdain and helplessness. So, Shea understood. You want me to send troops? Yes, Elena looked up. For the first time, Her beautiful eyes showed a plea. Shea, I know this request is bold and dangerous. Frost giants are born warriors. Each adult frost giant has strength comparable to a high-level knight. An army of 300 frost giants can fight as well as a 1,000-man human army. Plus, Glacier City is thousands of miles away, and traveling through snow and wind puts a lot of pressure on logistics. This is almost a sure loss gamble. She looked at Shea, her voice filled with a plea. But Ella is my friend, my most important business partner, and one of the few nobles in the north still holding on to honor and duty. I can't just watch her and that heroic city fall. As long as you're willing to send help, the Golden Rose Guild will pay you a reward enough to satisfy you. And I personally, her words trailed off. But the meaning was clear. Shea was silent. He looked at the letter in his hand, full of pleas for help. Then he looked at the woman in front of him, beautiful, strong, and vulnerable for the first time. From a rational point of view, this was a difficult and thankless task. The risks were high, and the rewards uncertain. Dragon's Breath Fortress had just begun to stabilize, but its foundation was still fragile. It was not a good time to recklessly get involved in such a large-scale war. However, Shea's mind was filled with the warning from the Oracle of Destiny. A lurking venomous snake is watching. Be careful of those from the north, the compatriots. He always thought this referred to the corrupt, old nobles. But now, it seemed there might be a deeper meaning. The situation in the northern border is more complicated than he had imagined. The frost giant uprising and the indifference of the old nobles. Could there be a bigger conspiracy behind it all? If the Glacier City falls and the northern gate opens, how can Dragon's Breath Fortress, which has just been built, stay safe? Can a nest be safe if the eggs are all broken? And this is an opportunity, a rare chance for Dragon's Breath Fortress to truly step onto the northern political stage for the first time. While everyone else chooses to stay safe, he, as an outsider, offers help in times of need. This kindness and achievement will bring him incredible fame and political influence. Risks and opportunities coexist. In an instant, Shea made a decision. He was going to bet on the future of Dragon's Breath Fortress for a chance at a bigger future. There's no need to mention the reward. Shea spoke slowly, his voice calm but powerful. Helping a friend in need can't be measured with money. He looked at Eilena's trembling eyes from nervousness and gave her a reassuring smile. And besides, I like to see icebergs melt. Tell your iceberg lady friend, hold on, my cavalry will crush the snow and wind, bringing her. Dawn. Eilena was stunned. She didn't expect Shea to agree so decisively. Nor did she expect him to say such words that made her heart beat faster. A wave of surprise and emotion overwhelmed her. Her eyes slightly reddened. Thank you, Shea. She, for the first time, set aside the respectful title, adult, and called him by his name in a more intimate tone. Shea nodded. He turned around and walked down the tower. His loud and commanding voice echoed throughout Longshi Fortress. Lance. Scar. Yes, sir. Give my orders. All members of the first and second knights of Longshi Fortress, assemble. Check your weapons, prepare enough supplies, and put on your thickest armor. In half an hour we depart. The orders sounded like thunder, shaking the peaceful Longshi Fortress. The knights, who were training and working, didn't know what was happening. But they didn't hesitate at all. They immediately put down their tasks and quickly gathered at the training ground. The entire Longshi Fortress started working like a precise war machine, moving at high speed. Eilena stood on the tower, watching the disciplined and mighty army below. She looked at the man at the front of the line, dressed in heavy black armor, like a demon god. A strong feeling of pride filled her heart. Maybe he really could create a miracle. Half an hour later, a team of 500 elite knights stood neatly outside the fortress gates. They were all the belongings of Longshi Fortress. 200 of them were Shea's original team and the best soldiers selected from the refugees he gathered later. The other 300 were retired veterans and fallen mercenaries secretly recruited by Eilena's trading company under the guise of buying slaves. Thanks to Master Bailing's hard work, everyone was wearing new, high-quality armor made with iron shell crab shells as key protection. They held sharp swords capable of easily cutting through ordinary armor. Their spirits were high, burning like fire. Shea sat on his horse, looking at this steel army he had built himself, feeling very proud. Everyone, His voice, cold and clear in the freezing wind, reached each person's ears. I know many of you don't understand why we are setting out on this journey on the first day of winter. Now, I will tell you. He drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it northward. To the north of us, there is a brave city under attack by foreign enemies. A noble lady is waiting for our help. Those so-called northern lions have become cowards hiding in their dens. They are afraid to go, but we will go, because we are warriors of Dragon's Breath Fortress. We will make the entire North know who raises the first torch when darkness falls. We will show those ugly giants that human land is not to be invaded. He raised his sword high and shouted loudly with all his strength. Now tell me, are you ready? Ready. 500 knights responded with their thunderous roars to their lord. Their powerful presence even made the snow and wind in the sky pause for a moment. Very good. Xiaoya turned his horse around. All troops, move out. He led the charge into the swirling snowstorm. Behind him, 500 black-armored knights followed closely, like a dark wave of steel. Their target was the Ice City, 1,000 miles away. An epic journey that would shake the entire north was about to begin. The snowstorm was like a wild white beast, swallowing everything in the world. A dark wave of steel was struggling forward against the wind in this white world. The winter in the north was even harsher than Xiaoya had imagined. The howling wind was sharp as a knife. The heavy snow, like goose feathers, blocked the view and made the road very difficult. Even Xiaoya's knights, equipped with the best cold weather armor, felt tired and cold after traveling so far. Sir, the snowstorm is too strong. Lance urged his horse forward and came to Xiaoya's side. His breath froze into a thin layer of ice on the edge of his helmet. We have been marching for 6 hours straight. The brothers need rest, and the horses need more hay. Zack raised his head and looked at the vast, white expanse ahead, as if there was no end to the sky and land. He nodded. Give the order. All troops find a shelter from the wind and rest there. Yes, the orders were quickly passed down. The knights skillfully found a sheltered valley, set up camp, and cleared a space. They built a bonfire, took out their dry food and jerky, and started to regain their strength. Their war horses were gathered around the fire, chewing on precious oat hay. Zack did not rest. He spread out a rough map of the northern region, provided by Elena, and frowned. The map showed their current location and the distance to Glacier City. At their current speed, they would need at least 5 more days to reach it. 5 days. God knows if Glacier City can hold out for 5 more days. And that's assuming everything goes smoothly. No one could guarantee they wouldn't face other problems in this dangerous snowfield. For example, monsters driven mad by hunger, also caught in the snowstorm. Sir, have some hot soup. Lena arrived beside him without him noticing. Her cheeks were red from the cold, looking like 2 cute apples, but her bright blue eyes were full of worry. She insisted on coming along. In her words, a battlefield medic is an essential part of any army. Zack couldn't refuse her and had to agree. He took the steaming bowl of meat soup she handed him and drank it in one sip. A warm wave spread from his stomach through his limbs, driving away the cold and fatigue. Thank you. Zack smiled at her. I'm not tired. Lena shook her head and looked at the map softly asking, Sir, are you worried about the situation in Glacier City? Yes, Zack admitted. We know nothing about what's happening there. The enemy's numbers, defenses, main attack direction. We lack all that key information. Rushing there blindly might only lead my brothers to their deaths. That was his biggest concern. He is not a reckless gambler. He likes the feeling of being in control. Now, he feels like a blind person about to step into a completely unfamiliar battlefield full of traps. This feeling makes him very uncomfortable. Shea looks at the map and mutters to himself instinctively. If only I had an eye that could fly ahead over Glacier City and help me see what's ahead. He speaks without thinking. But the listener pays attention. Woof! A furry head covered with black scales suddenly peeks out from behind Shea's cloak. Noxia blinks her pure gold vertical pupils, as if asking, Are you calling me? Because the weather is very cold. Shea especially took Noxia, who is still a young dragon, and kept her warm inside his coat, as a warm charm. Most of the time, the little creature is sleeping. He didn't expect her to wake up now. Seeing her adorable, silly look, Shea pauses for a moment. Then, a brilliant, dazzling light suddenly bursts into his eyes like never before. Yes, the eyes. How could I forget about them? Don't I have eyes? And the most special, strongest air reconnaissance eyes in this world. Noxia has grown quite a bit during this time, now about the size of an adult lion-hunting eagle. Her flying ability has also improved greatly, although she still can't handle long, intense battles. But flying high for simple reconnaissance is definitely easy. A wave of immense joy instantly clears all the gloom in Shea's heart. Noxia, Shea excitedly takes her out of his coat and gives her a big kiss on her round, cute head. You really are my little lucky star. Woof! Noxia is a bit stunned by his sudden affectionate gesture, tilting her head with an innocent look. Shea no longer hesitates. He holds Noxia and walks to a relatively open snowy area. He crouched down, gently placing Noxia on the ground, then used a serious tone unlike any before, transmitting his commands to her through their faint mental connection. Listen, Noxia, I need your help now. He pointed toward the map, indicating the direction of Ice City. Fly straight in that direction. You will see a huge city covered in snow and ice. You will see many ugly, giant monsters attacking the city. I need you to fly above the city and see everything below. Count how many monsters there are. Observe which way they are attacking from, and look for the biggest, strongest leader among them. Remember, don't get too close, and don't let them see you. Just watch like an eagle in the sky. Keep everything you see in your mind. Then, come back immediately and tell me. Can you do this, my little dragon girl? Noxia seemed to understand his words. Her golden vertical pupils shone brightly. She was no longer the cute, innocent-looking girl. A proud and confident aura, born from ancient bloodlines, radiated from her small body. Roar! She let out a clear, loud dragon roar, as if responding to Shea's instructions. Then, she spread her large black dragon wings. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind burst out from her, centered on her. It blew the snow on the ground into the air. In the next moment, she kicked off with her legs, and with a powerful flap of her wings, her small body shot upward like a black arrow. She quickly gained height, piercing through the snowstorm, and disappeared into the cloudy sky. Soon, she became a tiny black, vanishing into the horizon. All the knights at the camp saw this breathtaking scene. They stared at the sky in awe, their faces filled with respect. Little Lord Noxia. What is she going to do? I don't know. But they are definitely going on a secret mission for the Lord. Shea stood in the snow, looking up until he could no longer see Noxia's figure. His heart was full of hope. Go ahead, my dragon. Become me, and tear apart this darkness with your eyes. Iceberg City. This mighty city, standing at the top of the northern border, is now shrouded in the shadow of war. On the city wall, Lady Ella Winter wears a beautiful silver armor decorated with ice crystal patterns, holding a huge war hammer that looks too big for her height. Her pretty face is as cold as an eternal ice mountain, icy and calm. But her icy blue eyes burn with fierce fighting spirit. Roar! Below, the frost giants roar loudly. Dozens of huge creatures over 5 meters tall wave rough stone clubs and battle axes, attacking the seemingly unbreakable city wall again and again with wild fury. Every impact makes the entire wall tremble slightly. On the wall, the soldiers of the Glacier Knights fight desperately. They pour boiling oil and roll huge stones down from the city walls. Sturdy ballistas hum loudly, shooting giant spear-like arrows into the enemy ranks. But the effect is minimal. The frost giant's tough skin is like leather, and normal attacks can't cause serious harm. A single large stone thrown by them can easily crush several soldiers into meat pulp. The battle has lasted 3 days and nights. The Glacier Knights have lost nearly 30% of their forces, and the frost giants below seem endless. Lady, an old general covered in blood stumbles to Ella, voice hoarse. The western city wall is about to give way. Those beasts are too strong. The fire oil in the eastern city is almost gone. Our reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Ella's lips pressed into a cold, straight line. Reinforcements? The messenger she sent out returned with no news, as if swallowed by the silence. She knew she had been abandoned by those so-called allies and fellow northern nobles. She had been ruthlessly left behind. Her heart was filled with anger and coldness, but she couldn't show any weakness on her face. She was the backbone of Glacier City. If she fell, the city would be lost. Give my orders. Her voice, like her personality, was cold and firm. Send the Winter's Wrath reserve force to the western wall. Tell everyone. Reinforcements are on the way. Glacier City will never fall. Yes. The old general's eyes lit up with hope as he saluted and hurried away. Ella watched his figure disappear into the distance, slowly tightening her grip on her warhammer. She knew she was lying. There probably wouldn't be any reinforcements. Maybe today was the last battle for her in the city. Just as she felt a sense of tragic resolve rising in her heart, she suddenly sensed something strange. A faint, almost imperceptible pressure, an aura that made her heart race, flashed across the sky. That pressure was ancient, noble, and overwhelming. It felt like the deepest part of her bloodline was being suppressed. She suddenly looked up, gazing at the gray, cloudy sky. The clouds were thick, and the snowstorm was fierce. She saw nothing. Was it just her imagination? Ella frowned, pushing the thought aside. Now was not the time for daydreams. What she didn't know was that, just a few thousand meters above her head, a black young dragon was silently gathering its wings, circling like a ghost. Noxia's pure golden vertical pupils, like the most skilled camera, clearly recorded everything on the battlefield below into her mind. There were about 320 frost giants. Their main attack was aimed at the western wall. Behind them, a reserve team of the strongest frost giants, dozens in number, was ready. In the center of the reserve team, there was a giant frost giant, nearly twice the size of others, known as a behemoth. It wore simple metal armor, and in its hand, it held a terrifying club made from a whole tree. This is the leader. Noxia firmly remembered its position and appearance. Then, she had no hesitation. With a loud flap of its huge dragon wings, it silently turned around and merged into the clouds, quickly flying back along the way it came. More than an hour later, at the resting camp, Shea was resting with his eyes closed, but his mind was rapidly analyzing different tactics. Suddenly, he sensed something. A familiar mental wave was approaching him quickly. He suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the sky. After a moment, a small black dot emerged from the clouds and quickly grew larger. It was Noxia. She was back. Noxia looked a little tired, but her spirit was very excited. She glided gracefully and landed steadily in front of Shea. Woof! She happily barked and nudged Shea's leg with her small head, as if saying, I completed the mission. Praise me. Great job. Shea excitedly picked her up and gave her a firm kiss on her shiny scales. Then, a clear memory, like a scene from a movie, flowed through their minds via telepathy, an intense, vivid image. The destruction of Glacier City, the number of frost giants, the main attack direction, and the detailed appearance of the mountain-sized frost giant leader. Everything was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This intelligence, the most crucial, most accurate, first-hand information. He had it. A wave of unprecedented confidence and pride surged in Shea's heart. This seemingly impossible war to win was now beginning to tilt in his favor. He hugged Noxia, quickly walked to the map. He took out a piece of charcoal and started marking quickly on the map. Lena, Lance, and the others who hurried over all gathered around with curiosity. They saw that Shea had drawn a large red arrow on the west side of Glacier City. Far outside the city, in a hilly area several miles away, he had drawn a big circle. Finally, right in the center of the circle, he had drawn a striking blood-red cross. Sir, what is this? Lance asked, confused. Shea did not answer immediately. He looked up at his most loyal followers. His eyes burned with flames of wisdom and confidence. I just had a dream, he said slowly, half joking, half serious. In the dream, the god of war told me that Glacier City can hold for 2 more days. He also told me that the frost giant leader, a fool whose mind is full of muscles, is right here. He pointed heavily at the blood-red cross. So, a cold, cruel smile like that of a hunter appeared on his face. Our plan needs to change. We won't go and help with the usual support. We are going to do the final strike to end this war. As assassins, our only goal, he punched the map hard. Behead them. Strike at the heart. Behead them. Lance and the surrounding knights were shocked when they heard this word. It was a very crazy and bold plan. Surrounded by enemies many times their size, they would give up safe support, and instead strike like a sharp knife, directly into the enemy's heart. The risk was obvious. If they failed, their small force would have no way out and would be torn apart by the furious frost giants. But for some reason, when they saw Shea's eyes full of endless confidence, their doubts and fears instantly disappeared. Instead, they felt a blind, almost faith-like trust. If the Lord said it could be done, then it definitely could. Lance knelt on one knee, his voice strong and clear. Where the sword points, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death. The knights behind him shouted together, full of fierce energy. Shea nodded with satisfaction. Very good, send my orders. The whole army must march immediately. We will not go to Glacier City, bypass the front lines, and head straight to this location. He pointed firmly at the map, marking the hill area with a blood-red cross. We need to set a trap before the enemy notices, one that will leave them no way out and lead to their destruction. Yes. 2 days later, at Glacier City, on the west city wall, the battle had become very intense. Boom, boom, boom. A huge battering ram struck the city gate again and again, which was already shaky. Cracks covered the gate, and pieces of stone and ice kept falling. The remaining glacier knights on the wall fought fiercely. Their armor was stained with blood and mud, looking dark red, their faces tired and numb. Many had fought for over 30 hours without rest, holding on with sheer willpower. Lady Ella was still fighting at the front. Her beautiful silver armor was cracked in several places. Her long ice-blue hair was messy and covered in blood. But her giant warhammer was still powerful. Every swing tore through the air with a terrifying roar. Each strike could crush a frost giant trying to climb the wall, along with the siege ladder beneath it, into a pile of flesh. She was like a tireless goddess of war, using her bravery to push back wave after wave of enemies. But she was only human, not a god. Her breathing was heavy. Her arms, swinging the warhammer, began to ache and go numb. She knew she was reaching her limit. This city of heroes was also nearing its own limit. Lady Duchess, the gate. The gate can't hold much longer, an old general's voice, filled with desperate shouts. In Ella's eyes, a hint of tragic determination flashed. She raised her war hammer, ready to give the final order. Everyone retreat to the inner city and prepare for alley fighting. Suddenly, roar, a loud, majestic cry, like an ancient dragon's roar from the distant past, suddenly echoed above everyone's heads. That sound carried a deep, primal power, an unstoppable force from the very bloodline. In an instant, the noisy battlefield fell into a strange silence. Both the human soldiers fighting desperately and the fierce, bloodthirsty frost giants paused instinctively, looking up at the sky. Ella did the same. Then she saw a scene she would never forget, like a miracle. The heavy gray clouds were suddenly torn open by an invisible force, revealing a huge opening. A sleek figure covered in dark scales swooped down from behind the clouds. It had sharp, blade-like wings, a tall, graceful body full of strength, and a fierce yet noble dragon head. Its golden vertical pupils, like two burning suns, coldly looked down at the tiny creatures below. It's a dragon. On the city wall, a young soldier's spear clattered to the ground. His lips trembled as he muttered in a daze. A legendary dragon. Fear spread like a plague among the frost giants. Though they were not very smart, their deep blood memories were warning them wildly. They knew this was an enemy, the top predator in the food chain, the undisputed ruler. Even the largest frost giant, the leader sitting on the central throne, stood up from his simple seat, showing a rare expression of fear. Ella stared blankly at the sky. Her mind went completely blank. She remembered the terrifying pressure she felt 2 days ago, which had suddenly appeared and made her heart race. It turned out, it was not an illusion. In this world, there really are living dragons. Why is it appearing here? Is it an enemy or a friend? While everyone was still overwhelmed and confused by the huge shock, the giant dragon above the sky moved. It opened its large mouth filled with sharp teeth. A dark, energy-like mass that seemed capable of swallowing all light quickly gathered in its throat. Next moment, whoosh, a thick, whip-like breath of black flames shot down from the sky. It did not attack the attacking frost giants. Instead, with an unmatched stance, it fell behind the frost giants, targeting the elite reserve troops. Hot dragon flames instantly carved a blackened, tens of meters long trench on the ground. More than a dozen elite frost giants caught directly in the flames did not even scream. They turned to ash in the terrifying heat. The frost giants on the edges were also in trouble. Their tough, beast-hide armor was instantly ignited like paper. Fierce flames clung to their bodies, burning wildly. No matter how they rolled or how loudly they cried, they couldn't extinguish the fire. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The once orderly reserve team was suddenly engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos. The power of this strike was terrifying. On the city wall, all the Glacier Knights were stunned. All the Glacier Knights on the wall stared blankly. They watched the hellish scene outside the city and then looked up at the figure in the sky, like a demon god. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Is this the power of the legendary dragon? Ayla's heart was pounding wildly. She remembered the words from Elena's letter. My friend, I will bring you dawn. Could it be? Could this giant dragon be? A ridiculous thought, yet it made her heart race faster. Before she could figure it out, thump, 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 a dull, rhythmic drumbeat suddenly sounded from the distant hills. And then, attack! The loud shouts of battle, like a thunderstorm, suddenly burst out across the land. At the horizon, a small group of black cavalry appeared, like a tide rushing out of, coming into everyone's view. Their number was not large, no more than 500. But their charge formation looked like a sharp, black dagger, radiating a fierce and unstoppable energy, determined to break through everything. At the front of the cavalry was a knight in heavy armor, holding a long sword. His figure, illuminated by snow and firelight, was so striking and reassuring. Reinforcements. On the city wall, the old general, who had long given up hope, watched the sudden appearance of the cavalry, like divine soldiers descending from the sky. His voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. Our reinforcements. They've arrived. A huge cheer erupted instantly on the city's ramparts. All the surviving soldiers used their last strength to cheer and roar. Their despair was completely swept away in this moment. In its place was joy after survival and a blazing hope. Era's eyes were fixed tightly on the leading figure. It's him, although she couldn't see his face clearly. For some reason, a very certain voice in her heart told her. It's that man. The man who promised to bring dawn to her in her most dangerous moment. He really came, and he arrived in a way as epic and inspiring as a mythological story, right before her eyes. With a living dragon, Era felt her heart almost leap out of her chest. In her 20 years, she had never experienced such intense emotions. On the battlefield, the frost giant leader looked at the cavalry that suddenly charged from behind him, then at the dragons circling in the sky, emanating a terrifying dragon aura. Even if it was slow-witted, it now understood. It had been tricked. This was a trap, a carefully planned, targeted, decapitation trap. Roar! The frost giant leader let out a furious roar. He abandoned the siege, swinging his massive wolf-tooth club, and turned to face the daring cavalry approaching him. But how could Shea give him that chance? Nokia! Shea sent a mental command. Stop him! Nokia, soaring above the sky, let out a loud dragon cry. She flapped her wings like black lightning, diving straight at the frost giant leader. She chose not to fight him head-on. Instead, like a swift fighter jet, she kept attacking from tricky angles, launching powerful fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded near the frost giant, but couldn't cause fatal damage to his huge body. However, they slowed him down and kept him stuck in place. This was coordinated aerial combat, a three-dimensional battle, a strike that surpassed this era, a form of overwhelming force. At the moment, Nokia successfully held the enemy leader back. Shea and his 500 Dragon's Breath Fortress Knights finally struck like a sharp sword from its sheath, piercing into the chaos behind the frost giant. The battle truly entered its most brutal and suspense-free phase, the harvest stage. A black torrent collided with a gray dam. The legendary, earth-shaking clash did not happen. The seemingly indestructible defense line made of frost giants was shattered by the precise and sharp strikes of the Dragon's Breath Fortress cavalry, as fragile as rotting wood. Puff! Shea led the charge, his sword extending several meters with a silver gleam under the blessing of battle energy. He didn't need to engage in direct sword combat. Using the momentum of his high-speed charge, he swung his sword to easily cut down the clumsy frost giants and their crude weapons along the way. Broken limbs and foul blue blood flew everywhere. Behind him, 500 black-armored knights formed a perfect spearhead. They moved as one, a single will. Their swords rose in unison, stabbing forward. Every strike precisely pierced through the thick beast-hide armor of the frost giants to hit their soft, vital spots, the heart, neck, and eye sockets. These knights, after undergoing Shah Ya's advanced military training and wearing the finely crafted gear made for them by Master Bailing, have become completely transformed in their fighting ability. They are no longer just simple soldiers, but efficient, cold-blooded killing machines. No impossible. On the city wall, the seasoned old general beside Ella watched the one-sided slaughter below and muttered in a dazed voice. What kind of army is this? Their coordination, their equipment, their presence. He had never seen such terrifying cavalry before. Even the most elite Winter Claw Knights under the Duke's command could only rely on strong city defenses to fight a brutal attrition battle against the Frost Giants. But now, a force of just 500 soldiers dared to directly attack a line of 300 Frost Giants on the plain, and they even achieved crushing success. This completely overturned his decades of military knowledge gained through blood and sacrifice. Ella said nothing. Her icy blue eyes never left the black figure weaving through the army, commanding from the chaos. A storm of emotion had already risen in her heart. Aelina, what kind of man did you bring me? He is not only a lord and a war god, but also a dragon knight. Is there anything in this world he cannot do? On the battlefield, the frost giant line had completely collapsed. Their proud, massive bodies and terrifying strength had become the deadliest burden in front of the efficient and deadly group charge of the Dragon's Breath Fortress Knights. They moved slowly, struggled to turn around, and couldn't keep up with the knights' wave-like cutting movements. Often, before they could lift their stone clubs, cold blades had already pierced their throats. The frost giant leader watched his troops being slaughtered in large groups and let out a furious, crazed roar. It tried to break free from Noxia's grip and go to support. But the black young dragon above the sky was like the cleverest hunter, always able to shoot deadly fireballs from tricky angles, pinning its enemies in place. It angrily threw a huge spiked club into the sky. The club tore through the air with a terrifying roar, like a cannonball, heading straight for Noxia. But Noxia skillfully flapped her wings and easily dodged the attack at an incredible angle. Then, she proudly flipped in the air and spat out a small puff of dark smoke at the frost giant leader below. Roar! The frost giant leader was so angry that it was steaming, but it couldn't do anything. It completely lost its temper. At that moment, while it was distracted, Shea led a team of 50 elite knights, breaking through the last defenses, appearing suddenly in front of it like a ghost. Found you, big guy. Shea pulled on his reins, pointing his long sword at the huge creature that looked like a small mountain from dozens of meters away. His face showed a cruel, excited smile, like a hunter seeing prey. The frost giant leader saw him too. Enemies meeting, sparks flying. It was this tiny human. He and his army had dragged their proud legion into destruction. Roar! The frost giant leader abandoned its fight with Noxia in the sky and took heavy steps forward, like a giant siege beast, charging directly at Shea. Every step made the ground shake violently. The pressure was so intense that any ordinary soldier would be terrified and trembling. But Shea remained calm. His eyes were as deep and cold as an unfathomable lake. Now is the time. He chose not to fight directly, but used telepathy to give Noxia her final attack command from the sky. Howl! Noxia, already ready, let out a loud, powerful dragon roar. She no longer attacked randomly, but gathered all her strength into her throat. A ball of dark, ink-like substance, thick as oil and emitting a destructive energy, quickly formed in her mouth. Next moment, a more massive and solid destruction dragon's breath than ever before descended from the sky. Its target was not the charging frost giant leader. Instead, it aimed directly at the front of its charging path. Boom! Terrible dragon flames fiercely struck the ground. The hard frozen earth instantly melted and vaporized under the intense heat. A deep, bottomless pit over 10 meters in diameter appeared, with red-hot lava flowing at its edges. The charging frost giant leader had no time to stop. Its huge body, driven by momentum, fell straight into the deadly trap created by the dragon flames. Roar! A sharp, short scream suddenly stopped. The towering figure, like a small mountain, disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a nauseating smell of burnt flesh slowly drifted from the giant pit. At this moment, the battlefield seemed to hit the pause button. All surviving frost giants froze in shock. They stared blankly at the suddenly appearing, terrifyingly hot pit. Then they looked at their leader, who was now completely dead. Their limited intelligence completely shut down at this moment. But Xiaoya didn't give them any time to react. He raised his long sword high, gathering all his strength, and let out a victorious roar. The enemy general is dead. All troops, charge, kill. 500 Dragon's Breath Fortress Knights roared like a mighty wave, unleashing a final, unstoppable on the demoralized frost giants. The battle was over. When the last frost giant fell into a pool of blood with a reluctant cry, the entire battlefield had turned into a sea of blue blood. 500 black-armored knights stood quietly among the mountain of corpses and blood. Their bodies were covered in enemy blood. Their chests rose and fell rapidly, but their formations remained tight, their eyes still sharp as blades. This is a truly formidable army. Shea slowly sheathed his sword. They had won this battle, and it was an unprecedented victory. They completely defeated a legion of 300 frost giants with only 500 soldiers. Their own casualties were less than 30. This is a military miracle that will be remembered in history. Shea looked up toward Glacier City. The city walls were silent and still. All the surviving ice knights stood like statues, staring blankly at the incredible battlefield below. Their faces showed shock, awe, and a sense of relief after surviving. Shea didn't rush forward immediately. He knew they needed some time to process this magical scene. He dismounted his horse and walked to a clean patch of snow, beginning to wipe the blood from his body. After a moment, the city gates of Glacier City slowly opened with a creaking sound. A group of knights in shining silver armor came out slowly. Leading them was Lady Ella, who looked like a mountain goddess. She had taken off her heavy helmet, revealing her beautiful face, slightly dusty but still breathtaking. Her steps were graceful and noble, but inside, she was not as calm as she appeared. She walked across the battlefield filled with corpses to stand before Shea. They looked at each other quietly from a few meters apart. One was a mysterious and powerful outsider who had just saved the city. The other was the city's proud and resilient protector. The atmosphere was tense. Finally, Ella broke the silence. She performed a formal bow, a gesture of highest respect among northern nobles. "I am Ella Winter, ruler of Glacier City." Her voice was still cold, but no longer carried the distant chill it once had. "Thank you, Lord Shea Akasha, for your help in our most critical moment. Your kindness, and that of all the people of Glacier City, will never be forgotten." Her words were perfect and flawless. She expressed gratitude while also showing her noble dignity. She thought the other person would respond politely, maybe saying, "It's my duty," or "We are allies," but Zaya's reply completely surprised her. Zaya did not return the courtesy. He didn't even look at her again. He simply used a clean cloth to wipe the blood from his sword. Then he looked up, beyond Era, toward the grand, ancient icy city behind her. A meaningful, slightly aggressive smile appeared on his face. "Lady Duchess." His voice was quiet but clear in Era's ears. "I think you are mistaken about one thing. I saved you not for your light thank yous, nor for any cursed gold or supplies." Era frowned slightly. She didn't understand what he meant. Zaya slowly stepped forward. An invisible aura, mixing fierce killing intent and kingly authority, instantly surrounded Era. She instinctively took a half-step back. She was shocked to realize that under this pressure, her proud knightly self was struggling to breathe. Zaya came before her, looking down at her wide, icy blue eyes filled with shock. His voice was like a devil's whisper, full of undeniable dominance. "What I want is the friendship of this Glacier City for the next 30 years, the strongest alliance in the north." And he suddenly reached out, using a finger still tinged with blood to gently lift Aira's smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. This move was full of extreme provocation and humiliation. The knights behind Aira instantly exploded with anger. "How dare you? Put down your dirty hand." Several swords were drawn at once, pointing at Xayah. But the knights from the Dragon's Breath fortress behind Xayah reacted just as quickly. They all stepped forward in unison, cold blades clashing in a tense standoff. The air was thick with tension, but Xayah seemed to ignore all of this. His eyes only focused on Ella's beautiful face, which was flushed with anger and shame. He looked at her and slowly said his final request, word by word. "Lady Baron." Just a smile. At that moment, it felt as if the air froze. The cold blade of the sword reflected a bloodthirsty gleam in the dim light. Both knights drew their swords, tense and glaring, ready for battle. The knights behind Ella felt humiliated like never before. Their Lady Baron, the protector of Glacier City, the proud winter rose of the north, was being challenged publicly by an unknown man in such a disrespectful way. This was a clear insult to them and to all of Glacier City. If Ella had given the order, they would have rushed forward without hesitation, ready to fight the troublemaker. But the knights from the Dragon's Breath fortress behind Xayah refused to move. Their eyes were firm and passionate. In their hearts, Xayah was like a god to them. Anyone who dared disrespect their god would be their enemy, even if that person was the legendary Lady Winter. In this tense standoff, only two people remained calm, Xayah and Ella, who was tilting her chin up at him. Xayah's gaze was still full of challenge. He looked like a skilled tiger, admiring his prey, beautiful but powerless to fight back. After the initial shock, shame, and anger, Ella's heart, which had been numbed by battle and despair, was now pounding wildly. How many years had it been since she was 15 and smashed a Beastman captain's head with her warhammer and inherited the title of Lady Winter? No man had dared to look at her like this, and no man had ever dared to treat her this way. Everyone around her showed only respect, admiration, or sometimes greedy desire. But no one had ever seen her as a woman to be conquered, like this man did. This feeling was strange, dangerous, and yet it brought a deadly thrill that made her feel ashamed of herself. She looked into Shaya's deep, obsidian-like eyes that were so close. She could see her own reflection in them, a woman with blushing cheeks, rapid breathing, and a nervous look, not the cold, aloof lady she appeared to be. Finally, Ella slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the anger and shame in her eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was a calmness that even surprised Shaya. She did not open Shaya's hand, nor give any attack orders. She just quietly looked at him. Then, her delicate lips, like carved ice, slowly curved into a very subtle but captivating smile. It was a smile, though a little stiff, though a bit awkward, but it was definitely a smile. "As you wish, Lord Shaya." Her voice was still cold, but no longer carried the distant chill that kept others at bay. "Welcome to Glacier City, hero." After saying this, she gently, with undeniable authority, moved Shaya's hand away from her chin. Then, she turned to her still-stunned knights behind her and gave the order. "Put away your weapons." Her voice regained the dignity of a lady. "Is this how you treat allies, and those who saved you?" The Glacier Knights, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly sheathed their swords and lowered their heads. Shaya also waved to Lance and others behind him. A potential conflict was silently resolved through their mutual understanding. Shaya watched Ella's tall but slightly tired figure, and a broader smile appeared on his face. Interesting. This woman was more interesting than he thought. She knew how to read the situation. She understood when to show pride and when to hide her claws. She was a natural leader. That night, a grand celebration was held in the main hall of Glacier City's castle. Although the entire city still carried the blood and smoke of war. Although almost every family is immersed in the sadness of losing loved ones, this banquet must be held. It is meant to boost morale, declare victory, and honor the brave heroes who brought it about. The main guests are undoubtedly Shaya and his Dragon's Breath Knights. They are seated in the most honored spot in the main hall. Ella has changed out of her military uniform and is wearing a beautiful light blue gown that shows her noble status. The dress is decorated with silver thread embroidery of intricate ice crystal patterns, making it look elegant and rich. Her long, Icy blue hair is carefully styled and high, revealing her graceful, white neck like a swan. She has light makeup on her face, which makes her already stunning features look even more noble and pure. She sits at the head of the table like a true snow queen, receiving everyone's respect. However, almost everyone can sense that her attention tonight seems a little distracted. Her gaze often drifts faintly toward a young man sitting not far to her right, who is leisurely enjoying his wine. Shea remains calm and confident, as if he has attended many such grand banquets before and is very used to it. His manners are graceful and flawless. Whether talking to the surviving old nobles from the north or to the curious and respectful young generals of Iceberg City, he handles everything smoothly. His calmness and demeanor make everyone secretly amazed. They increasingly believe that this man cannot possibly be the small pioneering baron from the Ashen Wasteland that Elena mentioned. He must be hiding a bigger secret. The atmosphere of the banquet gradually becomes lively. Yet, beneath this lively scene, there is a subtle undercurrent of tension. Some arrogant people like to stand out and show off in such occasions. Suddenly, a voice speaks out. It belongs to a tall, thin, middle-aged nobleman with a goatee. He is a lord of a nearby barony and one of the few allies who symbolically sent a small force of a few dozen soldiers to aid during the siege of Iceberg City. At this moment, he is holding a wine glass, with a slight smirk on his face, and walks up to Shea. "I hear you are from the Ashen Wasteland in the south." He deliberately emphasizes the words, Ashen Wasteland. The disdain and contempt in his tone are obvious. Shea lifts his eyelids, glances at him, but says nothing. Seeing his lack of response, the noble with the goat beard becomes more smug, raising his voice. "Truly surprising. I never thought that even a barren land where even land dragons refuse to bother would produce such a brave warrior as you. But I wonder," his tone shifts, and a hint of malicious curiosity flickers in his eyes. "Is the wine there also like the land, carrying a hint of ash?" This remark is extremely cruel. He is mocking Shea's background and implying that Shea is just a flashy upstart. The banquet hall suddenly falls silent. Everyone's eyes focus here. Aira's brow furrows slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashes in her eyes. Lance and the Knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress are even more furious. They stand up quickly, hands already on their swords, glaring angrily at the reckless goat-bearded man. As soon as Shea gives the order, they wouldn't mind turning this celebration into a bloody fight. But Shea remains calm, sitting still, with not a trace of anger on his face. He slowly puts down his wine glass. Then, he snaps his fingers at a nearby servant. "Bring out the gift I prepared for Lady Baroness." His voice is quiet but clear, spreading throughout the hall. The servant pauses briefly but then respectfully steps back. Everyone is stunned. A gift? At this moment, what kind of gift could he be talking about? The goat-bearded noble is also stunned. He feels like he has been hit with a punch to the face. His reaction completely exceeds his expectations. After a moment, two knights from the Dragon's Breath Fortress carried a small wooden barrel covered with black cloth into the hall. They carefully placed the barrel in the center of the room. "What is that?" "It looks like a wine barrel." Everyone was talking quietly, unsure of what Shaya was up to. Shaya stood up and walked to the barrel. He ignored everyone and smiled slightly at Ella, who was sitting at the main seat. "Lady Duchess, nice to meet you. Please accept my respect. This is a special brew I made myself, from my land, Dragon's Breath Fortress. I hope it can warm you and your warriors during this cold winter." After saying this, he suddenly lifted the black cloth from the barrel. A strong, powerful smell of wine filled the hall instantly, with a strange sweet aroma, exploding like a bomb. The scent was so rich, so full of strength. It was as if the barrel contained not just wine, but a roaring, awakening dragon. Everyone who smelled the wine felt their blood seem to ignite instantly. Their faces showed both amazement and delight. "What kind of wine is this?" An old soldier, known for his love of drink, couldn't help but shout in surprise. "I bet my beard. This is the strongest wine I've ever smelled in my life." Shaya smiled. He picked up a silver spoon and scooped a small amount of amber-colored, slightly sticky liquid from the barrel. Then he slowly poured it into a crystal glass. "This wine is called Dragon's Breath." His voice was deep and attractive. "It's made from a special fruit called sunfire berries. which only grow in very hot places. It also needs to be distilled 3 times using the oldest dwarf method. And finally, he raised the glass and walked to the stunned, goat-bearded noble. It must be sealed in a wooden barrel with a tiny bit of real dragon's breath to finish the process. Boom. This sentence sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's mind. Dragon's breath? What was he talking about? Shaya paid no attention to their shock. He handed the cup, emitting a fierce wave of heat, the dragon's breath, to the bearded man. Shaya's face wore a devilish smile. This, unknown guest, it seems you were very interested in our Ashes Wastelands wine earlier. Here, please try it. This is the sun from the ashes. He paused, his voice becoming meaningful. Oh, and by the way, be careful when you drink. Don't get burned. The bearded noble's face turned pale and then flushed, looking extremely uncomfortable. He stared at the cup Shaya offered, as if it were a deadly poison. Should he accept or refuse? That was the question. Everyone around was watching him closely, their gazes like bright spotlights, leaving him with nowhere to hide. There was mockery, contempt, and schadenfreude. He knew he had become a complete fool. It was he who started this trouble. It was he who insulted the other's background with harsh words. And now, the other person was giving a response he couldn't understand or resist, an elegant, yet deadly comeback. The breath of the dragon. This madman. He dared to speak such blasphemous words at a banquet hosted by Lady Ella, the niece of Duke Winter. But the bearded noble glanced at Lady Ella, sitting on the main seat, who looked as noble and beautiful as an ice queen. He was shocked to see that her face showed no anger or suspicion. Instead, her icy blue eyes shimmered with a strange light he couldn't understand. It was as if she approved, and she seemed to enjoy this dramatic scene. This thought made the bearded noble's heart sink to the bottom. He knew he had stepped on something much harder than the coldest iron of the winter ice plain, an iron plate that was countless times tougher. "What's wrong, sir?" Shaya's voice sounded like a devil's whisper again. "Are you afraid to drink? Or do you think that this cup of the sun from the ashes doesn't match your noble status?" He almost repeated word for word what the noble with the goat beard had just said. Killing people also means punishing their hearts. I. The noble with the goat beard was sweating heavily, trembling, and couldn't speak a complete sentence for a long time. Finally, under great pressure, he clenched his teeth, trembling as he reached out and took the cup of wine. He knew that if he didn't drink this cup today, he would never be able to lift his head again among the nobles of the northern region. He closed his eyes, made up his mind, and drank the dragon breath in one gulp. Glug! The amber liquid slid down his throat. Next second, ugh! The noble's eyes widened suddenly. His face instantly turned a liver color. A terrifying burning sensation, as if it could ignite his internal organs, exploded from his esophagus. He felt as if he wasn't swallowing wine, but a burning hot iron brand. Cough! 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 He coughed violently, tears and mucus streaming down, looking extremely miserable. Even faint white smoke was coming out of his mouth. Too spicy. He hoarsely managed to say 2 words from his throat. "It's strong," Shaya corrected, with a hint of a compassionate smile. Remember, don't use ignorance as a way to show off. After saying that, he ignored the clown who had completely lost social standing. He picked up the wine barrel and personally poured a glass for each of the city defenders and northern nobles who had truly fought and bled during the recent city defense. Finally, he carried 2 glasses of wine and walked to the main seat. He handed one to Ella. "Lady Baroness, please." Ella looked at him, her icy blue eyes shimmering. She didn't immediately take the glass. Instead, she asked back, "Is there really dragon breath in this wine?" Shaya smiled. He didn't answer. Instead, he raised his own glass, gently clinked it with Ella's, and made a clear sound. Then, he drank it all in one go. Everything was left unsaid. Ella looked at his mysterious and confident appearance, and her curiosity was fully sparked. She no longer hesitated. She picked up her glass, mimicked him, and elegantly drank the strong liquor in one sip. In the next moment, a beautiful blush spread quickly from her snowy neck to her ears. Her cold eyes, affected by the alcohol and warmth, became hazy with a gentle mist. This made her once invincible, icy noble aura seem softer and more charming, like a touch of human warmth. "Good wine," she said sincerely, her voice carrying a lazy, soft tone she hadn't realized herself. Everyone at the party, especially the young nobles secretly admiring Ella, was stunned. Their hearts felt a little broken. They had never seen the lady of the house show such a sweet, innocent side in front of any man. The party continued in a strange, yet lively atmosphere. The dragon breath completely won over all the real warriors present. They drank the strong liquor, ate roasted meat, and loudly praised Chaya's generosity and bravery. Meanwhile, those with bad intentions shrank into the corners like frightened quails, afraid to speak. Control of the party was now fully in the hands of this mysterious man from the Ashen Wasteland. The party went on until late at night. When the guests, tipsy, left in small groups, only Chaya, Ella, and a few loyal maids and guards remained in the large, messy hall. Ella seemed a little drunk too. She propped her chin with one hand, her dreamy eyes fixed on Chaya, who was carefully wiping his fingers with a cloth. Chaya, she suddenly called, using a very close, informal way to say his name for the first time. Chaya looked up. Who? Really are you? Ella's voice carried a hint of confusion she hadn't even noticed herself. I thought you were just a rough guy. But you used a perfect battle tactic to save my city. I thought you were a wealthy newcomer with no real background. But instead, you brought out the dragon's breath wine that even Duke Winter has never tasted. I thought you would show me desire or respect like all men do. But, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. You seem like a mighty god, looking down on a curious mortal. Xiaya listened quietly without interrupting her. He knew that the alcohol and everything that happened tonight had completely opened a small part of this iceberg. It revealed her deepest, most honest feelings. Tell me, Xiaya. Ella's eyes became very serious. Why did you come to the north? You're after more than just a small frontier territory, right? This was a very dangerous question. It was also a question that showed complete trust. Xiaya put down his napkin. He looked at Ella, silent for a moment. Then he slowly stood up and walked to the big window in the center of the hall. Outside, the snow and wind still blew. The whole glacier city was covered in a quiet, silver-white silence. I will tell you what I saw. Xiaya's voice became a little lower. I saw the lion of the north growing old. Its claws are no longer sharp, unable to control the increasingly greedy wolves under its command. This made Ella shiver slightly. She knew Xiaya was talking about her uncle, Duke Winter. I saw the city walls of the north being slowly eaten away from inside by termites. The nobles who should protect the people are fighting for their own greed, ignoring their allies being attacked. I saw countless civilians dying from hunger and cold in the snowstorm. Meanwhile, their lords enjoy fine wine and delicious food in warm castles. Xiaya turned around, his eyes burning as he looked at Ella. This is what I see in the north. A slowly dying giant. And what I want to do is very simple. His voice was not loud, but like thunder, it exploded in Ella's heart. I want to wake him up, or a cold yet passionate smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Replace him. Ella was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, who openly showed his huge ambition. She felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. Crazy. This man is truly a complete lunatic. He actually wants to. But, for some reason, deep inside, she didn't feel fear or disgust. Instead, she felt a strange excitement and anticipation that even scared her. Maybe only a madman like him can save this already decayed northern land. Why? Why are you telling me this? Ella's voice was a bit hoarse. She knew that if she revealed even a single word of what he said, it could cause him and his territory to be destroyed instantly. He was gambling on trust. Because Shea slowly walked back to her. He reached out and gently brushed a stray hair from her temple. His movements were soft. His eyes were serious. Because I see in your eyes the same thing I see in mine. A dislike for this decayed world, and a fiery desire not to be ordinary. Ella, you and I are alike. We both want to stand higher and see farther. So, I need an ally. His voice was full of temptation. A true ally who can stand with me and help change this world. Ella looked at him, at those deep eyes that seemed to see everything. She felt that all her disguises and pride became meaningless in front of those eyes. This man knows her better than she knows herself, even more than she does. Finally, She slowly stood up. How can I trust you? She asked her last question. Shea smiled. You don't need to trust me. You just need to watch. Look at how I turned that cursed, ash-covered wasteland into the richest land in the north. Watch how I transformed starving refugees into loyal and strong warriors. See how I made that soaring dragon bring new life to the north. After speaking, he said no more. He slightly bowed to Ella. It's late at night, Lady Duchess. I must take my leave. There are many matters in my territory waiting for me to handle. Then he turned and walked out of the hall without looking back. Ella was left standing quietly alone. After a long while, she slowly walked to the large window, looking out at the dark world covered in snow and wind. In her eyes, the volcano that had been frozen for many years finally erupted completely at this moment. She knew, starting from tonight, the fate of the entire North will change forever because of that man's appearance. And Ella Winter will be the first to raise her banner in this change. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight struggled through the snowstorm onto the city walls of Iceberg City, Shea and his Dragonfire Fortress knights were already ready to go. After a night of rest, the knights looked their best. They quietly lined up on the snow outside the castle, a silent army of 500. Only the occasional neigh of horses and the faint clink of armor in the cold wind could be heard. The serious and calm atmosphere made the soldiers of Iceberg City feel awe. This was truly a battle-hardened elite force. Lady Ella still wore her armor. She personally saw Shea off at the city gate. After their heartfelt talk last night, the mood between them had become a bit strange. Less suspicion and hostility, more an unspoken understanding that was hard to describe. Won't you stay a few more days? Ella's voice was still cold, but less distant and harsh than before. Your troops also need rest. Moreover, the winter wind and snow will only grow stronger, making travel very dangerous now. Thank you, Lady Noble, for your kindness. Xiaya nodded slightly at her. But my territory has thousands of people waiting for me to return. As a lord, I cannot enjoy the fruits of victory in a warm castle while my people worry about survival in the cold wind. This sentence made the generals behind Ella show respect. A leader who cares for his people and shares hardships with his subordinates will always earn respect, no matter when or where. Ella looked at him, and her beautiful icy blue eyes flickered with a strange light. She knew this man was not just making polite small talk. He truly cares about those so-called common folk. This kindness contrasts sharply with the ambition he showed last night, which could swallow the world. Yet, they blend together perfectly in him. This makes his image more full and charming. Since that's the case, I won't stay any longer. Ella stopped persuading him. She took a heavy pouch made of magical beast leather from her attendant and handed it to Xiaya. This was the reward from the Iceberg City for this war. I know, Lord Xia, you might not care much for these coins, but this is the honor of Iceberg City, and it cannot be refused. Her attitude was very firm. Xiaya looked at the pouch and did not refuse. He knew this was a way for the other side to show sincerity and friendship. He took the pouch, which felt quite heavy, containing at least a few thousand coins. For the Dragon's Nest Fortress, which urgently needs funds to develop, this was undoubtedly a large sum. Then I accept gratefully. Xiaya handed the pouch to Lance beside him. Ella. He suddenly called her name in a more familiar tone. The body of Ella stiffened slightly. The winter has arrived. Xiaya's eyes became very serious. Take good care of your Iceberg City. Don't let me come back to see only ruins. After saying this, he said no more. He gave Ella a respectful, equal gesture that showed friendship. Then, he turned his horse around and waved his hand. We're going home. Yes. 500 black-armored knights answered together. The black wave of steel slowly moved forward and soon disappeared into the snowstorm. Ella stood quietly on the city wall, watching them go far away, speechless for a long time, until the soldiers' figures completely vanished at the horizon. She slowly clenched her cold fingers, which had become chilly from the cold. Shea Akasha. She whispered this name softly. I'm waiting to see how you will wake up this sleeping lion. The journey home was also difficult, but the Knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress were more confident than ever. They not only won a miracle of a war, but also earned great rewards and honor. More importantly, they saw their lord's deep strength and ambition. This filled them with unprecedented hope for the future of Dragon's Breath Fortress. When this victorious army, after several days of travel, finally returned to the fortress, they were greeted like heroes, with the most enthusiastic welcome. Almost all the villagers gathered outside the city gates to welcome their lord and warriors back. Cheering filled the air. Children had already made flower crowns from pine branches and winter berries, and they placed them around each returning knight's neck. Women brought steaming hot stew and wheat beer to warm their heroes after the long journey. Shea sat on his horse, watching this warm scene of soldiers and civilians celebrating together, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. This was home. The home he built himself on these ashes. The home he was willing to protect at all costs. He dismounted and lifted a little girl, who was so excited she threw herself into his arms, onto his shoulders. Then, he made a short but powerful speech to all the cheering villagers. I am back. We have returned victorious. Tonight, Dragon's Breath Fortress. No drinks until dawn. Oh, the entire Dragon's Breath Fortress was transformed into a sea of joy. After the celebration, life eventually returned to normal. Dragon's Breath Fortress officially entered a long period of farming and development during the cold winter. Yasha brought back gold coins from Iceberg City. Part of it was used as compensation and given to the families of knights who died in the war. The rest was handed over to Elena, so she could continue buying the supplies the fortress urgently needed from outside. With steady funds, Elena's business operations became much easier. Trade caravans braved snow and wind, delivering carts of food, tools, and fabrics to the fortress. They also transported finely crafted weapons made by Master Bearing and special minerals unique to Dragon's Breath Fortress to Winter City. A prosperous and stable trade route was miraculously established in this once barren land. Meanwhile, Yasha shifted his focus entirely to internal development within the territory. The first priority was staying warm. The harsh winter cold was deadly. Although Master Bearing's iron stoves had solved the heating problem in the main living area, for those new settlers who had just joined Dragon's Breath Fortress and were living in temporary wooden sheds and tents, this winter was still very tough. Yasha saw many children shivering with purple lips from the cold. It made him feel very sad. He knew he had to find a solution, a way that would keep everyone warm through the winter, once and for all. He locked himself in his room for a whole day. He kept drawing and sketching on sheepskin parchment. When he finally came out, he was holding a brand new blueprint filled with strange lines and structures. He immediately went to find Master Bearing, the dwarf blacksmith supervising the forge in the workshop. Master Bearing, I need your help. Yasha laid the blueprint on the table, which was covered with iron shavings and oil stains. Bearing glanced at it, showing a look of disdain and curling his lip. What is this messy thing again? He muttered while wiping his sweat. Kid, let me tell you, your human buildings are all show and no substance. They're not sturdy at all. If it were up to me, I would. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Balan's eyes accidentally caught a partial structural diagram on the blueprint. Then his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly pushed away the glass of wine beside him, grabbed the blueprint, and brought it close to his eyes to study it carefully. The more he looked, the more his face showed shock. His breathing grew faster with each glance. This is, his voice trembled a little. Heat circulation, chimney system, heat storage, genius. This is a genius design. Balan suddenly looked up, staring at Shea with a look like he was seeing a monster. Kid, did you come up with this? Shea smiled and nodded. Something like that. He revealed what was the most common and practical item in northern rural areas in his past life. A traditional heated bed. It's a device that perfectly combines a bed, stove, and smoke exhaust system for efficient heating. This idea, in a world still using fireplaces for warmth, was like a powerful to their technology. Quick, tell me everything. Balan's excitement made his beard tremble all over his face. Why is this structure designed like this? How does it work? He looked at Shea like a child who just found his favorite toy, eager to discuss every detail of the blueprint. Shea patiently explained each part, from the physics of hot air rising to the maximum efficiency of the chimney's heat circulation. He used simple words to describe his past knowledge so this world could understand. Balan listened with great fascination. His eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. He felt as if a door to a new world was slowly opening before him. I understand. I completely understand. Finally, Balin patted his thigh and roared with excitement. This, this is truly a divine creation. With this thing, what nonsense about winter? It will all become as warm as spring. He could no longer hold back. He grabbed the blueprint and rushed out of the workshop. Everyone, get your over here. He shouted loudly at the blacksmiths working outside. Stop working on that useless stuff. Now, immediately, come with me to build houses. We want to create a miracle that will make the entire North shake. And so it happened. Led personally by the dwarf forging master, Balin, a grand firebed promotion campaign was launched across Dragon's Breath Fortress. The first to be transformed were the temporary homes of the new settlers. Xiaya personally took part. He rolled up his sleeves and helped build walls and install chimneys, with no sense of being a lord. His actions greatly boosted everyone's morale. The settlers also voluntarily joined the home improvement effort. In just 3 days, the first semi-underground stone house equipped with a firebed system was completed. It was a cold, howling evening. Xiaya, Balin, and dozens of new settlers' representatives gathered outside this brand-new stone house. Everyone's face showed a mix of nervousness and hope. Under everyone's watch, Balin personally stuffed a bundle of dry firewood into the stove connected to the firebed in the kitchen. He struck a fire with flint. The flames flickered into the wall through the stove and the winding, specially made chimney. After a moment, a faint white smoke, mixed with the smell of burning wood, rose slowly from the chimney made of baked clay on the roof of the house. Go inside and see. Balin excitedly rubbed his hands. Xiaya was the first to push open the sturdy wooden door of the house. A warm wave of heat hit him. It chased away all the cold. The inside of the house was as warm as spring. Xiaya reached out and touched the wide bed made of smooth stone slabs. It was warm, comfortable, and had a dry, cozy feeling. Success! The settlers who followed him inside, feeling the warmth, burst into a loud, joyful cheer. Some of them excitedly rushed to the heated bed, feeling the continuous warmth coming from beneath the stone slabs. Others cried with joy, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly kissing the warm floor. For these poor people, who in every past winter could only curl up in cold hay and shiver, a warm, comfortable house where they could sleep peacefully was like heaven. Balin looked at this scene, hearing the heartfelt cheers and gratitude around him. His heart, which had become cold and hard after the fall of his clan, melted quietly at this moment. He glanced at Xiaya, who was standing among the crowd with a gentle smile on his face. Then, this hot-tempered, proud dwarf master, for the first time, sincerely lowered his proud head toward someone. He muttered softly, with a stubborn yet soft heart, "Well, this house is a bit ugly, but it seems quite practical." The success of the heated bed was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves throughout Dragon's Breath Fortress. It brought not only physical warmth, but also an unprecedented confidence to overcome the cold winter. In the days that followed, the entire Dragon's Breath Fortress launched a grand campaign called Everyone Sending Warmth. Xiaya took advantage of the momentum and mobilized all the residents. He formed dozens of construction teams, mixing knights, craftsmen, and ordinary villagers. Led by Master Balin and his dwarf apprentices, who had already grasped the core technology, many semi-underground stone houses, equipped with the heated bed system, rose rapidly in the residential areas. The whole fortress became a large, organized construction site. Everywhere, there were busy workers and cheerful shouts. The enthusiastic atmosphere of everyone working together to build their home even seemed to make the harsh winter retreat. Xiaya did not relax because of this initial success. He knew that having warm homes was far from enough. The greatest enemy of winter was always hunger. Although Elena's trading caravan brought enough food supplies, sitting and waiting for resources to run out was not a long-term solution. Especially during the cold winter, the cost and risk of transporting goods increased many times. If the trade routes are cut off by a snowstorm, then Longxi Fortress will once again face a desperate situation. We must find new sources. We need to discover a way to produce food continuously during winter. This is a difficult problem across the entire northern region. But with Xiaya, there is still hope, because he has the Destiny Oracle. That night, when the first real snowstorm began to rage across the wilderness, Shea sat alone in his warm study, the fire in the fireplace casting an orange glow throughout the room. He was waiting for the new oracle to refresh at midnight. He had a strong feeling. On the day winter officially arrived, the oracle would give him an important clue. Finally, when the clock struck midnight, buzz. Familiar golden light appeared in his mind exactly on time. 3 new golden prophecies, seeming to contain the laws of heaven and earth, slowly emerged. This time, the oracle was different from all previous ones. Its content was full of a sense of impending doom, like a premonition of a coming storm. A feeling of heavy fate. Oracle 1. The followers of the eternal night will offer sacrifices at the Stonehenge on the night of the full moon. Their whispers will awaken the sleeping shadows. Oracle 2. The frost spores are hidden behind the frozen waterfall. They can help plant roots resist the cold. Oracle 3. The warm currents underground are a gift of winter. Follow their trail, and you will find the miracle that makes ice and snow bloom. Shea's pupils suddenly shrank. He read these 3 messages over and over, his mind racing. A cold chill and a burning hope intertwined in his heart. Followers of the eternal night. Shea's brow furrowed tightly. This was a name he had never heard before. But words like followers, sacrifice, and awakening shadows all revealed a strong sense of evil and ominousness. This is a cult, and they are operating near his territory. Stonehenge. On the night of the full moon, Shea immediately focused on that location in his mind. It was on a wide plain southwest of the Dragon's Breath Fortress, an unknown ancient site made of about a dozen large black stones. And the next full moon night was just 5 days away. This was an urgent and huge threat, but at the same time, it was also a chance to completely remove this lurking threat from the shadows. Shea quickly made a decision. Then, his eyes fell on the 2 divine messages behind him. The cold feeling in his heart was instantly replaced by uncontrollable joy. The frost-cold spores can help crops resist the cold. The underground warm currents can make snow and ice bloom. He found it. He found the answer he was looking for. The divine messages pointed out 2 ways to solve the winter production problems at Dragon's Breath Fortress. 2 paths to the sky. One was a fungus similar to an antifreeze gene. The other was a natural geothermal energy source. If he could combine these 2 things, then wouldn't he be able to build the legendary greenhouse in this icy northern land? In winter, to enjoy fresh vegetables? This idea made Shea's breathing quicken. He knew what this meant. It meant that the people of Dragon's Breath Fortress would finally say goodbye to the tragic history of only eating salted dried meat in winter. And it also meant he would control a strategic resource that could drive all the nobles in the north crazy. Just imagine, when those high nobles, during the long winter, have sore mouths from lacking fresh fruits and vegetables, or even suffer from scurvy, he, on the other hand, could leisurely eat crisp, refreshing cucumbers and drink delicious mushroom soup. And he could even sell these miraculous products at sky-high prices. The profits and political influence from this would be unimaginable. Shea's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He knew he was about to hold a trump card capable of changing the power structure of the North. Stay calm. Stay calm. Shea forced himself to calm down from his overwhelming excitement. He knew it was not the time to be happy yet. Food should be eaten bite by bite, and tasks should be done one at a time. The most urgent matter is to deal with the hidden, eternal night cult. A stable and safe base is the foundation for all development. He absolutely will not allow any uncontrolled evil forces to exist within his territory. The next morning, Xiaya gathered Lance, Ska, and Lena for a secret battle meeting. He did not mention the divine message. This was his biggest secret. The fewer people who knew, the better. He cleverly disguised the divine message as his own intelligence and guesswork. Based on the information I received, Xiaya pointed to the Stonehenge on the map, looking serious. There is a cult called the Eternal Night Cult, operating near our territory. They act very secretly and are cruel in their methods. I believe that on the night of the full moon in 5 days, they are very likely to perform some evil ritual at the Stonehenge. Hearing this, Lance and Ska looked serious. Cult members, no matter which country they are in, are hated and hunted like rats in the streets. They not only deceive people, but also like to use living sacrifices to please their evil gods. Sir, please give the order, Lance's eyes burned with anger. We must not let these villains defile our land. Exactly, Xiaya nodded. So, I decide we will take the initiative. Before they hold their ritual, set up an ambush and catch them all in one go. Then Xiaya began to plan the detailed battle strategy. From reconnaissance to setting the trap, then to the surprise attack and finishing them off. Every detail was carefully considered. Lena, after arranging the military plan, Xiaya turned his gaze to the girl sitting quietly nearby, listening carefully. This operation might cause injuries, and you may come into contact with some evil curses or poisons. So, I need you to prepare enough antidotes and holy water in advance. Yes, leave it to me, sir. Lena nodded firmly, her bright blue eyes full of determination. She knows that although she cannot go into battle herself, she is everyone's strongest support. The meeting is over. Below the calm surface of Dragon's Breath Fortress, everything starts to move quickly again. A small scout team made up of the best soldiers is secretly sent near Stonehenge to watch all day and night. Lance and Scar each lead a night team, called Winter Hunt, to get familiar with the area around Stonehenge and secretly set traps. Shea makes his disguise even more perfect. He acts the same as usual for several days. During the day, he checks the progress of the construction site, talks with the villagers, and even watches Master Balin forge metal with interest. At night, he drinks wine and plays chess with Elena, discussing big plans for future business. The more relaxed he seems, the more he can hide the possible, hidden eyes, watching him. He believes that a secret cult developing quietly near his territory must have a strong organization and powerful backing. There might even be spies within his land. So, this operation must be completely secret and swift. And strike hard and fast. 5 days pass quickly. The full moon night arrives as planned. A pale, round moon hangs in the night sky, casting cold moonlight over the snow-covered, ash-gray wilderness. Stonehenge. A dozen huge, black stones, each tens of meters tall, stand silently like ancient giants on the empty, snowy plain, giving off a lonely and mysterious feeling. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures in black robes with fierce masks gather silently from all directions to the center of Stonehenge. Their movements are neat and quiet, with no extra noise. Leading them is a tall, thin person in a black robe. His mask is silver, carved with a crying eye. Great Mother of Eternal Night, your most devout followers are here to offer you sacrifices. The silver masked man was singing loudly in a hoarse and passionate voice. Behind him, several black-robed figures roughly dragged a dozen captives, who were tightly bound and had cloth stuffed in their mouths, to the altar in the center of the stone circle. These captives were civilians kidnapped from nearby small pioneer camps. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The silver masked man pulled out a strange dagger made of obsidian from his coat. He raised the dagger high and aimed it at the moon. "Use your blood and souls to please the Mother Goddess," he roared passionately, and the dagger in his hand was about to stab into the chest of the closest girl. But just then, a sharp, tearing scream suddenly cut through the darkness. Whoosh! The silver masked man's raised arm was suddenly severed. A heavy crossbow arrow wrapped in silver energy shot through the air, cutting off his entire right arm at the shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the quiet night. Enemy! Enemy attack! All the black-robed figures instantly fell into shock and chaos. They never expected that their secret ritual would be exposed. Before they could react, release, a cold, commanding voice sounded from all directions at once. In the next second, swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of pre-aimed crossbow arrows rained down from the darkness, like a storm. They completely covered the small altar. A carefully planned, perfect hunt had officially begun. The rain of arrows was fast and dense, like the merciless sickle of death harvesting lives exposed under the moonlight. Thud, thud, the sound of arrows piercing flesh was continuous. The once proud followers of the Night Eternal were suddenly overwhelmed and fell in large numbers under this sudden, overwhelming attack. Their mysterious black robes, in front of the specially forged armor-piercing arrows crafted by Master Balin at Dragon's Breath Fortress, were as fragile as thin paper. Piercing screams and desperate cries replaced the previous passionate chanting instantly. Ambush. Form a shield. Quickly form a shield. The silver-masked man, who had lost an arm, gritted through the pain and let out a hoarse roar. He seemed to be the leader among these cultists, holding a high position of authority. Although the surviving black-robed figures were panicked, they had not completely broken apart. They quickly shrank their formation, protecting a few companions who looked like mages in the center, while pulling out strange-looking armor that resembled bone shields, trying to block the relentless arrow rain. Their reaction was quick. Their training was far better than that of ordinary bandits. Unfortunately, they were facing Shea, who had activated full map mode. Second wave, rockets, fire. Shea's cold voice echoed again from the darkness, like a death sentence. The second wave of arrows, already prepared, howled through the night again. This time, the arrowheads were tied with cloth soaked in oil. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless burning, fire crows, with long flames trailing behind, sliced through the night sky and accurately landed among the crowded formation of cultists. Boom. Rumble. The black-robed cultists hit by the rockets immediately caught fire, turning into screaming, frantic fire beings. The fresh blood on the ground, still flowing and not yet solidified, also ignited, transforming into a terrifying sea of flames. The entire stone circle instantly became a hellish prison. The flames, screams, and the smell of burning mixed together, creating a disgusting scene. It's the army. The regular army. One cultist, looking at the well-coordinated and disciplined enemies around him, let out a desperate scream. Their proud secret tactics and strange fighting skills were crushed under the might of the army, which represented absolute order and discipline. Charge. Shea didn't give them any chance to breathe. He knew that when dealing with such cultists, there could be no mercy. We must crush them completely with unstoppable force. As he gave the command, attack. 100 heavily armored knights from the Dragon's Breath fortress, long unable to hold back, emerged from the darkness. They looked like demons climbing out of, forming two neat, intimidating wall-like formations, charging from two directions at the already panicked cultists, delivering the final deadly strike. Moonlight shone on their black armor, crafted by master Baling, shimmering with a cold metallic glow. Their hooves pounded the snow-covered ground, producing a dull, drum-like sound. This fierce, unstoppable momentum was enough to make any enemy tremble with fear. It's over. The man with the silver mask watched the two waves of black steel rushing toward him like a tide, and for the first time, he showed a look of despair in his eyes. He knew that he and all his followers would die here today. He couldn't understand. Why? Why was the secret ritual so hidden that even the Winter City Intelligence Agency hadn't noticed, so precisely ambushed by such an elite army? It was as if the enemy already knew all their plans. This thought made him shiver, but he had no time left to think about answers, because the black tide was already flooding over him. The sharp sword easily tore through the black robe, flesh, and bones. This was a slaughter with no suspense. The Knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress didn't even need complex tactics. They just maintained their charge formation, holding their long swords high. Then, any enemy daring to stand in their way was crushed into meat paste. The battle lasted from start to finish. It didn't even take more than 10 minutes. When the last cultist was beheaded by Lance's sword, the entire stone formation fell silent again. Only the corpses scattered on the ground and the crackling flames of the burning fire proved that a bloody fight had just taken place. Xiaya slowly stepped out of the darkness. Behind him, Lena and several guards responsible for protecting her followed. He glanced at the battlefield, which looked like a hellish place, and frowned slightly. The air was filled with a very unpleasant smell, a mix of blood, burnt flesh, and a strange sulfuric odor. Clear the battlefield. Shea's voice broke the silence. Count the casualties and treat the wounded. Yes. The knights immediately began to act. Shea quickly walked to the girl who was tied to the altar and was still alive. He personally cut the ropes that bound her with a dagger. The girl was already terrified, trembling all over, making unconscious whimpering sounds. Don't be afraid. Shea took off his warm, body-temperature fox fur cloak and gently draped it over her. His voice was soft and calming, with a soothing power. It's okay now. We are soldiers of the Winter Duke's exploration knights, here to save you. He cleverly concealed his true identity. The girl seemed to understand his words. A flicker of hope appeared in her frightened eyes. She looked at this handsome and gentle man who had rescued her from like a divine being. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Shea was a bit at a loss. He was not good at dealing with women's tears. Fortunately, Lena came over just in time. She gently held the girl who was still crying and softly comforted her. There, don't cry. It's all over now." Under Lena's soothing words, full of healing energy, the girl's emotions gradually calmed down. The other knights had also rescued the remaining dozen or so survivors. They all looked shocked and frightened, as if they had just escaped from a nightmare. Shea didn't bother them. He knew they needed time to recover from this terrible experience. He turned his gaze to the battlefield. "How are the casualties?" he asked Lance, who was in charge of counting. "Reporting to the Lord," Lance said excitedly. "We have 0 casualties on our side. Only 2 brothers were injured during the charge, both lightly wounded from a desperate counterattack by the enemy." "Good," Shea nodded in satisfaction. This outcome was expected. With careful planning, combined with superior equipment and tactics, there was little chance of serious casualties. If there had been heavy losses, he might as well have thrown himself into a wall. "What about the results, sir?" "We defeated 73 enemies in total. We also seized some strange weapons and some mysterious evil books," Lance said as he handed over a heavy book made of unknown leather, with a cover depicting a strange black sun. Shea took the book. As soon as he touched it, a cold, negative energy spread through his arm. Shea raised an eyebrow. He could feel that his internal energy and the faint magic he was beginning to practice were instinctively rejecting this book. It didn't seem to be a good thing. "Put it away," Shea said, tossing the book back to Lance. "Let Master Balin look at it when we return. See if he can figure out anything." "Yes." Shea then walked over to the body of the silver-masked man whose arm he had shot off. He knelt down and removed the mask. Beneath was a pale, twisted face that looked surprisingly young, probably in his early 20s. Around his neck hung a pendant carved from obsidian, shaped like a crying eye. "Search," Shea ordered. Soon, the knights found a sealed letter in his belongings. Shea tore open the envelope. The letter was written in a twisted script he couldn't understand. But at the end, there was a family crest he recognized. It was a fierce emblem made of thorns and a long whip. In the northern lands, the whipping baron of the Sod family crest. Shea's pupils suddenly shrank. The whipping baron, Sod. He had heard of that name. It was a notorious old noble near Winterfell, known for his cruel methods and love of torturing slaves. "I didn't expect him to be involved with the evil cult called the Eternal Night Sect. The situation seems more complicated than I imagined." Shea carefully put away the letter. He knew this letter would be a sharp key to open the internal conflicts among the northern nobles in the future. "Master." At this moment, a knight responsible for questioning the survivors hurried over. "We got the answers. These captured sacrifices said that the people of the Eternal Night Sect worship a deep-sea evil god called Mother Night. They are holding a sacrificial ritual to weaken the world's seal in the north, so their mother goddess can spread more power into this world. They also said, this sacrifice is just the beginning. During the coldest winter, they will hold even larger blood sacrifices across the north." Hearing this, Shea's heart sank suddenly. Deep-sea evil god. World seal. These words, which only exist in ancient myths, actually are real. He suddenly remembered the prophecy about bringing the end to the north in 1 year. So, that's what it meant. A huge sense of danger suddenly overwhelmed him. He knew that from tonight, the enemies he and his Dragon's Breath fortress would face were no longer just foolish frost giants and corrupt old nobles. It was an older, more terrifying, and more unfathomable shadow from the abyss. Bring all the survivors back to the Dragon's Breath fortress. Shea took a deep breath, suppressing his trembling heart, and calmly gave the final order. Ensure they are well cared for. Also, gather all the bodies here. Burn them all with fire. He looked at the full moon in the sky, which was growing paler. His eyes became extremely firm. "Eternal Night," he whispered to himself. "I don't care what kind of evil god or demon you are. If you dare to threaten my land, I will make you see what true long night is. First, let them eat well and stay warm. On the way back to Dragon's Breath Fortress, the mood was a bit heavy. Although they had just achieved a perfect victory, exciting and without any injuries, the terrifying news about the Eternal Night cult and the abyssal evil god from the rescued survivors weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Shea's face also looked very serious. He knew he had accidentally become involved in a much larger and more dangerous secret war than noble disputes. This was no longer just about land and wealth. It was about survival, fighting for the existence of the entire world. This feeling put some pressure on him. But more than that, he felt an uncontrollable excitement. A chaotic time is the best stage for heroes. Since this world is about to fall into darkness, I will be the one to light the first flame that cuts through the night. Shea's eyes burned with fierce determination. The slight hesitation and fear he felt after learning the truth disappeared instantly. In their place was an unprecedented strong will to fight. When the team returned to Dragon's Breath Fortress with the frightened survivors, Elena, Bering, and others who had already heard the news came out to greet them. "Shea, are you okay?" Elena was the first to rush forward, her beautiful eyes full of genuine concern. When she saw that Shea was safe and sound, even without a single drop of blood on his armor, her tense heart finally relaxed. "What could possibly happen to me?" Shea smiled at her, his smile full of confidence. "Just a bunch of sneaky rats. I've taken care of them." Then he calmly began giving various after-action orders. "Lena." "Yes, sir. Immediately take these survivors to the temporary camp. Check their health, comfort their emotions. Remember, they've just been through a lot of fear, and what they need most is warmth and quiet." "Yes." Lena quickly led a few caring maids to gently the trembling survivors to the warm stone houses that had already been prepared. "Master Bering, speak. I need you to investigate these things immediately." Shea handed the captured evil leather book and the obsidian pendant to the dwarf master. "I suspect they contain secrets about that cult. See if you can find a way to control them." Balin took them, glanced at them briefly, and his white eyebrows furrowed tightly. "The aura of the abyss. It's disgusting," he muttered, but still carefully stored the items away. "Leave it to me. My favorite thing is to throw these evil god artifacts into the furnace and see what kind of smoke they produce. Lance, here, immediately and secretly deliver that letter to Iceberg City, to Lady Ella. Remember, you must hand it directly to her, without passing through anyone else." "Yes." Shea handed over the letter, which could cause a stir among the northern noble circles. He knew this was not the time to play his hand. It was wiser to let Ella, a true noble of the north, handle it. This would deepen their alliance, and also allow her to stir up the deep, murky waters of Winterfell, gaining more precious time for his own development. After issuing a series of commands, the entire Dragon's Breath Fortress resumed efficient operation. Once these urgent matters were handled, Shea could finally focus on the thing he had been looking forward to for a long time. Winter, production. He did not rest. Instead, he took Lena and a few trusted craftsmen, braving the snowstorm, to the windless valley on the east side of Dragon's Breath Fortress, surrounded by mountain walls. This was the location of the underground warm current, hinted at by the oracle. "Sir, are you sure this is the place?" One craftsman looked at the valley, which was empty except for snow and a few bare rocks, and asked with some doubt. "I am sure." Shea's tone was full of unwavering confidence. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the vague guidance left by the oracle in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes and walked to an unremarkable black rock in the middle of the valley. "This is the place." He stomped on the ground beneath him. The hard frozen soil made a dull sound. "Dig down," he ordered. "Yes." The craftsmen, though confused, immediately picked up their tools and started digging hard. The frozen soil was very tough. They used all their strength, but only managed to make a shallow hole on the surface. "Step aside. Let me do it." Balin, a fellow craftsman, couldn't watch anymore. This quick-tempered dwarf master grabbed a pickaxe and took a deep breath. His small, sturdy body suddenly showed incredible strength that didn't match his size. His arm muscles bulged like granite rocks. "Yeah!" With a loud roar like thunder, he swung the pickaxe with a whooshing sound that tore through the air, smashing it into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the valley. The tough frozen soil was shattered like tofu, creating a large pit over half a meter deep. The surrounding craftsmen stared in amazement. Is this the legendary dwarf strength? It's too incredible. Why are you all just standing there? Balin shouted impatiently. Get to work. Everyone snapped out of their surprise and hurriedly moved to clear the broken stones and dirt from the pit. As the hole grew deeper, a strange change happened. A faint, warm white steam began to rise slowly from the bottom of the pit. The air around seemed less cold. There's heat, one craftsman shouted happily. Everyone's spirits lifted. They worked even harder to dig down. Finally, after reaching nearly 5 meters underground, ding, a crisp sound. The tip of the pickaxe seemed to hit something hard. We found it. Everyone carefully cleared the dirt around the spot. Soon, a natural mineral vein made of an unknown dark red crystal appeared before everyone. Pure and warm geothermal energy was continuously seeping out from the cracks in these crystals. It's a hot spring. We found it. Zaya felt a surge of great joy in his heart. This is the energy core mentioned in the divine message as the miracle that makes snow and ice bloom. Next, he needed the second key item, the frost cold spore. Zaya's gaze turned to the end of the valley, where a huge frozen waterfall, completely iced over by the cold, stood. He brought Lena and a few of the most agile knights to the base of the ice fall. The large ice wall was smooth and steep, like a mirror. Sir, is what you're looking for behind this? Lena asked curiously, looking up. Yes, Zaya nodded. He reached out and touched the cold, crystal-like ice wall. He could feel that behind this thick ice, there was a large hollow cave. Master Bering, Zaya called back. Can you break it open? Piece of cake. Bering carried his treasured war hammer and came over. He looked at the ice wall, which was over 10 meters thick, and grinned. Step back, don't let the ice chips splash on you. After saying that, he took a deep breath, and his internal energy started to run wildly. A hot aura suddenly erupted around him. On his seemingly ordinary war hammer, a layer of red flames, like molten lava, suddenly ignited. Orc's secret technique. Heart of molten fire, Bering roared loudly. He shot forward like a cannonball, rushing toward the huge ice wall. The fiery war hammer struck with a destructive force, smashing down fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the valley. The unbreakable ice fall was shattered by this strike, creating a huge hole over 3 meters in diameter. Countless ice chunks flew everywhere. A cold, icy breeze mixed with a strange, mushroom-like fragrance burst out from the cave. Everyone was completely stunned by this miraculous sight. The power of a single strike was enough to do this. Shea felt the same way. He knew Bering was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. This dwarf master was definitely a true extraordinary warrior. All right, it's safe now. Bering put away his war hammer, and the flames on the hammerhead went out. He clapped his hands lightly, looking calm and relaxed, as if he had just broken a simple stone. Shea suppressed his shock and was the first to step into the cold, icy cave. Inside, it was a huge world of ice and snow, like a crystal palace. Countless ice crystals hung from the ceiling, like a hanging forest. In the center of the cave, there was a large cluster of glowing blue mushrooms covering an area of several dozen meters. The mushrooms had strange shapes, made entirely of ice crystals, and emitted a very cold aura. Frost mushrooms. Lena looked at the beautiful mushrooms and gasped in wonder. They are said to grow only on ancient ice cores, precious cold treasures. Their spores have a magical power that makes any plant fearless of cold. Shea finally relaxed. He had obtained both key elements. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. Under Shea's direct command and Bering's incredible engineering skills, an unprecedented building began to rise in the Dragon's Breath Fortress. Shea sealed off the valley that contained geothermal energy. Then, he guided craftsmen to build a large boiler system using the geothermal heat. They heated underground cold water into boiling steam. Using sealed clay pipes crafted by Bering himself, they continuously transported this warm steam to a huge shelter made of wood and transparent crystal stones, an unusual mineral found in the ash wasteland that allowed light to pass through. At the same time, Lena successfully cultivated many precious spores from the frost mushrooms. She carefully mixed these spores with the crop seeds and sowed them into the well-prepared, fertile land inside the greenhouse. Everything was ready. The first geothermal greenhouse. in Longxi Fortress officially began operation. When the first batch of vegetable seeds mixed with frost fungus spores was sown, all the villagers involved in this project felt both nervous and hopeful, waiting to see the results. Could they really grow food during this cold winter? It sounded like a fairy tale, but the truth gave them the loudest and most shocking answer. Just 3 days later, the first tender green seedlings representing life and hope broke through the soil, and they grew incredibly fast. Under the warmth of steam and the help of frost fungus spores, vegetables that normally take months to mature were harvested in less than half a month and brought in a bountiful harvest. When the first batch of fresh, green vegetables with water droplets was picked from the greenhouse and placed on everyone's tables, Longxi Fortress was completely excited. Oh my, it's green. Fresh vegetables. Am I dreaming? I ate fresh vegetables in winter. This is a miracle. It's definitely a divine gift. Countless villagers held bowls filled with what used to be a luxury only available in summer, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They knelt on the ground, repeatedly and sincerely bowing towards Shea's direction. In their hearts, this young leader was no longer just a human. He was an all-powerful, true God. Master Bailing held a thick, bright green cucumber, crunching it loudly, mumbling with a fuzzy mouth. I've lived 350 years. And this is the first time I've eaten this in winter. Elena was also deeply shocked by this seemingly miraculous scene. She watched the villagers cheer and cry tears of happiness over a simple bowl of vegetable soup. Then she looked at the man standing among the crowd, smiling gently. A strong, unprecedented feeling surged in her heart. She knew, this man is doing something truly great, something powerful enough to change the world. And I am a witness to this great miracle. And a participant. At the same time, on the other side of winter, the cold wind of winter cuts like the sharpest blade, sweeping across the barren wasteland. The snowflakes hitting my face feel like tiny needles, causing sharp pain. Illy is curled up behind a large rock, holding his small daughter even closer. Millie, don't sleep. Please, don't sleep. His voice is hoarse and trembling, almost torn apart by the fierce wind. The girl in his arms, his daughter, no longer responds. Her small face is red with fever, her lips are cracked and peeling, and her breathing is weak, like a flickering candle in the wind. Illy knows his daughter is close to death. Since half a month ago, when their lord, the fat and cruel Baron, died in a hunting accident by falling from his horse, their land has fallen into chaos. A new lord has not yet taken power. The fragile order has completely collapsed. Bandits, hunger, and disease, like 3 hellish dogs, madly devour every fragile life on this land. Just a few days ago, Illy's wife died in his arms after catching a cold and not receiving any treatment. Now, it's his only daughter's turn. No, a wild, desperate light flashes in Illy's eyes. He cannot lose Millie. He must keep her alive. But where can they go? The entire northern region is shrouded in winter's shadow. Everywhere is death. Everywhere is despair. Just as Illy is about to be swallowed by this endless darkness, a distant, dreamlike rumor suddenly appears in his mind. It was something he heard a few days ago from a fellow refugee passing by. That refugee was eating a piece of frozen black bread, as hard as stone, and was speaking in a nearly sacred tone about an incredible legend. He said that deep in the ashen wasteland, in that cursed, barren land, a miraculous city appeared, a city built by a young lord blessed by the gods. He said there was no hunger and no cold in that city. People wore warm cotton clothes and lived in cozy stone houses. Their warehouses were full of endless food. And even in the cold winter, they could eat fresh green vegetables. At that time, Ilias thought it was just a joke, a sad dream imagined by a desperate person. Eating vegetables in winter? That was more absurd than a flying dragon. But now, that ridiculous dream has become the only hope in his heart. A lifeline. Dragon's Breath Fortress. Ilias chewed the name with cracked lips. Shea Akasha. He remembered the name of the legendary messenger of the gods. Mila. Hold on. He tightly tied his daughter to his back with a worn animal hide. Dad will take you to find the divine person who can make winter grow food. He must be able to save you. Holding onto this last faint hope, Ilias, once just an ordinary hunter, suddenly showed incredible determination that even surprised himself. He braved the snowstorm, looked for directions, and dragged his exhausted body step by step toward the east, where the legendary Dragon's Breath fortress was said to be. He didn't know how long he had been walking. A day? 2 days? He had long lost track of time. His mind only had one thought. Keep going. Stay alive. Find that paradise called Dragon's Breath Fortress. All he saw along the way were scenes from the frozen bodies of a family by the roadside, hungry refugees fighting over a dead wild rabbit, and those wandering in the snow, emitting an ominous aura. Scavenger ghosts. This world seemed to have gone completely mad. Ilias's consciousness began to blur. His steps grew heavier and heavier. Several times, he almost fell into the snow and couldn't get up again. But whenever he felt the faint, almost disappearing breath on his back, he would grit his teeth and stand up again, continuing to move forward. Finally, just as he was about to run out of strength and collapse, he saw it. In the distant horizon, amidst the snowstorm, he saw a warm, orange glow of lights. The lights were so bright, so warm. It was like a lighthouse guiding lost travelers in the dark night. That must be it. Tears of hope streamed down Eli's face. Those tears instantly froze on his cold cheeks. With his last bit of strength, he let out a hoarse cry for help toward the light. Help! Help me! Then everything went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Captain, look! It seems someone has fainted ahead. A knight from the Dragon's Breath fortress, patrolling in the snowstorm, found Eli and his daughter lying in the snow. Without hesitation, the leading knight ordered immediately. Hurry, go check on them. Are they still breathing? Quickly, bring them back to the camp. Notify Miss Lena. We have seriously injured people. Warmth. That was the first feeling Eli experienced after regaining consciousness. It was a long-lost warmth, like soaking in a mother's. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids. What he saw was not cold stones or a shabby tent, but a clean, tidy, even, cozy room. He was lying on a soft, warm bed. The bed seemed to be made of stone, but it radiated a continuous, comforting heat that made him want to moan. A thick blanket with a hint of sunshine covered him. A faint, pleasant herbal scent filled the air. Where was this? Is this heaven? Have I already died? Just as he was feeling confused, a gentle voice, like a heavenly melody, sounded in his ear. You're awake? Eli struggled to turn his head. He saw a figure that he would never forget in his life. It was a girl wearing a simple linen dress, with soft, matching long hair. Her face showed some tiredness, but her bright blue eyes were like the purest sky, full of kindness and care. She was holding a bowl of hot, thick porridge. How do you feel? She asked softly, placing the bowl on the wooden table beside the bed. Do you remember what happened? She inquired gently. Eli's lips moved, but he couldn't make a sound. His throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. The girl seemed to notice his discomfort. She thoughtfully brought a bowl of warm water and carefully fed him a few sips with a small spoon. The sweet, clear water soothed his cracked throat. Finally, Eli found his voice again. He didn't answer her question. Instead, in a hoarse, urgent, almost pleading tone, he asked, My daughter, Mila. She's fine, the girl said with a warm smile that could melt ice. You arrived just in time. Although she has a high fever, she has taken medicine and is now sleeping in the next room. Don't worry, after a good rest, she'll be better. Isla nodded and quickly ate the meat porridge in the bowl. The warm, fragrant porridge slid into his stomach. A feeling of happiness so strong it almost made him cry spread through his body. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten such warm, delicious food. Is this the Dragon's Breath Fortress? He asked carefully while drinking the porridge. Yes, the girl nodded. Welcome to the Dragon's Breath Fortress. It truly felt like heaven. The legend was real. Isla's heart was filled with excitement and awe. He looked at the girl before him, who was as kind and beautiful as an angel. He couldn't help but ask, Who are you? I'm Lena, the girl answered with a smile. I'm a healer here. And, our Lord. Isla's voice was full of respect and admiration. Lord Shea Kasha. He is a very good person. Lena's eyes showed a gentle light. He built everything here. He gave us all a place we can call home. Listening to her, Isla felt endless gratitude for the unseen Lord. It was that Lord who saved him and his daughter. It was that Lord who brought them back from to the human world. He would never forget this kindness. Meanwhile, at the tower inside the Dragon's Breath fortress, Shea was quietly listening to Lance's report. Thought that's how it happened, Lance said respectfully. The hunter named Isla and his daughter are safe. Lena said she will recover fully after a few more days of rest. Good, Shea nodded. Arrange proper housing for them, according to our rules. Yes, sir, Lance paused and then added, Lord, more and more refugees like Isla are escaping from outside. In just 3 days, our patrols have gathered over 300 survivors. Our temporary camp is almost full, and the consumption of food is also beginning to increase. He didn't finish his sentence, but his worries were clear. Although Dragon Breath Fortress is wealthy, it cannot support all the refugees in the northern region. Shea's face showed no sign of worry. He walked to the window, looking down at the refugee camp below, which was simple but already taking shape and expanding. A spark of ambition shone in his eyes. Lance, he spoke slowly. Do you know what is the most important thing for a kingdom? Is it a strong army? Lance tentatively answered. No, Shea shook his head. It is the people. Enough loyal and devoted people. These refugees might seem like a burden or a nuisance to others, but in my eyes, he turned around, a confident smile on his face. They are the most valuable wealth of my future kingdom. I not only want to gather them, but I also want everyone in the northern region who is struggling in despair to know, on the eastern side, on this ash-covered wasteland, there is a promised land for them, where there are warm homes, plenty of food, and fair rules, and that place is called Dragon Breath Fortress. Shea's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing waves to ripple in Lance's heart. He stared blankly at his lord, whose young eyes sparkled with a brilliance he had never seen before, like stars shining brightly. It was a kind of ambition powerful enough to swallow the world and encompass all seas. He had thought his lord only wanted to build a fortress here to settle down. But now he understood. He was wrong in every way. His lord's goal was never just to stay in one place. He wanted the entire northern region, even a broader world. An indescribable fiery passion instantly filled Lance's chest. To follow such a great leader and witness the rise of a magnificent kingdom. What an honor! Lance knelt on one knee, forcefully pounding his fist against his armor with a deep, firm sound. I, Lance, swear to follow to the end. Shea looked at him and smiled. He stepped forward and personally helped his most loyal knight captain to his feet. Loyalty alone is not enough. His voice became very serious. I need you all to become stronger, because winter has just begun. The true enemies are still hiding in the dark. Go now, and deliver my message to every warrior at Dragon's Breath Fortress. Let them know what we are fighting for. Yes, Lance nodded hard, his eyes burning with fierce fire, and then he turned and strode away. In the days that followed, Dragon's Breath Fortress entered a new stage of development. Shea's orders were carried out firmly. The patrol teams at the fortress no longer limited themselves to daily checks around the territory. They expanded their patrol areas outward, several times larger. Their tasks changed from simple guard duty to search and rescue. Elite knights and hunters familiar with the land formed rescue teams, actively working across hundreds of miles of snow and wind around the fortress. They shone like fireflies in the night, bringing hope to those struggling in despair. More and more survivors were brought back to Dragon's Breath Fortress. 50, 100, 500, 1,000. In just half a month, the total population of the fortress grew like a rolling snowball, surpassing 2,000. This number was comparable to some small baronies in the northern region. And Shea also kept his promise to everyone. Every refugee who arrived at Dragon's Breath Fortress received basic survival support. Warm shelter, clean water, and enough food to fill their stomachs. Of course, none of this was free. Shea was not a saint. He knew that simply giving charity would only produce a group of lazy, good-for-nothings. What he wanted was citizens who could create value for him. So, a new system called Work for Relief was introduced and widely implemented throughout the refugee camp. All new arrivals were assigned to different jobs based on their age, gender, and previous skills. Young men were put into reserve forces, receiving basic military training and doing heavy labor like building walls and farming. Women and the elderly handled logistics, weaving, and caring for valuable vegetables in greenhouses. Skilled artisans, such as carpenters, stonemasons, and leatherworkers, received special treatment. They could quickly gain official resident status and get extra food supplies. Everyone's work was measured in contribution points. These points could be exchanged for anything: bread, clothing, weapons, or even a cozy stone house. Once they saved enough points, they and their families could leave the refugee status and become proud, free citizens of Dragon's Breath Fortress. When this system was announced, it caused a big stir in the camp. At first, many people doubted it. They had been deceived by noble lords for too long. They believed there was no real fairness. Some troublemakers secretly tried to oppose the system, hoping to get benefits without working. In response, Shea handled the situation simply and directly. During the first meeting to announce work for relief, all the refugees gathered in the new large central square. Faced with their tired, doubtful, and even hostile eyes, Shea didn't give a passionate speech. He simply said one calm word: "Lena." Lena, waiting nearby, waved to the logistics team behind her. Soon, dozens of women pushed carts filled with food, hot, fragrant fish soup, out into the square. There are also piles of freshly baked soft black bread. The tempting aroma instantly made the hungry refugees below swallow their saliva. Their eyes shone with greedy light, like hungry wolves. "Trust me," said Shea, pointing at the food. His voice was quiet but clear to everyone. "Now, there is food to eat and a place to stay. If you don't trust me," he looked at a few troublemakers in the crowd with bad intentions, "you can turn around and walk away. I won't stop you." As for those who want to cause trouble, before he finished, the 200 knights behind him, dressed in heavy armor and full of energy, drew their long swords all at once. Shing! The synchronized sound of swords being drawn echoed like thunder across the square. A cold, bloodthirsty pressure suddenly covered the whole scene. The troublemakers who had been moving slightly just moments before turned pale, and their legs trembled with fear. He used both kindness and strength. This is Shea's way of ruling. He wants the people to see hope like heaven, but he also wants them to understand the power of. The effect was immediate. No one dared to question anymore. No one dared to cause trouble again. All the refugees lined up quietly, registered, and received their work and their first life-saving meal. When Ilai, a former hunter, was promoted to a second-class craftsman because of his decent woodworking skills, and received a hearty dinner of fish soup, bread, and a small piece of salted meat, he, a strong man, couldn't help but shed hot tears. He knew that from today on, he and his daughter would say goodbye forever to that nightmare-like past. They would find a new life here. The power of example is endless. When the first family, who worked hard and earned enough contribution points to exchange for a warm stone house, appeared, the entire refugee camp was completely excited. Everyone's eyes lit up with an unprecedented flame called hope. It turns out, everything the Lord said was true. It turns out, fairness really exists. It turns out, as long as you work hard, you can truly change your fate. A new wave of enthusiasm for work burst out across Dragon Breath Fortress. People no longer needed supervision or urging. They voluntarily left early and stayed late, working hard at their posts. Everyone was doing their best for their future and for this new home that gave them new life. Dragon Breath Fortress started to run like a finely tuned machine, faster than ever before. The city walls grew taller and thicker each day. Farmlands were gradually being cultivated and expanded. New workshops and residential areas were rapidly being built. During this process, Shea's reputation reached an unprecedented level, almost like being revered as a divine figure. In the hearts of all the residents, he was no longer just a noble lord. He was a kind, fair, and all-powerful savior, the one who led them out of darkness into the light. A god among humans. Of course, the rapid development of Dragon Breath Fortress was not without difficulties. Big trees attract the wind. When a city that remains brightly lit and bustling even in the cold winter appears on this silent wasteland, it naturally attracted some malicious wolves. That evening, just as the refugees had finished their day's work and queued for dinner, a sudden, sharp, piercing alarm sounded from the watchtower outside the camp. Enemy attack. There are bandits. A large group of bandits is approaching us. This news instantly threw the entire camp into panic and chaos, especially the refugees who had just escaped here and had not fully shaken off the shadows of war. Their faces instantly filled with fear. Is the hard-won peace about to be broken like this? Men, pick up your weapons. Defend our homeland. Just as everyone was at a loss, a dull, drum-like sound, like a heartbeat, came from the direction of the inner fortress. Then, a group of heavily armored cavalry, wielding sharp swords, surged out of the fortress gate like a black tide. Their movements were coordinated. Their eyes were cold as blades. They radiated a fierce, bloodthirsty aura that could intimidate any enemy. Leading them was their lord, Shea Ikasha. He sat on his warhorse, expression calm, but eyes burning with fierce anger. How dare some reckless fool target him? They were asking for death. Eli was also startled by this sudden change, but he didn't hide like others. He was once just an ordinary hunter and carpenter. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his sharpest tool from his toolbox, a lumberjack's axe. He didn't know what he could do. He was even trembling with fear. But he had a strong, clear thought. This is his home, the place where he and his daughter found new life. He would never allow anyone to destroy everything here, even if it meant risking his life. He saw many others, just like him, ordinary men, also picking up their tools, hoes, shovels, even sharpened sticks. They were afraid, but no one backed down. They gathered spontaneously behind the knights of the Dragon's Breath Fortress, using their insignificant flesh and blood to defend this home that gave them hope and dignity. Eli saw this scene, and his eyes welled up with tears. He knew, from this moment on, they were no longer a group of numb, selfish refugees. They were the people of Dragon's Breath Fortress. The cold wind howled across the wasteland. The swirling snowflakes looked like flying blades, scraping everyone's cheeks. The perimeter of Dragon's Breath Fortress was silent. Only the banner with a black dragon fluttered loudly at the top of the watchtower. Sat atop his horse, quietly staring at the dark horizon that seemed to blend into the night. Behind him were 200 heavily armored knights from the Dragon's Breath Fortress, forming a tight battle line. Further back were thousands of villagers, holding simple weapons but with determined eyes, gathered voluntarily. Though nervous, they felt no fear, because their gods and their lords stood at the front, like a strong wall ready to defend them. That tall figure was like a solid fortress, able to block any enemy attack. Finally, at the edge of the horizon, small moving black spots appeared. They grew larger and clearer, eventually forming a chilling gray-white tide. It was a wave of undead creatures. Even the brave knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress, experienced in battle, gasped in shock. This was no ordinary band of thieves. It was an army of the dead, rotting corpses and pale skeletons. Some were recently dead, still with flesh hanging from their bodies and glowing green souls burning in their eye sockets. Zombies. Others were skeletons, bones cleaned of flesh but still clutching rusty weapons. At the back of the army, strange creatures made of stitched-together bones, as big as trolls, could be seen. Abominations sewn from countless skeletons. They moved slowly, staggering forward. But their numbers were endless. They were fearless and tireless. They were the natural enemies of all living beings. A cold, evil pressure filled with death and decay swept over from afar, making everyone hold their breath. It's the undead. Oh my God. The undead army. The villagers behind them panicked instantly. Many had never fought before and had never seen such terrifying, blasphemous creatures. Even the seasoned knights looked very serious. They could face any living enemy without fear. But facing these undead beings, born from the most terrifying legends, was a different matter altogether. Their hearts naturally felt a hint of instinctive fear. However, just as this panic was about to spread, Xiaya moved. He did not turn back to comfort anyone. He simply slowly drew his long sword from his waist. Then, in a calm, almost cold tone, he began to speak. His voice was soft, but with the power of magic, it clearly reached every soldier and civilian in Dragon's Breath Fortress. Over a month ago, many of you were still starving and poorly clothed refugees. You shivered in the cold wind, seeing no hope of survival. It was I who gave you a warm home. It was I who provided enough food. It was I who gave you a place you can call home. His voice was straightforward, yet it carried a powerful force that touched the heart. All the panicked villagers instinctively quieted down and listened carefully. And now, Xiaya slowly raised his sword, pointing it at the approaching grayish-white tide of death. There are some dirty skeletons crawling out of. They want to destroy everything. They want to take away your warmth. They want to tear apart your children. They want to drag our hard-earned paradise back into. Xiaya's voice suddenly rose sharply, like thunder crashing in everyone's hearts. Now, tell me, he suddenly turned around, his sharp eagle-like eyes scanning each face. Will you, or will you not? Agree? Silence. Deathly silence. Then, no, I won't agree. A voice roared from the crowd with all its might. It was Ilai. Once a hunter, now his face was flushed red, and he was using all his strength to wave his axe. His eyes no longer held fear, only a blazing rage. No, I won't agree. Never will I agree. Like a dry grassland set on fire, thousands of citizens, regardless of age or gender, used their loudest voices to roar with deep anger from their hearts. This united, strong will to protect their home instantly dispersed the cold, deadly pressure brought by the undead army. All the knights' eyes reignited with fierce fighting spirit. Yes, what is there to fear? Are they just a bunch of skeletons? We are fighting for our home. We are fighting for our loved ones. We fear nothing. Xiaya looked at the morale he had ignited with his own hands and nodded with satisfaction. He knew they had already won half the battle. Very good. He turned his horse to face the approaching undead army. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Now then, let's prepare a grand fireworks display for these reckless guests. He raised his sword and suddenly swung it downward. Light the fire. Behind the undead army, a necromancer dressed in a beautiful black robe, holding a staff made of bones and soul crystals, stood on the shoulder of a huge, stitched abomination, coldly watching the brightly lit city in the night. He was a steward of the Night Eternal cult, and the commander of this revenge operation, a bunch of clueless little ants. He looked at the small cavalry unit daring to come out of the city to fight, and sneered with disdain and cruelty. They dared to destroy the Mother Goddess's sacrificial ritual. Today, I will make you all my most perfect trophies, using your flesh and screams to announce the arrival of eternal night. He raised his staff, ready to give the order for a full attack. But just then, sudden change. Boom, boom, boom. In front of Longxi Fortress, beneath what seemed like an ordinary snowy field, a series of intense explosions suddenly erupted. Countless pieces of dirt, stones, and dark, sticky liquid were swept into the air by a huge force. They formed a wide, deadly zone in the middle of the battlefield, stretching for dozens of meters. The frontline zombies and skeleton soldiers were instantly shattered by this sudden explosion. The dark liquid that was thrown into the air rained down like a storm, soaking the advancing undead army and making them shiver. Is that an alchemy bomb? The necromancer's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. Humph, just a petty trick. For undead that don't feel pain or fear death, this kind of attack is nothing. Before he finished speaking, he saw on the opposite side of the battlefield. Xiaya slowly raised a lit rocket and aimed it at the sky. He shot it into the air. The burning arrow traced a bright, deadly arc across the night sky. It accurately hit the area soaked with black liquid, where the undead were gathered. Next moment, boom! A terrifying wall of fire shot up dozens of meters high, like a waking, angry fire dragon. It instantly engulfed hundreds of undead. That black liquid was not ordinary. It was a special fuel called Fury Oil, carefully prepared by Master Bearing, distilled 3 times for purity. Ah! Squeak, squeak. The undead caught in the flames felt no pain, but the soul fires within them, formed by evil magic, were quickly evaporated and destroyed by the intense heat of the Fury Oil. Countless zombies and skeleton soldiers struggled and twisted in the flames, eventually turning into piles of charred bones. The disgusting smell of burning flesh spread across the entire battlefield in an instant. In just a moment of combat, the undead army lost nearly 1/10 of its forces. No, impossible. The pale face of the necromancer, hidden beneath his hood, showed the first signs of shock. He never dreamed this would happen. The other side had prepared such a detailed and targeted trap. Roar! At this moment, The huge stitched-together monster beneath him let out a painful roar. It had been splashed with a lot of fierce fire oil during the recent explosion. Now, half of its body was burning, like a giant torch. Bugs. The necromancer was both surprised and angry. He could no longer stay calm as a butler. He raised his staff and began chanting an ancient, evil spell. In the name of the Mother of Eternal Night, awaken, my most loyal servant. As he chanted, the scattered bones on the ground, burned and broken, started trembling violently. Then they shook and reassembled into new forms. They turned into skeletons burning with ghostly green flames. Fire skeletons. Kill them all. The necromancer roared with hatred. But just as he thought he was about to turn the tide, a terrifying dragon roar, enough to make the heavens and earth lose color, suddenly echoed loudly above everyone's heads. Roar, everyone, including the necromancer, instinctively looked up, and then they saw it. A huge, black shadow that made their souls tremble. Unnoticed, at some point, a fierce black dragon, as large as a small siege tower, appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Its vertical pupils, like molten gold, coldly looked down at the group of blasphemers of death, filthy creatures. It radiated a power from deep within its bloodline, an absolute dominance over all undead creatures. It's a dragon. The necromancer's voice trembled with fear for the first time. Hey, subdragon, no, that's not right. This pressure, it's a pure-blooded dragon. He was completely overwhelmed with disbelief and panic. He never imagined. On this barren, cursed wasteland, there was actually a legendary dragon that was long thought extinct, hidden here. He finally understood what kind of terrifying being he had gotten involved with. But he no longer had the chance to regret. Because above the sky, Noxia opened her huge mouth. A blast of destruction dragon fire, thicker and more solid than ever before, fell from the sky like a black sun. Its target was the fire skeleton army that had just been summoned again by the necromancer. Rumble! Terrible black flames, like a bursting flood, instantly flooded the area. This time, not a single skeleton could stand up again. In front of the pure destruction law contained in the dragon fire, they and the faint flicker of their inner souls were completely erased from this world. Purification. This is the absolute purification of the undead by the great dragon. One powerful strike to clear everything. Well done, little Nora. Shea stood on the city wall, looking proudly at his daughter, who was already showing signs of a true ruler, and whispered. Then he raised his sword again. His voice was like rolling thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Now, it's our turn. Knights, follow me. Attack. For the Dragonfire Fortress. With Shea's commanding roar, the heavy gates of the Dragonfire Fortress slowly opened with a grating sound. 200 black-armored knights, already prepared, surged out like a flood of darkness from the gate. Their formation was perfectly coordinated. Their momentum was unstoppable. At the front was Shea, holding a long sword with a cold gaze. Above them, the giant dragon Noxia spread her wings, blocking the moonlight. Coordinated attack. This mythic, epic scene instantly boosted the morale of the entire battlefield to its peak. For the Dragonfire Fortress, on the city walls, thousands of civilians waved their simple weapons, shouting the loudest and most passionate roar of their lives. Their fear of the undead was gone. All that remained was endless admiration and pride. Look, that is our Lord. That is our guardian spirit. That is our invincible Dragon's Breath Fortress. The necromancer was completely overwhelmed with fear. His pale face twisted with terror, losing all his previous calmness and pride. A dragon. A well-equipped heavy cavalry force, strong enough to rival the Empire's elite troops. Plus, that miraculous wall of fire appearing out of nowhere. This was not the small, newly established frontier territory described in the reports. This was a heavily armed war fortress, a death trap capable of crushing any enemy daring to challenge it. A deadly meat grinder. The intelligence was completely wrong. Run. He must run now. That was all the necromancer could think. Without hesitation, he commanded the burning abomination beneath him to turn around and flee into the darkness behind. As for the undead soldiers still being torn apart by flames and arrows in front, he no longer cared. But how could Shea let him escape so easily? Noxie. Shea sent a simple order through telepathy. "Stop him!" "Roar!" Noxie, who had already locked onto the target, let out a loud dragon cry. She flapped her wings, and her huge figure, like a black lightning bolt, instantly crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in the necromancer's escape path. She did not attack immediately. Instead, she slowly lowered her altitude and hovered in midair. Her large, molten gold-like vertical pupils, with a hint of playful mischief like a cat catching mice, coldly watched the tiny, bug-like figure below. The pure dragon might emanating from her bloodline, as solid as a mountain, suddenly descended. Roar! The abomination made of countless bones, which should have been fearless, trembled violently under this overwhelming pressure. It let out a fearful cry. Its huge body trembled so fiercely that it dared not take a step forward. It even instinctively tried to retreat. This is the level of life. Absolute suppression. Useless trash. The necromancer was both surprised and angry. He frantically struck the stitched abomination's head with his bone staff, trying to make it keep moving forward. But it was useless. The fear from the dragon had completely destroyed the faint, magic-formed courage inside the undead beast. And in that brief moment of pause, Shea and his black iron tide had already arrived. Pierced through them, Shea's voice was cold and sharp, without any emotion. "Leave no one alive. Kill." 200 Dragon Breath Fortress Knights, like two sharp black knives, cut fiercely into the rotten cheese blocks. The zombies and skeleton soldiers, already battered by firewalls and arrow rain, couldn't form any effective resistance. Under the knights' perfectly coordinated charge, like a wall of bronze and iron, they were shattered, crushed, and trampled into a mess of bones. Shea's goal from the beginning to the end was only one. The necromancer, who was riding on the stitched abomination's shoulder and had fallen into complete despair. His warhorse seemed to sense his fighting spirit, letting out a long neigh, and its speed increased again. He was like a black arrow shot from a bow, instantly closing the distance with the enemy. No, the necromancer saw the figure rapidly enlarging in his pupils, like a demon god, and let out a desperate scream. He raised his staff, trying to cast his last life-saving spell, Death Entanglement. He had only half of his spell spoken when a silver, extremely swift sword light silently sliced across his neck. His voice suddenly stopped. A hooded head, still showing a terrified expression, shot up into the air. The headless corpse fell weakly from the stitched abomination's shoulder. And the stitched abomination, no longer under its master's control, was completely turned into burning ashes by Noxia's follow-up dragon breath. At the moment the main commander was slain, this battle had no more suspense. The undead army without its commander had completely fallen apart. Although they still fought bravely and refused to give up, under the tactics of the Dragon Breath Fortress Knights, like in a textbook, dividing, surrounding, penetrating, and attacking, their numbers were rapidly decreasing. On the city wall, the civilians who had just been worried about survival now completely turned into enthusiastic spectators of this one-sided slaughter. They watched with their own eyes as their army, in a powerful and unstoppable way, crushed the seemingly invincible undead army. Their hearts were filled with immense pride and a sense of security. Eli also held his axe tightly, standing among the crowd. He looked at the young lord who was effortlessly taking the heads of enemies from among thousands of soldiers. His eyes shone with a nearly fanatical light. He knew the best decision he had ever made in his life was to bring his daughter and, after many hardships, come to this city of miracles. And the survivors rescued by Shea from the cultists were even more deeply shocked by this miraculous scene before their eyes, especially the girl who was personally cloaked by Shea. She stared blankly at the majestic black dragon circling in the sky, then looked at the invincible man on the ground, like a war god. Suddenly, a firm thought arose in her heart. She wanted to stay in this powerful city protected by the divine dragon. Follow the messenger of the gods who saved her from. The battle lasted nearly an hour. When the last skeleton soldier, burning with soul fire, was shattered by Lance's sword, the entire battlefield finally returned to peace. Looking around, the ground was littered with broken bones and blackened debris. Not a single undead remained standing. Dragon Breath Fortress once again won this home defense battle with near-perfect crushing force. The final victory. Did we win? On top of the city wall, a young citizen whispered in disbelief. We won. Someone was the first to shout loudly and passionately. In the next moment, we won. Long live Dragon's Breath Fortress. Long live the Lord. A thunderous cheer rose like a wave, filling the air. It echoed through the entire winter night sky. Everyone was cheering, hugging, and celebrating their survival and deep pride from the bottom of their hearts. Shea sat quietly on his horse, listening to the wave of cheers around him. He slowly raised his sword, still stained with enemy blood. He pointed it toward the sky. Above, Noxia let out a joyful and proud dragon roar, responding to him. At this moment, one person, one dragon. They became the only main characters in this world. Their figures, against the bright city behind them, were forever engraved in the hearts of all Dragon's Breath Fortress people. They became a never-fading, legendary picture. After the battle, the cleanup was organized smoothly. Shea handed over command to Lance and Scar. He himself, with Lena and a few guards, went to the newly settled citizens who had just experienced a big shock. It's all over. His voice was gentle but strong enough to calm all restless hearts. From today, you will be the bravest citizens of Dragon's Breath Fortress, because you fought to protect your home with your own hands. His gaze swept over Ilii and those men holding simple weapons but standing tall. Tomorrow, everyone can go to the logistics office to get double food rations. This is your deserved honor. Long live the Lord. A wave of heartfelt gratitude and cheers erupted from the crowd again. Shea smiled. He knew, after this battle, the unity and cohesion of Dragon's Breath Fortress had reached an unprecedented peak. Everyone's hearts were tightly bound together. This city truly had its own soul. He looked up at the cold, bright full moon in the sky. But inside, he felt a peace he had never known before, along with a strong sense of courage. The Eternal Night Cult? The Abyssal Evil God? The Winter Crisis? He slowly clenched his fists. Bring it on. My Dragonfire Fortress, and I will be waiting here for you. And we will crush you and your sad beliefs completely. The victory at the Dragonfire Fortress was like a big stone thrown into the still waters of the north. It didn't cause huge waves right away, but it created small ripples underneath that no one noticed. For the people living in the fortress, this victory made their faith in the god Shea feel even stronger, like a divine power. For Shea himself, this victory made his future path clearer and more urgent. Winter is not over. The real darkness has just begun to show its teeth. Early morning, when the first sunlight fell on the battlefield, soaked in blood and fire, it revealed not horror and death. Instead, it showed a scene full of lively work and effort. Thousands of villagers voluntarily left their warm stone houses to help the knights clean up the battlefield. Their faces showed no fear, only pride. This was the land they had fought to protect with their own hands. Shea stood on the city wall, quietly watching this scene, a happy smile on his face. He knew this city had gained the strongest spirit. Sir, Lance's voice came from behind. The most reliable scouts have already sent the letter to Glacier City. Shea nodded. Are the casualty reports and the loot tally ready? Yes, sir, Lance said with a hint of excitement. In this battle, we lost. None. 3 were seriously injured, and 17 lightly injured, all under Miss Lena's care, and no one's life is in danger. And the loot. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Besides those evil magic items, we also recovered over 500 sets of standardized armor and weapons from the undead. What? Even Shea was surprised to hear this news. He quickly walked down the city wall to the temporary storage where the spoils were kept. He saw a pile of rusty but still well-made weapons and armor on the open ground of the warehouse. They were clearly marked with the emblem of the Northern Imperial Legion, the iconic eagle and snow mountain. What's going on here? Shea's brow furrowed tightly. Sir, we questioned the survivors we rescued. Lance's voice became a bit serious. They said that most of the materials used by the Night Eternal Cult's undead army came from the Imperial 3rd Patrol Legion, which was unexpectedly wiped out a month ago at the Black Forest Pass. Unexpected? A cold smile appeared on Shea's face. He was now completely sure. The Night Eternal Cult had dirty, secret dealings with some nobles in the northern region. Even the fall of the Imperial Legion was part of a carefully planned conspiracy. This situation was deeper and more complicated than he had imagined. Repair all usable equipment and erase the insignia, Shea calmly ordered. Then distribute it to our reserve soldiers. Yes, at that moment, a crisp, cheerful step sound approached from afar. Shea, Shea, a familiar voice grew closer. It was Nuss, his chubby face always wearing a sincere smile, riding a magnificent white horse, followed by a large caravan of dozens of wagons, rushing toward Dragon Breath Fortress. His face was full of joy from reuniting. Shea, I finally found you. Nuss dismounted with a graceful flip, but due to his size, it looked a bit funny. He spread his arms, intending to give Shea a warm hug. But Shea, with a look of dislike, pushed his chubby face away. All right, Xion said helplessly. You're getting snot all over my armor. Hee, Nuss chuckled without anger. He looked at the Fortress of Dragon's Breath, still under construction but already showing signs of a mighty city. He also glanced at the villagers around him, whose spirits were very different from those in other parts of the north. His eyes were full of amazement. My goodness. Xion, did you build a city? Sort of, Xion shrugged. Just a place to shelter from the wind and rain. His casual, boastful words hit Nuss hard. Nuss remembered his own frontier land, still in a simple grass hut, and suddenly felt like crying. People can really make you jealous. By the way, Nuss suddenly remembered something and excitedly pointed at the convoy behind him. Look, I brought you something. This is the first batch of supplies I managed to get from my father after much persuasion. Grain, cloth, weapons, and for 1,000 gold coins. He pounded his chest proudly, eager for praise. Xion looked at him, feeling a warm wave in his heart. In this cold, harsh world of nobles, having a friend who truly cares is a real blessing. You're not completely heartless, Xion said with a smile, patting his shoulder. Let's go inside. Just in time, I want you to try our special product of Dragon's Breath. That noon, Xion held a small welcoming banquet for Nuss in the castle's dining hall. When a plate of vibrant green vegetable salad and delicious mushroom soup, considered miracles during the harsh winter in the north, was served, Nuss, a wealthy young master who had grown up eating delicacies from all over, was completely stunned. His eyes widened like copper bells. He pointed at the fresh, green vegetables and stammered, Xion, is this magic? Try it. Xion smiled and pushed a plate of roasted meat in front of him. And this, Glacier City's special snow beef, paired with our vegetables, tastes even better. News hesitantly speared a leaf of lettuce with his fork and carefully put it into his mouth. Suddenly, he froze as if struck by lightning. The crisp, refreshing taste, with a hint of sweetness and full of life, exploded on his taste buds instantly. It completely awakened his tongue, which had been tortured by salted meat and black bread for months. Ugh ugh ugh. News started to eat the salad quickly, tears of frustration forming as he looked like a very heavy child. It's so delicious, Shea. I feel like all those years before were wasted. Shea looked at him with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Enough, if you like it, eat more. From now on, you can come whenever you want. Really? News looked up, hope shining in his eyes. Of course, Shea. You're like my real brother. A good meal completely won News over, and his admiration for Shea reached a new high. After eating and drinking well, the two sat by the warm fireplace and started talking about serious matters. Shea, how did you do it? News looked out the window at the city, still busy with construction despite the snowstorm, and sincerely sighed. This place is like a miracle that doesn't belong to the north. It's just a small trick, Shea said casually, giving credit to luck. By the way, he changed the subject. Why did you come to the north? I remember you hated this cold, poor place, right? Not for nothing. It's because of you, News said confidently. You were exiled to this terrible place. How could I not worry? So I took the initiative to ask my father for a Northland pioneering permit and came to build a territory near you. I thought, maybe we brothers can look out for each other. He spoke casually, but Shea knew there was a heavy price behind it. With News's family influence, he should have inherited a rich land in the south and lived a life of luxury. Traveling to the remote northern region to pioneer is like self-exile for him. Thanks, brother. Zaya didn't say much, but those two words carried everything. Hey, no need to be so formal with me. Nuss waved casually. He lowered his voice and leaned in close to Zaya's ear, whispering mysteriously, "By the way, Zaya, I brought you some very important news this time." "What news?" "About our emperor." Nuss looked serious. "My father said that recently, the emperor seems increasingly unhappy with the old noble families in the south. He plans to send more younger sons of noble families like us, and knights with military achievements but no background, to the north under the name of Northern Frontier Development. Partly, it's to develop the north and strengthen the empire's northern border. And partly, Nuss's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. It's also to use the northern frontier as a sword to weaken and purge the deeply rooted old powers in the south." Zaya's heart moved slightly. It seemed that the distant emperor in the imperial capital was not a foolish or weak ruler, but a clever and ambitious politician. The game in the north was becoming more and more interesting. Suddenly, a hum filled Zaya's mind. The familiar golden light flashed again without warning. This time, it was no longer the daily midnight refresh. It was a sudden, urgent warning. Urgent decree. A distant friend will face bloodshed in the Howling Ravine in the west. The Crimson Vulture awaits to feast on them. A distant friend? Howling Ravine? Zaya's pupils shrank sharply. He immediately thought of one person, Ilena, who had just left and was preparing to return to Winter City. He knew the Howling Ravine. It was a dangerous and easily ambushed part of the route from Dragon's Breath Fortress to Winter City, Death Gorge. The Red Vulture. That is the most fierce and mysterious group in the northern region, known for raiding nobles and merchant caravans, top-tier bandits. They are called the Snowfield Hunters. This is bad. Ilena is in danger. Shea's face suddenly turned very serious. Shea? Shea? What's wrong? News looked at his suddenly changed expression with concern. It's nothing. Shea suddenly stood up. His eyes became sharp like blades. News, stay here and rest. Let Lance show you around the territory. I need to go out quickly." After saying that, he turned and strode toward the door. He didn't even have time to change into his armor. Time is life. He must reach the Howling Gorge as fast as possible. He can't let his newly formed, very important ally, someone he quite likes, be lost so easily. "Hey, Shea, where are you going?" News watched his hurried figure, looking confused. Meanwhile, at the Howling Gorge, Ilena's convoy was slowly moving through the narrow valley. "Miss, it's getting late. Let's set up camp here," Captain Carl, the one-eyed guard, suggested. Ilena lifted the curtain of her carriage, looked at the sky, and nodded. "All right," but just then, whoosh, 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 a series of sharp, ghostly howls suddenly echoed from the tall cliffs on both sides. Then, dozens of arrows wrapped in strange red energy, like blood-colored meteors, shot toward the convoy. "Enemy attack!" Carl roared in anger. But it was too late. A long-planned deadly ambush had already arrived. The rain of blood-red arrows was as deadly and precise as a death god's invitation. "Raise shields. Protect the lady." Ding, 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 ding. After the guards and adventurers experienced their initial panic, they quickly showed their true skills. They swiftly gathered their formation, protecting the golden carriage and the most important wagons in the center. A solid shield wall formed a moving barrier of steel. Most of the arrows were blocked outside, but the Snowfield Hunters' attack was more than that. Their arrows seemed to carry a strange, corrosive power that could weaken energy. Every hit made a sizzling sound, causing the shielded guards' arms to tingle and their energy to drain faster than usual. It's the armor-breaking poison arrow. The dwarf warrior swung his huge axe, cutting several arrows in midair as they shot toward him, roaring angrily. These scoundrels! They even used such wicked weapons. One guard's shield finally gave way after blocking several attacks, pierced by a red arrow. The arrow sank deep into his chest. His body suddenly stiffened. A strange dark red frost spread rapidly from the wound. In just a few seconds, he turned into a frightened-looking ice sculpture. Then, with a cracking sound, it shattered into shards of ice all over the ground. Arno, his companion, shouted in grief and anger. Fear, like an invisible snake, began to spread in everyone's hearts. This strange and deadly attack completely broke their mental defenses. "Huh, did you see that?" An arrogant and cruel laugh came from the cliff wall. in front of the blood ancestors' blessing. You so-called elites are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Give up resisting. Hand over that woman, and I will grant you a quick death. Aelina sat in the carriage, listening to the familiar screams and the enemy's arrogant laughter outside. Her beautiful face was now as cold as frost. In her hand, she held a shimmering alchemy vial that radiated danger. Aelina, the queen of the Golden Rose Guild. She could die with grace, but he would never live in shame. Just as she was about to crush the alchemy vial and perish together with the enemy. Boom! A thunderous, violent sound of hooves suddenly roared from the canyon entrance, like a giant wave crashing in. The powerful momentum seemed to want to crush the entire earth. In an instant, it drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. Everyone, whether attacking the snowfield hunters or defending the caravan, looked instinctively toward the sound. Then they saw a figure so unforgettable, as if a divine or demonic being had descended. At the end of the narrow valley, a man dressed in black, without armor, riding a magnificent black warhorse, charging fiercely toward them. His speed was incredible, like a streak of black lightning, a lightning that tore through the wind and snow, and also shattered. Despair. Is that him? Aelina looked through in the carriage window at that familiar, reassuring figure. Her once hopeless eyes suddenly lit up with a bright glow called hope. He's here. He truly has arrived, just like last time, when she was at her most desperate and helpless, like a destined guardian angel. Alone, on the cliff, the leader of the snowfield hunters looked at the lone figure rushing toward them, first stunned. Then, a cold sneer appeared on his face. Stupid fool who doesn't know his limits. Shoot him dead, he gave the order. Immediately, dozens of archers turned their bows, aiming their deadly red arrows at the rapidly approaching target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of armor-breaking curse arrows, like red snakes, blocked all of Shea's paths to advance or dodge. But faced with this deadly rain of arrows that could make any extraordinary knight tremble, Shea's face remained completely expressionless. His eyes were as calm as a frozen lake that had not melted for thousands of years. Just at the moment when those arrows were about to hit him, he moved. His body on the horse made a series of incredible moves that defied common sense. He turned sideways, twisted his waist, reached out, and flipped. His body seemed to have no bones, moving in a nearly artistic way through the dense rain of arrows. Countless deadly arrows brushed past his clothes and hair, whistling by, and not a single one hit him. What? The snowfield hunter leader on the cliff's face froze with a cold smile on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of monster is this? After Xia dodged the arrow rain, his speed didn't slow down at all. He even had time to show a cold and cruel smile at the stunned leader on the cliff. Then Xia raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together. A faint silver light gathered quietly at his fingertips. Next second, a half-moon-shaped silver sword energy, compressed from pure fighting spirit, shot out. Whoosh! The sword energy cut through the air. Its speed was extremely fast. Almost the moment it appeared, it crossed nearly 100 meters. Danger! The snowfield hunter leader's alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Puff! A soft sound. The archer standing beside him, still in shock, was struck in the head like a watermelon being sliced open, flying into the air. Warm blood splashed onto the leader's face. Ah! The surrounding bandits screamed in terror. From nearly 100 meters away, he released sword energy with his bare hands. And the power was so terrifying. This is no longer something a peak knight can do. This is the legendary method of an extraordinary master. Fear. An endless wave of fear instantly overwhelmed every snowfield hunter's heart. They finally understood what kind of terrifying being they had encountered today. After Shea released that sword energy, his people had already rushed to the center of the canyon. He ignored the frightened soldiers who had already lost their courage. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, instantly locking onto the small leader who was commanding his allies and trying to reorganize the defense. Is it you, the one who hurt me? Shea's voice was quiet but cold, like a chilling wind from the depths of darkness, making the small leader tremble all over. Before he could react, Shea's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. He didn't even bother to get off his horse. With a long sword in hand, moving in a seemingly slow but actually extremely fast motion, he struck downward. The small leader instinctively raised his curved blade to block. But how could a mantis arm stop a chariot? A sharp sound. His finely made steel-curved sword, along with his strong arm and half his body, was cut apart by a single sword strike. Blood and internal organs spilled everywhere. A quick kill. Once again, an unstoppable, crushing instant defeat. Shea showed no hesitation. His horse seemed to understand his mind. He stood up gracefully, dodging a spear thrown from the side. Then, the horse's hooves landed heavily. The attacker's head was directly stomped into his own chest cavity. One man, one horse. In this almost unreasonable, overwhelming manner, they stirred up a bloody storm among enemies many times their number. He wasn't just fighting. He was venting his anger. For Nuss, for Elena, for his few friends on this cold land. Anyone who harms me, Shea growled like a beast, will die. Outside the canyon, Nuss was anxiously waiting. Behind him was a mixed force of hundreds, made up of his family guards and Dragon Breath Fortress Knights. When he learned that Shea had charged out alone, Nuss nearly fainted from shock. He immediately gathered all his strength and chased madly after them. Faster, a little faster, he kept urging himself. He was afraid that if he arrived too late, he would only be able to collect his good brother's body. However, when he hurriedly reached the entrance of the Crying Ravine, he was completely stunned by what he saw. The fierce battle he had expected did not happen. The entire canyon was strangely silent. A strong, nauseating smell of blood filled the air. The ground was covered with broken and incomplete bodies. Blood had stained the pure white snow into a shocking dark red. In the middle of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a black figure was quietly sitting on a horse. He was holding a bleeding, human head. It was the leader of the Snowfield Hunters. The sunset's glow stretched his shadow very long, making him look like a demon from the depths of. News froze in place. The knights behind him were also stunned. They looked at this hellish scene. Then they looked at the man who was unharmed, even his clothes without a single wrinkle. A ridiculous, yet convincing thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be? Could all these bodies be the work of just one person? Xiaya, News's voice trembled slightly. Xiaya slowly turned his head. He saw News and the large support team rushing over behind him. On his cold, mountain-like face, a hint of helplessness finally appeared in his smile. He casually threw the human head onto the ground. "Why are you so late?" His tone carried a bit of friendly reproach. "The food's gone cold." News looked at him, then at Elena, who had come down from the golden carriage. Although her face was still pale, she was safe and sound. His long-held worry finally eased completely. An indescribable feeling of both fear and excitement surged in his heart. This overweight man, weighing over 300 pounds, suddenly burst into tears again with a loud, "Wow." He rushed forward and tightly embraced Zaya's thigh. "Zaya, my dear brother, you scare me to death. I thought I would never see you again." Zaya looked at his lively brother, who was crying and sniffling, holding onto his leg. Then he glanced at the distant figure, who was looking at his beautiful lady with a very complicated and intense gaze. His heart, which had become cold from killing, finally warmed a little. He shook his head helplessly. He looked up at the blood-stained, ruined land. He knew his roots on this land had grown deeper, and those enemies who dared to challenge him would eventually become the fertilizer for his growth and his kingdom. "Lance," Zaya's voice returned to the cold, commanding tone of a lord. "Yes, sir." "Question the prisoners. Dig up all the strongholds of the Snowfield Hunters," and then a hint of deadly intent flickered in his eyes. "Execute them all, leave none alive." The wind through the Valley of Whales carried a heavy smell of blood, whispering through the narrow canyon. Zaya's orders were as cold as winter rain, instantly turning the joyful atmosphere of survival into a chilling silence. "All, execute them." News loosened his grip on Zaya's leg, raised his tear-streaked face, and asked in disbelief. "Zaya, there are still dozens of prisoners here." To him, these bandits, who had already laid down their weapons and lost their ability to resist, were hateful but not deserving of death. According to noble tradition, they would usually be enslaved or ransomed. Executing them all was too Cruel. Elena also frowned slightly. Though she was disgusted by these bandits who had almost defiled her, the brutal act of killing dozens of prisoners at once made her feel uneasy. Zaya did not answer immediately. He simply looked quietly at News, his deep eyes showing no emotion. Nuss felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. Nuss, Shea finally spoke slowly after a long pause. I have a question for you. What is it? Where do you think we are? This is the Wailing Ravine, Nuss answered instinctively. No, Shea shook his head. This place is the Ashen Wasteland, a land without laws or order, only the most primitive survival of the fittest. A dark forest. His gaze swept over the trembling prisoners being roughly dragged out by the knights from their hiding spots. His voice grew cold and sharp. Showing mercy to hungry wolves is cruelty to innocent sheep. Today, I let them go. Tomorrow, they will pick up their knives and attack innocent traitors like Miss Elena. Even the day after tomorrow, they might gather to attack your unguarded territory. At that time, will you still think my decision today was cruel? Each of Shea's words hit Nuss like a heavy hammer, pounding into his heart. Nuss opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. For the first time, his usually naive, chubby face showed a look of thought. Yes, this isn't the South. This isn't the civilized world with strict laws and strong walls. This is the North, the Ashen Wasteland, a place where life and death are constantly at stake. A battlefield. Here, so-called mercy and noble manners are the cheapest and most deadly things. I understand. Nuss lowered his head, his voice tinged with shame. He knew he had just learned another harsh lesson from Shea. A lesson written with blood and lives. A brutal lesson in survival. Shea looked at him, knowing he had achieved his goal. He patted Nuss on the shoulder, his tone softer now. Remember, Nuss, if you want to survive here and live well, you need not only a kind heart, but also a pair of bloodstained hands. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to his friend, who was still overwhelmed by the intense thoughts. He turned around and walked in front of Lance. How did the interrogation go? Reporting to the Lord, Lance immediately replied respectfully. They've confessed. This gang of bandits, calling themselves Snowfield Hunters, is the largest roaming band in the northern border. Their leader is named Skarn, a fierce character who has reached the level of an extraordinary knight. The group that ambushed Miss Eilena's caravan is just a small elite team under their command. Their main force is still stationed in the Blackstone Mountains, over 100 miles to the north, and, Lance paused, looking a bit strange. According to the prisoners, there seems to be unrest inside the Snowfield Hunters. Leader Skarn worships an evil god called Blood Ancestor, and his actions are becoming more brutal and crazy, often involving bloody sacrifices of living people. This has caused some elders within the organization to be unhappy, especially their second-in-command, an old guy called Grey Wolf Green. It is said that Green has had fierce conflicts with Skarn more than once. Shea listened, a glint flashing in his eyes. Internal conflicts? This is really a gift for him. An enemy united and solid is the hardest to deal with. But an enemy full of cracks inside, that's just an open invitation to be taken down easily. A perfect stepping stone for him to make a name in the north. A bold plan formed in Shea's mind, one that could kill two birds with one stone. Lance, yes, execute all these prisoners, but leave one alive. Shea's lips curled into a sly, fox-like smile. Find the smartest, most afraid of death one, and then have him send a letter. My greetings to that elder called Grey Wolf Green. Meanwhile, deep in the Blackstone Mountains, over 100 miles from the Howling Ravine, in a village built from countless stones and bones, filled with wildness and bloodshed, the leader of the Snowfield Hunters, Skarn, sat on a huge throne covered with a single black bear skin. His build was extremely strong, and even when sitting, he looked like a small mountain, giving off a sense of pressure. His face was marked with fierce, blood-red symbols, and his eyes were like the most savage wolves on the plains, shining with wild and crazy light. Right now, he was in a very bad mood. Very bad. Loser. He suddenly slammed the silver wine cup onto the ground hard. A bunch of useless people can't even handle a simple merchant caravan, and got counterattacked? The face of the Snowfield Hunter has been ruined by you fools. He roared angrily, his voice like rolling thunder echoing through the hall. Below, a dozen young leaders of the snowfield hunters knelt. They all looked terrified, burying their heads deep in their chests, not daring to breathe loudly. At that moment, an old but strong voice came from the shadows of the hall. Skarn, getting so angry over a small failure isn't the attitude of a leader. An old man, wearing a gray wolf fur, with white hair and deep wrinkles like knife cuts on his face, slowly stepped out of the shadows. He held a cane made from unknown beast bones. His eyes, though cloudy, were sharp enough to see through people's hearts. He was the second in command of the snowfield hunters, known as the Brain, called Gray Wolf, Green. Seeing him appear, Skarn's fierce eyes slightly narrowed, but he still suppressed his anger. Old Green, his voice remained cold. This isn't just a small failure. Karn is my most trusted subordinate. He led the bravest warriors under my command. Now, they are all dead. Not a single one returned to report. This shows we've provoked a dangerous opponent. So, Green slowly walked to the center of the hall, his cloudy eyes meeting Skarn's. What do you plan to do? Will you gather all your men like an angry wild boar and rush in to avenge your people? Then, he fell into another carefully arranged trap set by the enemy. Skarn suddenly stood up from the throne. A fierce aura belonging to an extraordinary knight instantly filled the entire hall. Glenn, are you questioning my decision? Faced with Skarn's almost tangible terrifying pressure, Glenn remained calm. He simply looked at him quietly. I am not questioning. His voice was old and steady. I am just warning you. The Snowfield Hunter is a home built by all of us. It's not just your tool for revenge, Skarn. Lately, you've become more and more obsessed with that so-called blood ancestor and its evil rituals. To gain that elusive power, how many loyal brothers have you caused to die? Look around. How many people in the camp truly believe in you? Glenn's words were like sharp knives stabbing deep into Skarn's heart. Enough. Skarn let out a beast-like roar. He was about to recklessly attack this old man who kept challenging his authority. At that moment, a guard, a bandit responsible for security, rushed in on all fours. Chief, Elder. His face was full of fear and disbelief. Khan's team has a survivor returning. What? Both Skarn and Glenn were stunned. Then they saw it. A bloodied bandit, half dead, being supported and dragged inside. He is a scout you sent out. The guard's voice trembled. He came back alone. He also brought a letter. A letter? A letter? Skarn's brow furrowed tightly. He had a very bad premonition. He snatched the blood-stained letter from the trembling hand of the survivor. The envelope wasn't signed. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside. On the letter, only a few lines are written in an elegant yet deadly font. To the wolves of the snowy plains, your henchmen have been eliminated. I will soon come to take your heads, clean your necks, and wait in your den. Oh, by the way, as a gift, I have sent your second-in-command a small present. Hope he likes it. There is no signature at the end of the letter. Only a fierce, blood-red totem of a black dragon is drawn. Skarn looks at this letter, full of arrogance and contempt. His already fierce face twists in anger instantly. He lets out a wild roar. Tears the letter into pieces. Too bold. Too bold. No matter who you are. I, Skarn, swear to tear you apart into pieces. But just as he is furious, the Gray Wolf, Green quickly notices a key detail in the letter. A gift? He looks at the survivor, who is almost scared to death, and asks in a firm voice. Tell me, the man, what exactly did he give me? As a gift, the lucky scout, trembling under Green's sharp gaze like an eagle, finally dares to speak honestly. He tells everything. How Shea single-handedly broke through their ambush in an incredible way, how he cut down their leader, Khan, like slicing vegetables, and how the man, like a demon god, ordered the execution of all prisoners but kept him alive. He said, the scout's voice trembles with fear. He said to give you a message. He said the Snowy Plains hunter shouldn't have only one voice. A mad wolf, blinded by anger, will only lead the entire tribe to ruin. He also said, what else did he say? Green's eyes flash with a terrifying light. He said, smart people should know how to choose the right path to live. When these words were spoken by the scout, the noisy hall instantly fell into complete silence. All the small leaders instinctively held their breath. Their eyes darted back and forth between the furious Skarn and the calm Green, as if they had seen a ghost. It's over. Everyone thought the same thing. This was no longer just a simple provocation. It was a heart attack, a blatant divide-and-conquer scheme. The mysterious enemy not only overwhelmed them with force, but also planned to plant a bomb inside their ranks that could completely explode the snowfield hunters from within. You're asking for death. Skarn finally snapped out of the intense anger brought by the letter. He heard the scout's words. His already bloodshot eyes suddenly looked as if they were about to bleed. A fierce and bloody killing intent, belonging to an extraordinary knight, burst out violently. Green, you treacherous old dog. How dare you betray me and conspire with outsiders? Today, I will clean house. He roared like a beast, his huge body like a cannonball, charging straight at Green. The momentum was terrifying, but in front of Skarn's deadly strike that could crush stones, Green didn't even blink. He just stood quietly where he was, as if he had already expected this outcome. Just as Skarn's massive fist was about to smash Green's head. Stop, leader. No, several figures suddenly appeared like ghosts from all corners of the hall. They were the most senior elders of the organization. They had always firmly supported Green. At the same time, they launched their attack, with several streams of fighting energy reaching the peak of night level, forming an unbreakable barrier in front of Green. Boom! A fierce gust of wind swept outward in all directions. It blew the tables and chairs in the hall flying away. Skarn's confident strike was unexpectedly blocked. He was shaken so badly that he staggered back several steps before steadying himself. You're betraying me too? Skarn looked at the elders before him, who once showed him respect, with a look of disbelief. Skarn, Green finally spoke slowly. His voice was old, but carried a firm, undeniable authority. You've gone mad. For that vague blood ancestor. You've not only caused the death of many of our brothers, but now you're dragging the entire Snowfield Hunters into a deep abyss. Starting today, Green slammed his bone staff onto the ground. You are no longer the leader of the Snowfield Hunters. A long-planned internal coup, triggered by Shea's letter, finally erupted. Meanwhile, as the mastermind behind all this, Shea was humming a tune, riding his horse, leading his team back toward Dragon Breath Fortress. He felt quite pleased. He had successfully rescued Eilina and Nuss, and had also planted a seed of chaos among the so-called Snowfield Hunters that would cause them to fight among themselves. It was clear that for a long time to come, this biggest gang in the north would be too busy with internal struggles to bother him. Shea, Nuss said, riding beside him, still looking a bit frightened. Are we really just going to leave? What else? Shea glanced at him. Do you want to stay and invite them to dinner? No. I mean, Nuss scratched his round head. Are we really going to send that letter? Will it really work? In his mind, such petty tricks seemed a bit too childish. Whether it works or not, you'll find out soon enough, Shea said mysteriously, without giving more details. He knew that what he sent was never just a simple letter. It was a single spark. A spark enough to ignite a barrel of dry gunpowder that had long been stacked up. Once the seeds of suspicion and dissatisfaction are planted, they will eventually take root, sprout, and grow into towering trees. The team returned to Dragon's Breath Fortress at dusk. This time, Shea didn't make a big show of it. He chose to quietly enter through the side gate. He didn't want to be treated like a hero and stared at by the villagers every time he went out. All he wanted now was a warm bath and a good, peaceful sleep. But peace is hard to find when the wind keeps blowing. Just as he stepped into the inner fortress, ready to rest in his room, that familiar golden light in his mind suddenly shone again, without warning. Daily Oracle has been updated. Shea paused slightly. So soon? He remembered it was just refreshed this morning. Could it be that because he recently completed a hidden achievement called Rescue a Friend, the system gave him an extra reward? He suppressed his doubts and focused on checking the new Oracle. 3 new golden prophecies slowly appeared. And this time, the words made Shea's face show a very strange expression. Oracle 1. In the Frost Forest, the crown is bloodstained. The last lone wolf is howling in the snowstorm. Oracle 2. The winter which is weaving a web of conspiracy. Her sacrifice craves pure royal blood. Oracle 3. An eagle from the imperial capital has already brought you the Viscount's crown. Shea froze. This is a lot of information. The third one is easy to understand. It probably means that Duke Winter has officially requested a Viscount title for him, and it has been approved by the Emperor. The envoy for the coronation is on the way. This is a huge piece of good news. The second one makes him wary. The Winter Witch? He seems to have heard that name somewhere before. Oh, right. It was during the interrogation of those Snowfield Hunters prisoners. The mysterious figure who colluded with the leader, Skarn. It seems that this so-called Winter Witch is definitely connected to the Eternal Night cult, and her goal is pure royal blood? What does that mean? Shea temporarily pushed this question aside in his mind. His eyes focused on the first divine message. In the Frost Forest, the crown is stained with blood. The last lone wolf is howling in the snowstorm. The crown, stained with blood. This suggests that a king or future king has fallen. The last lone wolf. This seems to refer to the totem of the royal family or clan. And Frost Forest clearly indicates the location. Near the Dragon's Breath Fortress, in that vast, snow-covered, enormous forest. Shea quickly connected all the clues in his mind. There is a royal family with the totem of a lone wolf. A bloody coup has occurred, and the last survivor of their royal family, badly injured and being chased, has fled to the nearby territory, the Frost Forest. A strange smile appeared on Shea's face. This script feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? Last time, it was the Dying Lily. And now, there's a howling lone wolf. He seriously suspects that his Fate Oracle system has some special rescue obsession, and every time, it picks those who are about to die. Though he was mentally complaining wildly, his body was very honest. He immediately turned and left the castle. Lance, yes, sir. Gather 50 of our best cavalry. Bring the best medicine and blankets. We are going out again. Huh? Lance was stunned. Sir, we just got back. Stop the chatter, Shea glared at him. The divine message says, ahead in the Frost Forest, go quickly to rescue a cough. He almost revealed his true thoughts. He cleared his throat and put on a compassionate, sacred expression. Shea cleared his throat again, adopting a compassionate, sacred look. The divine message says that an innocent, noble soul is waiting in the Frost Forest for our rescue. This is the mission given to us by fate. Yes, when Lance heard the words, divine message, he immediately became excited. He had no more doubts and quickly turned to gather his troops. Half an hour later, a small, elite search and rescue team entered the vast snowstorm again. Thanks to the divine message, which was as precise as a GPS, they didn't waste much time. Soon, they found signs of a fight deep in the snow-covered forest. Broken trees, scattered weapons, and the shocking, frozen bloodstains on the snow. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. It looks like we arrived too late, Lance said with a serious face. No, Shea shook his head. He dismounted from his horse, squatted down, and picked up a handful of snow stained with blood. The blood is still warm. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings like a hunting dog. They just left not long ago. He pointed to a messy trail of footprints in the snow. Two groups. One is chasing, the other is fleeing. The one fleeing is only one person, and she's badly hurt. Following the broken, blood-stained footprints, he tracked the trail. Finally, under a huge, ancient frostleaf tree, he found her. A small figure curled up in a tree hollow, almost blending into the shadows. It was a girl who looked about 16 or 17. But she wore a luxurious, exotic white priestess robe that was very out of place for her age. The robe was embroidered with a complex wolf howling at the moon pattern in gold thread. Her skin was a healthy, wheat color. Her features were deep and striking, with a wild, stunning beauty. Her long, silver hair flowed messily over her shoulders like a waterfall. At this moment, she was leaning against the tree trunk, gasping for breath. She also had a fierce wound on her abdomen. Blood had stained her pure white priestess robe with a bright red. She tightly held an ancient dagger made from animal bones in her hand. Her icy blue eyes, like a cautious mother wolf's, were fixed on the suddenly appearing Shea and his group. She was very alert and showed a strong will to fight to the end. Shea looked at her. He saw the necklace around her neck, made of wolf teeth and gemstones, symbolizing royal power. He understood everything. The last lone wolf, the crown stained with blood, the prophecy, it does not deceive me. He realized he had found another problem. A noble, beautiful woman, but also a queen on the verge of death. The girl's eyes were full of wildness and suspicion, like a wounded lone wolf pushed into a corner. Even though she was badly hurt and close to dying, her proud spirit of never giving up remained strong. The bone dagger in her hand trembled slightly, but she still pointed it steadily at Shea, the closest person. It seemed to say, "Don't come closer, or even if I die, I will tear a piece of flesh from you." Shea looked at her and didn't move forward. He knew that for this girl, who was very cautious and wild like a beast, any small move could trigger her strongest resistance. "We mean no harm." Shea slowly raised his hands, showing he had no weapons. His voice was calm and gentle. He tried to send a friendly signal. "We are travelers passing through. We heard the fighting and came to see what was happening." The girl didn't speak. Her icy blue eyes kept staring at Shea, full of suspicion. She clearly didn't believe him. A traveler? In this cursed, deep frost forest where even demons wouldn't dare to step? And wearing such fine armor that looked very expensive? This kind of lie could only fool a little child. Shea looked at her expression, as if saying, "Keep talking, see what you come up with," feeling a bit helpless. It seemed that normal tricks wouldn't work on this wild girl. He thought for a moment, and decided to try a different approach. He turned his head and gave a signal to Lance behind him. "Lance." "Yes, sir." "Please bring out our guests." "Understood." Lance immediately turned and left. A moment later, several knights roughly led over 5 prisoners, who were tightly bound and bruised. The prisoners wore exotic leather armor similar to that of the girl. They were the traders who had just been chasing the girl. It turned out that when Shea discovered the girl, he also saw the soldiers searching for her nearby. He had already quietly ordered Lance and his men to surround them. With the strength of a dragon's breath knight, dealing with these exhausted pursuers was easy. When the girl saw the familiar faces being brought over, her icy blue eyes suddenly burst with deep hatred, like a volcano erupting. "Yuta." She clenched her teeth and managed to say a name through her clenched jaw. Her voice was full of endless resentment. The person called Yuta was a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was stunned when he saw the girl. Then his face showed extreme fear. Who are you?" He looked at Shea and the intimidating black-armored knights behind him, trembling. We are warriors of the Snow Frost tribe. If you hurt us, you are enemies of the entire barbarian tribe." He was still trying to threaten with his ridiculous identity. Shea didn't bother to respond to him. He just looked at the girl in the tree hollow and shrugged. As you can see, his tone was very calm. "We have caught your enemies. Now, can you believe we mean no harm?" The girl was silent. Her gaze flicked between the traders, who looked like lost dogs, and Shea's calm, confident face. Her heart, almost numb from hatred and despair, began to shake violently at this moment. Who is this man? Why is he helping me? Just as her mind was filled with doubt, Zaya spoke again. His voice was still calm, but what he said surprised everyone present. "These people, I leave their fate to you. Kill them, or spare them. It's your decision." After speaking, he took a few steps back and made a gesture inviting her to proceed. It seemed as if those prisoners' lives were as insignificant to him as tiny ants. "Master." Lance looked at Zaya with some confusion. He believed these prisoners still had value for questioning. It felt reckless to hand them over to a girl of unknown background. Zaya didn't explain. He simply used his eyes to stop Lance. He understood. To gain the trust of this wounded lone wolf, he had to show her enough respect and the power of revenge. The girl was also stunned. She looked at Zaya, surprised he would make such a decision. Then she glanced at the prisoners, who looked at her with pleading eyes. Her former compatriots. A flicker of struggle appeared in her eyes. But soon, that struggle was replaced by deep-seated hatred. She remembered her father's tragic death and her loyal kin who fell in a pool of blood while protecting her escape. A cold, killing intent burst from her small body in an instant. She leaned on a nearby tree trunk, forcing herself to stand from the hollow. Step by step, she dragged her bleeding wound to face the traitor named Yuta. "Princess, please spare me." Yuta looked into her expressionless, icy eyes filled with murderous intent, terrified out of his wits, and an unpleasant smell emanated from his groin. It's the high priest. He forced us to do this. We had no choice." The girl said nothing. She slowly raised her bone dagger. Then, With all her strength, she stabbed it deep into his heart. Thud, a muffled sound of the blade piercing flesh. Yuta's begging suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, unable to close. The girl did not pause. She drew her dagger again and moved toward the next traitor. 1, 2, 3. She personally executed each of her people who betrayed her, the traitors who tarnished her crown. Blood splattered her pure white priest's robe, making her look like a goddess of revenge emerging from. When the last traitor fell into a pool of blood, the girl finally used up her last strength. The dagger in her hand clattered to the ground. Her small body swayed, about to fall. At that moment, a pair of strong arms caught her from behind just in time. It was Shea. The girl leaned into his embrace, feeling the firm and warm support. The string called strength that had been tight all along finally snapped. She could no longer hold back her sadness and frustration. She buried her head in Shea's chest and let out a suppressed whimper like a young wolf. Shea said nothing. He just held her quietly, letting her vent all her pain and tears into his arms. After a long while, the girl's crying gradually stopped. She seemed to realize her loss of composure. Quickly, she pulled away from Shea, a charming blush appearing on her cheeks. I'm sorry. Her voice was soft and faint. It's okay. Shea shook his head. He could feel that after the revenge and release just now, the cold, sharp feeling that kept others at a distance from her had been mostly removed. My name is Shea Akasha. He introduced himself again. I'm the Lord of Dragon's Breath Fortress. The girl was silent for a moment. Finally, she softly gave her name. Iluna. Iluna of the Snowfrost tribe. She did not reveal her princess status, because she knew. Right now, she was just a homeless, a fallen nation. That identity, besides bringing her death, had no other meaning. Iluna, Sire nodded. Your injuries are serious. You need immediate treatment. Come back with me to Longshi Fortress. There, you will find the safest shelter and the best care. He made a formal invitation. Iluna looked into his sincere, pure eyes. Then she glanced at the disciplined, impressive knights behind him. She knew she had no reason to refuse. Nor did she have the right. Okay, she nodded softly. On the way back to Longshi Fortress, Sire gave his horse to the injured Iluna. He rode with Lance. He watched the stubborn girl, pale-faced but still holding her back straight on the horse. He couldn't help but find it a little funny. Is this lord really special? Why does he always pick up noble yet unfortunate young ladies? One is a treasure healer with miraculous skills. The other might become the queen who unites the entire barbarian tribe. If this got out, maybe all the adventurers on the continent would come to his territory, just to pick up trash. As Sire was lost in thought, Iluna suddenly spoke. Why? Did you help me? Her voice still carried a hint of caution. Because I like to mind my own business, Sire casually gave a reason. Iluna clearly didn't believe him. Her icy blue eyes stared at Sire closely. What do you want? She asked directly. She didn't believe there was such thing as kindness without a reason, especially from someone like Sire, who looked full of ambition. Sire looked at her wary expression, as if the world owed her money, and sighed helplessly. Talking to this insecure girl was tiring. He decided to use the simplest, most straightforward way to handle it. Exactly, he admitted it openly. I saved you, but I had a purpose. Iluna's eyes instantly turned cold. I need a maid. Shea slowly spoke his condition, a personal maid responsible for serving tea, water, and tidying my room. What? Iluna was stunned. She wondered if she had heard him wrong. This man went to great lengths to save her, even helped her kill her enemies. And now he just wants a maid? This is the biggest insult to her. You. Iluna trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling violently. She, the princess of the Snowfrost tribe, the future queen to inherit the throne. Yet she was asked to serve a human as a maid? How about it? Shea raised an eyebrow, with a hint of commanding dominance on his face. I saved you, so you owe me your life, until you repay that debt. Is there any problem with you being my maid? Or maybe, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you are not qualified? Iluna was so angry at his robber-like logic that she couldn't speak for a long time. She wanted to refuse with dignity, but she knew she couldn't. She had nothing now. The only thing she could rely on was this unpredictable, yet powerful and intimidating man in front of her. Offending him would only lead to a worse fate than falling into the hands of traitors. In the end, faced with the huge gap in reality, this proud, future queen humiliated herself and lowered her noble head. I understand. Her voice was squeezed out from between her teeth. But Shea didn't seem to be finished. Iluna, that name is too ostentatious. From now on, you will be called Little Moon. He casually gave her a cute, Oriental-inspired nickname. Uffed. Lance, who was trying hard to hold back his laughter, finally couldn't anymore. He quickly turned his head away, shoulders shrugging. Iluna's face, already pale from blood loss, was now completely turned purple with anger. Little Moon. She, the proud, lone moon wolf of the Snowfrost tribe, was called such a dull and effeminate name. A warrior must never be humiliated. Even if she died, she, Iluna, would jump from here. But she would never. I heard you, Little Moon. Shea's devilish voice sounded again. Iluna instantly wilted. She closed her eyes as if surrendering. A line of shameful tears slid down her cheeks. This grudge, I will remember it. When Shea and his group were escorting a group of prisoners, including the newly rescued barbarian princess, whose face showed complete despair, back to Dragon's Breath Fortress, it was already noon the next day. News had been waiting eagerly at the castle gate. When he saw that Shea returned safely, followed by a bloodied, disheveled girl with silver hair full of exotic charm, he immediately widened his small eyes in surprise. Shea, he stammered, pointing at Iluna and then at Shea, his face full of admiration. You're so fast. We just went out, less than a day ago. Could this be the legendary kingly aura? Shea didn't bother to reply to him. He knew this chubby guy's mind was probably filled with all sorts of nonsense. He dismounted from his horse and walked straight to Iluna. He ignored her cautious and humiliated gaze. Instead, he reached out and, with an undeniable stance, lifted her off the horse. Iluna let out a surprised cry. She instinctively tried to struggle, but the severe pain from her abdominal wound made her instantly lose all strength. She could only softly collapse into Shea's arms. A strong, masculine scent wrapped around her, making her face flush and her heart race. Don't move, Shea said calmly, but with a tone that left no room for argument. Now, you are my personal property. Until I say otherwise, you are not allowed to hurt yourself. After saying this, he held her and, with Nuss looking on with starry-eyed admiration, they walked straight into the castle. Lena, he called out as they moved. We have a new patient. The wound is deep and needs your care. Lena, already informed, quickly carried a wooden tray filled with medical supplies and hurried out of the room. When she saw the stunning silver-haired girl in Shea's arms, she paused for a moment. But her professional attitude made her immediately focus on the severe wound. Oh my, such a deep injury. Her face showed concern and concentration. Hurry, sir, bring her to my room. In the following days, Iluna stayed temporarily at the Dragon Breath Fortress. Under Lena's gentle, almost unnoticed care, her injuries healed very quickly, visibly improving each day. Lena not only used her magical herbs to heal Iluna's body, but also, with her kind and gentle personality, slowly melted the thick wall of hatred and resentment inside Iluna's heart. Two beautiful girls, each with her own style, became close friends in just a few days. This surprised Shea. Of course, Iluna did not forget her humiliating status. As her injuries improved, she began to fulfill her role as a personal maid. Though she was clumsy, and her grim expression when serving tea and water made it seem like she was offering poison, she often accidentally damaged some of Shea's belongings while tidying the room. But she ultimately still fulfilled her obligation in an awkward way. Xiaya chose not to expose her. He enjoyed the pleasure of taming a proud, wild little she-wolf who was hard to control. He was also quietly showing this fallen future queen the unique qualities of Dragon's Breath Fortress. That afternoon, the weather unexpectedly cleared up. Warm sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on the snow-covered ground and reflecting dazzling light. Let's go, Little Moon. Xiaya put down the documents in his hand and spoke to Iluna, who was standing nearby, giving him a resentful look. Don't stay in your room all day. I'll take you out for a walk. See, I've built you a kingdom. Iluna pouted. wanting to refuse with dignity. But in the end, she reluctantly followed behind him. The two walked side by side along the wide stone-paved road of Dragon's Breath Fortress, which was already quite developed. All the villagers they met along the way, knights, craftsmen, or ordinary farmers, stopped their work and sincerely bowed with respect and admiration. "Hello, Lord." Their voices were loud and strong. Their faces shone with a glow called happiness. Xiaya also smiled and nodded to each of them. He even called out many of their names kindly. "Old John, is your son's illness better?" "Much better, thanks to Miss Lena's divine medicine. That boy was able to get out of bed yesterday and help me chop firewood." "Thank you, Lord." "Aunt Mary, is your iron stove still warm?" "Yes, very warm." "Too warm." "Lord, you are like the messenger sent by the sun god. Our whole family has set up a memorial for you." This close, family-like harmony between the Lord and the villagers stunned Eluna. Her heart was stirred with overwhelming waves of emotion. Is this really the kind of humans she had learned about? Greedy, cruel, and treating common people as dirt? From the education she received since childhood. Humans, especially noble humans, are often cunning, selfish, and untrustworthy creatures. But the man in front of her and his territory completely overturned her view of the world. While she was still overwhelmed by this shocking realization, a clear, childish song came from nearby. "Black land, grow green vegetables, stone house, not afraid of wind and snow. Our great King Shea, riding a big dragon. Let's go home." Shea looked toward the sound of the singing. He saw a wide open space surrounded by a fence. Dozens of children of different races and skin colors were playing and chasing each other under the guidance of a kind-looking female teacher. Their faces were full of pure, bright smiles. This was the first young dragon garden, built by Shea himself, the first of its kind in Dragon's Breath Fortress. It was also the only free nursery in the entire northern region. "Let's go and take a look." Shea's face showed a gentle smile. He enjoyed spending time with these little ones who represented the future. When the children saw Shea arrive, they burst into loud cheers. Lord Shea is here." They all rushed toward him like a flock of young birds. Some hugged his legs, others tugged at his clothes, and one brave little boy with a big head even climbed onto his back, pretending to ride a horse. Shea was not angry. He smiled and lifted the little boy onto his shoulders. "Little chubby, you've gained weight." Aunt Mary's meat soup is so delicious." Eluna stood nearby, watching this warm and peaceful scene. Looking at the man who was once cold and ruthless on the battlefield like a demon god, now surrounded by children and showing a gentle smile, her heart, which had long been frozen by hatred and coldness, seemed to be warmed by a ray of sunlight and slowly melted away. Just a little. Just then, a small girl dressed in barbarian clothes, with a tiger-like face and lively eyes, ran up to her. She looked up with a curious expression and studied Eluna. "Pretty sister, did Lord Shea also save you from the bad guys?" the little girl asked in a sweet, innocent voice. Eluna was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. "Let me tell you." The girl immediately started talking excitedly, with a proud look on her face. "Our Lord Shea is so amazing. He can defeat 100 frost giants all by himself. He can also breathe fire. Just a puff, and he can turn the bad guys into ashes. And there's more." She tiptoed and leaned close to Eluna's ear, whispering as if sharing a big secret. "Don't tell anyone. Our mighty black dragon, Lord Nokia, was actually dropped from the sky by Lord Shea using a big stone." Puff. Eluna finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Since her kingdom was destroyed, she hadn't truly smiled again. At this moment, she was actually giggling because of a little girl's innocent words. It was just a tiny, fleeting smile, but it was as beautiful as spring melting snow and blooming flowers, breathtaking. This scene was also seen by Shea nearby. He smiled knowingly, but when he heard the girl's last words, his smile froze instantly. "What? Using a stone to drop a dragon? When did I ever do that? Nokia is my own daughter, you know?" Shea's face darkened. He realized that the stories about him and his territory were becoming more and more exaggerated, even silly. He decided it was time to correct these kids' warped ideas of heroes. He cleared his throat, gently set down the chubby little one on his shoulder. Then he walked over to the group of children still bragging about his glorious deeds to Eluna. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice. You're all right. But there was one mistake in what was said. Noxia, I didn't throw it down with a stone. Then, how did it get there? The children all looked up, curious. Shea watched them with pure, eager eyes full of curiosity. He decided to tell them a new, more legendary, official version. He lowered his voice and spoke in a mysterious tone. It was a dark and windy night. I was walking alone on the wilderness. Suddenly, a golden lightning streaked across the sky. Then, a powerful voice echoed in my mind. It said, Shea lowered his voice further, with a look of mystery and seriousness, as if telling an ancient secret that could be recorded in history. It said, Brave young one, I am the god of fate. I see your bones are extraordinary, your talent rare, a chosen hero among many. Now, darkness is coming, and the world needs a hero. I decide to grant you wings that can tear the sky, to protect this land you love. As soon as he finished speaking, Shea's voice suddenly rose, full of dramatic tension. A golden holy light descended from the sky, striking directly on my head. Then, a huge egg, as dark as night, appeared out of nowhere right in front of me. And I, Shea Akasha, from that moment on, was chosen by fate to become a knight of the dragon. After saying this, he deliberately struck a pose he thought looked very cool, one hand on his waist, the other pointing to the sky. The entire young dragon garden instantly fell into a dead silence. All the little ones opened their mouths wide, staring at him in shock. Their eyes were full of incredible amazement and admiration. Even the teacher responsible for guiding the children looked the same. Her eyes sparkled, and her gaze on Shea was like she was looking at a divine being walking among humans. Only Eluna. She stood nearby, watching the man who was proudly bragging about his glorious deeds to a group of children. Her face, which had just softened with a smile, now looked like a cold mountain of ice. Once again, a thick layer of frost covered her face. She felt that the small amount of goodwill she had just begun to develop toward this man disappeared instantly. This guy? Not only is he a scoundrel, he's also a boastful charlatan, absolutely hopeless. Yehia, however, didn't seem to notice that his shining image was quickly falling apart. He was still lost in the story he had created, a perfect, official version of his heroic tale, and couldn't pull himself out. He thought this story was full of destiny and epic grandeur, and it explained the origin of his special abilities perfectly. It was a win-win situation. Wow, so that's how it is, God of Fate. Lord Yehia, you are the messenger of the God of Fate. This is so cool. I want to become a knight chosen by the gods, just like Lord Yehia. The children finally recovered from their shock. They cheered louder than ever before. Their eyes on Yehia were no longer just admiration. It was a kind of passionate belief in living legends. Yehia was very pleased with this effect. He thought his educational speech was very successful. He had successfully planted a great seed of loyalty and patriotism. No, loyalty to the Lord and love for the homeland. In the hearts of these young flowers of the homeland, the territory. He could even see in the near future. These children would grow up to be the most loyal and strongest warriors of Dragon Breath Fortress, bravely defending him and his kingdom with shining heroism. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile like a proud father. But just as he was feeling proud and satisfied, a cold, slightly mocking voice drifted from nearby. God of Fate, Lord Yehia, your story is really well told. But I wonder, when you were making this story, did you ask for the opinion of the real messenger of the gods on your shoulder? He slowly turned his head. Suddenly, he saw that Xylon Unoxia had already woken up. She was lying on Eluna's shoulder, tilting her round head, and using her pure, flawless golden vertical pupils. She looked at him with curiosity. Her gaze seemed to say, "What were you just saying?" I couldn't understand a single word, she seemed to ask. Shea instantly felt a strange sense of guilt. He felt like a bragger who was caught in the act by the real person. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice, trying to save his dignity. Things that kids understand. What do you know about them? He explained to Noxia. This is a kind lie. It's to help them develop the right view of the world and values. Woof? Noxia clearly didn't understand such complicated words. She just thought that this two-legged creature looked very strange today. She jumped down from Eluna's shoulder. Then, With her short legs, she ran to stand in front of Shea. Using her smooth, scaled head, she rubbed against his leg. It seemed to say, "Stop pretending, take me to eat barbecue." Shea felt his authority being challenged like never before. He looked at the children around him, who still looked at him with admiration but also with some doubt. Then he looked at Eluna beside him, who was watching with a, "Let's see how you explain this," kind of look, enjoying the show. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer. "Today's story session is over," he decisively announced. "Everyone disperse. Do whatever you want." After saying that, he quickly grabbed Noxia, who was still rubbing her head against his leg, tucked her under his arm. Then, almost like he was fleeing in a hurry, he hurriedly left this place of public embarrassment. Only the sound of children's silver bell-like laughter remained behind, and Eluna's beautiful, icy mountain snow lotus-like, quietly blooming smile, genuine and breathtaking. This awkward, young dragon garden inspection event was over. Although Aisha's shining image in the children's hearts had a small flaw, it unexpectedly brought her closer to Eluna. At least Eluna was no longer covered in thorns like before, seeming ready to fight the world like a hedgehog. She began to try to join the life at Dragon's Breath Fortress. She would go with Lena to learn how to identify herbs. She visited Balin's workshop to watch the dwarven blacksmiths turn rough iron ingots into beautiful art. In her free time, she even taught young people from the barbarian tribes some basic combat skills. She was changing quietly and quickly, without even realizing it herself. Shea also noticed these changes keenly. He knew that to truly win over this icy person, mere force and daily displays were not enough. He had to find her softest spot deep inside her heart, the one that was missing. Then, he would fill it with the most precise and gentle approach. That afternoon, Shea led a few knights and Eluna to inspect the new territory called the Wolf Enclosure. It was a breeding and training base he built for the fierce Arctic wolves captured in previous battles. His goal was to create a real wolf cavalry. When Eluna saw the wolves in the large pens, still wild and difficult to tame, growling at humans nearby, her icy blue eyes showed a complex expression: nostalgia, sadness, and a deep loneliness. Shea understood. Wolves are the totem of the Frost Snow tribe. Every royal member of the tribe, once they come of age, has a loyal wolf companion with whom they share a soul bond. Eluna's war wolf, Lone Moon, had already died fighting to protect her during a bloody coup. That was her eternal pain. "These are quite good," Eluna said softly, looking at the Arctic wolves. "It's a pity." She shook her head. "The wildness is too strong, and the best time for training has already passed. It's very hard to make them good riding animals." "I understand," Zaya nodded. "So, I don't expect much from them." He pointed to a small, separate enclosure in the corner of the wolf pen. "What I do expect is from them." Eluna looked in the direction he pointed. Inside that small enclosure, there were 7 or 8 fluffy, wobbly little wolf pups. They had just been born recently. They hadn't opened their eyes yet and were huddled together, crying for their mother, looking adorable. Eluna's heart was instantly touched. Her usually cold heart softened completely when she saw these tiny creatures representing new life and hope. Her voice trembled a little. Seeing her both loving and hesitant, Zaya smiled. He opened the small gate and stepped inside. Then, he picked out the healthiest, purest white wolf pup from the group. He carried it out and approached Eluna. He gently handed her the small, warm creature that was squirming nervously in his arms. "Here, I give this to you." His voice was soft. "I know it can't replace Lone Moon, but it's still small, like a blank sheet of paper. Whether it becomes a majestic king of the snowy mountains or a silly dog that tears up the house, depends on how its owner teaches it." Zaya made a playful joke. "Let's see how its owner guides it. I believe Miss Little Moon will be a very good teacher." Eluna was stunned. She looked at the tiny wolf pup handed to her by Zaya. Then she looked into his sincere and gentle deep eyes. An indescribable wave of warmth suddenly overwhelmed her last remaining defenses. She couldn't hold back anymore. With trembling hands, she took the warm, soft little life that symbolized new beginnings. When the tiny wolf pup gently licked her finger with its pink tongue, Eluna, the strong queen who never shed a tear during her country's fall and ruin. At this moment, she silently shed her first tear since arriving at Dragon Breath Fortress, hot and trembling. She tightly held the little wolf pup in her arms. It was as if she was holding her long-lost entire world. Thank you. After a long while, she finally looked up at Shea, and in a voice thick with nasal sound, but full of sincerity, softly spoke these two words. At that moment, her icy blue eyes completely melted away. All that remained was a gentle, shimmering light, like spring lake water, rippling softly. Luna's tears, like the first spring rain, silently melted the last layer of ice between her and Shea. From that day on, she changed. Though she still often kept a cold face when teased by Shea. Though she still showed reluctance when fulfilling her duties as a maid. Everyone could see. The coldness in her icy blue eyes, which kept others at a distance, had disappeared completely. In its place, there was a tenderness and attachment she herself hadn't noticed. She would spend a long time patiently caring for the little wolf pup she named New Moon. She would quietly cover Shea with a warm blanket when he worked late into the night. She was trying, in a clumsy but very sincere way, to become part of this home, and Dragon Breath Fortress was rapidly developing in this peaceful and warm atmosphere. Time quietly passed. Winter had mostly gone. Dragon Breath Fortress was no longer the small, makeshift group of just over 10 people it once was. Now, it was a real city, with over 5,000 residents, complete facilities, and even a basic industrial system. Strong walls, tall towers, orderly neighborhoods, bustling workshops. All of this seemed like an incredible miracle born on a snowy wasteland. And the person who created this miracle is Shea Akasha. His reputation had already spread far and wide through the stories of those he saved and the deliberate promotion by the Elena trading caravan, reaching hundreds of miles around. He was called the Sun in the Ashes, the Savior in Winter, the Knight of the Divine Dragon. One legendary title after another was given to him. Many people still struggling with hunger and cold saw Dragon Breath Fortress as a distant but real place, a land of promise. However, Shea did not feel proud of this at all. He knew very well that although Dragon Breath Fortress now looked prosperous, its foundation was still fragile. It was like a giant that grew too quickly. It had a strong body, but its inside lacked the true support, its bones. It lacked capable management talent. Neither he, nor Lance, nor Elena knew exactly how to run such a city. They were just feeling their way forward. With Shea's forward-thinking ideas and Elena's business skills, they barely kept the city running. But as the population grew, social problems began to appear. Security, education, civil disputes. All of these needed professional, systematic administrators to manage. And this was the most scarce resource Shea currently had. He desperately needed a great steward who could help him build a complete administrative system. Just as he was troubled by this, a long-awaited but somewhat complicated southern breeze finally blew in from the distant south. On this day, Dragon Breath Fortress welcomed a special team. It was a large convoy guarded by over 100 fully armed elite knights. The banners fluttered with the noble emblem of the Akasha family, the lion and sword. This marked the arrival of the first official support from his family. Shea personally led all the core members of Dragon Breath Fortress to meet them outside the city. When the convoy slowly stopped in front of the fortress's gates, which were beginning to look like a true stronghold, from the most splendid carriage at the front, an elderly man dressed in proper butler clothes stepped down. He had white hair, a serious face, and sharp eyes. He is the head butler of the Exasha noble family. He is also Melrose, who once watched Shea grow up. He is an elder with a high status in the family, holding power comparable to some influential nobles. Melrose stepped out of the carriage. He did not rush to greet Shea immediately. His gaze was like a precise instrument, carefully examining everything in front of him. He looked at the strong, tall city wall made of obsidian. He looked at the guards standing on the wall, who, despite their different clothes, looked alert and bright-eyed. He looked at the black-armored knights behind Shea, silent but steady as mountains. He even looked at the common people along the road, curious and peering around. The more he looked, the tighter his brow became. The more he looked, the more suspicion and doubt appeared in his eyes. This is strange. This is way too strange. Before coming here, the Duke and he had imagined many possible situations for Shea. Maybe he had already died in some hidden corner, with no remains left. Maybe he was hiding with his 12 loyal followers in some ruined watchtower, barely surviving. The best outcome was that he used the Exasha family's name to gather some refugees and set up a simple camp like a bandit hideout. But they never expected. What appeared before their eyes was such a scene. This is not the territory of a banished, discarded young master. This is clearly a well-planned, orderly, and even thriving new city. Especially the looks in the eyes of the common people. Melrose served the Duke's family for 50 years. He had seen countless territories and many people. But he had never seen anyone's eyes, like these, filled with genuine hope for the future and passionate admiration for their lord. That was a kind of unity strong enough to make any ruler jealous. How? How is this possible? Moluosi's heart was filled with shock. For the first time, he doubted himself and the Duke. He wondered about the decision to exile the so-called useless young master to this place. Maybe all of them had been mistaken? Grandpa Moluosi, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of complex emotion, woke him from his shock. Moluosi slowly looked up. He saw the young figure standing quietly before him. It was the same familiar handsome face. But the eyes, which used to show weakness and self-doubt, now looked like a deep, cold lake. Calm, deep, and full of a kind of intimidating authority. He stood straight, like a sharp sword ready to be drawn. He radiated a strong, decisive, and commanding aura. Is this still the same useless young master who, at the family meeting, couldn't ignite his fighting spirit and dared not look anyone in the eye? Moluosi felt his understanding of him completely overturned. Sometimes, after a few days apart, people can change a lot. And this young man, compared to just a few months ago, seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Young master, Moluosi, an old but composed butler who could stay calm even in front of the Duke, was now muttering in disbelief. Xiaya looked at his shocked expression and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He knew his first step of intimidation had succeeded. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Moluosi. Xiaya's face showed a perfect, friendly, yet slightly distant smile. Welcome to my Dragon Breath Fortress. He deliberately emphasized the word, my. Moluosi immediately snapped out of his daze. He quickly regained his professional composure as the head butler. He bowed deeply to Xiaya. Young Master Ba. However, his tone lacked the casualness that elders usually have with juniors. It sounded more like a subordinate speaking to a superior, with respect. Your Grace, I have brought the first batch of supplies for you, and I also send my regards on his behalf. Thank you. Xiaya nodded, turned slightly, and made a please gesture. The weather outside is stormy. Let's go into the city and talk. That evening, Xiaya held a grand welcome banquet in the dining hall of the inner fortress for Moluosi and the family knights he brought. During the banquet, Xiaya quietly revealed all his hidden cards accumulated over time to the inspector from the family. From the intoxicating dragon breath that would drive any drinker crazy, to the fresh vegetables and fruits that seemed like miracles in winter, and to the finely crafted weapons and armor made by Master Bailing, which even top military officials envied. He even, casually, let Lena and Iluna, two stunning women whose looks, temperament, and status could make any man fall for them, appear briefly. This combination of displays completely stunned Moluosi and his proud family knights. They looked like country bumpkins, witnessing scenes that defied logic and seemed almost magical. Their minds went blank. They felt they weren't in the bleak ashen wasteland of the north, but in some divine realm that even the imperial capital couldn't compare to. As the banquet reached its peak, Xiaya finally revealed his most powerful move, his trump card. By the way, Grandpa Moluosi, he said casually to the maid beside him. The weather is so cold. Go call Noxia over so we can warm up together. Yes, sir. Moments later, amid a heavy, earthquake-like footsteps, a dragon appeared, large enough to match a grown warhorse, covered in smooth, black, obsidian-like scales, with golden vertical pupils, emanating a terrifying dragon aura that made one's heart race. He slowly entered the brightly lit banquet hall. Then, in the stunned and petrified gazes of everyone present, he gently walked over to Shea. With his fierce, yet noble giant dragon head, he affectionately rubbed Shea's hand. At that moment, Milos, the seasoned steward of the Akasha family who had seen many storms, felt as if his worldview, outlook on life, and values had been completely shattered by this myth-like scene before him. And then, they were rebuilt. Only one thought remained in his mind. This young master, whom everyone considered a useless and shameful burden. He is not useless. He is a monster capable of making the entire Akasha family tremble. A true dragon who can usher in a new era. Inside the banquet hall, silence fell. The air seemed frozen by the terrifying dragon aura emanating from Noxia, which felt ancient and primal. All the knights from the Akasha family stood stiff as if turned to stone. Their faces showed expressions of extreme shock and fear they had never experienced before. It was a deep, instinctive respect for the top predator in the food chain. They instinctively clenched their swords at their waists, but their bodies trembled violently from fear, unable to make any effective move. They felt they were facing not just a dragon, but a volcano that could erupt at any moment. A death volcano powerful enough to swallow them all and turn them to ash. Meanwhile, Milos, the experienced and steadfast old steward who had seen life and death many times, did not look much better than the young knights. His back was soaked with cold sweat. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and in his eyes, which usually shone with wisdom and sharpness, there was now only a blank, confused emptiness. Dragon. A living dragon. This thought, like the fiercest lightning, wildly ravaged his mind, shattering all the common sense and knowledge he had built over 50 years. Hadn't the giant dragon already been completely wiped out in the dragon slaughter battle 300 years ago? Why? Why is there a living dragon here? And Muluosi struggled to lift his gaze from Noxia's golden, majestic vertical pupils. He looked at the young man who was calm and even reached out to scratch the terrifying beast's chin. His heart clenched tightly. He not only has a dragon, he can also command the dragon. He is actually a legendary dragon knight, a figure long gone from history along with the dragons. This realization hit him like an invisible, heavy hammer, smashing into his heart. He almost suffocated from the shock. Finally, he understood. He finally understood why this abandoned young master, cast aside by his family, could create such incredible miracles in just a few months in this barren land. He also understood why both the shrewd business queen and the proud noblewoman looked at this man differently. Talent? Skill? Wisdom? No. All of this, in the face of the identity of a dragon knight, powerful enough to make the entire continent tremble, seemed so pale and weak. This is not a different level of power. It's from a higher dimension. Muluosi felt his throat go dry. He swallowed hard. He looked at Xia, who opened his mouth as if to say something. But in the end, he couldn't say a word. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he could say. In front of this absolute power capable of overturning the world's order, any words seemed so unnecessary. And Xia didn't seem to need him to say anything. He chose today's occasion to reveal his most powerful card. This is not about having an equal negotiation with the other side. It's about making a stand. It's about using the most direct, strongest, and most unreasonable way to tell them. From today on, I, Shea Akasa, am no longer the insignificant you can control. I am a player who can speak equally with you, and even with the whole world. Noxia, Shea broke the suffocating silence. His voice was calm. He spoke to the majestic dragon as if greeting a pet cat or dog. Come here, say hello to Grandpa. How? Noxia tilted her fierce yet noble dragon head, seeming a bit confused by this strange command. But she would follow Shea's orders unconditionally. She took heavy steps and slowly approached Muros, who was already pale and stiff with fear. Then, in the completely numb and shocked gazes of everyone, she gently lowered her noble head. With her large head covered in fine scales and a hint of warmth, she softly rubbed Muros's cold, trembling hand caused by fear. At that moment, Muros, a powerful and even daring to confront the Duke openly in the Akasa family, felt his two legs, which were no longer young, could no longer support his body. He wobbled, and, thud, he collapsed onto the cold stone ground. The banquet ended in a very strange atmosphere. All the knights from the family, like walking corpses, were helped back to their rooms by servants. Their minds were still blank and frozen. Meanwhile, Miros was invited by Shea to his study. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly. Shea personally poured a cup of hot red tea for the already overwhelmed old butler. Grandpa Miros. Shea's voice returned to the respectful tone of a junior to an elder. Take a deep breath and calm down. Milos trembled as he reached out and took the teacup. The warm touch eased his heart, which was pounding as if it might jump out of his chest. He looked up with a complex expression, gazing at the young man in front of him, who still appeared calm and indifferent, as if what just happened was nothing important. After a long moment, he finally found his voice. Young Master Ba, young master. His voice was hoarse and dry. You, really, I am a dragon knight, Shea said without hiding anymore. He directly admitted his identity. I hope that, before I give permission, only you and the Duke will know about this. I understand. Milos nodded hard. He knew that once this secret was out, it would cause a huge storm across the entire continent. Shea and his Dragon's Breath fortress would become targets. They would attract many greedy and crazy spies. Even the Emperor of the Empire and those old monsters hiding deep within the Light Church would be alarmed. Shea shared this huge secret that could change his fate. It was a powerful warning, and also a daring gamble of trust. He was betting that he and the Exasa family behind him would make the right choice. What do you want me to do? Milos took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew that from now on, the conversation with this young man would no longer be just a casual chat between elders and juniors. It was the first formal negotiation between two forces capable of changing the power structure of the North. Very simple, Shea smiled. He liked talking to smart people. I need full support from your family, not just some half-hearted, probing investment like now. He raised a finger. I need people, a large number of experienced administrators, tax officials, and legal advisors. I need them to build a complete, efficient administrative system for me, one that belongs to my Dragon's Breath fortress. He then raised a second finger. I need technology. I need my family to open all the books on alchemy, magic circles, and engineering for me. I need Master Bailing to have a laboratory where he can fully showcase his talents. Finally, he raised a third finger. His eyes became sharp as a blade. I need power. I need the influence of the Akasha family in Winter City. I need you to use this power to clear all business and political obstacles for me. I want Dragon's Breath Fortress to become the undisputed economic center of the North. Every word from Shea hit Morlos like a heavy hammer, pounding in his heart. His ambitions were clear and unhidden. He wanted more than just a territory. He aimed for an independent, strong kingdom, one that could stand equal to his family in the future. Morlos fell silent. He was completely stunned by Shea's shocking, big ask. Any one of these conditions alone would make the Duke feel pain. But all three together? It was almost like draining the Akasha family's centuries-old foundation to support a uncertain future, discarded son. I know, this is difficult. Shea seemed to see through his worries. But, Grandfather Morlos, he stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the fortress that appeared more majestic under the moonlight. His voice was full of confidence. High risk means high reward. The Akasha family has been silent in the North for too long. Duke Winter is aging. A new power game is about to begin. This is the best of times, and the worst of times. He turned to face Morlos, speaking each word clearly. And I, Shea Akasha, and my dragon, will be the Exasha family. In this game, the only and strongest trump card to bet. Invest in me. You will gain the entire Northern Territory, even a broader future. Morlos looked at the young man, talking confidently under the moonlight, as if the whole world was in his hands. His inner sense of reason and self-interest, represented by a balanced scale, began to tilt sharply. He knew. Chaya was right. This was an unprecedented, high-stakes gamble. The bet was the future of the Exasha family, and the chips were this monster-like Dragon Knight in front of him. Win the gamble, and the Exasha family will soar, becoming the undisputed ruler of the North. Lose the gamble. No. Morlos glanced at the majestic black dragon outside the window, grooming its wings under the moonlight. He felt that this gamble seemed to have no chance of losing. In the end, Morlos slowly stood up. He bowed deeply to Chaya again. This time, It was not just a subordinate showing respect to a superior. It was a heartfelt submission to the future ruler. I understand, young master. His voice was hoarse but filled with unprecedented determination. I will faithfully convey your sincerity to the Duke. I believe he will make the wisest choice. The late-night negotiation with Marlos was undoubtedly successful. When the old butler, who held an important position in the Exiled family, appeared before Chaya the next day, his usually stern and rigid face, like eternal ice, showed no more signs of scrutiny or doubt. Instead, there was a genuine, even somewhat humble respect. His gaze at Chaya was no longer that of someone viewing a prospectless young master, but of someone looking at the future of a family about to rise. Marlos handed a detailed list of supplies he had prepared overnight to Chaya with both hands. This is the first batch of support materials sent by His Grace the Duke. Please review it. Additionally, regarding the 3 conditions you mentioned last night, he paused, his voice carrying a rare seriousness. I have already used the highest level of magical communication to report everything to the Duke. Let me pass on a message from him. Your sincerity has been received, and the return gift from the Akasha family is on its way. At most, within half a month, everything you need will be delivered. Chaya took the list and glanced at it casually. Then he set it aside. He looked at Marlos with a meaningful smile. It seems that my father has made a wise choice. The Duke has always been wise, Marlos replied respectfully. Although he spoke the truth, Chaya could sense a complex emotion in his slightly stiff tone. It was probably his so-called father, far away across thousands of miles, who, upon receiving this shocking report from Marlos, experienced shock and inner struggle beyond what outsiders could imagine. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that he had guessed right. The Akasha family, this ancient and powerful war machine, was finally starting to operate fully for him, the former discarded son. Very good, Chaya nodded. He handed over another, larger procurement list, which he had discussed with Elena, to Marlos. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. This is the next phase of supplies needed for our Dragon's Breath fortress. The most urgent item is, Chaya tapped a special entry on the list with his finger. Slaves. I need a large number of slaves with various skills. The more, the better. Milos took the list and glanced at it briefly. His rich experience immediately made him understand Zaya's intention. Young master, you mean, Dragon's Breath fortress needs to expand. Zaya didn't hide it. I need enough people to support my ambitions. I understand. Milos quickly understood and didn't ask more questions. Instead, he made a promise that even surprised Zaya. Rest assured, young master, this matter, leave it to me. The largest market in Winter City is controlled by a senior member of our Akasha family. I will personally go and talk to him. He emphasized the words, talk to him, with extra weight. I guarantee I can buy the best goods at the lowest price for you. Zaya looked at him and smiled. He knew. Once this strict old butler found his proper place, the energy he could unleash was truly astonishing. And it was indeed true. Just 3 days later, a huge convoy arrived at Dragon's Breath Fortress, personally escorted by Milos. There were a full 1,500 slaves. Unlike those captured in war who were old, weak, or sick, this group was all young and strong. Among them were hundreds with special skills, rare talents. Blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, tailors, chefs. Everything you could think of. It was like a ready-made, newcomer village building package. And the cost for all this? Less than 5,000 gold coins. At this price, if sold openly in Winter City, they probably couldn't even buy a fraction of this group. Power really does allow you to do whatever you want. When Zaya stood on the city wall, watching the dark mass of slaves pouring into Dragon's Breath Fortress like ants, he couldn't help but sigh sincerely. For the first time, he truly felt the almost unreasonable, crushing power of top noble authority. Market prices, rules, those are all designed for the weak. For true strong people, they are the rules themselves. Young master, Milos, who had arrived beside him unnoticed, spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. This is only the first batch. If you need more, I can organize 3 to 5 more groups of the same size at any time. For now, that's enough. Xiaya shook his head. You can't become fat with just one bite. The addition of 1,500 new people, for a fortress with a total population just over 5,000, is already a big challenge. The real test is how to process, absorb, and turn this uncertain, new blood into loyal citizens. That afternoon, at the central square of the Dragon Breath Fortress, the crowd was again dense. The 1,500 new slaves were gathered here like livestock. Their faces showed numbness, fear, and confusion about the future. They were used to being bought and sold like goods. They were used to whips, branding irons, and endless hard labor. They had no illusions about their so-called new master. To them, it was just a switch from one to another. Xiaoya stood on the high platform, quietly overlooking this sea of despair and silence below. Behind him stood Lance, Elena, and all the core members of the fortress. Farther away were the old citizens who had already gained freedom, their faces shining with happiness. They looked at these new compatriots, who resembled their past selves, with a mix of sympathy and a slight sense of superiority. "I know what you're thinking," Xiaoya spoke. His voice was quiet, but through the well-prepared amplification magic circle, it reached everyone's ears clearly. "You're wondering what awaits you: cold iron chains? Or scorching branding irons? Hungry black bread? Or endless hard work?" His words were like sharp needles, stabbing deeply into each's heart. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. "I will tell you all." Shea's voice suddenly rose sharply. "In my Dragon's Breath Fortress, there are no such things. Here, I only give you two things." He extended one finger. "First, dignity. From today on, you are no longer slaves who can be bought and sold at will. You are the reserved citizens of Dragon's Breath Fortress. You will have a real name of your own, just like me and all free people. You will have a warm home that can be called family." He then held up a second finger. His eyes became extremely passionate. "Second, hope. Here, your status is not fixed. Every drop of your sweat, every effort you make will be recorded and measured. You can earn contribution points through your work, and contribution points can buy everything: better food, more comfortable houses, sharper weapons, even." His voice was full of endless temptation. "As long as your contribution points are enough, you can exchange them for the highest goal: freedom." Boom. The word freedom was like a lightning bolt splitting the sky. It instantly shattered the silent ocean of despair below. All the numb, hollow eyes suddenly brightened. They were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Freedom? For these slaves who had been enslaved for generations and had long accepted their fate, this word was incredibly distant and luxurious. Could it really be said so casually by this overly young new master? Is this real? Or is it just a more cruel trick? Shea seemed to see through their doubts. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he waved his hand behind him. Soon, hundreds of old citizens, dressed in clean cotton clothes and with confident smiles on their faces, stepped out from the crowd. They had once been just like the people below. They were once hopeless refugees with nothing left. But now, they are proud, free people of Dragon Breath Fortress. Leading them was an old carpenter with gray hair and a face marked by years of hardship. He was the representative of the first group of slaves freed by Shea. He stepped onto the high platform. He didn't speak. Instead, he took out a small wooden carving he treasured, hand-carved by himself. The carving depicted a brave knight riding a giant dragon. It was Shea. The old carpenter raised the wooden sculpture high. Then he turned around and faced the 1,500 new citizens below, still shocked and doubtful. With a rough voice full of gratitude and pride, he shouted loudly, "Lift up your heads. Look around you. Look at us. We used to be just like you. But now, we are free. All of this was given to us by our Lord. Here, as long as you work hard and sweat, you can have everything. You can live with dignity, like a real person." His words burned like hot iron, deeply imprinting themselves on every new's heart. Their bodies started to shake violently. For the first time, their once numb eyes ignited with a bright flame called hope. At that moment, Shea issued the final to break their mental barriers. He ordered the logistics team, "Tonight, hold a welcome feast for all our new citizens. Let everyone enjoy a hot roast. Drink a bowl of warm fish soup. I want them to know, winter at Dragon Breath Fortress is never cold. The people of Dragon Breath Fortress will never go hungry." At that moment, no one could hold back their excitement and pure joy. Wah wah. Someone was the first to kneel down and cry loudly. And then, 1,500 new slaves knelt down all at once, like a row of falling dominoes. They bowed repeatedly before the figure on the high platform, who seemed like a divine being. They shouted with the most sincere and passionate voices they had ever had. "Long live the Lord! Long live Dragon's Breath Fortress!" Once the flame of hope is lit, it spreads quickly like a wildfire, releasing a powerful energy that can melt snow. Under the motivation of the work for freedom, the new, reserve citizens showed unprecedented enthusiasm for work. They were quickly organized into various construction teams, led by experienced residents, and joined the busy expansion of Dragon's Breath Fortress. At the lumberyard, the sound of saws and axes echoed as huge black forest fir trees were felled and moved. In the quarry, dwarves' hammers and workers' pickaxes worked together to shape tough obsidian stones. In the planned new residential area, foundations were dug, and walls rose rapidly. The entire fortress was like a finely tuned machine, running smoothly and quickly, full of life every day. But along with the prosperity, new problems appeared and grew more serious. The rapid population increase caused a sharp decline in living conditions. Although Chaya had ordered the quick construction of simple wooden houses and dormitories, the building speed could not keep up with the population growth. Many reserve citizens could only live in crowded tents made of animal skins and wood. As more people arrived, sanitation became a big danger. Trash, construction debris, and waste, without proper sewage systems or hygiene habits, people were used to relieving themselves anywhere. Soon, the area around the tents started to flood with sewage and smell terrible. Even the cold winter could not hide the disgusting stench from the mixed odors. Worse, some cases of diarrhea began to appear among the people. Lena, the chief doctor, quickly realized the huge danger hidden behind the apparent prosperity. This evening, she carried a steaming bowl of herbal soup into Zaya's study, her face showing clear worry. "Master," she gently placed the bowl on Zaya's desk. "You should rest now." "Ah." Lena, Zaya looked up from a pile of documents, rubbing his aching forehead, and smiled kindly. "Sit down. I have something I want to discuss with you." "Are you talking about health issues?" Lena asked directly. "Yes." Zaya's expression became serious. "This afternoon, I checked the tent area, and the situation is worse than I thought. If we don't act now, before the enemy's attack, a disease could wipe out everything we have." Lena's blue eyes were full of worry. "I've asked the apprentices at the medical station to increase the preparation and distribution of disinfectant herbs, and I told everyone to boil water before drinking. But this is just a temporary fix. If we don't solve the root of the problem, the consequences could be terrible." "You're right," Zaya nodded approvingly. He stood up and went to the map, picking up a feather pen. "So, I've decided to launch an unprecedented campaign in Dragon's Breath Fortress. Public health and environmental improvement." His voice was calm, but full of firm determination. "Public health?" Lena blinked her pure eyes, feeling unfamiliar with this new term. Zaya smiled. He knew he was about to introduce some groundbreaking, black technology that would shock everyone in this era. "It's simple," he said, quickly sketching some strange building designs on a blank piece of sheepskin. "First, toilets." He pointed to the first sketch, which showed a unique design with 2 deep pits and ventilation pipes. "We need to build enough alternating double-pit public toilets in the residential and tent areas. When one pit is in use, the other is sealed with ash and dirt to ferment. This not only solves the problem of defecation in the open, but also produces high-quality fertilizer for spring planting." Lena looked at the clever design, her eyes widening with amazement. Her face showed disbelief. "Oh my, this man even thought of such genius ways to reuse waste. It was unheard of." Next, the water source. Zaya drew a second sketch, showing a stepped structure made of many connected pools of different sizes. "We will build a staircase sand filter along the Blackwater River, using sand, charcoal, and gravel of various sizes to filter the water layer by layer. I want every person in Dragon Breath Fortress to drink the cleanest, clearest water." Lena was speechless. She looked at the drawing as if it were a sacred piece of art. Having worked as a healer for many years, she knew that dirty water was the main cause of many illnesses. The man in front of her had found a simple yet brilliant way to solve this old problem from the root. "Finally, it's about rules," Zaya said, putting down his pen and looking at Lena with bright eyes. Having facilities isn't enough. The most important thing is to change everyone's hygiene habits. I plan to create a special environment cleaning team in Dragon Breath Fortress and make the last day of each week everyone's big cleaning day. On that day, all residents must leave their homes and clean the streets they are responsible for. The next morning, several new orders signed by Zaya were posted on the most visible notice boards around Dragon Breath Fortress. Notice about building public toilets across the territory. Order to set up staircase sand filters to ensure safe drinking water. Announcement about forming an environment cleaning team and establishing everyone's big cleaning day. These new words and rules, which no one had heard before, immediately attracted the attention and discussion of all residents. Public toilets? What are those? Sand filters. They sound very fancy. Big cleaning day? Wow. Does the Lord want us to clean even our streets? Most residents found these ideas strange and confusing. But because they trusted their Lord unconditionally, they didn't resist much. Instead, they were curious. At this moment, another notice was posted on the board, written by Zaya himself. To encourage everyone to participate actively in beautifying our home, I have decided, on each big cleaning day, a special judging team will evaluate the cleanliness of all streets. The street that scores first in the hygiene contest will have all its residents enjoy an extra serving of roast meat during the evening feast, and I will personally visit the healthiest households that evening to share a meal. Boom. If the previous government orders only seemed new, this additional announcement was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring everyone's excitement. Barbecue. That is the finest delicacy in Dragon's Breath Fortress. Only knights and craftsmen who have made great contributions can usually enjoy it. Now, just by sweeping the floor, you might get a chance to eat more. Even more exciting, you could invite the legendary Lord himself, the Knight of the Divine Dragon, to your home for a meal. Oh my, what an incredible honor. At that moment, all the villagers' eyes turned red with excitement. Their gazes at their neighbors instantly filled with fighting spirit. A lively movement for barbecue and glory, called the Hygiene Competition, began. When the first National Cleaning Day arrived, the enthusiasm for this movement reached its peak. Almost all villagers, regardless of age or gender, spontaneously left their homes. They carried brooms and buckets, cleaning every corner of the streets as if they were tidying their own shrines. They even argued fiercely if a neighbor's doorstep had a fallen leaf that wasn't swept away. Just as everyone was working passionately, an unexpected figure appeared on the street. Shea, their noble lord himself, actually took off his fancy noble clothes, changed into simple linen attire, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a broom, and started sweeping snow and trash from the streets just like an ordinary villager. Oh my, it's the Lord. The Lord. He's sweeping the ground. Everyone who saw this was stunned. They froze in place, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Even Moros, who had just come from the family estate to report to Shea, happened to witness this scene. This old butler, who had served the Exasha family for 50 years and was used to noble extravagance and arrogance, froze completely at that moment. He stared blankly at the young figure, seriously sweeping trash into a dustpan, watching him humbly chat and laugh with farmers nearby, and saw the villagers' genuine, loving eyes as they looked at him, as if he were family. Moros's heart was once again filled with waves of shock. He felt that his understanding of the word, noble, over the past 50 years was once again completely overturned at this moment. Suddenly, he remembered a question the Duke had asked when he received his first letter. How did this young man do it? Now he thinks he has found the answer. Milos silently sighed, and for the first time, the usually cold and serious face showed a genuine, happy smile. He whispered to himself, as if speaking to himself or to the distant Duke, "Master. This young master. Truly a noble I have never seen before." While the people of Dragon Breath Fortress were celebrating the glory of an extra serving of roast meat and the honor of the Lord, personally dropping by for a meal, they launched a grand hygiene revolution. A letter, capable of changing the future landscape of the entire Northern Territory, was carried across 1,000 miles of icy wilderness by the fastest alchemical raven and finally arrived at the Grand Duke of Exasha, the south of the continent. The Lion City, the power center of the Exasha family. Inside the study, sandalwood incense wafted gently. A stern-looking middle-aged man, with a few streaks of gray at his temples but still sharp eyes like a lion, sat quietly behind a large desk made from a single piece of golden Namu wood. He was the current head of the Exasha family, a renowned figure in the Southern Empire, the Blood and Iron Duke, Austin Exasha. At this moment, his fingers gently stroked the letter just decoded from a magical communication device. The letter was written on high-quality magical sheepskin parchment, and the handwriting was from his most trusted old steward, Milos. This was Milos's second letter after arriving at Dragon Breath Fortress, and it was also the most highly encrypted. The message was brief, but every word seemed to carry immense power, making this battle-hardened duke, who had faced countless storms and even dared to confront the emperor face-to-face in the imperial court, feel a rare sense of heartbeat. Within a few months, in a barren land, a city was built, people were nurtured, and soldiers trained, showing the signs of a great ruler. Among his followers, there was a remarkable woman skilled in medicine, a queen of merchants, a master dwarf blacksmith, and a noble lady from the northern winter land who helped wholeheartedly. The loyalty of these people was something the speaker had never seen before. The first part of the letter was filled with Moss Rose's uncontrollable shock and admiration. When Duke Austin read this part, his usually cold and stern face showed a hint of surprise that he couldn't hide. He knew Mos Rose, the old man, who was proud, strict, and stubborn. Calling someone an imposing ruler showed that his exiled son's achievements had truly exceeded everyone's expectations. But that was just surprise. The rise of a remote territory, even if quick, was only a small investment for the large Akasa's family, something worth noticing but not enough to change the game. However, when he read the second half of the letter, especially the secret core message encrypted with the highest level of code, his expression changed. Snap, a soft sound. The Duke's precious obsidian feather pen, made by a famous alchemist and worth a fortune, was suddenly broken in his hand. At the banquet, I saw with my own eyes. A pure-blood black dragon, as large as a war horse, majestic and powerful, but gentle as a house dog, was nuzzling in the young master's palm. That I dare to speculate that the true identity of the young master is beyond human ability, perhaps a legendary figure long lost in history. Dragon Knight. Buzz, in Duke Austin's mind. It was as if thousands of thunderclaps exploded simultaneously. A dragon. Knight. His sharp eyes, always like a lion's, shrank sharply into dangerous points at this moment. A terrifying aura, coming from the depths of his bloodline, burst uncontrollably from him. The entire study seemed to be drained of air in an instant. Books on the shelves fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound. The flames in the fireplace flickered and dimmed under this terrifying presence, crackling with a mournful sound. He stared fixedly at the three seemingly magical words on the letter, his heart pounding wildly at an unprecedented speed. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dragons have been extinct for a long time. Dragon Knights are just legendary stories in poets' epics and bedtime tales for children. Is Lord Milos, that old man, perhaps losing his mind? Or maybe, Duke Austin suddenly closed his eyes, forcing himself to stay calm. He repeatedly recalled every word in detail from Milos's letter. He knew that old butler too well. Strict, rigid, loyal, these were his lifelong labels. He would never, and could never, exaggerate or guess on such a matter that could decide his family's future. So, there was only one answer left. All of this is real. His eighth son, Shea Akasha, who was considered a disgrace because he couldn't ignite his fighting spirit, even by himself and everyone else, including his father. Shea Akasha. He was actually a dragon knight? Ha, ha ha ha. After a brief silence, a deep, complex laugh echoed through the study. Duke Austin slowly opened his eyes. The shock and horror from before were gone, replaced by a strange light of self-mockery, absurdity, and a hint of extreme excitement. Good, good, Shea Akasha, a hidden dragon emerging from the depths. He shook his head mockingly, a playful smile on his lips, banishing him to the ashen wasteland, thinking he would perish alone, far from the family's power struggles. Who would have thought? Who would have thought I'd personally throw a young dragon into the harshest wilderness where it can grow? Well then, his eyes sparkled with incredible energy. Our Akasha family's lion should be in the most brutal wilderness, tearing and fighting, growing into the true king of beasts. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study, his mind racing faster than ever before. Dragon Knight. The strategic value of this identity far exceeds that of a remote county lord. It represents absolute dominance in the skies. It represents a power strong enough to crush all mortal armies, like a mythic force. It also symbolizes a final trump card capable of changing the entire balance of power on the continent. Investment. We must increase our investment immediately. No, this is no longer just investment. It is an offering, using the strength of the entire family to dedicate to a rising. We're God. A thought quickly grew in his mind. Perhaps the Exasha family, after hundreds of years of silence, really has a chance to reach the highest throne of the Empire's power, an ultimate seat of authority. However, Austin is ultimately the Iron Duke who has led the family for decades. After a brief moment of excitement, his calm and rational side, typical of a top politician, quickly took over. He sat back at his desk, his gaze deep and complex. Chaya is his son, yes. But at the same time, he is also an independent force with surprising ambition. Ally. Supporting such an ally blindly and without reservation is not the wisest choice. It will only help him grow stronger faster, even to the point of losing control. When a lion king trains a young lion, he gives it food and protection, but also pushes it off a cliff, teaching it to hunt in life and death. Limited support, setting tests. Duke Austin slowly uttered these 8 words. This is the best way to treat a potential star. Let him feel the family's sincerity and support, making it hard for him to easily ally with other forces. At the same time, set enough obstacles and tests so he cannot overly rely on the family's strength, forcing him to show his true limits. Only then can he clearly assess the future value of this true dragon. Thinking of this, Duke Austin had already made his decision. He picked up a magic bell nearby and gently shook it. After a moment, a well-dressed scholar in a long robe, with a sharp face, silently appeared in the study. "Duke," he said, "carry out my orders." Duke Austin's voice regained its usual authority and coldness. "First, select the best civil officials from the family's administrative system, led by the chief tax officer, and immediately send them to the northern border to report to Baron Shea. Second, ship all the high-quality flame steel ingots from our stock, originally intended for trade with the Dwarf Kingdom, along with all the copies of alchemy and engineering texts, to Dragon's Breath Fortress. Third, pick 100 of the most skilled knights from my Lion Guard to stay permanently in Snow Peak County, under the command of County Lord Shea." The advisors looked shocked at these orders. Whether it was the elite civil team, the strategic flame steel ingots, or the Duke's personal guard, any one of these would be a huge reward that could make any powerful earl jealous. And now, the Duke was giving all of these to the exiled young Master Shea? Is he crazy? But before he could question, Duke Austin's next words made him gape in surprise. "Finally, draft a personal letter from me." Duke Austin leaned back in his chair, fingers intertwined, his eyes shining with sharp wit. "Tell Shea I am very pleased with his achievements in the north. But, as a member of the Exasa family, he must prove to the family that his territory can sustain itself. I give him 1 year. Within a year, I want to see Snow Peak County become self-sufficient in taxes, without relying on family or the Golden Rose Guild for support. If he fails," the Duke's lips curled into a meaningful smile, "then I might have to reconsider our partnership." The advisor's heart surged with shock. He finally understood. The Duke wasn't just giving rewards. He was playing a huge, world-shaking game. He gave Shea enough resources to make anyone jealous, but also set a nearly impossible trap. 1 year to turn a ruin into a self-sustaining territory? This is almost unbelievable. "Go ahead and do it." Duke Austin waved his hand. "Yes, Your Grace." The aide respectfully withdrew. The study returned to silence. Duke Austin picked up the letter from Milo's and held it near the fireplace flame, watching it turn to ash. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through the cold snow for miles and glimpse the rising city called Dragon Breath Fortress. My son, let me see it. How high can this true dragon fly? Please. Don't let me down. He needed to start from a blank slate, personally drawing and nurturing everything himself. He wanted to ingrain the words, loyal to Shea, into his soul as if it were a belief, an unbreakable vow, becoming a true soldier of his cause. This idea had been swirling in his mind for a long time. Now, the time was finally right. On this morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning fog in the northern sky. Suddenly, a loud and sharp bell rang out, echoing over Dragon's Breath Fortress. This was the highest signal, calling all the lords and people to gather. Everyone working or resting stopped what they were doing. With curious and puzzled looks, they headed toward the central square. Soon, the square was crowded again. But this time, the people in the center were not slaves or knights about to leave for battle. They were a group of children. Children aged between 6 and 12, dressed in different clothes, with innocent and confused expressions on their faces. There were hundreds of them. They represented the future of Dragon's Breath Fortress. They were the children of refugees saved by Shea from hunger and hardship, and the children of slaves freed from their chains. In their eyes, there was curiosity, fear, but mostly a pure hope for the future. At the front of the square, a temporary platform had been built. Shea stood alone on it, dressed in a well-fitted black uniform, with his hands behind his back. Behind him, there were no attendants or knights. Only the morning breeze, gently blowing his black hair and coat, making him look like a sharp sword about to cut through the sky. Proud and solitary, he quietly watched the tender faces below, the sea of children from different backgrounds and races, symbolizing new beginnings. A surge of pride and determination filled his heart. Once, he was just a child standing in the crowd, looking up at his talented older brothers with envy and self-doubt. Now, he was the one standing on the platform, ready to open the door to destiny for another group of children. Children, Zack opened his mouth. His voice, amplified through a magic circle, clearly and gently reached every child's ear. I know many of you are probably confused right now. You might be wondering why I called you all here today. The children below looked up with curious faces, whispering and talking among themselves. Some of you are the children of farmers. Some are the children of craftsmen. And others, Zack's gaze swept over the group, stopping at the dark-skinned children with cautious eyes. Are children from tribes that once fought against us. Even your parents, not long ago, were called slaves, the lowest of the low. His words made some children lower their heads instinctively, their small fists clenched tightly. Their background was a mark of shame that they could never forget. But Zack's voice suddenly grew stronger, full of power. Today, I brought you here to tell you, from this day forward, you are not children of slaves, not children of refugees, and definitely not children of enemies. You only have one identity. That is, children of Dragon's Breath Fortress. Boom! This sentence, like a warm ray of sunshine, instantly touched the sensitive and insecure hearts of every child. Those who had lowered their heads suddenly looked up. They stared blankly at the bright figure on the high platform, their eyes filled with disbelief and shining with hope. Here, Zack spread his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. At my Dragon's Breath Fortress, I don't care who your father is. I don't care where your mother comes from. I only look at one thing. He slowly took out a strange, bright red gemstone from his chest, glowing like flowing lava inside. It was the precious magic item sent by the Akasha family, used to test knightly talent. The blood drop stone. I only see your potential. Raised the bloodstained stone high in his hand. Its glow, under the morning light, looked more mysterious and sacred. This stone can see deep into your bloodline, revealing hidden power. It won't look at your past, nor care about your background. It will only judge fairly, showing everyone who among you is truly a genius, who deserves to become a brave knight to protect our homeland. His voice was full of strong encouragement. Now, clench your fists, lift your heads high. Let me see. S eyes burned with fierce fire, igniting the passion in every child's heart below. Future dragon knights, great extraordinary warriors, are among you. At that moment, all feelings of inferiority and fear disappeared. Every child's eyes blazed with a fiery desire. They looked at the mysterious bloodstained stone, their eyes hot, as if it wasn't just a stone but a gateway to a new world, to ultimate glory, a sacred door. Become a knight. Become a brave knight like Lord Lance. Become a hero admired by thousands like the Lord. This thought, like wild grass, grew wildly in each child's heart. The test began quickly. Under Lord Lance's personal supervision, the children lined up, one by one stepping forward. They stretched their young fingers, pricked their fingertips with help from guards, and dropped a drop of blood onto the cold, blood-stained stone. But miracles didn't happen so easily. The talent for knighthood was extremely rare. After testing dozens of children, the blood-stained stones only emitted a faint, dull red light, which quickly faded. Next, Lance announced expressionlessly, though he felt a twinge of disappointment inside. The children who failed the test looked down sadly and quietly stepped aside. The children who had not yet been tested showed excitement and hope on their faces, but gradually, nervousness and worry replaced those feelings. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Shea stood on a high platform, watching everything calmly. He knew that the true, main characters always appeared last. His eyes looked past the crowd and focused on a thin figure at the end of the line. That boy had dark skin but bright eyes, like stars in the night. He kept his lips tight and silent, but his clenched fist showed he was nervous inside. His name was Case. Shea had bought him at the market, marked as a dusty diamond by the prophecy, destined to become a top knight someday. Finally, after testing dozens of children, something exciting happened. He's shining. He's shining. The crowd gasped in surprise. A small boy with a rough look, like a barbarian descendant, dipped his bloodied finger on the bloodstone. The stone suddenly glowed with a bright red light, clear and visible. The light only lasted a few seconds before fading, but it was definitely shining. Lancelord's eyes lit up with joy. Qualified. First-level knight talent, he loudly announced and recorded the boy's name in the register. This success boosted everyone's spirits like a strong shot of energy. Then, inspired by this, more miracles happened one after another. A small girl, looking shy and timid, also made the bloodstone glow as brightly as the boy's. Another, and yet another. After testing nearly 300 children, 7 of them had successfully passed. Although they only had the lowest, first-level talent, this was a surprisingly high percentage for such a small group. Lancelord's hand trembled slightly as he wrote down the names. He understood what this meant. This means that in the future, Dragon's Breath Fortress will have exactly 7. No, more loyal knights trained personally by the Lord himself. For any noble family, this is a treasure, something that makes others jealous. Now, the group has finally reached the end. Only one person remains. Kais. All eyes on the square are fixed on that last fragile figure. Kais. His heart pounds fiercely in his chest, as if it might burst free and jump out. His palms are sweaty, cold, and sticky. He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He steps forward slowly and climbs onto the high platform. Since being bought from that cold, hopeless market by a young noble who seemed almost divine, Kais's life has changed completely. He is no longer a worthless beaten and starved. He now has a warm home to shelter him from the wind and rain. He has tasted hot, fragrant food. He is finally seen as a real person. And all of this was given to him by that man, Akasha. That man would give him warm milk when he wakes from nightmares. That man would smile and gently pat his head when he accidentally broke a plate, saying, "It's okay." That man would personally hand him a new, ink-scented reading book when he saw other children reading and looking at him with envy. In Kais's heart, which had long been filled with darkness and despair, Shea is the only light. He is his master, his benefactor, and the faith he wants to follow and protect for the rest of his life. He has sworn an oath. He wants to become stronger. He must become powerful enough, strong enough to be the sharpest sword in the Lord's hand, cutting through all obstacles. Today is the moment that will decide his fate. Kais walks to the cold, blood-stained stone. His bright eyes, like black obsidian, burn with an unprecedented determination. Without hesitation, he picks up a silver needle and sharply his finger. A drop of bright red blood, seeming to contain endless life force, flowed from the wound and gently fell onto a blood-colored crystal stone. At this moment, it was as if time had been paused. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the stone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The bloodstone showed no reaction, remaining cold and silent. Sigh. A wave of disappointment sounded from the crowd. The children who had just failed the test showed a hint of, "I knew it," on their faces. The 7 children who had passed the test instinctively straightened their backs, with a faint sense of pride on their faces. Even Lancelord slightly frowned, a look of regret flashing in his eyes. Kais's heart sank suddenly, and his face turned pale instantly. A cold, piercing despair, like a venomous snake, wrapped around his heart again. No, this shouldn't be happening. Why? Why won't the gods even give me the last chance? Am I destined to be just a servant who follows the Lord around all his life, serving him tea and water? No, I refuse to accept this. Kais silently roared inside, his weak body trembling violently with frustration and anger. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Virum, a sword cry, as if from ancient times, suddenly erupted from the silent bloodstone. Immediately after, an unprecedented, dazzling blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, like a burning sun. The glow was so intense and hot that everyone instinctively squinted, afraid to look directly at it. The entire central square was instantly enveloped by this strange, yet sacred blood-colored light. Clang, clang, clang. A more shocking scene happened. All the knights present, whether it was Lancelord's battle-hardened sword or the standard steel swords of the guards, suddenly emitted a loud, commanding sword cry as if summoned by some supreme being, uncontrollably. Their swords trembled violently, as if paying the highest respect to their king. Oh my goodness, what? What is happening? A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. The crowd was completely excited, all stunned by the scene before them, like something out of a myth. They opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at the weak figure surrounded by a blood-red light beam, their minds blank. Lancelord looked as if he had seen a ghost, staring fixedly at the blood-red beam that seemed to pierce the sky. For the first time, his usually cold and stern face showed an expression of shock. Top talent. No, this is beyond what top talent can explain. This is a legendary sword embryo. A peerless sword body that appears only once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. If it doesn't die prematurely, it will surely become a sword saint standing at the top of the world in the future. Standing on the high platform, Shea watched this earth-shaking scene with a smile that said, "I knew it, and everything was under control. The dust-covered diamond will eventually shine brightly enough to make the whole world take notice." The divine prophecy, it truly did not deceive me. The blood-red beam lasted for dozens of seconds before slowly fading away. When the light disappeared, Kais's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. He was still the thin young boy, but now, he seemed to carry an indescribable sharp aura. Standing there, he was like a rare divine weapon hidden in its sheath, still sheathed, but already feeling like a sharp blade that prickled the skin. The whole scene was silent, everyone looking at him with awe, as if they were looking at a monster. Kais himself was stunned. He looked down at his hands, then at the bloodstone that had calmed down again, his face full of confusion and helplessness. At that moment, a steady and powerful voice broke the silence. "Kais." Shea slowly stepped down from the high platform, walking through the silent crowd and directly to him. Kais shivered, immediately snapping out of his daze. He looked at the man who had given him new life and a miracle, and couldn't hold back his excitement. His knees buckled, and he was about to kneel. But Shea reached out and helped him up. "I said, in the Dragon's Breath Fortress, my people do not need to kneel to anyone," Shea said calmly, but with an undeniable strength in his voice. He looked into Kais's eyes and, clearly and seriously, announced in front of everyone. "Kais, from today, you are the leader of the first reserve knight group at Dragon Breath Fortress. Your food rations will be the same as those of the official knights. Your training will be personally supervised by me." After speaking, he took off the beautiful, ornate dagger at his waist, crafted by the dwarf Master Balin, symbolizing his noble status. Then, amid the envious, jealous, and excited gazes of all, he personally handed this artwork, enough to make any noble jealous, into Kais's hands. "This is your first weapon." Shea patted his still slightly weak shoulder, eyes full of hope. "Don't let it gather dust." Kais trembled as he reached out with both hands to take the dagger, still warm from the Lord's touch. The feeling was cold and heavy in his hand, but his heart felt like it was on fire, burning so hot it almost exploded. He couldn't hold back anymore. Tears poured out like a flood from his bright eyes. He clenched the dagger tightly, knelt on one knee, bowed his head deeply, and with all his strength, made the most solemn and sincere vow of his life. I, Kais, swear here, with my life, my soul, and my sword, I will fight for you forever, my master. In the end, the first night training camp at Dragon Breath Fortress concluded with Kais's astonishing talent test. A total of 8 children with knightly talent, including Kais, were chosen. They became the first true, young warriors of Dragon Breath Fortress. Under Shea's personal supervision, they began the most basic and toughest breathing and physical training. Watching those young figures sweat on the training ground, their eyes full of determination despite their youth, Shea felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He knew he had personally planted a seed that could grow into a towering tree in the future. While he was immersed in this sense of nurturing, the silent Destiny Oracle quietly activated again after several days. A faint blue light screen slowly unfolded before him. This time, it did not show resource points or treasure hints, but a cold prophecy filled with iron and blood. The Winter King has lost patience with the hungry wolves on the snowfield. Within 7 days, the banner of the 5th Legion will gather beneath Snow City. The horn of the bandit hunt is about to sound. Shea looked at this prophecy and slowly narrowed his eyes. Duke Winter. Is he finally going to act? He walked to the map, his gaze fixed on the red area marked as Snowfield Hunters, and a cold, hunter-like smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. Perfect. Let the entire northern region see how sharp the sword of my Dragon's Breath Fortress truly is. The horn of the bandit hunt is about to sound. The blue light screen gradually faded from Shea's sight, but the ominous prophecy remained deeply etched in his mind like a brand. Duke Winter, the de facto ruler of the North, is finally going to deal with the long-standing threat within his territory, the Snowfield Hunters. This was unexpected, but also logical. Unexpected because he didn't think the Duke would act so quickly. Winter's blizzards are natural barriers for all armies and nightmares for generals. Choosing to send troops at this time is not a typical military decision. But it was logical because the Snowfield Hunters had been too active lately. They ambushed Elena's caravan and even dared to reach out to Shea, the newly rising Baron of Exploration, who had made great military achievements. This was no longer just a simple bandit problem. It was a blatant challenge to Duke Winter's authority. For any ruler, this was absolutely intolerable. It seems that the great victory in Snow Peak County did not scare those wolves, but instead triggered their fragile nerves. Shea's finger lightly traced the area on the map representing the Snowfield Hunters' territory, and a cold smile curled on his lips. He knew this war was unavoidable. For him and the newly established Dragon's Breath Fortress, this was not only a major crisis, but also a rare opportunity. He needs a larger and more influential war to show the entire North that the Dragon's Roost Fortress is beginning to show its teeth. He needs more military achievements to earn higher titles, bigger lands, and greater influence. However, just as he was thinking about how to gain the most from the upcoming bandit suppression event, the previously silent Destiny Oracle system suddenly activated again without warning. This time, instead of cold prophecies on the screen, there appeared a shiny, treasure map-like golden message. Opportunity. In 3 days, a group of about 30 ice armor bears will migrate from the frost-cold mountains to avoid predators, passing through the Black Wind Pass, 30 miles west of your territory. Gain. Ice armor bears, a peak 2nd-tier magical beast, whose fur can be made into top-quality armor resistant to blades and arrows. Their flesh contains strong life energy, which, if eaten regularly, can greatly strengthen a knight's body and even help beginner knights break through their limits. Their hearts have a small chance to produce Bear King crystal cores, infused with frost power, which are top materials for making alchemical bombs and enchanted weapons. Risk. The leader of the bear group is an extremely large, frenzied ice armor bear king, whose strength is nearly at the 3rd-tier level, with very strong defense and destructive power. Zaya's eyes lit up instantly as he looked at this new oracle. Sleep comes with a pillow. No, this is like a grand gift before a big battle, a luxurious package filled with experience, equipment, and upgrade materials sent by the system's thoughtful system. The ice armor bears are top predators in the North Wilderness, feared by countless mercenary groups and noble explorers. A typical 100-man full-armor knight squad, if caught unprepared to face them, could easily end in total defeat. And now, the oracle told him that an entire bear group was about to pass by his doorstep. This is like a pie falling from the sky, and it's filled with meat. Greatly strengthen the knight's physique. Help beginner knights break through limits. Top alchemical materials. Zaya muttered to himself as he read the oracle's description, his heart pounding with excitement. He knew that this experience package meant that the Knight Order would have a chance to completely transform their strength before facing the upcoming battle at Dragon's Rest Fortress. Someone come here. Shea no longer hesitated. He sharply slapped the table and sternly commanded at the door, "Summon Lancelord immediately to see me." Meanwhile, in the Northern Border's power center, Winter City. Inside the council hall of the Duke's residence, the atmosphere was as heavy as a snowstorm about to hit. Duke Winter, Otto Winter, a tall and strong man like a tower, sat grimly on his throne, clutching an urgent military report just delivered by the city's defense officer. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless fools. He suddenly slammed the report onto the ground, roaring like a lion. A small merchant convoy, plus a newly titled Baron of Exploration, managed to wipe out 800 elite snowfield hunters in Snow Peak County. His gaze was as sharp as a frozen spear, sweeping over the trembling noblemen below. And you who have enjoyed the glory of the North for generations, sitting on fertile land with a strong private army, lions and tigers, yet you were blocked at your doorstep by a band of bandits who dare not even acknowledge the state? And they even looted 3 entire villages. This is the greatest shame in the North in 100 years. A terrifying pressure filled the hall like tangible force, causing all the nobles to lower their heads and hold their breath. They knew Duke Winter was truly angry. "I don't care what reasons you have." Duke Winter stood from his throne. His towering figure cast a huge shadow, making everyone feel suffocated. "I only give you one order. Within 10 days, all nobles with land in the North must gather their armies and reach Snow City. I will personally lead the charge to root out the snowfield hunters, these filthy pests who have taken over our land, and crush them completely." His voice echoed throughout the hall. At the same time, his gaze fixed on a plump noble trying to hide among the crowd, attempting to reduce his presence. That was the new governor of Snow Peak County, appointed temporarily after Count Nora's sacrifice. He was a distant relative from the Nora family, chosen after the ceremony. "Send my orders." Duke Winter's voice turned cold and emotionless. "Order all the newly appointed noble explorers in the southern part of the northern border to be summoned. Their task is to act as frontline troops, clearing all outposts and wandering groups of the Snowland hunters on the outskirts. Tell them this is their best chance to prove their loyalty and bravery to the northern border." The Duke's order made the experienced old nobles see a faint glint in their eyes. They understood the hidden meaning behind his words, sending the less stable southern explorers, whom they looked down on as country bumpkins, to be cannon fodder, draining the Snowland hunters' strength. Meanwhile, the true northern lions could rest and prepare for the final battle, ready to easily win the victory. This was a clever and cold strategy, an open plan that was both brilliant and ruthless. Duke Winter's summons spread quickly across the entire northern border, like it had wings. When the summons sealed with the Duke's personal wax stamp arrived at Shea's hands, he was studying a simple map with Lancelord, discussing the upcoming hunt plan. "Sir, here is the Duke's order." A knight respectfully handed over the letter. Shea opened the envelope, glanced at it casually, then tossed it aside with a cold smile, as expected. "Sending southern explorers as frontline troops? Huh, this Duke is quite clever," Lancelord frowned. "Sir, this plan is too obvious. It's clear they want us to be cannon fodder, clearing the way for them." "I know," Shea replied, showing no worry but a hint of amusement. "If I were just an ordinary explorer lord, I'd have no choice but to obediently lead my men to their deaths. But, His eyes flashed with confidence. I am not. He pointed to a place on the map marked with a red circle, the Black Wind Pass, and his voice grew excited and confident. Lancelord, we must obey the Duke's orders. But before we gather at Snow City, there's something more important we need to do. Lancelord looked in the direction he pointed, a hint of confusion on his face. My lord, is this? This is a grand feast. Shea's eyes burned with a flame called ambition. A feast that will transform our knights. Send my orders. Assemble the army. Bring our best weapons and the most traps. We are going to hunt bears. Although Lancelord didn't understand why the lord suddenly wanted to hunt a group of ice bears, something even he found difficult, he trusted Shea completely. Without hesitation, he responded in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. He turned to gather his troops. Shea watched him leave, then looked at the invitation letter from Duke Winter on the table, a meaningful smile on his face. Are they cannon fodder? He slowly shook his head. Sharpen your blades. Don't waste time. Duke Winter, you are gathering a group of hungry sheep. But when I arrive at Snow City, I will bring a group that has eaten well and sharpened its claws. A fierce tiger. The north wind was sharp, whipping up snow and biting into faces with icy cold. But at the Black Wind Pass, 30 miles west of Dragon Breath Fortress, the atmosphere was even more tense than the cold wind. On the mountain walls beside the pass, hundreds of the fortress's best archers drew their bows, hidden behind snow and rocks camouflaged as fortifications. They held their breath tightly, their white breath quickly vanishing in the cold air, but their eyes were like hawks, fixed on the other end of the pass. In the valley of the pass, Lancelord led his seasoned black armor knights, forming a loose but deadly crescent-shaped formation. Their horses pawed nervously, their breath freezing in the cold, but the knights on horseback stood still like silent steel statues. Behind them were large pits cleverly hidden under snow and dead branches, along with more tripwires connected to boulders and spiked logs. This was a deadly trap woven with wisdom, calmness, and absolute discipline. From a vantage point on the mountain wall, Shea stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the cold wind. His expression was as calm as a deep, cold pond, as if what was coming was not a fierce battle against a group of high-level monsters, but just a prearranged show. Next to him stood two young figures, Kais and Lino, a barbarian girl. They had just graduated from the night training camp. This was arranged by Shea. He wanted these rough, unpolished gems to see firsthand what true war art is on the real battlefield. Kais clenched his fists. His usually determined, dark face was slightly red from excitement and nervousness. He looked down at the orderly army formation, at the steady, statue-like knights, and his eyes burned with a fierce desire. Lino, the barbarian girl, was more direct. Her big eyes were full of curiosity and shock. She whispered to Kais, "Wow, are we really going to fight the ice armor bear? My dad said those are tough even for frost giants." "Shut up," Kais said coldly, but his gaze never left Shea's steady, mountain-like back. Suddenly, a loud rumble like rolling thunder came from the distant pass. The ground began to shake slightly. "Here they come," Lancelord shouted. All the knights quickly gripped their spears and shields. A cold, deadly aura rose into the air. Soon, at the entrance of the pass, a moving, white hill appeared. It was a group of huge creatures, each as big as an elephant, covered in thick, icy blue armor. Their limbs were thick like stone pillars, and they moved with earth-shaking force, the ice armor bears. There were more than 30 of them, led by a massive, terrifying ice armor bear king. It was even larger than the others, nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulder, radiating a terrifying aura. "Roar!" The bear king let out a deafening roar. Its voice rolled like tangible waves, stirring up snow and forming a white mist ring. These fierce creatures, forced to migrate to escape predators, saw the narrow pass and the tiny, two-legged beasts inside as obstacles that must be crushed. They sped up. Over 30 war beasts charging together. What a shocking sight. That was no longer a charge, but an unstoppable white avalanche. However, in the face of this terrifying scene that would make any regular army tremble, Shea's face remained calm and unmoved. He simply watched quietly, like a cold-hearted chess player, observing the opponent's pieces step by step onto his carefully prepared board. "Release," He softly spoke a single word. The command was sent instantly through flag signals to the archers on the mountain wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, a dense rain of arrows tore through the sky, like dark clouds pressing down. All the arrows were wrapped with cloth soaked in blazing oil, leaving fiery trails as they flew. The arrow rain did not aim directly at the nearly indestructible ice armor bears, but instead landed precisely in front of and on the sides of their charging path. Boom, boom, boom. Flames shot up into the sky, forming a narrow passage of fire in front of the ice armor bears. The sudden blaze caused the rushing bears to panic briefly, slowing their charge. Growl. The Bear King let out a confused low roar. Foolish two-legged creatures, do you think a few small flames can stop the Great Frost King? Its remaining bit of reason, worn thin by hunger and migration, was completely ignited by this provocation. Roar. The Bear King let out an even more ferocious roar. Ignoring the burning flames, its massive body charged into the fiery passage like an out-of-control siege hammer. Seeing this, the other ice armor bears immediately followed their leader into the flames. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Shea's mouth. He turned his head and addressed Kaze and Lino, who were watching with wide eyes, beginning his first lesson of the day. Look, that bear is angry, but every charge it makes is reckless. Remember, anger is a weapon of the weak. Calmness is the armor of the strong. His voice was calm, but carried a strange magic that instantly calmed the two children's racing hearts. Meanwhile, as the bears entered the fiery passage, they finally faced the true welcome ceremony. Boom, splurt, splurt. Suddenly, the ground collapsed without warning. The frontline ice armor bears didn't even have time to cry out before they fell into a bottomless pit. Next, the trap ropes hidden under the snow were triggered. Large stones and logs, already prepared on the mountain walls, crashed down with a loud rush of wind. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impacts echoed constantly. The struck ice armor bears howled in pain, and their tough armor cracked like spider webs under the heavy weight. To make matters worse, countless giant nets with barbs shot out from both the pit and the mountain walls, trapping them tightly. In almost no time, the unstoppable wave of steel was shattered into pieces, falling into chaos. Well done, Lancelord roared angrily. Knights, wrap them up. The semicircular formation quickly shrank, like a giant clamp, biting down the struggling, roaring ice armor bears. A carefully planned hunt had begun. However, just when everyone thought victory was certain, an unexpected change occurred. A roar filled with endless pain and intense anger erupted from the center of the battlefield. It was the Bear King. Although it narrowly avoided the deadly trap with sharp instincts, its leg was still struck by a falling giant stone. A huge piece of armor was shattered, revealing a bloody, flesh-wounded leg underneath. The unbearable pain and the humiliation of being toyed with by ants drove this Arctic ruler into a frenzy. Buzz, a visible blood-red aura burst from its body. Its size doubled again, and its eyes burned like two fiery red lanterns. The once indestructible armor shimmered with a strange metallic glow. Bang! It casually swatted with a paw, smashing a massive stone weighing several tons into pieces. Not good. It's gone berserk. Lancelord's face changed drastically. The peak second-order berserk ice armor bear king was now nearly as powerful as a third-order magical beast. It was no longer an opponent ordinary knights could handle. Roar! The bear king locked onto the knights fighting on the front lines. Its huge body transformed into a white shadow, rushing forward with terrifying speed that defied its size. Every charge it makes carries the power to split mountains and rocks. The shield formation that knights are proud of is easily torn apart before it, like paper. One knight, along with his horse, was slapped flying 10 meters away. He spat a stream of blood in the air and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. The once clear battlefield was instantly turned upside down by it. The knight's formation was thrown into chaos. A great crisis had arrived. On the mountain wall, Lino's face turned pale with fear. She instinctively grabbed Kai's arm. Although Kai was also nervous and sweating, he forced himself to keep his eyes wide open, staring at the battlefield and not missing any detail. Shea, on the other hand, kept his calm, as if the raging beast before him was just a tricky piece on his chessboard. He didn't give an order immediately. Instead, he slowly turned his head and looked at Kai, asking a question that made Kai's mind go blank. If you were the leader, what would you do now? Kai was stunned. He looked at the beast like king below and at the knights fighting desperately, feeling overwhelmed. I would order everyone to focus their strength and charge from the front. No matter what. We must kill it, he said with a trembling voice, giving the most direct and foolish answer. Shea's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by approval. Your courage is commendable, but your answer is not good enough. He shook his head, his voice calm and clear. Remember, battle is an art, not brute force. What is burning now is life, and what we should do is wait. Wait for it to burn itself to ashes. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Kai, who was still pondering his words. Instead, he picked up the nearby signal horn. A long, clear horn sound echoed through the valley. That was the signal for the second phase of the plan to begin. When the horn sounded, the knights who had been in chaos below seemed to find their backbone instantly. They no longer tried to fight the beast head-on but quickly dispersed, like the most agile wolves, surrounding the raging giant and starting a deadly flanking attack. The king bear roared angrily, charging again and again, but each time it missed. Instead of hitting its target, it was met with sharp, precise arrows flying from all directions, hitting its wounds and eyes. It was being teased and drained of blood. Its strength was quickly fading, and its anger was pushing it closer to death. High on the mountain wall, Kays watched this textbook-like kite tactic unfold. He saw the proud king bear, under the precise commands of the Lord, turn into a clumsy, silly target. His heart was filled with shock. Finally, he understood what the Lord had meant. Anger is the weapon of the weak. Calm wisdom is the strongest armor and the sharpest sword. The furious roar of the ice armor bear king echoed through the black wind pass, like the last cry of a dying beast. Once, it was the undisputed ruler of this icy land, with claws strong enough to tear steel and charges powerful enough to shake mountains. But now, it looked like a heavy puppet being toyed with by mischievous children. Its huge body was pierced with arrows, and each futile charge only brought deeper wounds and heavier breathing. Its fiery eyes, burning with blood, gradually faded into a dull gray called weakness. Its opponent, the Black Armor Knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress, moved like a team of top hunters, calm, precise, and patient. They no longer formed tight shields but split into groups of 5, like a swarm of tiger sharks circling a whale. Sometimes they charged forward, leaving deep, bone-visible wounds on the bear's massive body with sharp spears. Other times they retreated, using accurate mounted archery to harass and anger the beast, draining its strength in its helpless fury. This was the essence of Shea's specially designed swarm tactics, not aiming for a single deadly, but for continuous bleeding. On the mountain wall, Kays and Lino watched in shock. Their understanding was being constantly refreshed and reshaped today. They realized that battle could be like this. They learned that facing an enemy much stronger than themselves, they didn't have to risk their lives recklessly. They saw that wisdom could turn decay into magic, transforming a seemingly hopeless fight into an elegant art performance. Kays stared hard at the battlefield, his mind racing as he tried to remember every lesson Shea had taught him and every move the knights below made. He knew this lesson was more valuable than anything he had learned in the past 10 years. Shea's gaze had already gone past the fearsome Bear King and was fixed on the ordinary Ice Bear soldiers, who were being surrounded and gradually defeated by the knights. The fight there was also a one-sided slaughter. Without their leader's command, and after falling into traps and firewalls, these huge war beasts had become helpless prey. The victory was clearly tipping in favor of Dragon's Breath Fortress. Finally, with a loud, reluctant, and tired cry, the proud and fierce Ice Bear King collapsed, kicking up a cloud of snow dust. Its eyes, once burning with blood-red flames, lost all their light. The battle was over. Count the wounded and clean up the battlefield. Lancelord sheathed his blood-stained spear. His usually cold face showed a faint flush of excitement. What a satisfying victory! He turned his head and looked past the chaos of the battlefield to the young figure on the mountain wall, who seemed to oversee everything like a god. His eyes were full of genuine admiration and respect. He knew this victory didn't belong to him or any knight. It belonged to one man, the strategist who played with powerful monsters as if they were toys, their lord, Shea Akasha. Soon, the damage report was delivered to Shea. "Sir," a knight eagerly reported, "in this battle, we killed 32 ice bears, including one furious bear king. Our side, no one was killed. Only 3 brothers were lightly injured, and they are fine. No casualties." When these words were spoken by the knight, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. Then, "Oh, long live Dragon's Breath Fortress! Long live the Lord!" The deafening cheers rose like a mountain and a sea. All the knights raised their weapons high, pouring all their strength into expressing their joy and pride. No casualties. Faced with over 30 second stage peak ice armor bears and a nearly 3rd stage raging bear king, they achieved a perfect victory with no casualties. This is almost like a legend, a military miracle that no bard would dare invent. And the one who created this miracle is them, the Knights of Dragon Breath Fortress. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of collective pride and honor grew wildly in every knight's heart. They looked at the young figure on the mountain wall, their eyes burning with devotion as if they were worshipping their war god. Shea smiled as he accepted the cheers from his people, feeling just as satisfied. This hunt not only brought him rich spoils that would make any noble jealous, but more importantly, it pushed the confidence, honor, and unity of the Dragon Breath Fortress Knights to a new high. They are true veterans who have faced fire and blood and created miracles. He slowly walked down the mountain wall to the huge body of the dead Bear King. He reached out and gently touched the still warm, hard ice armor. "Carry it back," he said to the logistics officer beside him. "Give its fur to Master Balin. I want to make the strongest armor for my knights. Give its claws and teeth to Master Oxus. I want to craft the sharpest arrows for my archers. As for its flesh and blood," Shea smiled generously, "tonight, the whole army will feast. I want every brave warrior who participated in this hunt to enjoy the freshest bear meat and the hottest meat soup." Oh, a thunderous cheer erupted again. The meat of the ice armor bear. It contains powerful life energy, a delicacy usually reserved for high nobles. And now, their lord is going to use it to host a feast for ordinary soldiers? My goodness, how generous, how luxurious. All the knights felt their hearts fill with immense happiness and warmth. Following such a generous, strong leader who could continually create miracles was the greatest luck of their lives. However, just as everyone was lost in joy, Shea suddenly raised his hand to signal silence. His gaze swept over the excited faces, and his voice became deep and serious. "Cut out the best and biggest piece of the Bear King's heart," he ordered the logistics officer. "Pack it separately and send it to the home of the knight Raymond, who sacrificed himself in Snow Peak County. Also, deliver my orders." His voice was quiet but clear, reaching everyone's ears. "From today, Raymond's name will be carved on the hero monument in the central square of Dragon's Breath Fortress as the first. And tell everyone." His eyes sharpened and became sincere as he looked at each knight present. "Every victory we have is built on the sacrifice of our friends. Dragon's Breath Fortress will never forget anyone who shed blood for it." At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent again. All the cheers and joy disappeared, replaced by a deep feeling of emotion and belonging. The knights' eyes turned red. They looked at the young lord before them, at his honest and respectful eyes, feeling that they were no longer just following a strong lord or a generous benefactor, but a true brother who saw them as family and comrades. "Follow the lord to the death." Someone was the first to kneel on one knee, shouting out from the depths of their soul in a hoarse voice. Then thud, thud, all the knights knelt on one knee in unison, as if a row of dominoes falling. They pounded their right fists heavily on their armor, making a thunderous sound like drums. "Follow the Lord to the death. Follow the Lord to the death." Their voices merged into a powerful stream of steel that seemed capable of shaking mountains, echoing in the sky above the Black Wind Pass. On the mountain wall, Kais and Lino watched this epic scene, already too stunned to speak. Kais clenched his fists tightly, feeling his whole body burning with energy. Lino, with her curious and innocent big eyes, for the first time sparkled with a bright light called admiration. The road back to Dragon's Breath Fortress was filled with laughter and joy. The success of the hunt and the rich spoils made everyone's face glow with happiness. Just as they were about to reach the Dragon's Breath Fortress, a fast horse galloped from afar. It was a messenger sent by Maluros. "Sir." The messenger dismounted quickly, knelt on one knee, and held up a letter sealed with the Ikasha family crest. "The second batch of support has arrived. Lord Maluros requests you to return immediately to take charge." Support from the family? A glint appeared in Shea's eyes. It was faster than he expected. It seems that his careless father, upon hearing the shocking news about the Dragon Knight, was eager to start his sweet investment. He took the letter, casually opened it, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Excellent. People, money, supplies, technology. All that he needed was here, even more than he asked for. "Give my orders," Shea said to the messenger. "Have Lord Maluros arrange the new personnel and supplies, and then tell him." Shea's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Tonight, hold the grandest bonfire feast in the central square. I want to use the finest Bear King meat and the most fragrant dragon breath to welcome all our new comrades. I want everyone to see how wonderful it is to follow me." Shea Ikasha. Night fell. Stars like diamonds dotted the deep northern sky. But at this moment, the central square of Dragon's Breath Fortress was brighter and hotter than during the day. Dozens of huge bonfires looked like burning stars, scattered across the square. The flames licked the night sky, driving away the cold air and turning every face glowing with happiness and excitement red. The air was filled with a rich, almost irresistible smell of meat. On a large iron frame, a whole peeled and cleaned ice armor bear was sizzling as it roasted. Golden oil dripped into the bonfire below, causing the flames to flare up and fill the air with a tempting, crispy aroma. Large barrels of dragon breath were generously placed around the square, available for everyone to enjoy. This was the most grand and luxurious feast in the history of Dragon's Breath Fortress. The main characters at the banquet are not only the victorious hunting warriors, but also the second group of reinforcements from the Exiled Duke family, who have just arrived today. This group includes 30 experienced officials, tax collectors, and legal advisors, as well as 100 elite soldiers selected from the Duke's personal guard. At this moment, these newcomers are sitting in a special area, looking confused or even stunned. Their minds are still overwhelmed by a sense of surreal magic. Before arriving, they had prepared for the worst. They thought they would be sent to a cold, ruined land full of bandits and wild animals. They believed they would serve a weak, abandoned young master who might be crazy. They had mentally prepared to struggle for years or even decades in despair and harsh cold. But when they finally entered Dragon's Breath Fortress and saw the well-planned, orderly city, they were stunned. When they moved into warm stone houses, even equipped with unheard-of black technology, like heated beds, they were dumbfounded. Now, as they look at the mythic-like wine pool and meat forest and smell the top-quality magical beast roast that only appears at Duke Court banquets, their brains completely shut down. A young official, recently graduated from the Imperial Capital Administrative Academy and sent by his family to gain experience, struggles to swallow his saliva. He watches a simple farmer nearby holding a giant bear leg bigger than his head, eating with greasy hands. His worldview is shattered at this moment. Is this really the ashen wasteland in the northern border? He whispers tremblingly to his equally stunned companion. I feel like we've come to the Garden of the Gods. Meanwhile, the elite knights from the Duke's personal guard are also feeling their hearts churn. They are true warriors, able to clearly sense the sharp, sword-like aura radiating from the Dragon's Breath Fortress knights, celebrating in the square. That is a kind of confidence and fighting spirit only a victorious army that has fought real battles can possess. Especially when they learned that just this afternoon, these people had completely defeated an entire group of ice armor bears with 0 casualties. Their pride and sense of superiority rooted in the Duke's guard instantly vanished. Instead, they felt a deep respect for the strong. What kind of army is this? And who is the legendary 8th young master who created all this? While everyone was guessing and feeling shocked, a clear bell rang out across the square. The noisy square suddenly fell silent. All the people, whether old residents or new support team members, instinctively looked toward the makeshift platform in the center. There, Xiaya was dressed in a well-fitted black suit, holding a glass of amber-colored dragon breath. He slowly walked to the center of the platform. Behind him stood Lancelord, Lena, Iluna, and Maluros. "My people," Xiaya raised his glass. His voice, amplified by magic, reached every corner of the square. "Tonight, we gather here. First, to celebrate our brave hunters who have once again brought glory and prosperity to Dragon Breath Fortress." Oh, the square erupted with thunderous cheers. The knights who participated in the hunt raised their weapons excitedly, roaring like lions. Next, Xiaoya's gaze turned to the new support team members, and he wore a sincere and warm smile. "We welcome all our new comrades. Welcome to Dragon Breath Fortress." He lifted his glass high. "Perhaps some of you had doubts or worries before coming here. But I hope, from today on, you can forget everything from the past. Here, there is no scheming or corrupt traditions. Here, there is only one rule." His voice grew firm and strong. "That is, the capable rise, the mediocre fall, as long as you have talent and are willing to dedicate your sweat and wisdom to Dragon Breath Fortress. You will get everything you deserve. Honor, status, wealth, and, his gaze swept over everyone, shining with convincing confidence. A broad stage where you can showcase your talents for a lifetime. After speaking, he drank all the in his glass, and then forcefully smashed the glass onto the ground. "Let the feast begin." Oh, long live the Lord. The atmosphere in the square was completely ignited at that moment. All the new support team members were deeply inspired by Shea's passionate and charismatic speech, feeling as if their blood was burning. Especially the young civil officials and knights eager to make achievements. Their eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Those who are capable rise, the mediocre fall. This is such a simple yet exciting promise. They seem to see a new era full of endless opportunities slowly opening before them. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, a powerful and wild wave of fighting spirit burst out suddenly from a corner of the banquet. The fighting energy was so sharp and solid that the surrounding air made a tearing sound. Bang! With a dull sound, the sturdy wooden dining table next to Kais was shattered by this uncontrollable fighting spirit. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the crowd around gasped in surprise, instinctively taking a few steps back. Kais was also startled. He stared blankly at his hands, which were emitting white fighting spirit light uncontrollably, then looked at the table he had just shattered. His dark little face instantly turned pale. I didn't mean to." He stood up in panic, looking at the astonished faces around him, tears almost falling. He thought he had caused a big trouble. Damaging property at the feast celebrating the Lord's victory was a serious crime. Just as he was at a loss, a warm and strong hand gently rested on his shoulder. Very good. Shea had already come beside him without him noticing. His face showed no blame, only a playful and approving smile. He patted Kais on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It seems that from now on, all the tables in the Dragon's Breath Fortress dining hall will have to be replaced with those made by Master Balin himself. As for you," his gaze swept over Kais's anxious little face. "As punishment, I'll make you do 500 sword swings tomorrow morning." This relaxed, even encouraging form of punishment stunned Kais instantly. After a brief moment of shock, the surrounding crowd burst into kind laughter. But soon, the laughter turned into gasps of surprise. Everyone realized what had happened. Kais, a young boy who had just passed the talent test and become a trainee knight only a few days ago, had actually broken through? And judging by the strength of his aura just now, he hadn't simply advanced to a beginner knight, but had jumped 2 levels, directly reaching the middle-tier knight threshold. Wow! Just by eating a meal, a boy who had just awakened his aura managed to level up twice? Was the meat from the ice armor bear king a miracle food? Or perhaps, everyone's eyes instinctively focused on the calm young boy, Kais, who was accepting everyone's admiration. This boy, appointed by the Lord himself as the leader of the trainee knights, how terrifying is his talent? But before they could fully process the shock brought by Kais, a buzzing sound filled the air. Hum, hum, hum. At the banquet, waves of aura fluctuations kept erupting one after another. A black-armored knight, who had performed well in the hunt, let out a loud cry after drinking a hearty soup made from the Bear King's meat. His long-standing bottleneck shattered suddenly, and he successfully advanced to a high-level knight. Another young knight, a new Duke's Guard, after biting into a whole bear leg, also shivered all over, his eyes shining brightly, and his aura suddenly surged upward. 1, 2, 3. Within just half an hour, more than 10 knights had broken through on the spot. The entire central square had become a sea of collective leveling up. The new officials and knights were now completely numb. Watching this legendary scene, they felt their worldview, built over decades, being repeatedly shattered, reshaped, and shattered again. A meal could cause a group to level up? Was this the Dragon's Breath Fortress or a divine temple? They looked at the young lord, who was calmly enjoying everything as if he had expected it all along, and only one thought remained in their minds. Perhaps, following such a miracle maker, a godly person who kept creating wonders, was the best choice they had ever made in their lives. Yasher's gaze passed through the lively crowd and settled on a corner of the banquet. There, Master Alchemy Ashus from the Imperial City was holding a fist-sized crystal core that emitted a cold blue aura. He was lost in admiration, softly touching it and murmuring to himself. This was the most precious trophy taken from the heart of the fierce ice armor Bear King, the Bear King Crystal Core. Yasher wore a meaningful smile. The knight's upgrades were just the appetizer. The real, secret weapon had yet to appear. He picked up a glass of wine and slowly approached. Master Ashus, he said with a smile, how is my artwork coming along? Master Ashus seemed not to hear Yasher's words. His entire focus was on the crystal core in his hand, which glowed faintly blue. His fingers gently caressed its surface, tracing the natural ice flower patterns with reverence and tenderness. He muttered dreamily, lost in obsession, perfect. So perfect, such pure frost power, such a magnificent energy structure. This is truly the work of a creator. To make crude, glowing, heat-emitting alchemical bombs with it? No, no, no. That is a blasphemy against art. A blasphemy against the gods. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes shining with a nearly mad, scholarly obsession. Master, his voice grew sharp with excitement. Forgive my bluntness. Using such a perfect material for disposable, rough devices is a waste, an unforgivable crime. We should preserve it, study it with the most precise instruments, and analyze its internal energy flow. It might reveal the ultimate secrets of elemental magic. Yasher watched his possessive attitude, like someone saying, no one touches my treasure, and instead of getting angry, he smiled. He knew that for these tech geeks, who saw their craft as a lifelong belief, power and commands could never persuade them. You could only defeat them with their own logic. Master Ashus, Zack slowly sat across from him, pushed the glass of Dragon's Breath forward, and with a gentle, persuasive tone, said, I fully understand and respect your pursuit of art. But have you ever thought about what true art really is? True art? Oxius paused, instinctively asking back. Exactly, Zack nodded. His gaze grew deep, as if he could see through the fire in front of him and glimpse a distant battlefield filled with fallen soldiers. To me, putting a perfect piece of art on a shelf, letting it gather dust over endless years, isn't real art. That's just collecting. True art should shine at its brightest moment, releasing a powerful, world-shaking light that can even destroy. His voice carried a strange, almost devilish whispering power. Think about it, Master. When our enemies, those proud northern lions and bloodthirsty wolves lurking on the snowfields, believe that our knights only fight with swords and primitive brawls, we calmly and gracefully pull out a Sun-Yu, great alchemist Oxius, created with your own hands, filled with the power of ice and fire. Then, we gently throw it into the sky. Zack's eyes sparkled with a passionate, almost frightening light. Boom! He mimicked the loud explosion with his mouth. In that moment, the world falls silent. Ice will freeze their blood, flames will consume their bodies. Despair and fear will be the last expressions on their faces. And at the heart of that destruction, on the magnificent picture of ice and fire you created, will be engraved the unstoppable reputation of our Dragon's Breath Fortress. He slowly turned his head, looking at the stunned, breathless Master Oxius, his voice soft but heavy as a mountain. You tell me, Master, isn't this the most top-tier, most breathtaking masterpiece that all future alchemists will worship? This isn't waste, Zack said with a devilish, tempting smile. This is creating history. Master Oxius fell silent completely. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and the obsession that belonged to a scholar in his eyes was quickly replaced by a more passionate flame called creation. The artistic picture that Shea painted for him was so vivid and tempting. To forever link his name with an epic destruction capable of changing the course of war. What could be more exciting for an alchemist? Gulp. He swallowed hard, trembling as he reached out and grabbed that Shea pushed toward him, drinking it all in one gulp. The strong liquor burned his throat like fire, completely igniting the last bit of reason in his mind. I understand. I understand. His eyes shone with incredible energy. He suddenly stood up, clutching the King Bear crystal core tightly, as if it were not just a material, but a divine brush he would use to create a masterpiece. Master, you are right. This is true art. The highest art. I will go now. I will return to the workshop. Rest assured. Within 3 days. No, 2 days. I promise I will create the most perfect sun in the world for you. Before he could even say goodbye, he, like a madman, hugged the crystal core and ran wildly toward the alchemy workshop without looking back. Shea watched his almost burning figure with a satisfied smile, feeling that his plan was working perfectly. For dealing with such a tech enthusiast, promising grand visions is always the best motivation. Master, Lancelord suddenly appeared beside him, his voice tinged with worry. Are you really going to use such a precious material to make that kind of consumable? As a traditional knight, he couldn't understand Shea's luxurious behavior either. Lancelord, Shea turned to look at his most trusted knight captain. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Remember, weapons have no class. The best weapon is the one that kills enemies most efficiently and protects our people the most. Compared to our warriors' lives, a mere crystal core is nothing. He looked into Shea's deep and sincere eyes, and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. He knelt down again on one knee and struck his chest hard with his right fist. Master, Lancelord, I have learned my lesson. The celebration at the banquet lasted until late at night, but the expansion and preparation of Dragon Breath Fortress did not pause for a moment. Over the next 2 days, under Master Oxius's almost mad, artistic creation, a series of delicate-looking secret weapons called flame burst bombs, containing terrifying energy inside, were successfully made. Meanwhile, in Master Balin's workshop, the tough fur of the ice armor bear was hammered and tanned into high-quality leather armor, strong enough to resist swords and blades, and was given priority to the knights about to go to battle. Every gear of this war machine at Dragon Breath Fortress was running at the most efficient speed. Until the early morning of the 3rd day, a rider on a fast horse kicked up dust and hurried from the northern road. The knight on horseback wore the standard armor of the 5th Legion of Winter City, with a look of exhaustion mixed with pride on his face. He raised a parchment sealed with the personal wax seal of Duke Winter, and in a commanding tone, loudly declared in front of the fortress gates, "Order from Duke Winter. Summon Baron Shea Exasha of Snow Peak County. Gather your troops immediately. Arrive at Snow City within 7 days for reorganization. The bandit suppression war is about to begin. Disobedience will be considered treason." The Duke Winter's summons was finally officially delivered. The news quickly reached Shea's study. Listening to Lancelord's report, Shea's face showed no surprise. Everything was within the prediction of the divine oracle. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at Dragon Breath Fortress, which was already beginning to resemble a mighty city in the morning light. He watched the young knights sweating on the training grounds, the craftsmen hammering and working in the workshops to build the territory, and the farmers humming songs between the fields, faces full of happiness. A wave of unprecedented confidence and pride surged in his heart. Lancelord, he spoke slowly, his voice calm, but carrying a steel-hard will powerful enough to change mountains and rivers. Send my orders. Dragon Breath Fortress, enter first-level combat readiness. Notify all knights to gather all military supplies within half a day. Tell Eilina that I need her to use all the resources of the Golden Rose Guild to keep an eye on the nobles in Snow City. Tell Master Balin that I need him to prepare another 100 tower shields strong enough to withstand heavy cavalry charges before we set out. And also, his gaze fell on a delicate wooden box on the desk, which Master Othis had just presented, containing 3 flame spark bombs. A cold, hunter-like smile curved his lips. Tell Master Othis that his artwork will soon have its first public display. This time, I want the fireworks to be even more spectacular. The sound of the battle horn echoed like the roar of a sleeping lion, reverberating over Dragon Breath Fortress. The cold armor reflected a chilling light in the morning sun. Rows of knights in black armor moved like a silent steel flood, quickly assembling in the central square. Their movements were precise and orderly, with no unnecessary noise, only the crisp, rhythmic clash of metal armor. A tense, deadly atmosphere filled the air. Shea was not in a hurry to leave. Before heading into the war that would surely shake the northern lands, he had one last thing to do. He wanted to inspect this unique army he had personally built. He wanted everyone, especially those who would fight alongside him, to see how sharp his sword truly was. "Little Moon, let's go," Shea softly said to the silver-haired girl beside him, who was quietly holding a small wolf cub named New Moon and looking at the army below with a complex gaze. "I'll show you what I truly stand for." Iluna said nothing. She silently followed him, her icy blue eyes full of curiosity and a hint of anticipation she herself hadn't realized. Since arriving at Dragon Breath Fortress, she had witnessed many miracles. Warm spring-like fires, greenhouses that grew vegetables in winter, Bear King roasts that seemed like divine medicine, and the man's endless wisdom, as if he could foresee the future. But she always believed that all of this was just the surface of technique. War, she thought, was a contest of way, a clash of courage, blood, and will. She comes from the Frost tribe, a savage people who worship wolves as their totem and incorporate battle into their bloodline. From a young age, she was taught that the strongest warriors are always the bravest individuals who can fight like 10 men. As for formations and tactics, she sees them as cowardly tricks used by the weak to stay warm in groups. However, when she followed Shea to stand on the inspection platform of the Dragon's Breath Fortress and looked down at the army practicing below, her deep-seated pride and understanding as a savage warrior were completely overturned. "Infantry formation. Prepare," shouted a centurion on the training ground. 500 infantry soldiers, armed with heavy shields and spears, instantly moved. They approached and arranged themselves in a dazzling, rhythmic pattern. "Stack formation. Go!" Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of synchronized metal clashes, the front row soldiers placed their large tower shields heavily on the ground, forming a nearly impenetrable wall of steel. The second row raised their shields high and rested them on their comrades' shoulders, creating a second layer of defense. Then came the third row, the fourth row. In just a few seconds, a 3-layer defensive formation made of hundreds of shields appeared before everyone, like a fortress of steel. From the gaps between the shields, rows of 5-meter-long spears gleamed with a cold, deadly light. The dense forest of spears looked like a steel hedgehog, bristling with sharp points, emanating a deadly aura that could make any charging cavalry tremble in fear. What is this thing?" Iluna stared in shock. She had never seen such a strange, yet suffocating infantry formation. To her, infantry were just cannon fodder following cavalry, waving flags, and clearing the battlefield. But this steel turtle shell made her feel a new emotion: fear. For the first time when thinking of the word infantry, she couldn't imagine what kind of cavalry could break through such a moving steel fortress. "This is called stack formation, Shea's calm voice sounded beside her. "It's a special welcome gift I prepared for those overconfident heavy cavalry. It has only one purpose." Azak's lips curled into a cold smile. "That is, to make all enemies who try to charge head-on into it despair and be torn apart." Iluna's heart was filled with shock. She looked at the man calmly speaking the cruelest words, and for the first time, she felt deep respect for his seemingly all-seeing mind. But the shock Azak brought her was far from over. "Night order. Swarm tactics. Begin the drill." At Lancelord's command, the other side's black armor knights also moved. They didn't form a tight charge like traditional knights, but split into groups of 10, spreading out quickly like a swift and deadly swarm of bees. On the training ground, hundreds of enemy targets were set up. First and second squads. Long-range harassment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two squads moved like ghosts from the wings, shooting precise, short bows and crossbows from their horses. The arrows rained down accurately on the targets. Front lines. Third and fourth squads. Flank feint attack. The other two squads launched fake charges from the sides, not directly engaging the targets. Instead, just before contact, they performed a slick tail swipe and pulled back, creating chaos in the target's formation. And at this moment, fifth and sixth squads. Main. Breakthrough. Lancelord issued the final, deadly order. The two main squads, already prepared, moved like two sharp blades, boldly piercing the weakest and most unexpected part of the enemy formation, the center. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of spears piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. The sturdy targets were sliced through, torn apart, and shattered as if cut by hot knives of butter under their unstoppable charge. The entire process was smooth and seamless. From long-range harassment to flank distraction, then to the main attack, the tactical coordination was perfect. This was no longer just a battle, but a brutal art of killing and precision. Eluna stood on the high platform, completely stunned by this textbook-like tactical drill. Her icy blue eyes were filled with disbelief. She finally understood why the Knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress could wipe out a group of ice armor bears without any casualties. It wasn't because they were individually brave, but because they worked together as a whole. They were a war machine guided by the same will, precise and efficient like a single person's arm and fingers. She slowly turned her head and looked at the man who was calmly admiring her work. For the first time, she felt uncertain about her opinion of him. To her, Shea might be a good lord and a clever strategist, but she never saw him as a true, kindred spirit, because he lacked the innate passion and bloodthirstiness for battle that barbarian warriors had. But now, she thought differently. She looked at Shea's profile and whispered to herself, "Our tribe's warriors are all brave, but they are scattered and unorganized." And her gaze shifted again to the disciplined, powerful army below. They are like one body, one mind. This person, she looked at Shea, her eyes shining with a new, mixed feeling of awe, curiosity, and admiration. He not only fights well, but he also creates warriors. Unbeknownst to her, her inner monologue at this moment was a top-tier emotional response for readers of a farming and conquest story. Shea also noticed the change in her eyes. He knew that his muscle show today had successfully planted a seed called conquest in the proud alien queen's heart. "Let's go," he said, turning around and walking down from the high platform. "The army has finished their review. Next, we go see our real ace." Eluna hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed. "Ace? Is there an even stronger ace than this army?" With curiosity filling her, she followed Shea to the heavily guarded alchemy workshop beneath the castle. Inside, the heat was intense. Master Osius was busy working nervously in front of rows of complex alchemy devices with his apprentices. The air was thick with the sharp smell of sulfur and metal. His face was marked with two heavy dark circles under his eyes, but he was so excited that he seemed as if he had drunk 10 glasses of dragon breath. "Success! We did it!" He looked like a child eager to show their parents a perfect test paper, proudly presenting a small, intricate metal box made of crystal and obsidian to Shea. "Look, sir, this is the masterpiece you personally named, created with my lifelong effort and wisdom." Shea opened the box and saw 3 round crystal bombs, each about the size of a fist, glowing with strange icy blue colors and engraved with complex flame symbols, resting quietly on velvet padding. They looked like delicate art pieces, but Eluna could clearly feel a terrifying energy coming from those tiny crystals, enough to make her feel nervous. "Take us to see its art exhibition." Shea's face showed a hopeful smile. He knew that when this artwork truly shined, the whole northern region would tremble. At the back of Dragon Breath Fortress, there was a specially cleared open testing area. This place was remote, surrounded by mountains, and was a playground prepared by Shea for Master Othis and his surprising alchemy experiments. Right now, In the center of the testing area, there was a row of large targets made from tough obsidian and steel, designed to simulate heavy infantry formations. Each target was half a meter thick, strong enough to withstand direct hits from heavy siege crossbows. Shea, Iluna, Lancelot, and other core members of Dragon Breath Fortress stood about 100 meters away on a safe observation platform, waiting for the upcoming art performance. Everyone's face showed curiosity and anticipation. They had heard that Master Othis, under the guidance of the Lord, used a very precious Bear King crystal core to create an unprecedented, big weapon. But no one knew how powerful it really was. "Are you ready, Master?" Shea asked loudly to Master Othis, who was carefully installing a fireflame bomb into a special catapult below. Master Oxius raised his head, his eyes shining with a fanatic glow like that of a devout believer. He bowed in a standard alchemist greeting to Shea, his voice trembling with excitement. "Please, and everyone present, witness this together. A new era is being born." After speaking, he no longer hesitated and suddenly pulled the trigger of the catapult. Whir! With a sharp, screeching sound, the fist-sized flame burst, arced beautifully through the air, like a blue-white shooting star, accurately falling toward the unbreakable steel target in the distance. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide open, afraid to miss any detail. However, the expected loud explosion did not happen. With a soft snap, the flame burst, landed in the center of the target, and then just lay quietly on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The surrounding area was silent, only the cold wind blowing across the empty testing ground, making a whistling sound. "Is that all?" A knight muttered softly, disappointment written on his face. "I thought it would be more impressive." "Yeah, loud thunder, little rain." Lancelot also frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Only Shea remained calm, with a relaxed expression as if everything was under control. He knew the real show was just beginning. But Iluna's icy blue eyes suddenly widened. Her sharp instincts, inherited from her barbarian royal bloodline, were sending her an unprecedented, piercing alarm. "Something's wrong," she shouted in alarm. "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw the flame burst, lying quietly on the ground. Its icy blue surface suddenly showed a layer of visible, chilling white frost. The frost spread wildly and at an incredible speed. The earth, the air, even the light seemed to freeze completely in that instant due to the extreme cold. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of over 30 meters from the flame burst, the area instantly turned into a frozen, deadly wasteland covered in ice. Those indestructible targets made of steel and obsidian suddenly became as fragile as glass. Their surfaces were covered with thick ice crystals, and the metal inside made creaking sounds under the extreme cold. This is the first stage, cold explosion. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous sight. They opened their mouths wide, feeling as if the freezing cold could solidify their very breath. But this was only the beginning of the death art show. While everyone was still amazed by the intense cold, a faint but chilling hum of energy sounded from the center of the icy realm. The core inside the flame burst projectile, once wrapped in ice, suddenly shone with a bright, golden-red light like the sun. This light expanded rapidly, multiplying in size at an incredible speed. "Quick, get down!" Xiaoya shouted sharply, his pupils shrinking. But his warning came too late. Boom! In the next moment, an unprecedented, earth-shaking explosion erupted, enough to make the heavens and earth lose color. A small mushroom cloud of red-golden flames and wild energy rose from the center of the testing ground. The shockwave, like an invisible giant wave, swept outward in all directions. The steel guardrails on the observation platform twisted and tore apart instantly under the force. Everyone was knocked to the ground, deafened by a constant buzzing, and their vision was filled with blinding white light. The second stage, burning explosion. After a long time, as the bright light and thunder gradually faded, the dust settled, and people struggled to stand up from the dizziness and ringing ears. They looked back at the testing ground in shock. In the center of the field, there was a huge, blackened crater over 50 meters wide and seemingly bottomless. The edges of the crater showed rocks and soil melted by high heat and cooled rapidly, forming a glass-like surface. And those originally indestructible steel targets, used to simulate heavy armor infantry, had long since vanished without a trace, leaving no debris behind. Dot, dot. The entire testing ground fell into complete silence. Everyone stood frozen like statues, staring blankly at the hellish scene before them, their minds completely blank. They felt as if they were not watching a weapon test, but facing a god wielding the power of destruction. Gulp. Lancelord swallowed hard, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared on his usually cold, mountain-like face. He couldn't imagine what would happen if that artwork had fallen into the hands of his proud black armor knights. It would be a scene of utter despair. Eluna's icy blue eyes were wide with shock, her small mouth slightly open, unable to close it for a long time. Her understanding of courage and honor, typical of barbarian warriors, was completely shattered by the unreasonable, pure destructive force before her. This, she felt her throat go dry, whispering like a dream, is this what you call a trump card? No. Shea slowly stood up, brushing dust off himself, a mischievous smile on his face. This is not the end, huh? Eluna was stunned, not understanding his meaning. At that moment, a faint green smoke drifted out from the huge blackened crater. The smoke was not thick, even a bit thin, and quickly dispersed in the cold wind. But as the smoke passed, whether it was remaining rocks or the newly solidified glass-like ground, they were visibly corroded at an incredible speed. Their surfaces hissed, releasing white smoke, leaving behind shocking black corrosion marks. Phase 3. Toxic corrosion. Seeing this, Eluna's hair stood on end. She finally understood. The terror of this weapon was not just in its earth-shaking explosion, but also in its lingering, worm-like toxic damage that continued like a parasite. Cold explosion, fiery explosion, toxic corrosion. These three strikes, each connected perfectly, are almost like a final. Master, Lord, Oxyas suddenly knelt in front of Shea, tears of joy and admiration streaming down his face. Did you see that? This is our art. The kind of art that can change the world's power structure. Great art. I saw it. Master, Shea said with a smile, helping him up. It's perfect, even better than I imagined. By the way, he asked casually, what did you name this great work of art? Of course. Oxyas immediately puffed out his chest, proud and excited, speaking in a scholarly tone. I named it Austin's Secret Gold Ice Flame Triptych, Final Destruction Form, Modified. Shea's smile froze instantly. That's too long, he said with a wave of his hand, confidently, with his own unique taste. Too complicated with ice and fire. Let's just call it Ice and Fire. Simple, easy to remember, and catchy. Ice and Fire? Oxyas was stunned. He felt that the name seemed a little lacking in artistic weight. Meanwhile, Eluna, who always looked cold and aloof like an iceberg, suddenly blushed when she heard the name. She didn't fully understand what the name meant, but she felt that hearing it from that mischievous guy who liked teasing her made it seem a bit strange and hard to explain. Shea looked at her shy, annoyed, yet trying to act calm face, and showed a meaningful smile. He knew he had once again left an unforgettable mark on this icy mountain. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, at the temporary county seat of Snow Peak County near the Dragon's Breath Fortress, the chubby Count Nora was smiling flatteringly as he handed a golden goblet filled with top-quality wine to a stern-looking aide. The man known as the strategist gently swayed the liquid in his cup, a cold, snake-like smile curling at his lips. Rest assured, Lord Count. Count Winter's intentions are clear. He wants to use this bandit suppression to make us, the old noble families of the North, fight against those southern hillbillies. Our only task is to go along with it, pushing the most conspicuous and unruly member of the Akasha family, the discarded son, into the most dangerous position, so he can fight the Snowfield hunters to the death. No matter the outcome, it will benefit us with no harm. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Count Nora laughed heartily, his fat body shaking like waves. By then, I can not only eliminate a major threat, but also earn credit from the Duke. A hint of spite flickered in his eyes. A mere banished, wastrel young master dares to show off in front of me? I will make sure he and his Dragon's Breath fortress are reduced to ashes in this war. Unbeknownst to him, a true fire and ice ordeal, one capable of burning away all his schemes and plots, was already prepared for him. 3 days later, at Dragon's Breath Fortress, the morning fog had yet to lift when the battle horn sounded. 500 of the fortress's finest knights, clad in the latest black ice armor with a faint, eerie glow, mounted their northern warhorses, also dressed in light armor. They held sharp spears and heavy shields, backed by powerful bows and crossbows capable of piercing armor. This was a well-armed army. More importantly, their eyes were calm, confident, and even tinged with eagerness for the upcoming battle. After their glorious victory hunting the Ice Bear packs and the nearly miraculous collective upgrade feast, their morale had soared to an unprecedented high. They believed that under their divine-like Lord's leadership, no enemy could be unbeatable. The city gates slowly opened. Shea, dressed in a special black general's armor decorated with the first scales of Noxia, sat atop a magnificent black nightmare steed, slowly riding out of the city. Behind him stood Lancelord, holding the battle flag of Dragon's Breath Fortress, along with Iluna and Nuss, both fully armed and showing a mix of excitement and nervousness on their faces. Outside the city gate, a large crowd had already gathered. All the residents of Dragon's Breath Fortress had come together voluntarily to see off their lord and army as they prepared to leave for battle. They showed no fear or worry about the war. Instead, they felt deep admiration and trust from their hearts. Lord will surely win. Dragon's Breath warriors, return victorious. Lord Shea, crush those bandits. The cheers sounded like thunder, echoing across the entire fortress. An elderly woman with gray hair pushed her way out of the crowd. She hurriedly handed a cloth bag containing warm black bread to a young knight at the front of the line. Child, eat on the way. Don't go hungry. A small, lively boy sat on his father's shoulders, waving a tiny flag made of wood and cloth that read, Dragon's Breath Fortress. He cheerfully shouted, Lord Shea, keep going. Lord Noxia, keep going. Shea pulled on the reins and turned around. His gaze slowly swept over the honest, sincere faces of the people. A warm feeling of responsibility filled his heart. These people were his citizens. This place was his home. He raised his right hand slowly, clenched his fist, and struck his breastplate firmly. This was a silent vow belonging to Dragon's Breath Fortress. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the reins sharply and declared in a deep voice, Dragon's Breath Fortress. March, roar. 500 knights roared together like lions. They raised their weapons high, like a black tide, following their lord's figure as they headed north toward the icy plains. The winter wasteland was a dull, harsh white world. Cold winds howled, and snow fell heavily. For any army on a long journey, this was a deadly place. However, for this expedition from Dragon's Breath Fortress, the journey felt like a relaxed, enjoyable outdoor adventure. The reason is simple. Their lord, Shea Akasha, possesses an incredible cheat ability called the Destiny Oracle. All troops move 3 miles forward to the left, toward the White Birch Forest. Scout reports a group of fat snow rabbits having a party there. Scout reports a storm in the valley ahead. All troops, stay put and prepare food. Everyone, listen up. Tonight's dinner is on me. According to the Oracle, beneath the eastern ice lake, there is a den of fat winter trout. Throughout the journey, Shea's seemingly prophetic oracle always guides them safely past dangers and helps find the best, most delicious wild game. Other expedition troops are still eating cold, hard rations, trembling and praying they won't face a snowstorm or fierce monsters. But the army at Dragon's Breath Fortress almost always enjoys hot roasted meat and tasty fish soup. This huge difference in logistics keeps all the knights in a very high spirit. Their eyes on their lord are no longer just admiration. They see him as an all-powerful, wish-granting device that can do anything. Following their lord, they not only win battles, but also get to enjoy better meals every day. Is there anything more wonderful in the world than this? One evening, while the Dragon's Breath Fortress army was sitting around a campfire in a sheltered mountain hollow, roasting a snow deer they had just hunted, urgent hoofbeats sounded from afar. A scout sent by Shea returned with news. 10 miles ahead, they found signs of a friendly army heading towards Snow City to gather. Friendly troops? Shea tore off a piece of roasted deer, eating casually. What banner are they carrying, sir? The scout respectfully replied. It's the banner of the golden pig and the wheat sheaf. Judging by the size, it should be Lord Nuss's troops. Nuss? A knowing smile appeared on Shea's face. Since they parted last time, it had been quite a few days. He wondered how his chubby friend and his young master soldiers were doing in this harsh northern land. Let's go see our old friends. After Azia finished the last bite of venison, he clapped his hands and said to Lancelot and Eluna, by the way, bring him a comfort gift. When Azia, accompanied by a few guards and carrying 2 golden, greasy snow rabbits, found Nuss and his Pompey family private army, he almost didn't recognize them. This army looked nothing like the elite force they had been when leaving the Dragon's Breath fortress. Everyone was wrapped in thick but tattered fur, their lips purple from the cold and noses running. Their faces showed exhaustion, hunger, and confusion about the future. They huddled around a dying campfire, sharing a few pieces of cold, black, stone-like rations. Nuss, once a chubby, adorable man, looked like he had shrunk. His usually rosy face was now pale and waxy, with deep eye sockets and a greenish beard growing on his chin. He was holding a cold water bag, drinking small sips of poor-quality beer that had frozen inside, trying to numb himself from the cold and hunger with alcohol. His appearance was very miserable. Hey, isn't that our noble Lord Nuss? A teasing voice came from behind him. Haven't seen you in a few days. How did you get so thin? You're almost unrecognizable. Nuss suddenly turned around. When he saw the familiar figure looking at him with a playful smile, his small eyes immediately filled with tears. Azia, he couldn't believe his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating from hunger. But then the strong, overwhelming smell of roasted meat, enough to drive any starving person crazy, reached his nose. He saw the 2 still dripping, golden roasted rabbits in the hands of the knight behind Azia. Ugh! Nuss couldn't hold back anymore. His chubby body suddenly lunged forward with surprising agility, grabbing hold of Azia's leg. Azia, my good brother, you finally came, he cried loudly, tears and snot smudging Azia's valuable general armor. I'm starving. I never want to eat that cursed, teeth-breaking black bread again. Looked disgusted as he tried to tear the octopus-like fat man off his leg, but he failed. He could only roll his eyes helplessly and wave to the knight behind him. Take it, share with them. The knight immediately handed the roasted rabbit to the soldiers of Nuss, who had been staring with wide eyes. A small riot broke out instantly. The hungry soldiers, almost losing their minds, surged forward like wolves. If the officers of Nuss hadn't desperately maintained order, they might have fought over a piece of meat right there. Watch this chaotic scene and look down at the chubby man still clutching his leg and crying like a 300-pound child. He shook his head with a hint of emotion. Without comparison, there is no harm. He patted Nuss's round belly and said with a smile, All right, stop crying. Seeing how pitiful you look, from today on, you'll follow me, don't worry. S face showed a devilish, tempting smile. I guarantee you'll be fat again in 3 days. Nuss's 2 squads merged and continued marching toward Snow City. Since following, Nuss felt like he had stepped from into heaven. He no longer had to chew on that black bread that could chip his teeth. Every morning, he could enjoy a steaming bowl of fresh fish soup made by Miss Lena herself, warming him after a cold night. At noon, there was hearty wild game meat soup and fragrant roasted wheat cakes. In the evening, it was the unmissable bonfire barbecue party. In just 3 days, Nuss's once thin face had become rosy and full again. He even felt his loose waistband starting to tighten. These heavenly days not only made Nuss forget about everything else, but also moved his soldiers to tears of joy. They looked at the knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress with their usual calm expressions, then thought about their own days of hunger and cold just a few days ago. A complex mix of envy, jealousy, and longing filled their hearts for Dragon's Breath Fortress, especially when they saw with their own eyes that Shea's scouts could perform magic tricks, always pulling out fat snow rabbits from unlikely corners or catching lively big fish from frozen rivers. They were completely convinced by this young, legendary dragon knight. This was no longer a lord. He seemed more like a moving warehouse walking among people. One day's journey from Snow City, there was a temporary camp. Night fell, and the cold wind blew fiercely. In the center of the camp, inside the most luxurious tent made of thick felt and animal skins, it was warm and brightly lit. Dozens of young nobles dressed in fine clothes and wearing various family badges sat around a long dining table, drinking and talking loudly. They had been summoned by Duke Winter and came from the southern part of the empire. At the head of the table sat a tall, thin young man with a proud face, his chin slightly raised, about 27 or 28 years old. His name was Limo Iluka, a well-known second-rate family heir in the south, known for making deals and seeking advantages. After Count Nora was sacrificed, he sent a generous gift to the local governor and managed to get a small but significant piece of land in the northern region. Now, he raised a golden wine cup high, looking around at everyone with a confident, leader smile. Everyone, his voice was loud and inspiring. I, Limo Iluka, am honored to join all the talented young people here in responding to the Duke's call and contributing our southern strength to the peace of the northern region. Although we come from the south, our courage and honor are no less than any northern barbarian. Well said. Lord Luca is right. The nobles immediately responded with enthusiasm and praise. They knew that Limo Iluka had the strongest background among the outsiders and the greatest strength, and he was most likely to help them gain benefits in the complex power center of Snow City. So, even if some of them looked down on Luca's lofty attitude, they still pretended to be respectful and loyal. Luca enjoyed this feeling of being admired. He pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to be quiet, then suddenly changed his tone, his voice carrying a faint, cold undertone. However, everyone, if we southern nobles want to truly establish ourselves in the northern territory, courage alone is not enough. We must unite, work together as one, speak with a single voice. Otherwise, we will be like scattered sand, easily manipulated by those arrogant northerners, or even used as cannon fodder. His words caused a slight change in everyone's expressions. They were not fools. They clearly understood the real reason Duke Winter was calling upon these outsiders to be frontline fighters. Lord Luca, you are right. One noble immediately stood up, looking worried. The Snowfield Hunters are not to be underestimated. I heard they are all brave and fearless, and they move secretly. We are strangers here. If something happens, what are you afraid of? Limo E interrupted with a cold laugh, his gaze like a venomous snake sweeping over everyone present. He slowly said, the Snowfield Hunters are indeed strong. But among us, isn't there someone who even makes the Snowfield Hunters tremble? A great hero? His words made everyone pause in surprise. Great hero? Do we have such a person among us? Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Limo Yi's cold smile deepened. Have you all forgotten? The noble of our southern nobles, Baron Shea Akasha, who single-handedly wiped out 800 elite Snowfield Hunters in Snow Peak County and even saved the queen of the Golden Rose Guild. Oh, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, and that 8th young master of the Akasha family. I heard he's not only powerful, but also has a real dragon. My goodness. A dragon knight. That's a legendary figure. For a moment, the tent was filled with discussions, and everyone's faces showed awe and admiration. However, a flash of extreme, barely noticeable jealousy crossed Limo Yi's eyes. The name Shea Akasha was like a thorn, deeply stabbing into his heart. Why? Why is it that a disgrace cast out by his family, someone who can't even ignite battle energy, can luck out by finding a dragon egg and suddenly become a hero in everyone's eyes? And yet, as the heir of the noble Luca family, he had to sit here and discuss with a group of petty merchants how to stick together for warmth? No, he refused. Dragon Knight? Huh. Limoy sneered disdainfully. He swayed his glass of fine wine and said in a suggestive tone, you all really think that just one young dragon can defeat 800 elite soldiers? I heard that the real force behind that battle was the powerful guards of the Golden Rose Guild, made up of retired veterans from the Empire's 5th Legion. As for our Baron Shea, he curled his lips into a cruel smile. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time and got a huge bargain. Honestly, he's just lucky. Without his dragon and the Golden Rose Guild, he's nothing. His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the lively atmosphere inside the tent. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions becoming a bit strange. Although Limoy's words were full of bitterness and prejudice, upon reflection, they seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, how could a discarded, useless young master create such incredible miracles in just a few months? That sounded too unbelievable. Seeing the others start to waver, Limoy knew it was the right moment. He stood up, drained his glass, and then, in a commanding tone typical of a leader, said, "Everyone, since our Baron Shea is so brave and has the Duke's favor, wouldn't it be most fitting for him to lead the vanguard against the bandits this time?" His eyes gleamed with a cold, snake-like light. "Let's also show everyone in the north whether our legendary Dragon Knight is a true hero or just a coward hiding behind women and pets." His voice echoed coldly and maliciously inside the warm tent. He thought his powerful speech had successfully set a trap for the annoying guy who hadn't arrived yet. He had no idea that just as he was basking in the approval or awe of the crowd, a calm yet icy, sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from the tent entrance. "Really? How come I didn't know? When did the plan for my Dragon Breath Fortresses campaign have to be arranged by a clown who isn't even worth mentioning?" The tent flap was suddenly pulled open from outside. A cold wind, mixed with snowflakes and a threatening aura, rushed in instantly, blowing away the warm, luxurious atmosphere inside the tent. Two figures entered slowly, one tall and one fat, walking against the light. The leader wore a well-fitted black outfit. His handsome face looked divine, but his deep eyes were like a frozen pond that never melts, calm but full of deadly danger. It was Shea Akasha. He arrived like an uninvited guest, or as if he was about to clean up the mess. Inside the tent, everything was deathly silent. Everyone seemed frozen, as if paused in time. Their golden wine glasses still hovered in the air, their flattery not yet faded, and the harsh words about cannon fodder and cowards still lingered on their lips. Now, the main character they had arranged so carelessly, the true protagonist, entered without warning. He strolled in like a king stepping into his own garden. The air seemed to freeze completely with the cold wind that swept in with the tent flap. Embarrassment, panic, guilt, various complex feelings, like spilled paint, painted all the noble faces present, especially Limo Yaluka, whose face was always proud and confident. Now, his face was completely pale. He stared blankly at the figure standing against the light, tall and oppressive. His mind went blank. How could he be here? Wasn't he still struggling miles away, trying to fill his stomach? How did he come so quickly? Shea's gaze was like a lion patrolling its territory, slowly sweeping over everyone. His eyes were calm, no anger, no mockery, not even a hint of emotion. But this extreme calm, this cold indifference as if he was looking at a lifeless object, was the most terrifying. All the nobles he looked at instinctively avoided his gaze, feeling as if a terrifying beast from ancient times was staring at them. Their whole bodies felt frozen with fear. They felt that their little behind-the-scenes gossip and actions were utterly ridiculous and childish in front of him. "Looks like I came at the wrong time." Shea's lips curled into a half-smile that was neither happy nor sad, breaking the suffocating silence. He ignored the terrified audience, who had already fallen silent out of fear, and instead focused his gaze directly on the main seat, on Limo Iluka, whose face was changing color and whose forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Luca, sir," Shea deliberately emphasized the word, "sir," his voice full of playful mockery. "I overheard you outside the tent, talking grandly and giving advice, looking so impressive. But as soon as I entered, your leader went silent. You, Limo E, humiliated by Shea's ruthless public mockery, turned pale and then green. His anger, fueled by shame, suddenly overwhelmed his fear. He slammed the table and stood up forcefully, trying to hide his nervousness with a loud voice. "Shea Akasha, don't be so arrogant. This is the noble gathering of the Southern Pioneers. You're an outsider who came uninvited. What right do you have to speak so boldly here?" "Oh," Shea raised an eyebrow, his smile growing even more charming. He didn't speak. Instead, he slowly stepped forward. Behind him, Lancelord, Eluna, and 4 heavily built black-armored knights, whose battle-hardened, fierce presence seemed almost tangible, followed silently like shadows. They said nothing, but just standing there, their armor, crafted by Master Bailing, glowing faintly with dark light, along with their valuable knightly swords engraved with complex runes, and their cold, sculpted eyes that seemed to look at everyone as if they were dead, created an insurmountable barrier. Compared to the ragged guards around the nobles inside the tent, dressed in mismatched clothes, standing loosely, more like servants than soldiers, this was a clear line that couldn't be crossed. Shea didn't say a word. Just the invisible pressure from his absolute strength and elite soldiers was enough to make everyone present feel breathless. He slowly approached Limo E, reached out, and gently picked up the ornate golden-laid wine cup the other had just used, holding it in front of him as if admiring a piece of art. An assembly for discussion? Yasha let out a light laugh. Honestly, it looks more like a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp planning how to push a slightly bigger fish out to die. You. Remo E trembled with anger. But Yasha didn't give him a chance to speak. He shifted his gaze from his wine glass back to Remo Yi's face, his voice suddenly turning cold. When my people go to war, I decide the tactics, and whether they become cannon fodder. His eyes sharpened like blades. All of this is my decision. Only I have the right to decide. He paused, then slowly extended the golden cup toward Remo E, a cold, contemptuous smile curling on his lips. Do you think? You can decide. At that moment, Remo E felt as if he was facing not a younger colleague, but a king who held life and death in his hands. A cold shiver ran from his tailbone straight to his forehead. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He felt that if he dared to say, yes, the several gods of death behind the other person would immediately draw their swords and cut off his head. The other nobles inside the tent were already terrified, their faces drained of color, almost unable to breathe. They finally understood why this man was favored by Duke Akasha, the Queen of the Golden Rose, and Lady Winter. It wasn't luck. It was absolute, undeniable, crushing strength. Looking at Remo E, who was trembling and pressed against his chest with a golden cup, Yasha's mind was filled with one thought. This so-called leader is finished. It seems Lord Luca has approved, Yasha said, his contempt deepening as he looked at Remo Yi's cowardly appearance. He released his hand. Clink! The beautiful golden cup fell to the ground with a clear sound, as if marking the end of this farce. Since that's the case, this boring game of house play should end here. Yasha didn't bother to look at Remo E again, as if even glancing at him was an insult to his eyes. He turned around and once more swept his gaze over the terrified southern nobles inside the tent. Everyone, his voice returned to calm. I have no intention of becoming your leader. Because, he smiled confidently, full of self-assurance. You are not worthy to be my allies. I came here just to tell you one thing. His eyes sharpened like blades. From now on, stay quietly in your camps, follow orders, and take care of your soldiers who can't even walk straight. Don't cause trouble for me. Anyone who tries to do something behind my back. His voice turned cold and emotionless. Today, Limo E Luca, is your tomorrow. After saying this, he didn't stop. He led his silent, deadly knights and turned away gracefully. All that was left was a tent with a pale, lifeless face of a man called Stinky Fish and Rotten Shrimp, and Limo E Luca, sitting on the ground with blank eyes, as if all his energy had been drained. He knew he was finished, completely finished. Walking out of the tent filled with decay and foolishness, the cold air outside made Zaya feel refreshed. Bah? A bunch of fools. Nu spat harshly toward the tent. Boss, you're too kind to that Limoe guy. I think we should have cut him down on the spot. Kill him? Zaya showed a disdainful smile. That would only dirty my sword. For such a petty clown, killing him is less cruel than letting him live. Watching him walk step by step into endless fear and despair, climbing toward heights he can never reach. That's the cruelest punishment. But, boss, News rubbed his hands nervously, worried. What if we offend everyone and they complain to Count Nora? Complain? Zaya stopped and took a bright red wild apple from his pocket, biting into it carelessly. The crisp sound echoed loudly in the silent snowy night. He has to be alive to see the Count, Zaya said with a mysterious smile. Don't worry. He patted News on the shoulder and pointed to the distant mountain ranges. Instead of worrying about trivial things, we should think carefully. About where we camp tonight. I saw the oracle say, Shea's eyes flashed with a sharp, hunter-like gleam that only he understood. There seems to be a large group of fat wild boars nearby. Shea's calm and carefree appearance, as if he didn't care about the tense conflict just now, instantly eased Nusi's anxious heart. He looked at Shea's profile, at his deep, mysterious eyes glowing under the campfire, and his admiration grew even more from the bottom of his heart. This is his leader, someone who can easily manipulate a group of proud nobles with a joke, and then turn around to think about where to go hunting wild boars tonight. A true hero. With a leader like that, what is there to worry about? Even if the sky falls, he will hold it up. Wild boars. Nusi's small eyes immediately lit up. He instinctively touched his round belly, almost drooling. Leader, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Pathetic. Shea shook his head, casually tossing aside the fruit pit in his hand. He led his silent knights toward their camp, walking leisurely. He was not worried at all, because just now, when he entered the camp of Limo Iluka, the Fate Oracle system quietly revealed the final destiny of those clowns. The clowns' curtain call. Within 3 days, driven by greed and fear, they will break away from the main force, attempt to escape through the west gate, and end up falling into the traps set by the Snowfield hunters, completely wiped out. What is there to care about for a group of doomed fools heading toward destruction? Rather than wasting even a moment on these trash destined to be discarded by the times, he would rather plan a hearty wild boar feast for his brave warriors. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Shea's camp, deep inside a massive underground ice cavern hidden within the snowy mountains, the atmosphere was completely different, far from the relaxed and carefree mood here. Inside the ice cavern, the crackling of torches and the heavy, beast-like breathing echoing from deep within the cave intertwined, creating a bloody and violent symphony of the end times. Thousands of tall, strong hunters with fierce blood eagle tattoos on their faces and a wild, bandit-like aura are gathering here. They show no fear of fighting the Imperial Army. Instead, they are filled with a nearly crazy, bloodthirsty excitement. Deep inside the ice cave, on an evil altar made of countless pale beast bones and human skulls, stands a tall, muscular man wearing a black wolf fur cloak. His face bears a fierce scar running from his eye to his mouth. He is the leader of the Snowfield Hunters, a legendary bandit known across the northern lands. Blood Eagle, Skarn. Right now, he is holding a piece of encrypted intelligence just received from a spy planted in Snow City. Gather the army? Duke Winter. Leading the charge himself, Skarn looks at the message. For the first time, his face, which usually carries a cruel smile, shows a serious expression. But he is only serious. He slowly lifts his head, his eyes passing over the excited crowd below and looking into the endless darkness behind the altar. It seems they are finally pushed to the edge. His voice is hoarse and deep, like rough stones grinding together. Haha. Good, so I won't have to find them one by one anymore. If they want to play a big game, his lips curl into that cruel, crazy smile again. Then I'll play a bigger one with them. The ancient god will wake up soon. The entire northern land will become a sacrifice for his arrival. He opens his arms as if embracing the darkness, letting out a wild, frenzied roar. But just as he is lost in his grand plan to conquer the world, a cold, emotionless voice, as if drifting up from the underworld, suddenly sounds behind him. The final step of the ritual is not yet complete. Now is not the time for you to be proud. Skarn's wild excitement immediately fades. He slowly turns around and looks into the darkness. In the shadows, a figure begins to emerge. A person. The reason I call him a human is because he has human arms and a torso. But his skin is a strange blue-gray color, like a dead body. His eyes burn with ghostly blue flames. Behind him, he has a pair of deformed bat-like wings made of twisted bones and decayed flesh. He does not belong to any known race in this world. He is one of the dark creatures that hide deep in the northern lands, worshipping ancient evil gods. His bloodline has been corrupted and twisted. He is also the true ruler behind the Snowfield Hunter. Honorable messenger, Skarn, a fierce bandit king who can make thousands bow before him, now bows his head humbly to this ominous creature. Rest assured, everything is part of my plan. The army of Duke Winter is just a group of sheep that have been kept too long and lost their claws. The fortress of Snow City, which seems strong, has already been hollowed out from the inside by the worms I planted. He shows a cruel, confident smile. In no more than 10 days, I, Skarn, will personally cut off the head of the Duke Winter's most beloved fat lamb, Count Norup. His blood will be used to complete the final sacrifice to awaken the ancient god. Is that so? The messenger, a ghostly blue flame-eyed creature, looks at him without emotion. I hope you haven't forgotten that the sacrifices our god needs are not just a fat waste. And its gaze seems to pierce through thick rock, looking far toward Winter City, that pure, snow-white holy maiden of the Winter royal bloodline. Skarn's heart suddenly shivers. He knows exactly who the creature is talking about. The Lady of Winter, Ella Winter, known as the most beautiful ice mountain rose in the north, and the favorite youngest daughter of Duke Winter. Rest assured, honorable messenger, Skarn bows again, hiding a flash of greed in his eyes. I have prepared an inescapable trap for her. When Snow City falls, she and everything she guards will become our spoils to offer to the ancient god. Very well. The demon messenger seems pleased with his answer. Its burning, ghostly eyes slowly shifted away from Skarn and once again looked into the endless darkness. Remember, Skarn, its voice grew colder and more eerie, as if carrying a curse from the depths of, don't keep the god waiting too long. Otherwise, you will become part of the sacrifice. After speaking, its figure melted away like ice and snow, silently blending back into the eternal darkness. Only Skarn remained, standing quietly on the cold altar. His back was soaked with cold sweat. Yasha, of course, did not know that deep within the distant icy mountains, a wicked plot capable of shaking the entire northern region was quietly unfolding. At this moment, he was lying comfortably on a soft bed made of several thick bear skins, holding a sharpened stick, idly poking at the roaring campfire in front of him. On the fire, a whole cleaned and specially seasoned wild boar was roasting. The sizzling sound of the meat, golden oil dripping, and the tempting aroma of charred meat filled the air. Boss, are we really not going to Snow City to meet up with them? Nuss sat nearby, swallowing nervously and asking worriedly. According to orders, we should arrive at the gathering point tomorrow. Why rush? Yasha yawned and shifted into a more comfortable position. Let them go ahead and have their fun. We'll eat well, rest up, and then clean up the mess. Isn't that better? But Nuss still looked uneasy. What if Count Nora catches wind and uses it against us, saying we delayed the mission? Don't worry, Yasha said with a mysterious smile. He won't get that chance. And also, Yasha took out a simple map of the northern region, one only he could see, and his gaze fell on a narrow canyon marked with red charcoal. The canyon was called Blue Mist Gorge. It was the only way from Snow City to the hunter's territory in the Snow Plains, and it was also the next big prize point that the Destiny Oracle had just hinted at for him. Opportunity. Within 3 days, an elite Snow Plains hunting team, about 300 people, responsible for escorting supplies, will pass through this area. Yasha's lips curled into a cold, hunter-like smile. He turned his head and looked at Nuss, who was still worried about the military order. He smiled and said, Nuss, instead of worrying about all that, help me out. Don't you have a few hundred idle soldiers under your command? Have them bring shovels and pickaxes, and come with me to that canyon up ahead. Shea's eyes sparkled with a mischievous excitement that only Nuss could understand, an expression of pure scheming. Dig some holes, Chingwu Canyon. As the name suggests, this is a narrow canyon always covered in a thin layer of grayish-white fog. The sides are steep cliffs, almost vertical, with only a winding path in the middle wide enough for 2 carts to pass side by side, like a gray ribbon weaving through the mountains. This place is a natural ambush spot and a natural graveyard. Right now, on both sides of this deadly canyon, countless dark shadows silently busily work on the tall cliffs like ghosts. Hiya, hiya, Nuss's soldiers, who had just finished eating wild boar meat and were full of energy, swung their shovels and pickaxes vigorously. They showed no sign of nervousness about the upcoming battle. In fact, they seemed strangely excited, because their supervisor, young Master Nuss, had just announced the latest benefit from Lord Shea. Digging holes could count as contribution points. The deeper they dug, and the more effort they put in, the more contribution points they earned. What can contribution points be used for? To get roasted meat. And in the future, they might even have the chance to become official residents of Dragon Breath Fortress. Oh my, is there anything more wonderful in this world? The soldiers felt like they weren't preparing for a bloody war, but were building their future, happy life. For a moment, the sound of shovels hitting rocks echoed through the canyon, filled with the joy of work. Nuss, like a responsible foreman, waddled around the cliffs, directing here to dig more stones, shouting there to bury the tripwires deeper. His small eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam, an expression only kindred spirits could understand, called cunning scheming. He loved this feeling so much. Knowing the exam answers in advance gives a great sense of control, allowing you to prepare delightful surprises for those about to enter the exam room. Boss. News hurried over to Zaya, who was busy drawing on a simple map, wearing a slightly flattering smile. Look, according to your orders, the falling rocks trap, tripwires, and that fire-starting rolling log. Everything is ready. We'll make those bandits taste what a collapsing sky feels like when they come in. Zaya looked up and glanced at the canyon below, which had been heavily modified. He nodded with satisfaction. Although the traps were rough, they were more than enough to stop an unprepared transport team. Good job, News, Zaya said kindly. News felt like he was riding a wave of happiness, almost floating, almost jumping with joy. But News rubbed his hands nervously, a look of doubt on his face. Boss, how do you know those snowfield hunters will definitely come this way? And how do you know their numbers and what they're carrying so precisely? He looked at Zaya with big, curious eyes. Although he was used to Zaya's almost mind-reading abilities and admired him blindly, this time it was a bit hard for him to understand. After all, they were hundreds of miles behind enemy lines. Zaya smiled at his curious expression. He couldn't tell him he had activated the Fate Oracle, a special ability that gave him full map visibility. He slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the cliff, and pointed to the small stream winding beside the canyon that hadn't frozen completely. His voice was calm, wise, and confident, like a top hunter. Because this is the only water source within 100 miles. Both people and animals need water after a long journey. Even wolves need to drink before they hunt. He casually explained how his incredible intelligence ability, the Fate Oracle, was just a logical deduction based on geography and environment. News listened, wide-eyed and stunned. He looked in the direction pointed out by Shea and thought about his words. His face showed a look of sudden realization. Yes, the water source. Such a simple idea. Why didn't I think of it before? He watched Shea's mysterious figure in the cold wind, feeling a surge of admiration that kept growing like a flowing river. No wonder he's the leader. Not only is he good at fighting, but he's also so clever. He's truly a symbol of wisdom and bravery. Shea didn't realize that his casual comment about showing off had accidentally earned him a loyal fan. His gaze passed through the blue mist and looked into the distant canyon. He was waiting for the actors in his script who were destined to play the role of getting beaten. 2 days later, a small, elite team of over 300 snow hunters was escorting dozens of wagons filled with supplies and arrows, slowly entering the Blue Mist Canyon. Leading the group was a tall, thin man with a large, ugly scar like a centipede on his face. His name was Buck, a ruthless and cautious leader under Skarn. Everyone stay alert. Buck rode his horse, his single eye like a watchful vulture, sharply scanning the steep cliffs on both sides of the canyon. This place always makes me feel uneasy. Boss, you're overthinking, said his deputy casually, smiling. Duke Winter's army is probably still a few miles away, wandering around like headless flies. As for those soft guys from the south, with just 3 of them, they wouldn't dare come deep into our snow hunter territory. Exactly. Another bandit chimed in. Let's get through this broken canyon quickly and deliver the supplies to Snow City. Then we can enjoy the fruits of victory with our brothers. I heard Skarn caught quite a few noble young ladies this time. Ha. A low, wicked, greedy laugh echoed through the team. Buck frowned. He felt that today's fog seemed thicker than usual, and the canyon was eerily quiet. No bird calls at all. But as his men said, This was Snow Hunter territory, and the so-called Imperial Army wouldn't dare show up here. Maybe he was just overthinking. Thinking of this, his usually tense heart finally relaxed a little. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Speed up! All troops, move forward." The large convoy began to speed up. The wheels of the carts creaked over the gravel path. Everything looked normal, just like usual. However, just as the front part of the team reached a narrow bend in the canyon, snap! A very faint sound, like a branch breaking underfoot, came from the front horse's hooves. Buck's single eye suddenly sharpened. His battle-hardened instincts, always alert to danger, sent him an urgent warning at this moment. Something's wrong. There's a trap. He hadn't finished speaking. Boom. In the next second, it was as if the entire canyon came alive. The ground shook. Mountains crumbled. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, many large stones and logs, packed with destructive power, crashed down like a furious waterfall. A sharp, piercing scream echoed through the canyon. The snowfield hunters at the front had no time to react and were instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood by the rain of death from above. Then, hidden tripwires on the road were triggered one after another. The speeding carts lost balance instantly, overturning with people and horses. Food supplies and arrows scattered everywhere. Some even exploded the fire-soaked rolling logs that had been set to ignite. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky, swallowing several carts and the panicked bandits around them. Chaos. Utter chaos. This was just the first wave of traps. The elite convoy of 300 was reduced by nearly a third. Their formation was completely broken. Their morale plummeted in the face of this natural disaster attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hold steady. Everyone stay calm. Find cover. Buck roared desperately, trying to organize a defense. But would Shea give him that chance? Fire the arrows. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from above the cliff. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, a dense rain of arrows, sharp as death's sickle, fell from the sky, accurately covering every living creature still struggling in the canyon. A pre-planned one-sided slaughter had begun. The arrow rain, like locusts, tore through the air with sharp whistling sounds. The peaceful, deadly land of Qingwu Gorge was instantly turned into a bloody meat grinder. Thud! My eyes! My eyes! Piercing screams, wails, and the dull sounds of arrows hitting flesh intertwined, creating a cruel and strangely beautiful death song. The snowfield hunters, who had just been dreaming of enjoying victory in Snow City, now looked like lambs caught in a slaughterhouse, falling one after another under the relentless, indiscriminate arrow storm. Their curved swords and shields seemed so powerless against the kiss of death falling from the sky. They couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. This was a complete, unfair massacre. Hide. Find cover quickly. One-Eyed Dragon Bark swung his huge battle axe, knocking away several arrows aimed at him. His single eye was bloodshot from intense anger and fear. He roared with all his might, trying to rally his collapsing team. But in this narrow, inescapable canyon, where could the so-called cover be? The wreckage of the carts? The bodies of his comrades? They were just thin coffins to comfort himself with. Boss, we're surrounded. We can't break out. Help! Help! Despair spread like a plague among the surviving bandits. On the cliff, Nuss looked down at the hellish scene below. His chubby face was filled with shock and a twisted excitement. He couldn't help but lean closer to Shea, lowering his voice with a trembling tone. Old boss, is this the end? Shea wore a mysterious, unreadable smile. No, Nuss, the real feast has just begun. After saying this, he slowly raised his right hand and suddenly swung it downward. Buzz! A long, commanding horn sound echoed through the entire canyon. This was the signal for a full attack. Upon hearing the horn, the two exits at each end of the canyon, previously hidden by rocks and dust, suddenly erupted with two streams of black steel. It was the Black Armor Knights of Dragon's Breath Fortress. They finally revealed their long-awaited, eager fangs. First and second squads. Long-range harassment. Free shooting. Don't let them regroup. Third and fourth squads. Flank infiltration. Divide the battlefield. Tear their formation apart. Lancelord's cold and clear orders quickly reached every knight through the squad leaders' voices. The textbook swarm tactics was played out again. Two squads equipped with crossbows moved like two streaks of black lightning through the canyon. They were ghosts on the battlefield, leaving a rain of deadly arrows wherever they appeared. Each time they retreated, they took away the last bit of resistance from the enemy's hearts. Meanwhile, the two other squads responsible for flanking and feint attacks were even more ruthless. They were butchers on the battlefield, relying on the powerful impact of their warhorses and their unbreakable knight lances. They repeatedly drove into the chaos like glowing hot irons, fiercely branding the already disorganized butter. Every flank attack caused a shower of blood and flesh. Every split shattered the enemy's already fragile formation even further. No, One-Eyed Buck roared in despair as he watched this nightmare unfold before him. He couldn't understand why this suddenly appearing, ghostly cavalry unit had such terrifying tactical skills. Their coordination was so perfect, their attacks so deadly. It was as if they weren't individual soldiers, but a precise killing machine controlled by a single mind. Everyone stop. Don't run. Buck swung his axe and split the head of a subordinate trying to turn and escape right in half. Blood and brains splattered across his face, making his already fierce face look even more like a demon crawling out of. Hold your ground for me. His one-eyed gaze was fixed tightly on the front, where a new wave of Dragon Breath Fortress Knights was advancing. They're not many. Charge with me. As long as we break through them, we can survive.